everyone. Welcome to Day 3 of Worlds 2022, coming to you from beautiful Mexico City. Now, we are halfway through the play-in stage, and the pressure is heating up for our teams as they hunt for glory. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous city. Now, after keeping their undefeated run alive yesterday, Fnatic is taking on the CB Lols Loud in our opening match of the day, looking to secure their 4th straight win here in the group stage. They have impressed by no small margin. Now, for anyone who missed out on yesterday's action, gents, I want to know what were some of your key takeaways from day number 2, aside from the fact that the show was 2 hours, 3 hours fast.
It was smooth.
It was a pretty smooth show. So kudos to everybody who made that happen in such a short turnaround, hoping that we get the same today. But when it comes to the play itself, the teams themselves, what stood out for you in day 2 as compared to day 1, Lyric?
Look, after day 1, where, DRX kind of crushed RNG, fair play to DRX looking saying RNG, they bounced back. They took a win off of Mad Lions. And in my mind, right, sure, RNG coming from LPL, are favored. But this was one, if RNG kept up with a bad meta read, if they weren't playing too well, Mad definitely could have been able to take that win. But RNG went back to comfort. And honestly, very decisive win. Their team fighting was insane. Ming and Xiao, who both looked incredible.
If not for the loss to DRX, I would not have been so concerned for this game. Yeah. But because of that loss, it just kind of rose the stakes of that Mad game. So it was great to see them get the win.
I feel like especially with Wei going on to Graves, because it's like a pick he's never really been known for, just RNG on champions that make me uncomfortable, I always have some jitters, but they still got it done.
You can see the coach cams were a little nervous too.
Even
when they have a 6,000 gold lead, they're just like, please don't throw.
What about for you? Takeaways?
EG didn't lose.
Woo!
In fact, they won twice.
Yeah?
Yeah, so that's exactly what stands out to me. I did not want to see them lose more. This play in particular is where it looked a little dicey because they had just dove the bottom lane. There was a lot of time bought by Vulcan, and I believe JoJo started this game either 5-1 or 6-1 on Silas.
Yeah, 5-1.
Really nice performance there. And then his Akali game, he talked about in the interview, he made a few mistakes, but had some big pop-off moments as well. So just a definite sense of relief that EG is, they still have a chance to win the group, actually, but still more likely just not eliminated yet.
I also just think, those 2 champion choices for JoJo, right, really speak to kind of the way or the direction in which EG intends to move. It's cool to see them pick up those wins, as you mentioned, not just not losing, but also getting the win. If there were stalemates in chess, EG would find a way, I guess, or NA in general would find a way to get into a stalemate situation. That brings us to our standings, and Jat, as we are about halfway through the play-ins, obviously race for top 4, and seeding within that top 4 is very important. So I'm going to hand things over to you to break down Group A and maybe some of the scenarios we could run into.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually was listening to JoJo's interview yesterday, and it seemed like he didn't know how the tiebreakers worked. So I wanted to explain to everyone what can happen here. So these are the remaining games for Fnatic, EG, and Beyond. Obviously, first place in the group doesn't have to play any best of 5. So if Fnatic just wins their first game against Loud today, which is the only game they play today, and then they win against Beyond tomorrow, they're 5-0 and they're through.
Okay.
Right? But then let's just say they lose one of these games. For the sake of this, let's say they would lose to Loud, and then EG wins both of their games. That would move Fnatic to 4-1 and move EG to 4-1. And because there's only a single round robin and side selection was randomly predetermined, that doesn't give Fnatic first.
Okay.
That actually just gives them side selection in a tiebreaker game that would have to be against EG. Now, one other scenario would be rather interesting. Let's say Fnatic wins against Loud, but let's say Beyond Gaming actually goes 3-0.
Goes on a big run.
Including the win against Fnatic, and EG also wins both of their games. That would give us a 3-way tie at 4-1. And in this case, 2 tiebreaker games would be played, and the seeding is determined by whoever wins the fastest on average.
Game time.
So the team,
average win time.
Average win time. So the team that has that would be the first seed in this theoretical bracket, and then the other 2 would play here. Let's just I'm making it up. Let's say EG had to play Fnatic. That would be the spiciest one possible.
That would be
and then the
nutty.
winner would play Beyond Gaming, which would theoretically have the fastest game victory time. Those aren't real, but that's what could happen in the next 2 days of group stage and Group A.
Whew. Okay, wild. So yeah, obviously some of the key takeaways for you at home who are watching the different group standings like a hawk. It's the idea that head-to-head record in this best-of-1 group stage does not predetermine a tiebreak. It only plays into side selection in a tiebreak game. But as we flip on over here to Group B, Lyric, I want to get your thoughts. Again, we already talked about how DRX kind of out with a hot start right now. And so, by all accounts, if they keep going, they're going to lock up that 1 seed. But things get interesting as we travel down the standings.
Exactly. DRX right now easily look like the favorite. They look like the best team in play-ins, but it looks like that race for second. I mean, RNG, they were able to crush Mad yesterday, but still Mad in a great position, sitting at 2-1. Saigon Buffalo, I am never going to count this team out, especially with the unique picks.
Day one, man, you were hyping them up, and they're delivering 2-1 so far.
I feel like the VCS just always do, again, the creativity, the aggression, what they're able to do in their own region, and then kind of sadly for Izarus and the Wildcats, feels like they would need a little bit of a miracle.
They do need to get a lot done. It would have to happen here today, which of course brings me to the schedule of games that we have in front of us.
A lot of games.
We kick things. We got 8. We got 8 more. Who would have guessed it? It's Loud versus Fnatic to kick things off, and then Mad Lions will take to the stage against Saigon Buffalo. Third game of the day is Mega Bank Beyond Gaming up against Detonation Focus Me before we close things out with 5 more matches across the day. Now later on, we'll witness the next chapter in the back and forth battle between OS and NA during our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Evil Geniuses versus Chiefs Esports Club. Now, while Evil Geniuses found their footing on day 2, thanks to smart plays and team synergy, OS's finest jungler, Arthur, looks to stop LCS MVP Inspired in his tracks and ensure that the Chiefs come out on top. This is also an important day for another reason. It's Jojo Pion's 18th birthday, and Inspired tweeted out a little PSA about his mid laner. He's now available on the market of love. As he turns 18, and he's looking for his other half.
He's not annoying.
Yeah, I like the qualities. He's not annoying. That's being punctual. That's a big one for me. Fitness maniac. Love a fitness-minded human being.
Not messy.
And not a dog.
Not a household pet.
Not a household pet. And so rich soon. I mean, I like that. That's a promise.
Inspired is the wingman that we all need in life.
And he's a good video gamer. Like, all of that seems accurate. So there you have it. You can submit applications probably via that Twitter thread right there. Are you available on, what was it, the Market of Love? Are you on the Market of Love?
If Inspired gives me a tweet like that, of course.
Yeah, that's
as long as he builds my resume, I'm in too.
That's probably the new dating profile meta. Just like bullet points of just things. Just like
tiny little.
Not annoying.
Yeah, not annoying.
Hair.
Holds open doors. Yeah, exactly. All right. Now, before that match comes a face-off between Fnatic and Brazil's own Loud. So that's where we'll start here on the side of Loud. Just a refresher of their roster as they step onto the stage. So what a massive org. Have picked up wins in the tournament, very much in the conversation, and in a group that feels open for the second seed. And even the first, as you've kind of broken down, like they can do some damage here.
Overall, have played relatively well. Robo and Tanone's the most experienced on this roster. Brant's their rookie AD carry. Definitely looking to have a bigger performance at the end of the group stage.
Yep.
Flip side, let's take a look at Fnatic. This roster has been popping off. Of course, it's been 2 rosters, actually, that have gotten them to the record that they're at here, and that shouldn't be ignored either, Lyric. But with Hillsong stepping back in yesterday, they picked up plenty of wins. There was maybe a little bit of messiness in a couple of those games, but all in all, they still look solid and dominant.
Yeah, I feel like Fnatic have come in with like a really good meta read. You can see they understand their team identity well, kind of setting up for upset early on. Humanoid stepping up, having a huge performance so far. And then Razork still showing the same level of dominance performance that it showed over in their run in the LEC.
Yeah, taking a deeper look at Humanoid and his ability to pop off. We put a lot of focus on the North American mid laner and Jojo Pion. Humanoid probably putting up even better numbers.
Yeah, he's been absolutely insane. I mean, just the work he's been able to get done, it's been on different styles as well. He's played things like the Victor, which are more locked into that 1v1 playing in the mid lane. Had a huge LeBlanc game yesterday where he was all over the map.
Look at this.
And these numbers are absolutely insane. 854 DPM And again, he does have some victor games, but on his LeBlanc game yesterday, he was pretty much doubling everyone's numbers on the Rift as well. It's so nice to see Humanoid once again come to the international stage and deliver as he always has.
Yeah, and there was a lot of talk about him underperforming in the LEC, so we can also take a look at his stats here in the LEC and where those stacked up as well. So you can see he was actually a fairly lane-dominant player if you go to the fourth stat there, CSD at 14, which was pretty high, but he didn't necessarily pump out as much damage. Everything else was a little bit lower, and part of that is just, one, I think he is playing better. Two, I think the competition he's playing against, he's able to exert his laning prowess over these other guys, and then he's just getting so far ahead from that he's taking that power through the rest of the map.
Yeah, that's a set of statistics that is very scary to try and think of how to overcome, right, when it comes to the laning phase. But let's talk about Loud and how they might be able to do it. Bouncing back yesterday after falling to EG the day before. So what are the positive takeaways, Lyric, from their wins and how they're able to, get something on the board yesterday?
I feel like we've seen Loud use a lot of the strengths they had in CBLOL, like Robo coming in. He's had some really nice performances. They've been playing around him, giving him some resources, looking for dives. We've seen him go with solo kills. Remember Quickshot with the Rob's Day shout out when they were able to get that one. And I'm kind of impressed with how they're able to keep up that tempo in the mid game. They look for fights. You can see them rotating around the map, getting vision in the enemy jungle, constantly looking for the action. And it's kind of sadly for Loud, once we start getting past these stages where they have great team fighting, where it's like, okay, can they shore that up? That's when maybe they can be a little bit more dangerous.
They were really far ahead in that game.
They were.
That was looking good.
It was looking great.
What happened?
Yeah, then we saw Loud sadly end up throwing the game. They were trying to go for these plays on side lanes with Robo, wanting to use his advantage. But we saw, they can match these side lane plays, come out from EG, dedicate more members down. And I feel like for Loud, they try to go for a Hail Mary by having their other three-man core go for the Baron. But in my mind, they didn't even really have to be here at all. Robo could have backed off. They could start setting up vision on top side. And when you're looking to play side lanes, right, it's a push and pull. If you're going to have someone push so deeply in bot lane, you kind of need other members showing in mid, showing on top side. So EG can't just send everyone down to look for this kind of punish.
And then there's this.
Yeah.
They're a little low.
It is looking quite rough, especially when Ataric's just able to flash in like that. Get so much done with Inspired on the Maokai, but still, right? This is one mistake. Had this gone differently, I mean, heck, this could have been a Loud upset over EG.
Yeah. Right, and that's why we bring it up, right? Just kind of set up what this team is capable of, and with maybe one or two different decisions in the mid to late game, then they actually bring this one home to a victory.
Yeah, you would call that a throw, usually.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that was definitely a throw in my. I mean, they were making their way up like 3, 4, 5K gold lead. That was exactly what it was.
Well,
I just threw the Baron to you.
I actually disagree. I don't think that was a throw. You need to catch a throw, which you just failed to do. That was definitely a handoff. Here you go.
See?
Do
you see the difference?
There's a difference.
Yeah. There's a difference.
Yeah,
in this case, he was Loud.
Yeah.
I'm some other team.
We need to have tiers of what happens at Baron. Throws actually require, like, they were at 25% health, and a Maokai Taric got an instant double kill.
And they were just like, here you go, EG.
See?
Well, see, that would have been a little
That's a throw and a catch.
Toss,
just like that. Yeah, a toss. A Baron toss versus a throw. Okay, so let's talk about then what we'd like to see out of Loud specifically in this game to end up with a different result. I mean, first, actually, let me ask this question. Should they have the same approach that they had against EG, where they, build a composition and play in a way to build an early lead, and just be smarter about how they use that? Or is it actually pivot away, understanding that games are going to get to that point and have different tools available to you?
I mean, I think absolutely they should continue to take fights early and try and build early advantages. I think that's their best chance against Fnatic, and things do end up happening in the late game. I think you need to accept that as a risk. If they instead try and just think too much about what happens post 20 minutes, we've seen Humanoid will run over you. So they need to make sure, to me, that Tinones doesn't go down 30 CS to Humanoid, and then they can just try and play the mid-game out and hope for the best.
I feel like Loud have some good things going for them in this matchup, that Tin Owens, like, throughout his career, has just been this, like, an unbreakable brick wall in the mid lane. Like, he might not always dominate you, but it's really hard to find kills on him and find those advantages. We've even seen that here in play-ins. And we've seen Fnatic don't actually put a whole ton of attention up towards the top side, which Loud does do. So if they can get Wonder behind, start getting some gold onto Robo, maybe that's the recipe for success for them to find the win.
And Jet, just give me some final thoughts on Fnatic as we ran through all of the possible scenarios and how they are in total control of their own destiny. Win 2 here in the next 2 days. get that undefeated first seed out of the group. What would give you the confidence in a game here today in the way they play that they're going to do it? No questions asked.
Yeah, I just like throwing things around. The confidence for me actually would be a clean game from Hilly.
Okay.
Because Rux, if you were just looking at those 3 games, did look better than what Hilly did yesterday. He came straight off the plane. I want to see better synergy between him and Upset.
All right, well, that's our preview for the day here on day number 3 of play-ins. It's Fnatic, it's Loud, stepping onto the stage, and we're out to the arena for the call.
Com certeza, perder é muito ruim, é muito frustrante, mas não é como se a gente perdesse a vontade de ganhar ou a vontade de representar o Brasil. Com certeza vai voltar melhor pro stage.
I think you shouldn't underestimate any team. We just have to do our best.
What a fantastic finish for Fnatic.
Eu acho que eu, pelo menos, é o jogo que eu tava mais esperando jogar contra a Fnatic.
60% of the games are done. I feel confident that we'll manage to win the next 2 games.
Toma cuidado que a gente ainda pode surpreender vocês muito e a gente vai surpreender.
Khu vực với set mình mạnh là do họ có lối chơi hay đánh nhau ở giai đoạn đầu game.
For our wildcard team, Tiger Buffaloes is actually performing pretty well. We have a pretty similar styles as well.
Shogun is melting through Istanbul.
Em xem mắt hình đánh thì em vẫn chưa thấy điểm yếu của họ. Trong trận đấu sắp tới thì trận đấu giữa STB và mắt hình thì sẽ là một trận đấu rất là chuẩn.
We are still confident that we can beat the wildcard teams and come out of play-ins on top.
The Mad Lion, tear him to pieces.
I don't think one Buffalo can stand a chance against our pack of lions.
And it's absolute disaster for the Chief.
I think for every Oceania player who ends up actually playing in NA, they get a lot more flack than they deserve. It's like one of the reasons I want to beat EG more than any other team in my group. Now that we're like 0-2, it's a super important match.
On average, Oceanic players are not very good. My message to the Chiefs would be just try to have some fun for the last few games. You won't be here too long, so try to enjoy it while you can. Have a safe trip home.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking.
Hello and welcome everyone. We're back. It's still Worlds 2022. It's still play-ins day number 3. I'm Pastry. That's the Burger King. It's gonna be a fun ride.
Okay, I feel like Björkson already had the one.
No, no.
All right, we're sharing.
You've inherited the title.
Dane.
He's not here. You are.
I guess so. Well, there you have it. I take it. Thank you very much, Pastry. Happy to be here with you.
Oh, this is gonna be a banger, and we have a great way to kick things off. Loud versus Fnatic, our first matchup. Fnatic honestly looking, I mean, you're at the LSU, right? Better than expected?
I mean, I feel quite happy about it. Going into, well, play-ins, there was a lot of rumors about this roster in terms of how they're going to be performing, both behind the scene, but also, of course, with all the substitutions that had to come in. I feel like they've hit the Rift pretty hard, and the hardest, I think, the Death said it as well, Humanoid in that mid lane. He's been absolutely phenomenal. I think he's out for revenge. He got gapped against Larson in the mid lane when they were playing playoffs. He lost the Victoriana matchup on both sides of it. Now he's even bringing the Victor to Worlds, and he's looking absolutely still on it. You saw the mid lane stats.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. For me, so far the best performing player in play-ins. I think there are plenty of other players in that conversation, but very impressive for me watching Humanoid. On the other side, though, Loud, a team whose scoreline, I mean, it's kind of copium, but like does not reflect how well they've been playing. In fact, we heard the analyst desk go over the EG game. I would say like that result could have, should have, perhaps been quite different?
Potentially. And you know what? I'll throw it out there. On the first day of play-ins, I expected Loud to go 2-0. I actually really rated how fast they play the game. I believe that if you're a team that gets ahead in the first few 8 minutes of the game, you really put yourself into the mid game just because of how much value Herald is getting now, especially the second one as well. And with minor regions, there's the thing that the mid to late game is always the hardest for them to play. Like, some of them will have the hands to outdiff you in laning phase, but then when it comes to the brain and the thinking game afterwards, they will struggle a little bit. And I also think that's the disadvantage that Loud is finding themselves the hardest at this time around. One is containing Humanoid, the other one is playing the mid to late game against a team-fighting team like Fnatic as well.
Yeah, and obviously a team with plenty of synergy, plenty of coordination, plenty of experience together now that the band is all back together, and Hillsong back on the roster. Kicked things off in the way only he could yesterday, getting first blooded. We'll see if his fortunes change today, but Fnatic still undefeated alongside the rest of Europe here in play-in. We'll see how they do up against Loud.
So far with Loud, what makes them at least seem more comfortable had been the fact that they get easy team fighting, right? We're talking Amumu, we're talking Misfortune, you pair them up together. Great stuff from the bot lane as well. Brans on the Seraphine looked a little more uncomfortable. He's this 18-year-old AD carry who's just been having the split of his life, first split even, right? So of course that makes sense. But also seeing Tinones on the likes of Zoe, having comfort on your mid laner when he's going up against Humanoid is going to be quite pivotal.
Absolutely. As Victor even getting banned there, Humanoid not going to get his hands on that one. Kalista also taken away. Seraphine actually going to be showing some respect alongside Hecarim on the Fnatic side.
I think that's interesting, but I also think jungle champions, now that Hecarim has been taken away, kind of puts Graves or Croc at least up in higher priorities. Early jungler to skirmish with. Croc likes to be aggressive. He's also one of the catalysts for the early game to succeed, and especially for Loud, who has tendency, despite having a really good bot lane, to play for solo laner and especially Rob up in that top lane.
Yeah, and I think if we can look at Fnatic and be like, where is maybe the place you can get ahead? I mean, in general, people always cite the early game because it's kind of the most controllable part of the game. But Fnatic have been a little loose in some of their early game and mid-game decision-making. So if the windows are given to Loud, they can capitalize.
I'll throw it out there. They've been inting some of their early games. You're very kind about it. I'll show you. I think Wunder, you saw it against Detonation Focus Me, had a bit of oopsies there. They're trying things out. They're feeling themselves. They're still strong in the mid to late game, but for sure you would like to see them iron out some of the mistakes that we have seen in the early game. But then again, you had subs come in, you had different players, new voices, different voices come in, and that's most likely what caused some of these issues. But for now, with Aatrox being up and available, that's of course what Loud is going to default to with Robo in that top lane.
Yeah, Wunder going to feel pretty comfy with the counter pick, knows it's coming. This is kind of a trade that's happened a lot. Haven't seen that much Caitlyn come through, and upsets Caitlyn feels very scary.
I love that, and there's so much versatility that they can do with this Caitlyn down in the bot lane in Europe. They were the first one to bring out the Caitlyn Renata composition as well, where you could just hit your Q Renata. Upset doesn't have to hit the trap, just throw it down, and then Hylissang will drag it over on that trap afterwards, which this is one of the lanes we've already seen EG bring out with, at least with a Caitlyn. You have to take control of the bot lane. This is your win condition in the early game where you get pressure, you get plating, and you start rotating an AD carry who's ahead of the gold around the map to win your trade. So it's quite pivotal that Fnatic gets this bot lane going now at least.
Yeah, Sejuani also been very popular, been banned quite a lot as well, so happy flex here for Fnatic to take, although expecting it for Wunder. I feel like this happens a lot. I mean, Silas is very good, don't get me wrong, but I feel like people are also just terrified of Humanoid Silas.
Yeah, it's a good takeaway pick, and honestly, on 3 here as well, if you're not looking to secure your AD carry like Misfortune, Trundle would be a good shout as well, because no matter where that Sejuani is going to go, you would have at least the ultimate to take care of it. But he's going to handshake that, assassin matchup in the mid lane and say, you know what, I'll pick the Akali into your Silas. Take that one away from me, I got you another one.
So I said Humanoid has been the player that has so far impressed me the most at Worlds here at play-in. The other player you threw out when we had this conversation was, of course, Zeka, who's been incredible on Akali specifically. So kind of fun to now see one of the other champions de jure of the mid lane in the hands of one of the best performing players.
Absolutely. I think for Humanoid as well, this is just showing a very different style in terms of champions you're able to bring out. The first champion was Victor, second was Silas. Now you're bringing out the Akali as well. We've even seen the LeBlanc too, so just such a big ocean coming through with the champions already.
And every lane, as you saw from stats, if you're paying attention at the top of show, has been pretty ridiculous, so we'll see how it happens here. Luck's still going to get banned away. Perhaps even that Renata that you highlighted also taken away, wanting to try to take the sting out of whatever Hylissang will play here.
There's quite a few things you can go for. You can still go for the full send and then pick Leona as a takeaway on 4.
I'm here for that.
Yeah, for sure. so they don't get the misfortune with the Leona. It does leave the Amumu open, and I think that's really what they're looking for from the side of Loud. They want more team fighting tools. Right now, they have good damage, but they lack solid engage, and that solid engage will probably have to come from Seosh in that support position. So let's see how it rounds out. Fiora, though, has been left open, and Wunder is actually going to take that. This creates a very interesting dimension already from Fnatic, because usually with the Caitlyn, you want to give her all the resources, but when you have a champion like Fiora as well, you don't mind giving her resources as well, and this can create points of attack from Loud at least, where Fnatic won't be able to bandage all the positions they sometimes would have been able to if it had just been bot lane they needed to prioritize.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of power in the top side. It's also Sejuani plus 2 melees, even though Akali operates quite a bit differently. But still plenty of synergy here, and you have to think a pretty self-sufficient bot lane. The Amumu is here. This is what we expected. Of course, that's what Fnatic expected as well.
Yeah, I think there's two things that Croc could look to go for here in terms of the team fighting they love. Either it's the Wukong, we see him default to it, although it's not as prominent as other junglers, it's comfort. And I think what really makes sense here is that Trundle as well, getting it into the Sejuani, taking away the resistance. But in terms of champions that has also made the tree! Exactly. The moment on the world stage so far, it is the tree, and of course been very prominent in the jungle.
You were, I think, the first...
I love the tree.
You were the first tree enjoyer of the broadcast.
I mean, Maokai, ever since he was just playing in that top lane, he's so satisfying to watch. His attack speed when last hitting minions, it's superb. But also just in terms of what he does for a team, he gives you so much intel just by throwing away saplings. You don't have to face check. You create zones where you don't have to be worried about flanks. And when you're playing into the likes of the team composition Fnatic has, where there could be a flanking Sejuani, could be a flanking Akali, well, these are great tools to have when you're facing up against them.
Yeah, definitely a fun one here. I think, again, to your point, Lad have assembled pretty straightforward team fight. As we've seen, Maokai is very powerful if you get to kind of a stable mid to late game around objectives, as you mentioned, but also just in general team fighting. Getting there, of course, is going to be the problem with Wunder's Fiora and Humanoid's Akali.
Yeah, Fnatic's comp is a bit interesting to me because it's not usually what you would expect a Caitlyn to be in here, right? I think you could definitely have seen other things like the Tristana or Kai'Sa. Braum is picked up because it's a good response into Misfortune. You block away her ultimate. You can do the same with Maokai. And it feels like Fnatic had an idea going into it, but then on red side, they decided to say, you know what? We're not going to default to something that fulfills our composition completely. We're going to default to something that pairs very well into the composition you guys have generated.
Yeah, definitely some win lane, win game energy out of Fnatic's draft in this one. And again, you have to think they're feeling very confident in their hands, feeling very confident in their ability to lane. Certainly, we've seen it from mid lane, but Upset has also been very good, even though his laning has been fine. Like, I think Upset's weirdly just been, like, very good, but not very loud.
I mean, I think you have to give it to him because he's been playing with 2 different supports over the course of the days, and honestly, you couldn't tell a difference in terms of the playstyle he's bringing, right? I mean, quite often, bot lanes are defined by not only just the AD carry, but who they're paired up with. That's why we so often talk about the greatest as a bot lane duo and not just a singular person. But Upset, for sure, leaving his mark. I mean, it's the first time he's finally here at the World Championship, and so far, he's been making the most of it.
Yeah, definitely scared to see what Fnatic bring to bear up against Lad, and they're already off to the races. We're just vibing in the mid-rush here.
Oh,
Run, my friend.
Yep. Well, they didn't find anyone. Pack it
well.
up. We'll take it. We're going home.
Back we go. Back to the fountain.
And on the other side of the map, no aggressive intel has been garnered. Usually when you see so many people walking on the bot side, you want to move up to the top side, just to drop a ward potentially if you're allowed to do so. This time around, that's not going to be the case. Robo doesn't win level 1, so as soon as he sees Wunder, he kind of skadoodles out of there.
Makes sense. Also wants to keep running, keeps his back against the wall. Vital just barely missed by Wunder, and Robo is going to be just fine walking back home.
I'm curious to see if Robo actually started either to try and see if he wanted to go over the wall and then accidentally did not connect with it over the wall. I may be wrong, but it just looked awkward, him standing around just for a little second there. But both junglers will be starting on the top side. They will be making their way down to the bottom side of the map. For the side of Loud, you have playmaking potential. For the side of Fnatic, makes sense. You have that Caitlyn and Wunder. We've seen a lot of top laners do this. You just kind of come around, see whatever poke damage you can get down, really get the intel as well. The enemy jungler is starting here, and then, yeah, you're just done.
Yeah, Maokai, not the speediest of junglers, so pretty safe for Wunder just to walk in there. Also, there is a control ward right of mid, by the way. Humanoid actually got a ward kill off of it, so it has a tiny bit of XP, which could matter at level 2, but Akali early levels isn't that impressive, let's say. So, curious to see who got that ward, but we'll see how much of a difference it makes in the early game here, especially tracking Razok and Croc in their early paths.
Yeah, Wonders decided to go for the grasp of the Undying of Fiora. And so far, that's a really good decision when you're playing into the Aatrox matchup. Quite often, you'll see Conqueror played as well, but it's way better into tanks because you'll actually have the time to get that procced up. Whereas with Grasp of the Undying, you don't actually want to take too many extended trades with Aatrox in the early game. You just want to leave your Mytal and then kind of get out of there.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of this matchup yet, mostly actually because the Fiora players are eating bans in the first phase of draft. So we've talked at length about Aatrox and how he's so easy to blind pick, so powerful, so generally strong in the meta. We've been kind of waiting, like, hey, what's the best Aatrox kind of pick? Probably Fiora, just doesn't get through that often. So Fnatic jumping at the opportunity here, and Wonder should be very comfortable in this early laning stage.
Especially because he knows that the enemy jungler is pathing down towards that bot side, right? He got the intel from the get-go that he's going down, and that just allows you to play so much more aggressive. You don't have to get these early wards down if you're feeling it. He's done it anyway, because, you know, he doesn't want to risk full clear blue side into a top lane gang. But now you can just crash the wave, you can recall, you can try and harass even further. And I love this three-way point of view. We don't get this in Europe, so this is one of the few things that I'm like, man, get it, LEC.
All right, well, there's Croc. Gonna go ahead and kill that control ward that was placed very early on. Gonna go take this crab as well, though Razok is in the area. Tank battle? I think I trust Sidwani. Oh, Croc's not having a good time at all. Also, Fnatic's bot lane is moving. Has to smite the crab early. In a spot of bottom, the crab goes down, but now Croc still low alongside Razok, but Hillisang also in trouble. Razok still taking damage. I think Loud have got it. They have. It's first blood over, but the donation's complete. Tinunzo zooms in for a second, and the third could be on the table. Upset gonna get just that under his own turret. No, he'll barely live.
2 for 1 in favor of Loud. They're starting out very aggressive, and it all comes from the two junglers just 1v1ing each other. Love to see this from Loud. We already talked about they are a team that's reliant of getting ahead in that early game, and picking up 2 kills already here from the get-go is super good, especially when it's down towards the bottom side of Fnatic.
Yeah, a couple of assists. Razok got 1 kill there as well for Fnatic, as fight in the top lane. Robo with a nice chain. Wonder maybe going to have to go ahead and walk it off, although it does have a potion cooking, so should be okay. Interestingly, Loud only with a 500 gold lead, but they'll take it. Like you said, any early game is going to be good for them.
And this is also how Humanoid has been playing the game so far in most of this series. He actually doesn't move whenever these skirmishes are coming around. This time around, he wasn't really allowed to either, but he prioritizes having the good laning phase, and now with the 2 junglers around that mid lane, Croc just allowing Tinons to get that crash in.
Yeah, I think Humanoid hoping that the enemy jungler wasn't there. Croc is, so Tinon's going to be just fine here covering. To your point, though, Humanoid has been building big CS leads and is mostly playing a bit more selfishly in the lane. To his credit, he's played very well with
He's done well with the resources, yeah, for sure.
So I can't blame him too much there, but just going to go ahead reverse this wave. Tinon's get a bullet just outside of turret range and be happy here in the melee versus melee matchup.
Yep, so replay coming through once again. Initially, this looks really good for Razok, and we hold it for a second. You can see it in the picture-in-picture. They may be looking for a gang, but not having the intel, no, backing off. But yeah, it's the fact that we see first moves from the mid lane as well. It's the fact that you have that Maokai passive keeping you alive. And when you get that extra sustain to play around with, that just means that Fnatic health bar, they're just going down. While from the side of Loud, they're kind of going up, and that just allows them to go for these longer extended team fights, which is really not good for Fnatic.
Yeah. Upset definitely a little lucky to get away. Tinons couldn't quite find the chain on the stun. France did also burn his flash, so it could be something that Razok could maybe look to exploit at a later date. But for now, things just settling down. Loud will take the early lead, but it's not all that much. Mid lane, no, could be problems. Great stun to set up. Humanoid, though, I think just in Shroud range. And Razok here to cover again.
Yeah, you can see it. Humanoid should be hitting level 6 in a bit. Yeah, there he hits it, but does not connect with it. So what he tried to do there is that he wanted to fight Tinons while the minion wave was there, get the AoE, get the level 6 while Tinons is not expecting it. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. And props to Croc, who's really just been at the right time, at the right location every single time so far.
Yeah, great coverage there for Croc. Even going to hang out in mid lane, maybe pull the wave, as Tinons doesn't have TP. Bottom side, we see no vision here. It's Hillisang and Razok pairing up for a potential dive, but going to back away from that play.
I just want to talk more about it. So far, this is a very successful early game for Loud.
Oh, yeah.
This is what we saw from them when they were playing the CP LoL. This is why they're so difficult to play against. I wrote down in my notes that one of the things that makes Loud so good is the fact they're willing to be so aggressive. One of the worst things that haunts Loud is the fact that they're willing to be so aggressive. It's a double-edged sword that they have in their repertoire, but so far it's what made them win so much in the CB LoL, and I'd love to see them continue with that playstyle as well moving into play-ins, because there's no need for you to kind of change what made you good. You might as well just continue with your own style and see how far that can get you.
All right, Well, Tinon's going to go ahead and scoop this wave up. Humanoid now level 7, so staying in mid even gets him a pretty decent XP advantage as well, being a level up. Robo also feeling comfier now in the later levels, despite Wunder still having that CS lead. Once again, a battle for the crab. Razok in trouble, only level 5. Humanoid here, though. Stolen ulti out of Tinon's. Robo roaming down first. Razok just going to be left for dead. Very nice play out of Loud.
And it's just simple, right? They just have mid lane priority. They just have top lane priority. So they move in for the crab. And really a little bit of a blunder from Razok as well, just not acknowledging and respecting the fact that his enemy has to move.
Nicely done there. Loud once again, keeping the gold ahead. Not too far ahead again. Credit to the Soul Laners for keeping the CS high. Makes the gold lead much more manageable than it otherwise would have been if Loud were laning a little bit better. But again, part of the reason they're even getting ahead is how well they're moving together. And we'll see if Fnatic can maybe dial back a little bit. Like you said, they've been a little bit loosey-goosey in the early games.
And that's so interesting because it used to be one of the, suits of Fnatic where you're like, the early game, that's the big strength, that's where you're looking. But so far, that hasn't really been the case. I think it's true for Humanoid. But outside of that, rest of Fnatic has still really to find that form that they're so reminiscent of. Now, Rift Herald has been spawned, but because that top skirmish went so well earlier, all of that control is just in the favor of Loud. So it wouldn't surprise me now that top lane crashes that you just see Croc move into that Rift Herald and starting up.
Yeah, going to move down with Robo as well. Makes sense. Also, they know Humanoid's taking a reset, doesn't have TP either, so this is easy for Loud to walk over and go ahead and take. Wunder also pretty low, so can't really contest. Razok in the area, maybe thinking about it, but I think just going to have to get the info. Now spotted on a sapling as well. This will be a very nice, simple Rift Herald take for Loud.
Yeah, and even risking the steal isn't worth it. You die getting the Rift Herald, well, no one can pick it off from your team, and the enemy will just straight beeline it down to Drake, so you're just going to have to respect the fact bot lane get aggressive.
Bot lane 2v2, Hillsong even with the Unbreakable up is very breakable. Seos landing the bandage shots on top, but it's going to force the flash out of Upset.
There you have it. The Loud bot lane showing up, and this is why they were so feared in their own regional qualifiers. Or their playoffs, rather, of course, since they won it. But Brands and Seosh, they've just been so potent, and seeing them once again on the Amumu and Misfortune, you don't have to make it hard. It's so easy to pull off, get the CC, get the ultimate, and lay that bullet time on top of it.
Yeah, nice little ward as well from Seos. Catches Razok moving in to try and cover for Upset if he was going to get dove. Unlikely to happen, but still like Seos getting the intel there, and Razok at least trying to be in the area. Obviously too late because this play already happened.
Yeah, and I mean, all the way back to the drafting phase, Fnatic decided to go for a Caitlyn very early into the rotation. They saved last pick for their support. It ended up being this Braum, and you can see how it kind of works with this shield against the Misfortune ultimate. It kind of spares Upset a lot here when it finally comes out. Wait for it. Oh, he's just CC'd through all of it, so there's actually none of it getting blocked there, and it forces Upset to get out of this situation afterwards with the flash as well. So great stuff from Loud, and once again, a little bit of a wacky draft. Oh my lord! You gotta love it!
Here's one I prepared earlier. Brands with a nice little flex on the bottom side, 2v2.
Man, you gotta love that. I genuinely love seeing personality coming through as well. Especially from these guys. Tino's now aggressive in the mid lane.
Odalus, hello. That
yeah,
was
hit that
quite nice. Ulti 2 ready. Gotta wear off the old plating as Razok's here to cover as well. So no incoming dive, but still Tino staying proactive in the lane.
And it still does so much for them. Herald down in mid lane. You have the move under Drake afterwards if that's what you're looking for. So many things going right for them.
Top lane looks a little troublesome. I think Robo's going to be okay. Plates crash in mid. Gold over to Tinons and Croc, which is always nice. And the Kraken Slayer is done for Brants. So after the races here for Loud, continuing to grow that gold lead. I mentioned it was about 500 before, but now over 1,000 is Robo. We're going to take that Wunder. You better flash. Get himself out of there.
So many fires all over this Fnatic rosters right now, and Loud, they're just excelling. We see it from the 2v2 in isolation. We see it from the 1v1 in isolation of top lane. These guys from Fnatic, they're just straight up getting gapped. No one's coming in here with the team play. This is just the raw skill showing from Loud, contesting Fnatic.
Yeah, we saw they got the Herald earlier. We've seen a lot of late dragons so far in Worlds, but this is a nice one to get your hands on. Easy for Loud to take here with the pressure that bot and mid already have. Humanoid is rotating down. Razok's here as well, but Croc, the tanky tree with flash, very unlikely to be a threat here. Good slow from Brants as well. Razok going to try and get in there, but the ulti just a whiff. They're out of Hillsong.
Yeah, you're forced to burn the flash from Brands, but in the big picture, you're super happy about the situation you still have from Loud here. You get the objective, got a few platings in the mid lane. You have so much priority to work around with.
Love this play here. Flash ulti out of Razok. Knows that Brands just burnt the flash. Hillsong setting it up. He's 2 steps ahead. Sales with the watch there. Now the bullet time gonna turn it back around. Sales barely gonna but the double kill comes through for Brands.
And it looked good for Fnatic, but immediately Croc comes around, shot down their dreams, their homes, and ends up with a double kill for Brands with a double up on the Misfortune Q.
Gotta be careful. Robo still fighting Wunder here as well. And Loud just continuing to get further ahead. Call it 2,000 gold ahead now, plus an Infernal Dragon to boot. Make those stats even better, even though it isn't reflected directly in the gold. And Brands, the young Brazilian superstar, set up for success in this game against Fnatic.
Wakey, wakey, Fnatic. Loud, they're here to play. And they've shown it so far as well. You can see it, bot lane priority now with the 2v2 coming through allows Seosh to move around on the map, maybe to potentially influence the top side of the map, and they can do this freely. There's no objective to be taken on the bot side.
Riposte used, Wunder gonna get hit as well by the Q, but Seosh not able to find the angle. No ulti either, no flash from Amumu. They're tricky to lock it down, but I love the roam. Again, just continuing to apply pressure. This is kind of what you were saying, right? Where Loud in some of their games, they haven't been able to freely move around the map as much as they did domestically. This game, however, lots of fluid movement here as everyone's helping each other lane.
And the big thing for Fnatic, or the big thing that for Loud essentially is that Fnatic has no way of striking back. You don't have no bot lane priority to skirmish with. Mid lane is not able to have the first move. And with top lane being pushed in, shoved up with Wunder, this is a big wave. Just seeing Croc here while he's recalling might force him to back off it.
All right, well, overload here for Fnatic as well. Razok back down to the bottom lane. His Upset's going to at least get 1 plate, going to make it 2, actually. 30 seconds until they dip away. So Upset trying to mine as much gold as he can out of the turret, but still at a deficit here. You can see not quite 1,000 gold ahead for Brands in the individual gold matchup.
Finally forced to walk up a little bit. You can see Croc on the reset, had to come down and assist his bot lane, but did allow Fnatic at least to get some control of the red side, get a few jungle camps, but even then, spotting Razok on the bot side, Robo is there to answer immediately. He takes away the red buff on the top side.
That's a show of force if I've ever seen one.
Most certainly.
And also Rift Herald up in 45 seconds. I have to think that's the next place Loud want to play. Loud just barely ahead as far as turret plates go, but those kills really boosting that gold nice and early here as Loud lining up for their next 5v5, which should be an absolute banger given how things have been going.
Yeah, and you can see how this is actually going to threaten the rotations of Fnatic as well, because Croc was on the bot side and bot lane was pushing in with Sheos and Brands. Hylissang still had to walk down towards the bot lane because Loud could, technically speaking, look for a gank and just come in with a dive. But that also now allows them to move up towards the top side afterwards because they had to push in. Now they get to come through with resets before Fnatic, and they can get that first priority on Rift Herald. So it's just very fluid movements that we're seeing from Loud at the same time.
Yeah, it seems like they've, kind of, makes sense throughout a tournament like this, especially lots of practice, lots of footage to review. Loud is kind of potentially hitting a stride in this game. We'll see how the mid game continues, but so far so good. The Herald's now up. Vision looking good as well, as Brands is going to go ahead and clean out this wave.
Okay, so this is definitely a window that was missed from inside of Loud, because as they moved up to Rift Herald initially, they would definitely just been able to take it before the rest of Fnatic got there. They expected a counter dive themselves, and because of that put resources on the bot side, which now allows Fnatic to get freely out of the map. So I definitely think this was a little bit of a window that was missed, but now you might try to just contest them on the 2 versus 3 on the bot side for that initial play that Fnatic was so scared of.
Yeah, now Razok with it here. Humanoid deep TP, he's been unleashed. Going for it now is Hilly going to try and lock up Brands. That's a great target to get. Shuriken flip lands. That's all you're going to need.
But you give the shutdown over to Hylissang. You have a Caitlyn who wants the goal. You have the Akali who wants to get ahead of the curve. And unfortunately, in a 3 versus 1, Hylissang picks up that kill.
Also, Herald going to go over to Razok as well. Fnatic going to win both sides of the Rift off the back of Humanoid's TP. Wunder fighting Robo. TP coming in. They've actually given up the objective. Now they're just going to fight. Razok getting knocked up there, but here comes Tinones. Steals the ulti. Sails around the back. There we go. Curse of the Sad Mummy is popped, and Robo's going to get the kill. Razok getting flashed after. Tinones already popped the Sedge ult. He hijacked as well, but here's Tinones once again to lock him up for the second. And the Sejuani might be tanky, but it's not enough for Robo.
And that is that first move from Sheosh on the Amumu as well. They spot them on the bot side. They say, you know what? We get man advantage on top side. Wunder gets aggressive together with Razok. Problem is, they've already committed their play on bot side. League of Legends, essentially it's a turn-based game. You already used your turn. You can't use the next play while it's Loud who has to move on top.
And we'll see what happens to the Herald. Currently still in the neutral zone. Looks like Dragon the next port of call here for Loud. Upset of note did also get the first tower of the game off the back of the bottom side play. So extra gold for the Caitlyn, which is good news for Fnatic. But Loud still feeling comfy, still have that gold lead they've been sitting on for most of this early game. Gonna get their second Dragon as well. And we'll imagine teams are gonna flip and reset for this Herald.
Yeah, potentially. But there also is just a window now for Fnatic to say, okay, at least we can get objective finally. Because when this Drake goes down, they already have their AD or their top laner on the bot side. TP is almost up for him, so I expect with the push in top side, yes, Fnatic, you see it here. They are just starting off for the Rift Herald. They should get this for themselves.
Right, no TPs left. Robo gonna have to play carefully here. Very much on the weak side right now. Waves building in a decent spot. Humanoid's gonna start harassing. Seos here to cover, which you love to see. But they know the Herald's taken now. Ace at the hole over the top. Robo just getting harassed from everywhere. But there's no wave left, and Robo's getting damage done. Anyone else coming? No, it's just defensive play here. But they dodge the ulti. Very slick feet there out of Robo.
That's my Hylissang right there. He does not care about that turret. He's going under it, and he's getting out alive. Did not even have any flash foot. So close to be a situation where he just straight up runs it on the tower, but gets out alive. Now with resets on top side, maybe potentially forget that mid lane off Loud, but we see it here on the top side. It's Fnatic getting aggressive with Wunder and Razork, and if it's a 2 versus 1 against Robo, yeah, sure, that makes sense, but the real MVP of this play, well, that is Sheos on the Amumu, finding the Fiora into the curse of the Sand Mummy, and it's just done and dusted afterwards.
Nicely done. Razork flashes, flash follow, and an easy cleanup here as Silas roams around the backside.
We'll get there eventually. Whee! The nose. Yep, there we have it.
Robo collecting all the gold as well. Feeling pretty good.
Gap as well. It's the only bot gap we got on the arms.
Top gap, bot gap.
Oh, and you can see it there.
That's very giftable.
Yep.
Have to have that one again. Robo in trouble. Humanoid always the menace in the side lane. Plus 600 for the man.
And you need a man to show up. And we talked about him. He comes in. Greatest showman alive. Humanoid in the mid lane. On the Akali finally picking up that shutdown. And it gives them some breathing room, but they certainly need more of that.
Hilly getting CC'd up by Seos. There's Curse of the Sad Mummy. Knows the rest of the team's here. Flash W there for Croc. Ulti out as well. Upset though. Firing away, but it's kind of a pea shooter at this point. There's enough damage there. As Croc in trouble. Still alive. Malco, man. He cannot be killed. He's too tanky, but not tanky enough as Seos flashes out. Brandt's out of there as well. Lets the bullet time rip, but Wunder dashes out of the way. Now Tinones hijacks the Sejuani, or perhaps as a follow-up, but it doesn't look like it.
1-for-1 support for jungler, but it gets a bit messy in the mid game, and we've talked about that a lot. This is where, as fans of Loud, we want to see them contain the pressure that Fnatic has. These minor regions, when they're playing against the major regions, the biggest weakness every time has been the fact that the macro in the mid to late game is faltering, and they throw away some of the games. But in the top side, Humanoid just sees Robo, and he just instantly recognizes that's a kill. Robo does not have any of mind the kid right now, and he just shreds through him. Easy shutdown for Humanoid to pick up.
And this one here, Hilly over a ward, trying to clear it alongside Razork, but where did Razork go? Went home.
Had that empowered recall with the Rift, of course, Josh. Yeah, just throws it in there. He's expecting a reset to come through from Hylissang. You can see him with the Glacial and with the 2 charges on the Q. He's able to contain him there for so long. But what's really crucial as well is that last Winter's Bite on Croc, allowing Upset to get the stun into the trap, into the kill, with Humanoid finally having a move from the top lane.
Yeah, Wunder also TP'd in for that play, but blew a couple flashes on the back end of it, so worth in the end. Tower's still not taken for Lau, but they've got a couple weak in bot, mid, and top, actually, to try and farm some money out of. Wunder in trouble.
Needs to be careful here. Humanoid does have that teleport, but I think he should just forfeit this objective. At least this is good butt pressure from the side of Loud, but in the mid lane, Fnatic come through with a response.
Brandt's in trouble. Flashed on there by Razork, but now kiting out of the way. Should be okay. Now going to get somebody to set, but there's no follow-up there. Brandt's already low. Just a Razork in the 1v1. Brandt's going to go down. No, he's going to take out the enemy jungler instead. Has to get out, hiding in the Ocean Brush with the rest of the team's going to reinforce. Wunder in there, though. Humanoid diving in, but Brandt gets the kill. Loud have turned it back around.
And Shelly dives into second tier turret. Who cares? What happened in the fight? 4 members ends up going down for Fnatic. Baron is up and available. And now they're just going to prance right over there. Brands to lead the charge. 5 members still standing.
It's too hypey. We broke the overlay. It'll be back to worry about it, but Loud back on Baron after taking 4. Losing 1, perhaps none. We'll have to find out later, because Loud rocketing ahead in this mid game.
And this is so good for timing as well. You can pick up the Baron, you can get research through instantly. You have a Drake that's spawning in less than 1 minute, 30 seconds to be precise. You can try to set up some fights for that. Should this setup be there?
Great team fight there for Loud. You said it, burden of execution fairly straightforward, but Brance living on a pixel in that play. As we return things back to normal, 4,000 gold in change on the Rebel Baron power play.
And I mean, huge credit to Seosh as well, right? We said that you have to contain Humanoid in these fights, and that's not only in the laning phase, that's also him in a team fight, because that's where he's really been able to leave his mark as well with the gold leads he's acquired. But this time around, he shot him down immediately, found the Q, found the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and Branch just equalizing that immediately, taking him down. So great stuff from the side of Lau, finally taking down tier 1 in the mid lane. Have to set up for the Drake, but they're going to continue on with the push.
Yeah, remember when I said they didn't have any towers? That's actually kind of a good thing now, because this Baron's going to make it very easy to take out these objectives. The amount of gold they're going to have off the back of this Baron, assuming nothing goes pear-shaped, is going to be very impressive. But they'll fall back to Dragon, put themselves on Soul Point, Ocean Soul nonetheless. Fnatic just trying to split and buy time. You can see Humanoid in the top lane. He's just going to vibe because there's not much else to do right now.
Yeah, and it's looking so good for Loud in terms of taking over the map. Yeah, they give over a tier 2 turret potentially to Humanoid. I don't think he's in a position to actually take it. They've been smart about it. They've put Robo back. And now, the question is, how much are they going to overextend their welcome here? How long do they want to make a play before they commit to resets? So far, they're still feeling themselves. They have ultimates on the Maokai. They have ultimates on the Amumu. If they want to threaten a dive or potential siege here, they can still commit to it.
Yeah, no TP either for Humanoid, who does walk back, but Robo does have his and still Baron, and the top outer turret still up, so bit of easy money to take down the top side for Loud. They are going to be patient in their siege. You know Fnatic are looking for an angle.
Continues with the Baron buff. Robo as well on the top side, finally able to take care of some of these turrets you were addressing earlier. Fnatic though, have a move if they want to look for it. They find an upset.
Ulti stolen by Tinoans, let it rip there again. Maokai covering there, but now they're counter-engaged. Humanoid the problem, but he's gonna get taken down! The peel is perfect out of Loud, and here comes Robo joining in for the 5v4.
They just continue with this high-pressure gameplay from the side of Loud. Robo still fancying himself.
Amumu? Alright, we're just getting in there. Brant's a little low, doesn't really want to stick around for the extended fight, but the rest of the squad wants it. Tinoan straight into the backline onto upset. Robo took out Wunda. Loud are doing it, man. Croc is low, but he is not out, and this might be an ace on the table out of the Brazilians. Crowd's going insane, and they should be.
Fnatic are getting absolutely kaboomed by Loud right here, and they're going to continue with the Baron buff on the bot side. Death time still fairly low. We are 24 minutes into the game, but they're going to continue the siege on at least the inhibitor.
This is a very nice Baron power play, breaking the bottom mid right as time runs out. 3 minutes till the soul is up. There is not much left in this game as far as Loud's concerned.
And it was Tinoans back in the day that did this against the Lions. Back on the infamous Kaboom roster, and he's continuing the trend at internationals for Brazil to be a thorn in the side of Europe. And my God, you have to commend so many of the members of Loud, because sure thing, it's a team effort. Great team fighting coming through. But already from the laning phase, they've been able to completely hand their Fnatic. We saw it from the top side, we saw it from the bot side. And let's have a look at this play once again.
Again, just containing Humanoid, being so patient here.
Exactly. Starts up well, they get a pick on Upset, and it actually looks a bit disastrous because they're throwing so much into Hylissang, just tanking all of it off. But once again, it's Humanoid diving in there and just getting completely picked apart by all the CC that you have. There is so much lockdown, despite there even being a Trial Shroud, it's just not going to be enough. And the big one here is Robo, who just still fancies himself, sees so much. Seosh initially gets a bit too much in there, but it sets up the rest of his team to just continue with the team fight and pile it all down.
I would love to hear the comms for this particular dive. I bet it was extremely decibel breaking.
And surely able to be shown on broadcast with no swear words whatsoever.
No review or censorship required. That's about what I expected, actually.
Oh, and yeah, just yell at them, give it to them, you know? Yeah, show it all. Give me the raw emotion as well. It's the thing I really miss in esports. You know, I really want people, whenever you get that solo kill, to just let them know. Get the mental edge as well. Humanoid finding an in-game edge here as well, potentially.
It's weak. Hello, Robo. Casually 1v1ing Humanoid there in mid lane. 6-1 and 2 on the very large Aatrox. Also has a stopwatch still unbroken. So plenty of playmaking to be had. A Dragon in a minute 25 if they even need it.
Getting all fired up quickly. Stopped as well by the Unbreakable Shield there, but Loud, they continue with the map pressure. And it's not just the map pressure that Fnatic has to be worried about, it's the fact that they don't have access to Drake right now. It's such a long walk for them. With still 1 minute to go, Loud can just look to reset, they can look to get aggressive with the bot side vision. The only thing that's going to be interesting now is how do they approach the fact that both Baron and Dragon is going to be on the map at the same time, because that throws an extra variable in, and this is where the macro will have to come in play by Loud.
And that's a great point, because again, we highlighted it. The mid game has been where we feel like Loud in particular have faltered in some of their earlier games. They certainly could have been 2-0, perhaps 3-0.
But I'll just say it right now. There is absolutely no way that Loud should be throwing this away. They've been completely manhandling Fnatic, and they should be able to continue with the amount of pressure they've forced on them so far.
And that's the impressive part, because this game, they've done it all correct. It feels like they had their early game, they've continued to extend it in the mid game. They have been just right, let's say, in continuing to apply pressure and find fights. Even now, Robo, the solo zoning them away. 15 seconds to kill. Might as well push the waves as far up as you can and then fall back to the easy. Soul Cumino trying to make the play in mid. Again, Robo has the stopwatch. I said it earlier. Cumino just straight up losing again in the 1v1. Here's Tin Owns, but now trouble again. But Aatrox, so much healing. Cumino into the stasis, but he's just going to be killed. Make it 2 for Loud, easy as you please.
It is pure desperation for Fnatic, and Loud, they're just picking up freebies on the map. With Fnatic running into them, Loud accepting it with open arms. And now 5 members still standing. 3 members of Fnatic. This should be the beginning of the end.
We're going for the end. We don't even need it. The Ocean Soul, man. We've got a super down in bottom side. We're breaking mid. We're ignoring the in-hip. We're going for a 5v3. Fnatic gonna finally be handed a loss as Loud. Looking so good here to open up day 3. Still needs a little bit more work, but again, the damage should be done. The wallet dip is there, and the crowd goes wild. Loud. Take down Fnatic.
Take it in. Boys, Loud finding themselves in a very good position in this group, suddenly sitting at a 2-2, and what a way to do it. What a team to do it against, as well taking into the context of how dominant Fnatic was on the first 2 days. Loud now removing that page from Fnatic's book.
What are the 2 things we said? Clean up your mid game, contain Humanoid. What did Loud do?
They had it all. They understood the assignment and much more. That is A+ grades coming through from all of them. And it's just not one member stepping up from Loud. It's all of them. And it's just beautiful League of Legends.
One of the most impressive Amumu support games I've seen. There we go again.
Brett
knows what's up.
Get it permanently engraved.
Hey, now there's a move they can get behind.
Let him know forever.
Oh, they let him know.
That is a butt gap right there. Brands, 18 years old, came into his first competitive year, was subbed in mid-split. The Wonder Boy from Brazil.
Looking pretty good up against no easy competition in Upset and Hillsong. Like I said, for a melee support champion with like one good CC ability that isn't his ultimate, Seos made that Amumu work.
Yeah, they did. But let's be real here as well. Fnatic, disrespectful preparation. The draft you went for here, you had a game plan with the Caitlyn in the beginning, and then you said, you know what, we don't need a good team comp. Let's just lane diff them. Let's pick the Fiora into Aatrox. Let's have the Braum that just disengages the Amumu and Misfortune. That never happened, and when you fell behind in the early game, you did not have a way to come back. So Loud, amazing stuff.
A fun way to kick off today, but now we are going to be going back to the State Farm Analyst Desk to break down CBLOL's Loud's win.
Thank you so much, Patriot Time, and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's Loud who take game 1 of the day, and if that's not a good omen for some exciting League of Legends for the rest of our remaining 7, I don't know what would be.
It made the group so much more dynamic.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, that's true. We ran through a number of scenarios earlier in the day,
Said, let's just say Loud beats Fnatic.
Exactly, and now it's an absolute possibility that things get incredibly interesting and tiebreakers abound when it comes to Group A and seeding out of it. Taking a look at the draft, we heard Goldberg kind of talking about his perception of the draft, felt it was a little disrespectful of Fnatic, maybe approaching it with a little bit of a lane diff, we are better mindset.
Yeah, and you know, I can see some of the things they're going for, right? You have like Braum that can cancel out the MF ulti. Akali's going to put a lot of pressure onto the MF as well, coming off on flanks. You have a winning matchup topside. But at the same time, I don't feel like Fnatic really brought anything together, even once we got to the mid game where it looked like Humanoid was doing well. And that bot lane coming out from Loud was just so huge.
Yeah, for me, the Fnatic composition is two different compositions like pushed into each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, I don't know, like a peanut butter and bacon sandwich. Like it doesn't
That
quite
sounds
make sense.
delicious.
Well, okay, there's two
There was a
ingredients.
bad choice of
Peanut butter and peanut butter goes with everything.
Yeah,
Peanut butter and lettuce.
and also you
like,
put bacon on
something
everything. Yeah, there you go.
doesn't
Peanut
quite
butter and
work.
lettuce
Yeah,
is
so
more gross.
What I mean by that is
Yeah.
I actually love melee mid top with Sejuani jungle. I think that is like skirmish gods. And that composition works with the support that can move to just make plays and snowball and a weak side AD carry. Then you also have Caitlyn comps, where you want to get the bottom turret, then slowly move the Caitlyn around the map and be this not skirmishy, not volatile, just like ball of doom, which would generally be like a control mage and a tank.
Yeah.
But they mixed the two in an ugly way.
All right, yeah, exactly. Peanut butter and bacon, and as everybody knows.
That would probably be pretty
I think it actually would be good. So more like peanut butter and lettuce. It started out looking scary for Loud here in this bot lane river skirmish, but with the flash and the smite for just enough health and a little bit of healing there on the Maokai, who, by the way, I think that pick is going to continue to rise in priority at this tournament. The early kills go the way of Loud. You'll notice that Humanoid doesn't make the roam over. And so while he'll build a massive CS advantage, it's the bot lane for Loud that gets ahead, and they continue to press that forward.
And it just plays like this as well, right? Waiting in the brush. We saw Seos always able to get onto the Caitlyn to find that ulti. And right there from Brand.
That's a new meta, I think. That's a new meta.
I'm so excited, man. Brandt's popping off, and as you said, that's foresight. That was, he knew what was going to happen this game and came prepared for it. But the amount of CC and frontline that they had brought to the table to put in front of this MF and give her the permission to rip off full channeled ultimates. I mean, time and time again, 1 to 2 kills per team fight secured with those MF ults.
And you can see, I think, the frustration mounting for Fnatic with the way so many of these fights went. You see Razork so close to being able to kill Brands time and time again, and then everyone else just really funnels in one after the other. There's no cohesion. It's like 5 individual players, whereas Loud was very cohesive the whole time, narrowly having each other's backs in so many crucial situations.
Now, it is interesting, too, to look at this gold graph, just because, again, while it was Loud picking up kill after kill after kill in those skirmishes, it was the CS numbers and a lot of what Humanoid was doing in the mid lane that actually kept the overall team gold relatively close till we get to that 20-minute mark. Team fights break out, and it really starts to go Loud's way.
Despite Fnatic losing, I still feel like for a majority of the game, Humanoid was the standout, having a great game. And just going back to what we said up before, like pregame, that Humanoid has been the one to try to carry games for Fnatic, or in this case, try to dig them out of holes.
Yeah, I actually had a whole segment prepared about how every game Humanoid is keeping Fnatic alive, and he did it again this game. It's just, it didn't convert, so we will save that segment for later. It's not the time to talk about it now. This is about Loud celebration.
Yes, and so we'll pull up the standings here to kind of talk about how interesting this makes Group A. Fnatic now, taking their first loss, still topping the table at 3-1, but striking distance for a number of teams now to pull themselves into a tie and maybe actually make that race for first place at an auto qualification to World's Groups. I mean, it's a real battle now, as opposed to what felt kind of like it was already locked up.
Yeah, and I really don't count anyone out of this group. Chiefs obviously in a really tough position, but everyone else it feels just wide open for. And heck, even if it still could be a bit hard to get first, I mean, even aiming for that second place spot in the group would be massive, whether it's for Loud or like Beyond Gaming, DFM. So Group A was always going to be the group that really anyone could make it through.
Now, obviously, there's like a 4-game differential, or a 2-game differential rather, between Fnatic and Chiefs, right, in terms of games played. But the idea that there's no team with more than 2 losses, or less than 1, right? Like that's what's wild to me. You compare that over to Group B, where things already look a lot more stark, and so A's gonna get tricky to navigate. I think at this point.
I mean, beyond looking at EG, they play 5th and 6th place in the standings. So big focus on their games for the rest of it. And then Beyond Gaming also has a game to play against Fnatic later as well. So it's spicy.
And again, I just want to highlight how important I think the 1 seed in Group A is, because if you're 2 seed, most likely at the moment, you're playing RNG in a best of 5.
That would be nuts.
Or something
Yeah.
like that.
Probably
right?
mad,
Well,
but
or
we'll
mad,
see.
probably mad.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
think? Okay. Even then, though, that's a
Yeah.
scary team to go up against. To get out of groups. All right. Interviews all set up. We're going to be joining Laura and Mr. Bot Diff himself for our Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back at Worlds 2022 for the Verizon post-game interview. I'm here with the victorious brands from Loud. Thank you so much for joining me. Amazing game from you today. You managed to take down Fnatic. You're the first one to do so. How does it feel to take down a team like this?
Então, vocês conseguiram a façanha de acabar com a Fnatic pela primeira vez. O primeiro time conseguiu derrotar essa invencibilidade deles. Como é que você se sente?
Mano, é muito louco, porque desde a partida que a gente perdeu ontem, eu fiquei falando pra rapaziada, mano, a gente vai quebrar a invencibilidade deles, a gente vai ganhar, confia. Eu tava muito confiante pra esse jogo, então acho que deu tudo certo, ainda bem, tô muito feliz, muito... Eu tava curioso pra saber como que ia ser o jogo e foi, pô, muito da hora, e é isso.
Actually, it's really, really nice because since yesterday I've been talking to my teammates that yes, we can actually break this invincibility that they have, and I was really curious to how gonna be the game, how we gonna perform and everything. And then I'm really happy that we got this result.
And you did it with style. Honestly, congrats on taking down the bot lane especially. Tell me about how it went in lane against Hylissang and Upset. We saw the camera's reactions from you guys. You seem pretty hyped.
Então, especialmente vocês conseguiram essa façanha e como é que foi vocês derrotarem a bot lane? A sua reação também na câmera foi muito boa. Como é que foi você enfrentar os bot lanes deles?
Então, foi muito... Pô, é muito louco porque eu acho eles muito bons, sabe? Eu e o Celso, a gente respeita muito eles. A gente sempre falou que eles são muito bons, então a gente ter matado no 2v2, matado no começo, ficado muito na frente, mostra que a gente também é uma bot lane muito boa, sabe? Então, pô, eu fiquei feliz demais, até por isso as reações na câmera, né? E é isso, mano, fiquei muito feliz.
It's a crazy feeling because I look forward to them because they're really good players. Me and Cells always look forward to see what they're doing, what they're inventing, and that actually shows that we have a very strong bot lane as well. So I'm really happy and hyped with us.
You really do, and I mean you're a rookie at Worlds here, only 18 years old. This is your first time on the international stage. How does it feel to be at Worlds?
Então, você agora com 18 anos no estádio internacional, como é que você tá nessa fase de um campeonato assim, dessa grandeza? Como você sente?
Então, é tudo muito novo pra mim, porque tem muita diferença pro Brasil, esse campeonato. Então, pô, tô vendo muitas coisas novas, é tudo muito diferente, mas eu tô conseguindo me adaptar bem. O nosso time tá conseguindo treinar bem, jogar bem, mostrar nosso jogo. Então, eu tô bem confiante, não tô ficando nervoso, fico ansioso pra jogar os jogos. Então, tá sendo uma experiência única mesmo.
Overall, it's been a very unique experience because there's a very big difference about playing Brazil and playing a World War Championship like this. So I'm happy. I'm very confident. I'm not getting to a point of being nervous at all, and I'm happy that all my teammates as well, they're doing their best and being able to have time to train and bring our best game.
Looking forward to seeing more from Loud. Brands, obrigada. For the interview, Arthur. Thank you so much for the translation. And Dash, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Brant said he's not feeling the nerves. He says, I wouldn't have guessed that he's not feeling nerves to have the gall at 18 years of age, a rookie on the international stage. Sure, why not? I'll just
prep it beforehand.
I'll just gap the undefeated team in my group. What the? And he said he did in the interview as well. He's like, I believed we could actually bring an end to their undefeated streak. So calling the shots all the way through the tournament has got to feel good, and it makes Group A all that much more interesting. Now, after the break, we get our first look at Group B as Mad Lions and Saigon Buffalo fight for an all-important win. We'll see you right back here.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of drop jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
out.
Why don't you go first this time, Lyric, and we'll come down this way.
Saigon Buffalo beats DRX. This team is absolutely crazy. Their early game, they're just so spicy. They're going to 50-50?
Yeah.
Means they have enough. They cycle it through. The spell book? No, it was Death's TP making sure it happens. They have enough minutes to kill the Nexus. A 25-minute slaughter.
Look, the man went heads.
I wasn't wrong.
The man went heads, it came up tails.
Yeah,
It was 50-50. One of those teams had to win, and it just unfortunately was the other team.
You know, I wasn't here yesterday. You can't prove to me that game actually happened. That's
aside from the video evidence that we have. All right, so while Lyric clearly struggles with his predictions, I tell you who hasn't so far here at the World's Tournament. It's the fans at home with our MasterCard fan predictions. They're 2 for 2 so far. Let's get a quick refresher on what those 2 predictions were, though, because I do think, to a degree, Jat, we could criticize the ease of these matchups, right?
Fnatic versus Chiefs.
All right?
Yeah.
85%. I'd say that kind of aligns, and they were right on that one. Let's take a look at the next one that they were able to predict correctly. And once again here, a much closer, a much closer vote, and actually now more in hindsight, seeing how Loud has played.
I'll give him that one.
Loud is very capable of winning that game, and so good prediction there. But we're going to go to our third MasterCard fan prediction, and that is for this game that's about to take place. It's Mad Lions on one side, it's Saigon Buffalo on the other, and people are giving it over to Mad. About 2/3 of the population giving it to Mad. I want to go to you first, Lyric, on the prediction, as you are the guru here. How do you feel? Are you on the same page?
Look, I'm walking back the Buffalo hype a little bit. I still love them, but I do think this is actually very, very reasonable. I'd probably say like 30-40% chance, right? Like in the ballpark of where they're not too big of underdogs, very doable, but I still think Mad do come in as favorites.
Yeah, I'll give 80% Mad Lions. I'm all in. I'm all in on Mad.
Okay, fair enough. That's all the time we have. The teams are ready to go, so we're going to keep moving right along. Back over to Pacer Time and Goldberg for the call.
Thank you very much, Dashington and friends. We have kicked off with a banger. Europe has finally taken a loss here at Worlds. So is this game going to be the second?
I stop here, make it 2. Like, keep it going. I love this. Actually, we had one yesterday as well, so I feel like, man, maybe this one goes to them. But this is a curious matchup because by no means are both teams playing against each other here perfect in terms of the styles they've had. I think they've both had some wackiness every now and then coming through where it just wasn't as clean as some of the skirmishes could have been. And I still think we're going to have a bloody game because you're watching DCS.
Oh, yeah.
And playing into Mad Lions where you're in the early game, I'm expecting a lot of early game action.
I know Lyric is a big Buffalo fan, and I can understand why. This team is so much fun to watch play League of Legends. Obviously, the bottom lane, Shogun and Taki, being the highlight in their 2v2s, but the whole squad's been a joy to watch so far. We'll see their score up against the Mad Lions, looking to get ahead of the other in this group, both currently sitting at 2-1. Aphelios ban, what a surprise.
But also having that Draven ban, one thing, it's again against Unforgiven, who plays that. Another thing is, that probably means you're looking for Kalista. Mad, instant response to that one, banning Kalista away. On the opposite side, Ahmed shown a lot of priority on the Aatrox, and so far, a lot of junglers are still up. So having that rotation with a Hecarim or the Grace as well to come through is going to be available here because either of them will be left open. Caitlyn also goes away, so lots of focus on the bot lane from the Mad Lions side.
Yeah, triple bot lane bans there. We'll see what happens here for the last one out of Saigon Buffalo. Silas, another very powerful champion getting taken away. Niski also no slouch on the pick. So what's the first pick now? Very different drafts than we've seen on most of the tournament.
You either go for the horse or you go for the tree.
Hey, look,
I feel like those are the things you're looking for here. And I think from the side of Saigon Buffalo, I think you're happy to trade that away at the same time. You can even pick up Misfortune here just because the jungle or the AD carry pool has become so less saturated because of all the bans coming through. So far off the top of my mind with AD carry still up and available, you have the Misfortune, Tristana, and Kai'Sa, and those are the things you'd be happy about. But Misfortune is just sitting a little tier above the rest.
Yeah, I have to agree. So straightforward pick up there for Shogun.
And then the tree. Right, give me the tree. Yeah, that is the combo we're looking for. Misfortune and Maokai coming through. So in terms of response to Maokai, I'm actually not sure what beats him yet. That's the thing that boggles my mind the most, because even back in the day when something that would, you know, throw him out in laning phase, like Darius or something like that, where you're just not allowed to lane. It doesn't work any longer. Like the sustain you have on your Q, the percent HP you get as well, just is so much out there. And Seraphine is actually going to be the response coming through, of course. Triple flexible, if that's what they're looking for. You can even pair it up with the likes of Ascena to come through if that's what you want to play against. We've seen G2 play that a lot in their playoffs too, but it's Narmut. We know who he is. The Aatrox was banned away. Do you really want to risk going into the second ban phase that the Dino now is not going to be there? No, so they pick it up.
A Nah gamer through and through will take it here happily. Seraphine, as you mentioned, also flex and great alongside the Hecarim. So definitely Elyoya going to be enabled in this kind of draft. There's Amumu, MF being, I think, the most common combination. Certainly, obviously, one of the better ones.
Definitely, and this just feels like Exodia. Like, already. Like, you see Misfortune, you see the Maokai, you see the Amumu. It's one of the things that we have just seen Loud get away with. Now, Saiga and Buffalo following that trend themselves. And in terms of shutting it down, yes, you have the backline dive from a Hecarim, but you don't really have too much else to follow up just yet. But you can clearly see what Mad Lions are going for. This is going to be a death ball combo. You're going to throw in the Hecarim, you're going to throw in the Seraphine ultimate to follow up with it, and everyone's just going to collapse at the same time.
Ooh, Aurelia ban, that's some good homework there. Classic Nah counterpick, also taking it out of Hazmed's hand. So I do like that out of Mad, respecting the power of the potential counterpicks here.
And even then, like, if you're going down the carry route, Yone, decent matchup into the Nah, and you often see Yone and you think, oh, he's not going to do too much in a team fight. He's a great team fighter. The amount of CC this Bruiser has in his kit is absolutely abysmal. So it's going to be crazy to see where the priority is going to be put, because Niski probably still either has to blind pick a mid laner here, since they're just most likely going to go with a top laner on 4 here from the side of Saigon Buffalo. So there's uncertainty to be wary of, and I wonder if that's going to influence the last ban.
Yeah, Froggy also has a pretty particular style. We've seen Zac from him, Galio as well, I believe. Renekton going to be banned away there. So still trying to protect Armut's lane with the Nah. We'll just wait and see. You know what? With this team, you just kind of get to chill a little bit.
Oh, but actually, if you go with the Camille here, that's just straight up indicating that Froggy is looking for his infamous Galio. So right now, as Mad Lions, this is something you have to be worried of. The fact that you know it might be coming. And you could also go down a route where you're looking like, all right, I know most likely they're looking for the Galio. I'm going to try and counterpick something that would be good into a Galio. Or you're just straight up looking for a takeaway, because it does facilitate the style that Mad Lions is looking for in their composition so far. More CC applied to what we already know to be a death ball composition. And now the question will just be, is this Seraphine going to be a mid laner for Niski, or is it actually going down to Unforgiving in the AD carry department?
We'll find out in a moment, because Mad have to finish their draft with Alistar being picked up there for Kaiser. Tick away. Niski's chatting, so I imagine it's going to be a mid laner. It is going to be Unforgiven Seraphine, and that is Swain for Niski in the mid lane. Pretty safe blind pick.
I do rate it though, because even if Froggy goes for a facilitator here, that means that they'll pretty much never have kill pressure on you, post 6 at least, when you get that ultimate to come through. But I feel like this one, we saw it coming a mile away, right? You saw the Camille, you know it's Froggy. Froggy on Galio is absolutely crazy. I've seen him flash into a pit to avoid Scuttle Vision to move up to top lane.
I remember that play.
He is quite crazy with how he gets the plays going and the flow of the game. So I'm interested in this one. We said it was going to be bloody, and so far with the compositions that we're seeing, this is all about the team fighting.
Does Froggy have any good lanes to go to? Oh, yeah, they have Camille and Amumu. That seems pretty good.
Oh, yeah. That is most certainly something to be happy about. Does he have some good champions to follow up with his ultimate? Oh, there's a Camille. There's an Amumu. Even Maokai as well on the tree. There is a great lot of champions. And having Galio, when you're against AP carry, 2 of them on the opposite sides with the Swain and with the Seraphine, you're happy about that.
Definitely a fun... Gonna be fun in the 5v5, let me put it that way, because both teams are ready to team fight in different ways, to be fair, but don't think... I mean, I guess both Nara and Camille could do a little side laning, but mostly I think they're going to be teaming up for the big old 5v5s around some objectives.
But that's the thing, because, I mean, Saigon, they have the possibilities for both, right? Whereas Mad Lions, that's not really going to be the case for you. I think it's very crucial that Elyoya gets going. Oh, and there.
Oh, that's
very good sportsmanship. Exchange of jerseys, and I believe Mac, coach of Mad Lions, have a habit of giving out the ties to the opposing teams as well. So very cute there. Just giving away 2 tokens from each team.
Now, of course, the Saigon Buffalo win, and he's like, aha, the jersey was good.
Well, that'd be a good way to curse the opponent team you're going in to play against. But for the sake of good sportsmanship,
definitely not that.
That's not what we're looking for.
That. It's very wholesome moment before these 2 teams try and come out swinging here in this best of one. Mad Lions definitely been shaky.
That's the thing. Exactly what I wanted to touch upon. The fact that they've had uncertainties, and especially in some of the skirmishing setups. Saw it mostly exposed against RNG, and specifically against that early game. But outside of that, of course, they are still sitting at 2 victories. And now both teams 2-1, 2-1, looking to see who can get ahead of the other.
Yeah, it's going to make a big difference to the texture of this group. So obviously a pretty important game for both of these teams. Having a quick squiz at the runes. Nothing really jumping out to me.
Looks pretty standard from sides here. You see, of course, Eri with Unforgiven. And all of it is going to be layered in the CDI apartment as well with that Transcendence. That's usually what you want to do with the Seraphine as well. You go into Leandro. Oh, we've not had one yet. We had to have it happen. At least it's on the second game, and it's not Fnatic.
That's true.
There's still an EG game later.
There is still an EG. That's true. We'll see what happens there. We'll just vibe for a little bit here.
Yeah.
I saw a ward in Mad Lions.
Yeah, I saw Toggy get a little aggressive, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, seeing if they could look for something, but he went back out quite quickly, so I don't think he's going to be too fussed about anything. They're looking over. Just like they're looking over to blame someone. Did they spill water?
Look at this. Niski, the true facilitator. He is helping his teammate. He's like, you know what? I've been there. I've ult-tabbed out of the game accidentally. Don't worry, I got you.
And this is, I mean...
Niski's he's a veteran. Very experienced.
They're talking to each other here. They're helping to resolve the issue at least.
There's also a ref behind them, so they're helping too. Don't worry.
I guess they do something too, yeah.
Whatever's happening, I'm sure they're getting it resolved. I don't have an update just yet. When I do, chat, I will pass it on to you. Once again, we do not hide things from you. Don't despair. We're waiting for the game to start up again.
And this is where I miss Jojo the Eagle. Just to keep me company. Something to have fun with. I wish we had an animal for Brazil. Then they could have gotten a point over EU at least.
Ooh, what is... I'm going to bet... I don't know what Brazil's like national animal is. I'm going to bet it's like really cool.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
So if you want to, if you're out there, want to let me know.
What's Australia's national the animal?
Kangaroo, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Probably. I mean, so the Australian coat of arms has a kangaroo on one side and an emu on the other. So those are our like big national animals.
Oh yeah, okay. Definitely animals you don't want to meet in the wild world. I heard kangaroos, they just come up, they just want to box you.
They're it depends on the breed of kangaroo.
You get nice ones.
Yeah. I mean, like,
because I'm frightened by them.
So some like
they're cute when they're small.
Yeah.
But like when they're big and just jumping at you, that's menacing.
There's different like breeds and stuff too. So some of them are really big.
Yes.
And some of them are like more normal size.
I guess the emos are quite scary as well. They quite literally have red eyes. They are evil.
Yeah. We don't like to talk about it too much, but we may have taken the L to a flock of avians
I
back
have
in the
seen
day.
a video about the great emo. I have seen that.
Don't bring it up!
Okay, sorry. Maybe later for the Chiefs game?
We'll see. Depends how they
It's going to be on point.
Emu Gaming going to be playing up against the Chiefs later.
Yeah. This is a requirement in esports now. We are officially stating that each team has to have an animal involved in their name, and we are back into the game.
We are certainly back in DD2. Tag on Buffalo Matt, just a little bit of a small bump in the road. And Froggy and Niski already at it at level 1. My goodness, they're onto Hazmid nice and early.
This is good here. Late invade from Matt Lions. This is something we saw a lot from them earlier in the ADC, and also the fact that Niski gets a very good start to that mid lane as well, just forcing Froggy's HP away, and he's actually continuing with it. So Froggy not having the best of times here, getting sewn away from his own wave, so he's going to need jungle attention at some point. The problem is, his jungler is going to be needing attention too as Elyoyo is taken away, and we have another one! Make it 2! How many are we ended up on today? There's 2 so far.
Less than 5.
Less than 5? Over and under. I'll take over then.
Oh, you're cursing us, but that's fine.
I mean, actually not, because that's the positive jinx.
I guess that's
If anything, you're cursing us.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Well, anyways, where did we come from?
So, back on Australian animals.
Yes.
So I believe the kangaroo and the emu are like general national representatives.
Yeah.
I think the platypus doesn't get enough respect.
Platypus is a deadly animal.
It's extremely deadly.
Yes.
Everyone's like, oh, the weird like duck thing is cute. I'm like, it is cute, but also they will truly end you.
I read somewhere, and I don't know if it's true, because it was a random place at the internet, but I read that getting stung by the platypus is one of the greatest pain in the world. Like, it's worse than pregnancy.
Maybe. It's
I don't know if it's true.
It's so they're They're very deadly.
If anyone
Like,
has been
very
stung by a
deadly.
platypus, please at me
So-
and let me know how it felt.
So it doesn't happen very often, I think, because they're also very shy animals.
Oh,
They
yeah.
hide a lot. But if
So it's
for
actually
some
the humans'
reason
fault the most of the
you
time.
want to mess
Yeah.
with this bizarre creation, do not do it. They will send you into the Shadow Realm. They are
Right.
so poisonous.
Fair enough.
Venomous, poisonous, I don't remember which one. I think venomous, technically.
Let that be a public service announcement for all of you out there.
Yeah, don't do it. Platypus, adorable, but very shy and very deadly.
I mean, you at least have cool animals. I think Denmark was a national animal. Is it a stork?
Is it a
swan?
stork? That's
I have
kinda
no
cool.
idea.
I
Listen,
don't know.
this is where I'm letting down a lot of my countrymen here, okay? Like, I wish I knew. I don't. It might be a swan. I'm not sure.
That's a pretty cool national animal, if so.
They are deadly. They have...
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
they're not deadly. They're
Well,
dangerous.
yes.
Very I
The
mean...
teeth?
Yes, the teeth. I think it might be swans. It might be a different animal, but they have teeth on their tongue. Which is... There's a bird that has that you don't actually know. So you want to... You don't want to mess with them. This turned into Animal what is it called? Animal Channel? Is that the...
Animal Planet, yeah.
Animal Planet. That's
Animal
the name.
Channel's nice. I like that too.
Yeah, I think I mixed it up with Discovery Channel.
That's fine.
It's what you get when you have two teams with animals playing against each other.
That's
Not
true.
much has been shown on the Rift just yet.
That's all we have is lions and buffalo.
Yeah. Give us your what's your favorite animal?
My favorite animal?
Yeah, I kind of also just wanted the viewers to just spam the LoL Esports channel. I'm sure they need some content.
Oh
too.
yeah, yeah. If you're out there in chat, spam your favorite animal in chat right now.
Can we get a poll on the best animal at the tournament?
at the?
It's quite a few.
There are quite a few. The tree does not count, I'm assuming. Also, I have an update.
He's
for
a
you.
living being, but he does not count. Yeah.
Yeah, not an animal. A plant. A living plant. An extra living plant. All plant. Anyway, the update is there is an equipment swap happening.
Copy
I'm not
that.
sure who, but we'll get it swapped ASAP and then back in the game.
Looks like Unforgiven.
Perhaps his had some monitors yesterday. I'm not sure it's that. Maybe a mouse.
Yeah.
Keyboard. That'd be a pretty bad malfunction, I think. Not being able to play with one of your peripherals
Yeah.
as a pro gamer doesn't seem like the best.
We know he's playing Seraphine, but he still needs his equipment.
That's true.
Yes.
We saw Yumi Harvard. If it was Yumi, maybe you'd be all right.
Yes, yes. Okay, I'm not going to throw the Seraphine on the... For the record, I play a lot of that champion myself, so it's a self-burn. It's not just me trying to attack a group of Seraphine players.
She's also very good.
So if you have to pick up an Enchanter, I refuse to play a lot of Enchanters.
Okay,
But if I have to play an Enchanter, I'll pick Seraphine, because at least there's playmaking potential.
Oh, yeah. No, every time I see... I feel like every other game I see a Seraphine ult, and I'm like, that seems quite powerful.
It does. So the thing with Seraphine is that you want to play with flanks into her. That ultimate can only go one way. So if you're first on an objective and you force the enemy to go straight into you, most of the time you'll win that fight. But when you have a team composition like, well, let's say Saigon Buffalo's team composition, where the tree can come from the backline, the Camille can just get on top of your face with a Galio slamming down. Where to put that ultimate can be quite tricky, and that's going to be something to track as we're back into the game.
Swap complete. We'll have to save my favorite animal for an upcoming pause. We'll keep you all waiting. For now, we are back. It is 2v2 in the bottom side. We see Froggy having some struggles in the early game. Swain Lightning pretty good against these short/melee range champions. With Froggy just going to have to chill as Niski misses a creep, but don't worry, I didn't see it, so it doesn't count.
Sif Lightning, like the emo, but in terms of junglers as well, so far Elioria has just come back to his blue side. He's taken away the Raptors and the red buff, and it's going to be curious to see where BJ is going to be making his move afterwards.
What about to transform? Husband trying to capitalize while the mini-nar is still there, but Hyper going to proc. Deal a little bit of extra damage. Almut definitely knows his way around all these different matchups, even though he got counterpicked. Very comfy to be picking Nar here blind.
Yeah, and you can see now BJ has made his way into the red side jungle of Matt Lions, trying to get a few of these camps back. I do believe it's spotted by the ward that Niski had earlier, and you can see the movement now, like vultures, coming in on Matt Lions.
BJ also doesn't have Smite up just yet. It's close, but there's going to be a brawl here. Froggy also moving on in. You're going to have to try and protect BJ. Smite out early for a bit of extra health. But here comes the Amumu. In we go. Saigon Buffalo going to take the fight instead. And Alioya is going to get first blooded by Taki.
They wanted to defend their red buff. They lose it either way. And as you say it, first blood as well coming through. And that's what happens when you play into a Galio with massive AoE taunt. Good move from Froggy, and he's back on comfort. Taki even seeing if he can look for anything further. Very aggressive recall, but so far BJ is happy about this trade. He lost his red side, and he's taking away the red side of Matt Lions instead.
Very nice. They don't even going to leave one of the Raptors to be annoying as Froggy gets on out of their nose. that it's not that safe as Niski aggressively TPs back in.
A-okay, and Froggy, of course, with that teleport, can always just respond back with it. Curious to see where the next point of attack can be, because once again, both team compositions are quite death-bally, but we talked about Matt Lyons as well. We wanted to see Elyoya get aggressive, get ahead on the Hecarim, so already seeing one death on him, super nice if you're rooting for the Saigon Buffaloes.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much of this yet, but you know, we've heard Inspired talk about Maokai in general. Like, Maokai jungle seems very powerful, but the obvious place to attack you is in the early game, right? Like, if you have a super aggressive jungle and you get invaded 24/7, you're gonna have a bad time. So it felt like the start was nice, because Elyoya knows, he's like, oh, we can get aggressive early, I can split the map, make sure Armlet's nice and isolated and safe, and we'll be fine. BNJ's going to be a little behind, he's quite a lot slower. And then that happened.
Yeah, I mean, the problem also arises that despite Niski had the first move, in the end, you're still playing Swain.
Yeah.
You do that, and then you just sit there and wait around if you throw a couple auto attacks out there. Now, Stacked Wave being pushed in by Hashman here, no support to having the move out right now, but they are looking potentially for Elyoya. No flash as goes, but it's on cooldown. And it's just going to be fighting for priority on the map.
Almost level 4. Cosmed already level 6. Froggy with a nice little taunt. But again, don't want to take any sort of extended fight up against Swain. Good little pullback there. Maybe something here, but no. Not quite there. Froggy going to live.
And BJ does still have the flash, unlike Niski, who doesn't. Taki around as well. This may be 3 men ganging up on the Niski. It's not going to be the case though. Kai'Sa responds.
Yeah, good follow there from Mad Lion support. Froggy eating damage there, trying to get the wave pushed in. We'll get it in, but pretty costly though. No, Niski, no TP and running low on mana. Means Froggy should be just fine here to take this recall.
Yeah, mid-wave is just going to reset here in between each other. Froggy's going to... he's actually going to cancel it. Looking to get at most out of this as possible. No minion materializer, so he's not going to be able to sap the cannon immediately, but in Niski, he's actually going to back. He's just forfeiting it, so Froggy, if he pushes this in, that's a win for him.
Yeah, nice wave to push in as well. No, he had the mana advantage, so going to force Niski to walk back, and Niski will lose a couple of CS as Froggy takes a very easy recall. So nice little trade back and forth, but overall that first kill amounting to a decent little lead here. 500 gold to kick things off, always nice. But obviously, as we know from the Saigon Buffalo, we're expecting them to continue that at some point in the game. Nice ult there from Armut, great flash out of Hazmed, but probably didn't want to have to use the summoner.
You can see that Armut hit the level 6, Hazmed just hitting it now, so that was a small window that Armut found immediately. Now BJ on the attacking side, on the bot side instead, can come through that. Alcov if he actually sees fit.
No flash for Kai'Sa, ignite back for Taki. That's probably going to give it away as Taki barely gets seen. Going to be playing up and aggressive in the brush, but easy for BJ to get away, and now Mad have to play respectfully.
And outside of that little skirmish we had initially, it's been fairly quiet after that. Seeing that Niski had no flash, I really expected them to throw more tools at him, especially with BJ still having a flash on his own as a point of attack. It is still down for some time. So of course with bot lane pushing in, you can send Taki up into the mid lane, see if you can get any attacks coming through. So far it's about the top lane.
Froggy 6 as well, so if he can get out and infect the lane, that'll be nice. Here, Elyoya going to be spotted by BJ. Sapling doing a ton of work there as Froggy fades towards the top side to threaten. Mad know they can't really pull the trigger when Froggy's in the area.
It's a good read here by Matt Lyons. They know that they want to look at Niski. They know Niski doesn't have a flash, so they might be able to bait them in. Taki's sticking around.
Kai'Sa using the Hex Flash, going to be spotted. A bit aggressive there from Froggy, pulls himself out of the way, going to be alright.
Kai'Sa did have the flash, but of course Froggy could have come through with his own one. And now we get close to the objectives where we usually see a lot of movement on the map. 30 seconds on that Rift Herald. Drake, of course, already up, quite tanky in the first stages, and Infernal Drake does do a fair bit. Not the most out of the Drakes though, but with a slow push coming through from top side and with the resets coming through, you can see it on the minimap right now. Taki is moving on the Amumu. Kai'Sa currently is still in the bot lane, and so is Elyoya, so we may see a cross map come through.
Yeah, eyes on junglers as well, looking for those 6s out of BJ and Elyoya, both big difference makers in their kits. Also 6 hit now from Forgiven if he makes his way to a plate. And Niski just barely going to have his flash back up, but maybe they can make something happen here. Bandit Chosh goes in, Niski going to take some damage, forced to pop the ulti, knocked around, buffed around, Saigon Buffalo, capitalizing in the nick of time.
Yeah, there you have it. They knew it was down, but Niski's still with it up now. Didn't have the time to use it just because of the amount of CC that came through. And that Matt's Lion getting greedy with the map state. They already allocated their resources on the bot side with Saigon on the top side. And Niski just on the wrong side of the lane there.
Instantly buys the Merc Treads that he was already going to buy.
Yeah.
But makes sense when you see the CC chain that Saigon Buffalo just dished out Rift Herald for their trouble as well. Nice little play there. This should boost them actually pretty significantly in gold. Before the Herald charges, they're already 1,400 gold ahead.
Yeah, look at the movement here. If they can get out of this situation in the mid lane, they can move all of it up towards the top side.
Ooh, nice ulti there at Unforgiven. Good aim. Taki in trouble on the level 5, but here comes Froggy on the other side. Now going to try away interference. Onslaught of Shadows through. The Galio trying to block there as BJ with a defensive Maokai ulti, trying to tie them up for a bit longer. Armut also rounds here, ready with the Gnar, hops on over. Q lands there for the slow. Froggy going to have to be sacrificed. As Saigon Buffalo get one back, Alioya was too low to try and continue, but BJ now knocked around, and that's a kill for Niski getting some revenge.
Yeah, we call that a bouncy castle, but in the end, 2 for 1 and double kill over to the side of Niski. Even under that exchange, Unforgiven forced to teleport down towards the bot side as Shogun was picking up some plays for himself. But Mad Lions happy about that exchange. They could have lost a lot more on the map had they not found the pick there, because as we already said, Slowbush was coming through on top side. Having that Galio with a Camille and Rift Herald, Armut would have just been forced to forfeit the top lane.
Yeah, so that gold lead I mentioned, about 1,400, cut down to only 500, but there is still gold to be mined from the turret plates, and Taki is now level 6, so I don't expect the place to slow down, but this was a very nice job by Man, even though Saigon had this first pick.
Yeah, so you can see they stick around to just get that support stack on towards the cannon. I get it. You want it so you can get the wards. And you also want that extra gold, but great ultimate from Unforgiven to come through, and despite Froggy being there to dismantle some of the AP damage, it's just not going to be enough. Then you can say with Armut coming around, this is still looking very good, but Alioya dashing forward as he is here might be a bit too much in terms of what you're getting. You could have definitely lived and let the rest of his teammates pick up the kills. In the end, Matt Lions super happy about with the exchange.
Good aim on the skill shots there for Niski to grab kill number 2. Looks like Infernal Dragon's gonna go over here to Saigon Buffalo, so they will get both early objectives. You can see the Rift Herald Eye still there, hanging out in BJ's trinket slot. They're still looking where that might go. Bottom lane feels like the obvious place, but still some time to make a decision there for Saigon Buffalo and make sure you get the gold event for yourself. But all said and done, we're even.
Yeah, and I mean, both picking up the first Drake, picking up the first Herald, in terms of objectives, you can only be happy on the side of Saigon Buffalo. They still have the next move as well on the map, in the essence that they still have the Rift Herald, so it's going to be up to Matt Lions to play a bit reactive now, where the productivity kind of lies in Saigon Buffalo's favor here.
Getting a quick look across the lane. Hazmed struggling a little as far as CS goes. Did get that last kill, which is a bit of extra gold that will even things up, but about 20 CS up for Armut feels pretty good. Niski also grabbing 2 kills, feeling pretty comfy on the Swain.
It at least put him back in a good position after getting punished in the mid lane. Having Niski back with those kills obviously does a lot when you're supposed to be one of the big sustainers in the fights later into the game. And on top of that, healing reduction is going to be really key from Saigon Buffalo. Like, coming in as a second item, very pivotal when you're playing into a Seraphine and a Swain. And of course the Hecarim as well with the new W.
Absolutely. As we see Taki once again poking in mid. Seen him there a lot. He's constantly trying to cover for Froggy, and now unlocking Froggy to push the wave in and maybe set something up. But it's 3 Lions hunting 1 Frog. Justice punches out of the way, barely getting tagged by the Swain W, but Froggy's going to be A-okay.
Yeah, it does get through it. The only thing that they didn't have was their jungler was on the top side, so it would have been a 4 versus 4, but you can see it. They are looking forward with the rotations coming through. It is a battle of finding the correct skirmishes for your team. Once again, this is what the team fights facilitate. And once again, I do believe Saigon Buffaloes is a little easier. BJ could even look here with the Maokai ultimate together with the Galio, if they're feeling themselves.
Maybe a 4v4 though, if things do start. No TP for Unforgiven. BJ, poking a little too far forward. Gonna get ignited, forced to flash away. Taki looking for the angle, finds a good bandage toss in, but he didn't really want to take it. Forced to ult defensively. Galliwalt comes back in, a massive knock up there for Froggy, but the damage is not there. Hazmed late. Now Shogun's here. Perhaps they can turn it around nice and late. Great flash for Armut to get out of the situation. And we're fine. We're totally fine.
I love these skirmishes. I love Matt Lions versus this team. It's so good with Buffalo's aggression as well. And you can see it. They're looking for the skirmishes. But the only way they have to save their teammates as well is by diving in themselves. So you dive in on an overextension from BJ, flash out. Taki dives in, let me get out as well. Froggy gets in, has to get out immediately as well. It's just CC for CC, and even Alioya's ultimate was used as a disengage and not an engage.
Hazmed just fine there, but takes some damage on the back end out of Armut. Obviously the matchup will get better as Camille gets items, but so far so good for the Gnar in the 1v1. Things will quieten down a little. Again, lots of punches being thrown, but no big blows being landed despite all of the attempts as Alioya here in the top lane. This looks like a coverage play, but you never know.
They don't have a lot of vision. Blade is picked up by Armor. Here we go.
Our coverage is to dive. Great Camille ulti, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Just brute force straight through the enemy tower. Great aim out of Armor for the kill.
And there you have it. They get some plating on the top side as well. Initially, really good Hectech ultimatum by Hasmet, but in the end, the amount of CC that was able to come through as a follow-up allows Mad Lions to get aggressive and to get a gold lead themselves with the amount of gold plating they're picking up. Movements are coming through from Froggy, but this is just going to be to pick up the CS, and on the bot side instead, you can see it Unforgiven far back from the turret, but Shogun, he's not in a position to actually capitalize on it.
Yeah, not there for the plates. Wave not in the right spot. Now going to get it pushing in as Froggy going to stay in lane actually here for a little bit longer. Yeah, TP mid actually. They're out of Hazmed, so just trading temporarily as Saigon trying to overload this bottom side and get some gold back for themselves.
Has to be careful though. Niski could be on the move out here, and yeah, with members coming back around the turret, Saigon, they have to forfeit the play.
Good respect, but unfortunately not what they wanted out of the exchange. Still that first tower up for grabs. Bit of extra money there if you can get it. 3 plates apiece at the end of the day. So again, just good trading back and forth by both sides. Gold lead barely in favor of Mad Lions as I watch this dive again.
Yeah, so the micro stuff, of course, is the fact that the Hectic ultimatum comes through immediately. The unfortunate thing is that the flash and the E is not really synced up in the essence that it comes through with. So you can see he's gonna E and then try to flash out from the damage. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough as well to avoid the boulder. And I do believe Red Smite was also taking on him at the same time.
Yep. Can't really get out there. Froggy with another good taunt. Shogun roaming into mid lane here, trying to get some poke happening. But it looks like Herald is the reason everyone's here in the top side, Gulbo.
And that's the thing, I was actually going to say that Saigon's Buffalo's vision on the bot side is really good, but seeing as we're getting near the second Rift Herald, we kind of have to allocate it a lot on towards the top side instead. But that leaves open a weakness in the Drake that's also spawning in 10 seconds. So we're back into the conundrum for the two teams. Which of them are you going to prioritize?
We got the TP out of Unforgiven on Saigon Buffalo's side. BNJ again in a dangerous turret spot in the river, but this time feels like his team's a bit closer, a bit more prio in mid as well. Gonna be a fight by the looks of things here. But Mad Lions starting up the objective, but again, every ulti ready here for Saigon Buffalo. They can pull the trigger very swiftly.
Yeah, only one missing their flash is Armored as well, which of course is one thing for disengage, but also for the ultimate from the side of Saigon Buffalo, both Aspen and BJ. But it's getting low now.
Yeah, they pop the ulti. They're gonna try and get the steal. They get it. BJ now getting in there, but Husband's gonna dive on through. Froggy with the ulti over the top. Astaki can't find his way in. Great disengage ulti there out of the Seraphine, and Unforgiven has taken out the Camille, but Saigon Buffalo gonna kill on the other side. Shogun still alive, going away with the bullet time. Already popped it as Alioya takes out Froggy, and Niski stands and delivers as BJ just has to dive in to peel for the AD.
And there you have it, Mad Lions. They lose the objective, but they pick up the team fight. Saigon Buffalo gonna get a bit too aggressive and throw a bit too many tools in something that Armored is actually able to dodge out. You can see it with the bullet time coming through from Shogun. Despite being the Hectech ultimatum, Armored was still able to jump out of the range before the Galio came flying down afterwards. I'm sure we'll have a look at it in the replay because that was a messy team fight as well.
Yeah, tough to follow, so watch it once again and see exactly how it went down.
So there you have it. Nice, easy and quiet. Rift Herald on the side of Mad Lions, and BJ, yeah, he just walks up and just straight up smites it. That's the Giga Chat as he is, that you can see it. Seen a few things come out from Maokai like that. And then when they get the root on Maokai, Hasmet immediately recognizes he wants to go in, but you can see it there. Armored jumps straight out of the range from the bullet time, and it's a great ultimate coming through from Unforgiven. We said the weakness of Seraphine is when you get flanked, but this time around, that's not really the case. So despite the bullet time coming through in a good position, they're just not able to follow up with the damage and the kind of allocation that Mad Lions have with their own positioning.
Yeah, I felt like Saigon Buffalo couldn't quite get everyone involved, and in those kind of comps, when you can't sync up all the ultis, all agree on one target, really take out some key carries, that's a great time for Mad. Seraphine's just there clicking W, making sure the fight goes your way. Niski's pretty unkillable with rank 2 ulti out of Swain, and hey, a dragon to boot there for Mad Lions at the end of it all.
I mean, what I'm really thinking about is just how many kills are we going to be having in this game, because this can go back and forth. So far, not a lot of turrets has been taken. We've only seen the top turret go down. We're almost 18 minutes into the game as well. Rift Herald is in hand of BNJ, but in terms of gold lead, that is on the side of Mad Lions. So both teams have way to kind of accelerate themselves and try to take down these turrets.
Yep, second Herald gone, but now we can start looking at Dragon, maybe future Barons as far as where the next fight zones will be. We said it already, but for the most part, both these teams looking like they want to win through 5v5. So to your point, 8-4 right now, 12 kills through 18 minutes. That number is going to get up pretty high by the end of this one.
So I knew on day one, at least the highest amount of kills we had in one game, I believe, was 34. We're still not on track to beat that just yet, but we'll get there. And for sure, production can always correct me in the teleprompter if that is not the case. But so far, in terms of the map state, we talked about Mad Lions, they have the gold lead, and it's so much easier to set up your push when you're the one with the items. Mid lane gets pushed in, Ilyoyo's in a position where he can be aggressive in the enemy's red side jungle, and you're just scavenging it, taking away the vision, taking away the camps, getting the neutral gold they can on the map.
Yeah, double the Andrews there. Unforgiven even finishing the staff, has the transform almost through as well. So feeling pretty good.
But here comes the Rift Herald play we talked about from Saigon Buffalo. They did have this one available to him. Might not even have needed it in the mid lane as... Oh, there you go. It was not needed, and they're probably not going to get a second charge. But either way, in the end, they pick up a mid lane turret, and they're going to be happy about it.
Yeah, better than nothing here. Cutting the gold lead down a little from 3 to 2k or thereabouts. Also opening up space for them, which is going to be pretty critical, given that it looks like this game is going to come down to just big scraps for these objectives. Shogun with some good feet, dodging out of the way. Wants to try and keep this outer tower up for as long as he can.
It's going to be interesting to see how Mad Lions is going to approach this 20-minute mark instead. They still have a bot lane, which is decently low down to half HP with that turret. They have mid lane that continuously gets pushed in. And I think it's really just about setting up the vision for you to have a safe pathway to go back and forth and rotate the pressure around. Niski is on the top side. He has teleport as well if he needs to join for any teamfight breaking out. And remember, Saigon Buffalo, despite not having map pressure, they still have damage in a teamfight if they find a pig, a Mumu, Maokai, the follow-up from Galileo immediately. You still have to be careful with the moves you apply on the map from Mad Lions.
Yeah, I mean, Saigon Buffalo, definitely a much more subdued game for them. Not the, you know, blazing out of the gates early game aggression that we've seen from them so far, but definitely capable of stitching things together. We've seen them already try and punish a lot of moves and ganks. And Hazmat, again, continuing to show respect. Unfortunately, that means gold going the way of Mad Lions as Armut takes out this tower.
Yeah, but here's that move we talked about from Mad Lions. You move back and forth, you secure the vision, and despite BJ actually having good saplings, at least to get the intel, there's not much Hazmat can do with that intel. He just has to back away from the turret. In terms of cross-mapping on the other side, Saigon Buffalo just doesn't have the wave in a proper state where you can try and take the top turret down. With the resets now coming through from Mad Lions, they will be able to catch it.
Going to be a slow and steady game by the looks of things here. Saigon Buffalo going to basically wait to find a fight that looks good, and Mad Lions more than happy to slow the game down here and continue scaling up with the lead they already have. Again, it won't take very many mistakes for this game to flip back over.
That's the thing. It's a game where it's like, if you get Camille shots down, then all of a sudden Saigon Buffaloes have side lane pressure to their win condition. Right now, Armut is fine as that side lane. He's a full item ahead, and that is really what kind of seals the deal for Mad Lions right now. But even then, with vision being trimmed out from Mad Lions, Saigon Buffalo is quick to respond as well. Taki
fancies the go. Got to be a little careful though. Kaiser in reserve with the flash at the ready, but Taki gonna get back to safety alongside BJ.
And now with the bot lane pushed in, that's where Armut suddenly want to say, all right, we already have one outer turret. Now I'm going to push the bot lane in, I'm going to move up to the mid lane, and that whole thing about applying vision back and forth, that's not what we want to see reversed from the side of Mad Lions.
55 seconds till the dragon is up. It doesn't seem like something either team is going to really rush to. Again, they've split the first two. They're going to be a long while until we hit that Cloud Soul point for either team. Right now, Mad is happy to keep sieging and try and trade back some more towers.
But you can see it, Saigon, they are anticipating it as well. Ooh, Taki forced to flash away there. That can be crucial in not having that Amumu flash ultimate. Froggy is on the side, he's looking.
Going in, Taki with a decent ulti ball time over the top is good. Damage is there onto Kaiser, but they can't get the kill just yet. Has been trying to complete the play. They found Niski in the midst of it all, and Saigon Buffalo found a pick out of nowhere.
And I can't believe that they actually get away with it. It looks so good for Mad Lions in the beginning with Niski and a stopwatch, but we talked about it. If you can get shot down on the Camille out of nowhere, maybe you can get some more silent pressure. 2 minutes later, what happens? Hazmat picks up that shutdown.
Didn't even commit that much, honestly, to get the kill. I mean, a bunch of ultis and 2 flashes.
The Hectech ultimatum together with the Galio ultimate is still there.
That's true. Have some tools here. Obviously, Shogun's ulti and Taki's ulti being down might make this dragon fight tricky, but they are going to go for it. Niski's not here for 5 seconds. They take the dragon, they get away. They need to get away under from Meganar. No, they're going back in. Armut! An error as they go back through. Husband now going into stasis there. Froggy diving over. Alioya is in trouble. He's going to be shut down by that Camille ulti that was still there. Niski back. There's a good flash out of BJ, and I think Saigon Buffalo fancy themselves a continued fight here. Slowdown is good. Double up hits Kaiser. Froggy with the channel torn, and Kaiser with no ulti is going to fall. Niski, though, turns it back around. An unbelievable amount of damage from this Swain, and that's going to force the flash out of Froggy.
Oh, these fights just keeps going back and forth through the short cooldowns as well that you get with Leandrius, of course, on the Swain, and Niski able to pick something up of the back end of that fight with his ultimate. But once again, overreach from Mad Lions into that Drake pit, and Saigon Buffalo just waiting around the corner, hoping for them to make that overextension.
Bit of a back and forth affairs. We'll watch this one again.
You can definitely see what they're looking for. Ahmed, he wants to get the Mechana. He's hoping he can get it here before they commit, but the CC is just there immediately before he's able to transform. Good ultimate initially from Unforgiving to set up the rest of the team, but these stopwatches from Hasmet as well to keep himself alive. The fact that he's able to pick up another kill in this team fight, dodging out on the 2 Seraphine Qs with his ultimate. The micro you get from these team fights is also really what makes and breaks them. And with the make it rain slow that we have in the end, at least they're able to pick up one. Kaiser, he sees it, I have to sacrifice my life to set up my team. And luckily Niski, we talked about it, able to pick up one on the back end of that.
Yeah, Swain DPS is not a joke. Unforgiven also forced a flash there at the back end of it, and Hazmed TP'd in as Alulia's face, saying quite a lot there in the player cam.
And that also says quite a lot on the player cam.
Very happy looking coaching staff there. Saigon Buffalo is still behind, but only 1,000 gold now. I'd say it's just about even, all things considered.
Yeah, these 1,000 goals, it don't matter much. Like, it obviously comes down to how these fights are executed right now. And, you know, they say a picture can speak 1,000 words. Well, these videos of the players and managers, coaches, definitely almost 1 million then when you see them this happy.
The whole series.
That most certainly
Bunch
it is.
of novels. As Taki scoring up against Oluya, still only level 9. Poor Amumu has been put in a tricky place, but Taki, no fear on the Amumu. Finds all the angles for the bandage shots, and Ahmed continuing to split push here.
Yeah, but look at the minimap though, because Hasmet is on the way down to Ahmed. So if he's playing 2 forward in the bot lane, he'll definitely be picked apart. Still teleports as well on Froggy, so no worries. If they overcommit on the bot side, he'll still be able to get back up on the top side should Baron be threatened by Mad Lions.
Makes sense. That's the reason Froggy is currently side-leaning. Sonya's done for Niski as well, I can see, which is going to make a pretty big difference in the team fight, especially when there are this many divers on the enemy team.
You can see it from Taki, just from the small movement he has. He's really feeling himself. He stutter steps up, just straight in range of that bandage touch, and kind of just forced him to say, go forward, I dare you. And it's this willingness to commit that's really been a strength from Saigon Buffalo, not just in this game, but in terms of their entire playstyle throughout the entire year, even going into MSI. So of course this team used to the international stage, but average lowest age that we have with the 19 years olds on the team, so the inexperience there as well.
And the thing about that to me, especially in this game, is how much discipline and patience they're willing to have in this game. We started with Zach mid and like way too many kills. That was the opening game.
Oh yeah.
Then we played standard draft, also too many kills because Shogun apparently can't stop killing people. This game against a very scary opponent in the Mad Lions, the favorites certainly in this matchup. Saigon Buffalo, like, we'll take the scaling team fight. We feel confident in our 5v5. We'll try and punish you where we can, but we don't have to rush against you.
And it's
We're
interesting.
just as good at you.
It's so interesting when you look at the two comps, right? Because they both want to fight each other, but that doesn't mean that they're doing it all the time. Saigon picked up the first fight and said, you know what, that's great. You kind of run away with the game a little bit. Mad Lions, despite having full team fight, also a little hesitant in terms of when do you actually apply that pressure. So yes, they both have crazy go buttons, but it's more about the awareness of when you really want to pull that trigger.
Yep, and also Froggy, you mentioned heel cut. There's Morello now done for the Galio. So going to do a lot of work against all the healing that you highlighted earlier. But again, these team fights going to be a lot about execution, if not solely about it. 35 seconds or so until we have another objective to potentially fight for. But Baron, very front of mind right now for both these teams.
Most certainly is. And you know, Cloud Soul in this game is actually one of the games where you don't mind it too much. Both the movement speed out of combat to rotate around the map, you can really see how much the movement on the map has mattered so far, but also just pressing R from a Maokai and running forward, pressing R from the side of a Hecarim, and even then the rest of them with the Swain. This Soul actually matters for both teams.
All right, we are going to have a scrap here for this Dragon. It's 2-1. Saigon Buffalo do hold the lead on the race to Cloud Soul, but Mad Lions going to get themselves in the area. Looks like Saigon Buffalo want to retake prio of mid first.
Remember again, if you have flank positions against the Seraphine, that's going to do you a huge favor. But if you all walk in straight into that ultimate, you might find yourself in a losing fight.
Good Taki, just frontlining, looking for any angle. Hazmed kind of has a flank, but it's a little tricky with Ahmed currently guarding a choke point. Oh my goodness, Taki on a ward though. Spots the control, it has to go back.
Good vision coverage by Mad Lions. Hatman trying to come around where he's not actually spotted on vision.
This is an amazing pit. Oh no, Taki! Barely missed the advantage shot, but they're going to commit anyway. Ball time goes out, and Hazmet dives in, but now Froggy moving in. His phase 2 of the fight. Mad so far looking okay. BJ in the front line burning down, but he's not dead as Taki also low. Elioya getting the kill. Mad Lions have found a way out. Saigon Buffalo couldn't quite sync up the engage, and Mad Lions will punish, at least with 1 kill. As they Elioya with an ulti double kill.
Held on to it for so
Triple
long.
kill.
And they might even look for Penta if he's feeling himself too much here, but still, they get the mid lane turret here. Baron is up and available on the cards, and they're moving all of them up there. And a little bit of a nostalgia coming through here, seeing that fail of Drake fight and move up towards the Baron. We've already seen it one time this game, and this time around, it's going to favor Matt Lions.
Yeah, there should be an easy Baron for them as well. BJ dead. No one really here to contest. They are going to TP in. Shogun level 16, but doesn't have ulti. This Baron is getting burnt so quickly. Can't face check either. Froggy going in. No chance at all of a steal. Elioya finds a smite, and Froggy finds himself caught out of position. Gonna add another kill. Almost an unofficial quadra.
And we said it, the hesitation had been so good for Saigon Buffaloes in terms of when to commit and when to not. That time around, that kind of failed with Froggy feeling in a steal. And let's have a look at the team fight once again, because initially it looks like that Saigon Buffalo is going to be in a good position. Ultimate comes through over here, but no bandage touch connects on Elioya in the beginning. The follow-up with the ultimate are really not, once again, layered together with the bullet time. The only one who's receiving damage from it is Alistar, and he's already got the reduction on towards him. Great ultimate comes through from the side of Unforgiven. We said it, if he's not flanked, well then that B line or just straight line is going to do wonders for you.
And then look at Niski, just dives into the enemy team with the ult ticking, knows he has a stopwatch. Elioya just playing clean up at the end here in this 1v2. I like the attempt to go back in, but Hecarim far too strong.
And the healing as well. Conqueror proc fully, and then the Q coming through. It just see why this Hecarim is such a valuable pick so far in the tournament. And with the itemization coming through as well, Morph Mortius, Dev's Dance, it's going to take a while before you kill Elioya again.
Yeah, this is not the old build Giant Thunder into tank item Hecarim, which I know people have not been as fond of. Elioya definitely trying to maximize the fighter nature of the pick as Hazmet. Oh, goodness, that's a beautiful looking bullet time. Shogun's found a kill Saigon Buffalo. They're so tricky. Oh!
And that's just out of nowhere. Matt, they go for an overextension. Saigon Buffalo, they've read them like a book. 4 members rather, down on the bot side, and they're able to just get 2 clean kills. Niski on the top side, trying to get a second tier turret, but outside of that, Saigon Buffalo, they keep it close.
Camille, man. I just forget sometimes. That second part of Precision Protocol's not okay every now and then. Just slicing through Elioya, even mid-ulti. As the setup here onto Niski, pretty durable here. Nice little stopwatch to avoid the incoming stun. TP coming in, now you gotta run. Niski knows he's bought just enough time. He's got Rylai's, he's ticking away, he's got the ulti form, and Unforgiven gonna make this untenable for Froggy and friends.
MVP up there in the top lane. Niski 1 versus 2 on the Swain. Not had the best world so far actually, but in this game, KDA at least showing up, and despite his team taking 2 casualties on the bot side, shows up on the top side instead.
Good thing too, has to maximize the Red Bull Baron where they've still got 40 seconds left. Kind of got stalled in the bottom half of the rift with Saigon Buffalo finding some picks, but gonna get a little bit more damage done here in the top side. Do Saigon Buffalo have another flank in them? Right now doesn't look like it, but not many waves of Baroned up creeps left.
3 Drakes on Saigon Buffalo, 1 minute 30 seconds for what would potentially be the soul for them, but it's not so much picking it up, it's finding the team fight around that Drake area that really nets you the win. You could even see it when, despite Mad Lions losing a Drake, they picked up the kills, they picked up the Baron, and that's really what matters. If you're the one walking away with a man advantage, you're the one who's going to dictate the play afterwards.
Again, they know Hecarim is a target here. Hazmet is pretty powerful on this Camille. 3 items and a little bit of extra magic resist on top of it. Makes sense. Got to fight off this big old Swain and the death cap Seraphine. Unforgiven casually at 2-0 and 12, which kind of tells the story of how the team fights have gone. You said it. You flank Seraphine, she can be pretty useless if you can pick her off. The fact that Unforgiven hasn't died yet this game as these items tells a lot about how fights have been going for Mad Lions.
Yeah, and there's a few champions where picking up Seraphine Brace afterwards, but the tier was a big no-no ever since that it was changed to ability haste instead of ability power. Seraphine, one of the few that absolutely loves that it turns into Seraph's Embrace that gives you that extra cooldown reduction. It's so potent with your passive, and the fact that you have ability haste on a shield that already have quite a big cooldown that you can lessen and actually fire off multiple times in a team fight, that's so big. And now coming through with the 4 fights and picking up that Banshees to keep himself even safer.
Yeah, stopwatch as well in reserve, so gonna be real tough to find an angle onto Unforgiven, but Saigon Buffalo, if they want to pick a fight at this dragon, which would be their soul if they can get it, they're gonna have to find the perfect engage.
Now coming in here, Mad Lions does have their fronts warded. They're lacking some vision on the left side this time around. If Taki wants to come through. Same setup as last time. Kaiser aggressive.
First one to go, finds the ulti, finds a decent little engage, but BJ again, very tanky. Defensive Mount Kai ulti burnt though, and Mad just kicking them out of the river, trying to make sure they can take the Dragon Armor. Wants the angle. Taki flashes in with the Curse of Sam. Mami Aloya goes in. Shogun gets chumped up in a Seraphine ulti, but Unforgiven. He's on a killing spree, and they just don't have the damage. Nuski finds the skill shot onto the enemy AD, and the Mad Lions Death Ball takes over this game.
And the healing is just disgusting in this fight. Look at the health bars that Mad Lions walk away with after that one. Hasmed's still alive, but with these death timers, surely Mad Lions are looking to just end the game. They're scoring the wave, making sure Hasmed can take it.
Yeah, Hasmed can get the next one, but that's not the one that matters right now. That little cannon creep and the rest of his buddies going down mid lane is more than enough for Mad to at least crack this inhibitor. But there is more they can get as well. It is 20 seconds on most of them. Taki the only one up in a few.
Still looking for it here, and as you said, but 1 second here on Taki, he's there. 2 versus 4, what can they do?
Again, trying to make it happen. Taki no ulti, just has to throw his life straight at the enemy. He wants to clear the way, but he can't even do that. Husband level 16, kicked out of there by Kaiser, and Mad Lions only need a couple fights, but that is enough to get them the win here.
Gonna take us some time, but it gets done. Once again, it's not clean, it's sloppy. As I say that, Nexus,
yes, it's fine.
Does explode, goes down at the end. We have it. And Mad Lions, they pick up another one.
Weathering the storm of the Saigon Buffalo teamfight comp.
And really, going into the game, right, I was telling myself, this is a game I really don't know who's going to come out ahead of.
Yeah.
It can really go both ways. 10 minutes into the game, I was still saying that. 20 minutes into the game, I was still saying that. And even towards the later fights here, could have still made an argument for saying it. 2 teams that's very willing to draft these death ball compositions that wants to be aggressive. In the end, Mad Lions, though, and Unforgiven specifically, that Seraphine showing up in the team fights.
Yeah, not a player we talk that much about, except maybe towards the end of the game when we looked down and was like, oh, that's your scoreline, huh?
I think it's easy to go unhidden or hidden as well when you're just playing Seraphine. The amount of things that you do in a team fight with the shielding and the correct ultimates doesn't really come through as much as Hecarim diving in towards the backline, for example. But Unforgiven, his positioning was perfect. The setup from the team as well. Saigon wasn't allowed to flank. There is few times where we saw it come through, and even then, Unforgiven was never the point in a position where he could actually get picked up.
Yeah, I think not many games kind of come down to these spots, but it did feel like both teams were building up to those big fights, right? The Death Ball versus the big Wombo Combo teamfight comp. That dragon, that Cloud Dragon that we almost found the flank for, maybe the thing that Saigon Buffalo would like a redo on.
Oh, definitely, but there's so many times here. It's not so, of course it's about macro, but in the end it's also just like, how did we play that team fight? That's what you're really asking yourself afterwards.
Well, a ton of drama, but we are going to go back over to the State Farm Analyst Test to break down that Mad Lions win.
Thank you so much. Pastry time. Mad Lions getting it done for Europe with a victory here in this one over the Saigon Buffalo. And when we take a look at Champions Select, that's where I want to start because I wouldn't wish playing against this Mad Lions comp on anyone. We saw the difficulty of navigating those team fights in the late game with the amount of healing that was coming out.
Saigon Buffalo's damage.
Just bouncing off of people.
That was
right?
That was
their best shot.
And so, I mean, again, how much of that are we attributing to, hey, this is just really intelligent drafting, obviously, from Mad, and how much of it is, on the side of Saigon? Like, you needed to do something to remove one of these pieces, or at least find a better answer to it.
It is tricky. Hecarim's one of the most banned champions so far on the patch. It's also something that Mad Lions played against Isurus earlier, where they have Seraphine, Hecarim, Gnar as like a core, and then the mid laner and the support were different. I think Swain makes it even more of a death ball. The previous time they played it was Talia. And I mean, Seraphine Swain plus just melee bruisers was an incredibly popular and successful comp in the LCS during playoffs. So I like this style for Mad when they're just trying to generate best-of-1 victories. They don't need to be completely clean. Niskin can die a few times in laning phase. They can make a few mistakes because when the game ultimately comes down to soul fights, there's such a strong ball that I think the strategy works pretty well for playing.
I also think it's just one of these annoying comps to play because not a lot of teams play these types of compositions. Like in the LPL, we never have it. We never have like the Seraphine, Swains, these death ball heal style compositions. And when you look at what Saigon Buffaloes have, Like they have a bunch of champions that just want to jump into you. And things like Swain absolutely love that, right? Just getting to try to keep that ult up and going as long as possible. So sadly, we saw they tried with some flanks trying to get the Camille right onto the Seraphine, but it just looks so hard. They tried their best, but Mad Lions navigated it perfectly. They were pretty much always just grouped together, never gave that access.
Nice shot there by Unforgiven. You can see, I feel like any time the Seraphine is around a group of people, that's when the fight becomes a little unbearable. And they talked about this pretty well in the cast. The Camille did really have to get ahead because you want to be able to apply split push pressure or one-shot potential in team fights in order to have a chance. And they fell pretty far behind early on the top side and can never really come back.
That's why really honestly the only, quote-unquote scary moment for me on the side of Mad was when those 2 shutdown kills went over to Camille in the bot lane. Pretty late into the game, yes, but that was the one moment where I was like, okay, maybe Camille's turned a corner into that individual damage territory where she might be able to one-shot someone in a team fight and turn the tides. But as we mentioned, look at the health bars at the end of any of these skirmishes for Mad. They're back up. Yeah, they lost 1 member, but everyone else is back up to full health.
It's just ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And, also kudos to Mad Lions, right? Because you talked about the Camille, starting to maybe get into the game. But Mad Lions and I think teams in general have just gotten so much better at marking their flanks and not allowing for that access to be able to come through.
Super important to make sure that Camille is marked appropriately in these fights. This surprised just a little bit watching how quickly Elyoya's health went up. So he presses W, that means he heals for a percentage of the damage he deals. Unforgiven also comes through at the end, presses the empowered W.
And double triumph.
And double triumph, so he's even 90% health.
It's absolutely disgusting. Hecarim, a pick that we will have to continue to watch throughout the tournament. You mentioned how casters did a lot of great breakdown throughout the game for us, on the game specifically, Jad. They also had another conversation about platypuses, platypi.
Okay.
And Pastry wasn't sure if they're poisonous or venomous. I looked it up. They're venomous, not poisonous.
What's the difference?
The difference. So I know that I didn't look up the difference between the two, but I do know that one is about like venomous is about they either create their own venom and it's about injecting it into something versus poison something else. So that's it's something about it's something like that.
Yeah.
That's not as relevant. I did find out though that it is not, or to this date, there have been no human fatalities due to a platypus venom. So they can't kill us apparently, or at least it hasn't happened yet.
You have to try really hard.
It is apparently.
Please don't try that at home either.
It's really painful, and apparently painkillers don't affect reducing the pain that you feel, which is wild. But humans have to date avoided death by platypus.
That we know of.
That we know of.
Yeah, okay.
So just a quick, National Geographic update for you all. Yeah, I just had to go look it up.
Can we make this a
Also,
regular
their venom, they grow it in quills on their hind legs. It's on their legs as opposed to using anything, their beaks or whatever. Okay. I completely took us off course, but I just wanted to update everybody on that.
I love it.
Thank you.
I'll look for more stats as they bring up more wild animals in their future casts, I think.
Subscribe.
Mad Lions, how do we feel about this squad now a couple days in? Because this was, again, the touted best of one team, but we definitely had some questions about how they might fare against, the more Titanic-looking DRXs and RNGs. How do you feel about their position in the group now?
I think they're fine, and they just need to be patient.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, it's going to come down to best of 5. So what they're doing now, I think, is completely on track with what they should be doing.
Yeah, just very messy, right? They need to clean it up because going into best 5s could be rough.
All right, there you have it. They're getting the wins, though. They're getting it done, and they're putting themselves in pretty position when it comes to qualifying for the group stage. We're now joining Laura and Elyoya for our Verizon post-game interview.
Welcome back to Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview here with the victorious Mad Lions. Elyoya, thank you for joining me. Tell me about the game when you think about the Saigon Buffaloes and how aggressive they are, but also the fact that you needed to win this one today.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty important win because it makes us we still have chances to make it a second of the group. So it's a pretty important win, and I'm happy that we made it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you guys turned it around. It wasn't easy. Honestly, what was the turning point of the game, and how did you manage to pull this one back?
I think our team comp in team fights was much better. So I don't remember in which fight we started winning, but I remember one which was a 4-4-1 or something like that. And at that point, the moment we were even in the game, I think their comp is really hard to play into ours. So yeah, I think that once we were even in the game, then it was like really hard for them to play the game.
All right, confident that you would win this one. I want to talk about the game versus RNG yesterday. I talked to Mac, and we established the fact that even though you lost, there's still some takeaways from this game and positive ones. What's your take on that and what you learned from that game?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is many takeaways playing against the best teams. I think you can learn the most playing against them because you see how you get punished in every mistake you do. Like I remember one time that we just left the bot side of the map. I mean, we didn't push on one mid prio, and then our whole map was really, really bad. So the situation. So I mean, just it's good that we lose in play-ins because we can still make it to the main stage, and then we get a learning experience from this. So it's pretty good, I would say, that we are playing against that good teams.
Yeah, better lose early and learn from that. I guess talking about the RNG game, it was difficult for the bot lane especially, and I know that William has been sick so far. Same for Niski, who tweeted it today. How is it going for them and for the whole team, and how much do you think it impacted the whole team so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think the situation this world is being a bit hard. I think there is some people sick that cannot even be in the practice room that much. We have not been able to scrim as much as we would have wanted to because we have some people sick. Also, the fact of the COVID thing was also a bit bad since we stayed one day without PC. So I would say that even though the situation hasn't been the best, I think these worlds are still being pretty great. So yeah, I mean, it's been a bit hard, but it's doable.
It has been difficult, but you pulled it through regardless, and I think you've been performing nicely. There's one game left for you guys. It's going to be DRX, and I'm really interested in the jungle matchup, especially because knowing that they have both Pioshik and Johan, what do you think it's going to be like in the jungle for you, and how can you plan for a matchup like this?
To be honest, it's hard to plan the jungle matchup because Pioshik really likes to play many different champs. Like he's the one that pulled the Udyr. I think he's also the one that pulled the Poppies, so he really enjoys this kind of off-meta champs. And about Johan, I don't really have that much info on him, so I will be watching today his games. And I mean, it's for sure going to be a banger against DRX. I think their mid laner is really, really good.
Yeah, he is. Well, best of luck in that game, Yoya. Thank you so much for the interview. And Dash, back to you in LA.
Women. Camille. Front to back, Camille. Galio. Kill Galio. We win, for sure.
Mad so far, looking okay. BJ in the front line burning down, but he's not dead as Taki also low. Elioya getting the kill. Mad Lions have found a way out. Saigon Buffalo couldn't quite sync up the engage, and Mad Lions will punish. Taki flashes in with the curse of Sam Mummy. Elioya goes in. Shogun gets chumped up, but a Seraphine ultimate unforgiven. He's on a killing spree, and they just don't have the damage. Nuski finds the skill shot onto the enemy AD, and the Mad Lions Deadfall takes over this game.
we're back in Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview. Joining me right now is Yamato from Fnatic. Thank you for joining me.
My pleasure.
A couple words about the game versus Loud earlier today. It was a bit rough. What's your take on it as a coach?
I think you play like shit, you eat shit. That's just how it goes. Best of ones are volatile like that. We played very bad. They capitalized, and that's the game of League of Legends.
It is, and as you said, it's best of one, but you're not worried about a game like this, right? I mean, as you said, it can be flippy.
I think in the end, this is just. I think this is just a showcase of what lack of practice looks like. You know, we've had some troublesome last weeks. You know, we pieced together with what we have, and I think when you haven't been able to practice as much as we would wish, then performance fluctuates, and this was definitely a low for us.
A couple words on the last game you'll be playing, Beyond Gaming. What can we expect from this one?
How was your mind? Like, I am excited to play against them. I think best of ones are very volatile, and I think making sure that we auto-qualify to the group is essential. We are in a good position still, even with this loss, but we need to make sure to win this one because you have some real demons waiting on you on the other side in Group B. So we're going to do our absolute best to make sure that Mega Bank Beyond Gaming is going to get smacked down here in the last match. But we need to still recover from this one, learn from this one, and maybe squeeze in a little scrim, eat a nice steak, and then sleep good and rock and roll.
All right, well, Yamato, thank you, as always, for a nice interview and nice words. And Dash, back to you in LA.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Welcome back to Worlds 2022. Yamato and all Fnatic still sights set on top in the group and auto-qualifying out. Dude.
I mean, we'll talk about this in a bit. They are 3-1.
Perfect timing. All right, we're going to take a look at the standings just to refresh how Group A looks at the moment with Fnatic taking that loss earlier in the day. Still in that #1 position, but things are a lot more interesting, and we zero in on Dead FM, Beyond Gaming, looking to step on a stage, put another win in that win column, and reinsert themselves into a conversation about fighting to get out of this group and earning a best-of-5 shot.
Yeah, I feel like especially looking at Beyond Gaming, one really nice, clean win, and then kind of one really hard, tough loss. So there's still kind of like a bit of a question mark for me.
I agree, and I needed to get this out. I know it's taken a little while.
Yeah.
JoJo can't wear his Crocs on stage, but Yamato can coach in that shirt.
Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure it was very expensive. Much like these are probably rather valuable.
They're probably rather cheap.
That shirt was something.
That's a beautiful shirt.
Yeah.
What's your problem with the shirt?
It's just.
You want to make the case for why it shouldn't be allowed on stage?
Because it's so distracting.
Is Yamato's fan base another one on the list?
Are you just mad that when you were a coach, you didn't come up with a creative way to distract your opponents?
I would have been looking across the stage and be like, what is
You just would have been fashion intimidated. I can't outdraft this guy. Look at him. He's outdressing me. Beyond Gaming versus Dead FM, taking a look at the Dead FM side of things. You mentioned how it's been kind of back and forth with tumultuous games for Beyond. I would argue similar for Dead FM, where it took them a moment to wake up in this tournament.
Yeah, it really did. I feel like looking from day 1 to day 2, one of the big changes they made was giving a lot more resources to their bot lane, especially Steel making the move down there. And then we've seen both Udapone and Harp have been great about rotating that pressure around the map. So they actually were able to get a very dominant win over Chiefs, and even their loss to Fnatic was incredibly close.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, focus towards bot lane. I'm also going to call out Evie. To me, seems like one of the major leaders on the team. And so when he seems to be working with momentum, they seem to be playing well. We'll find out if they can get it done here today as we go back over to Pastry Time and Goldborg for the call.
Here we are once again, game number 3 on the day. Plenty more to go, but this should be an interesting one. Dead Ninja Focus Me, as we heard the desk, have taken a little bit to kind of warm up to the international stage, but seem to be firing.
And I think the matchup between these two teams are going to be very interesting when you take a look at solo laners, for example, as well. I think a lot of people can agree that Yaharong has had his moments of weakness in the mid lane, but Minji as well is usually a guy that takes some time to get active, and the same can be said for Lee Kai. And that's actually why I think Ebi is going to be having the time of his life here. He's going to look to be aggressive. If he's facilitated, I don't really know if it matters, but because just in the isolated scenario, he's going to do a lot. And I think that's why taking away the Aatrox here, just making sure that Lekai is not going to be on that comfort on a champion that did strong right now, is going to do wonders for them, and especially when they have the red side.
Makes sense, and as to your point, BYG kind of feel the same way, because that is a ton of mid bans. 3 thrown at Yaharong and Silas taking first pick. That is basically 4 bans.
But I like the way that Beyond functions when you get into the mid to late game, actually. They're one of the few teams where it's like, okay, early game might be sacked a little bit, at least from what we saw from them of their own region. But once you get into that mid-late game, they love skill checking you. They love going for fights. And we've seen it multiple times as well. They're not afraid to try and out-team fight you. Well, from the side of DFM, they start out with the Kaiser. Yudavon had a lot of success on that champion on his last game, and the desk mentioned it. There was a lot more priority for that bot side instead.
Yeah, Trundle as well, pretty solid jungler. Gonna give up the tree.
We love the tree.
Snapped up here by BYG. This is definitely a tree enjoying duo. So win rate also pretty good, by the way. I think may have taken a.
You say that if you said it before this game, it was 100. If you said it just before the other game we had, it was 100%.
Yes.
But now it's decreased. So we started out with a day that was better for the tree, and we're ending it with a day that's worse for the tree, and I don't appreciate that.
Well, we'll see if that's the answer here from BYG. It looks like Aphelios is next order of business. That will be picked up there.
So one of the AD carries that has risen in priority, not so much because he's got any buffs, more so just because the AD carries that he struggled against has kind of been put in the dumpster. We're too tired looking at them, and thus he can excel himself again. And playing into the Kaiser with the longer range, especially from what you get with the Calibrum, it is a good matchup for the laning phase. But remember, once again, you can get the support counter pick over to the side of Horeb.
Yeah, we're getting pretty spicy already here. Vex, one of the only champions left here for Yaharong. Kind of pick here for the Silas, so curious to see how that one works out. Tom Kench going to be taken away, makes sense. It's one of the best partners for Aphelios, so get him out of there.
Most certainly, and I think as well, are you looking to take away other champions or wardens like the Braum if you want to keep them active? Braum, Aphelios is actually one of the few compositions where you can go aggressive, just because the Q with the Sephram of Aphelios procs the Braum passive so fast. But then again, into the composition of what DFM has drafted for themselves so far, not really too scared of it.
Cannonban, even with Aatrox off the table, wanting to respect Evi's prowess on the champion. Has shown it twice already, specifically into Aatrox, but yeah, looks pretty good.
We saw it against Wunder. Got a few solo kills there, so Evie was very happy on that champion, of course, and lots of discussion going through. Of course, you will have to blind pick a champion here with Maokai being a flex on 3 rolls, and it is going to be the Thresh, a classic pairing, together with Aphelios off past as well.
Yeah, again, wanting to make sure to remove some of the better ways to protect Aphelios, who is very powerful when he can sit there and shoot you, but does suffer from lack of mobility, apart from really Gale Force, which has been pretty common, but isn't always the choice that Aphelios players want to make.
And even seeing champions like Rakan as well could be something you're looking for. Both Leona and Rakan still up and available. Both teams have been happy to go for engage. Even Harp not minding looking for the likes of Avril, but of course, the sad little mummy, tale of the saddest one in Valorant, has obviously been locked in on the 4th, and a big priority on that one as well.
Yeah, it's kind of rapidly becoming one of the most important supports, at least in this stage of the tournament. Seen a lot of Amumi now paired with, obviously, MF being the obvious one, but kind of every lane feels like an Amumi lane these days.
Definitely, and I think it's just due to the fact that you saw it against Fnatic, right? It can be an engage, but it can also be a disengage if anyone wants to dive into your face. So that's obviously very great having. Leona is going to be what they're looking for on the other end of that, and that would probably force Yudavon to go for the cleanse instead. As a blind pick now, we will have revealed if this Maokai is going to the jungle, if it's going to the top lane, and in terms of what Lekai is really looking for, it is going to be that. Now with still loads of Gnar counters up and available if DFM is looking to play up against that.
Yeah, curious to see what Evie brings out here, but has been left counter pick, which makes sense given the top lane matchup and Evie's general tournament.
Classic.
Hey, look at that. We'll see if he locks it in, but that is definitely a throwback, a champion that is always in the pocket of Evie every international. That's a big smile, so it looks like it might be an Urgot angle.
Well, looking at the combo that you're seeing,
baby!
So this is not the first time we've seen this from Evie. He's brought this pick out with a Tryndamere as well during playoffs. So this is a guy with a very large champion pool. He's one of the main reasons you can call DFM so versatile, because they can play for the bot lane. They can play for wacky picks in the top side as well. And, well, this is most certainly one of them.
Lane Lilia has been unleashed here for Evie. An absolute treat. So annoying. Like, so unbelievably annoying if you can just prance around you and queue you forever and ever.
And most certainly, I'm kind of just trying to grasp what the two team compositions are looking for, because you have the team fighting tools. You can see it in all of them. but there's definitely also long-range pick potential from the side of Detonation Focus Me due to the fact that you have that Vex, you have that Kai'Sa. You don't always have to be the one making the first move. You just have to be around the area to have a counter response. And I think that gives them some extra pressure to work around with from their side, where Beyond Gaming, their team composition, it's very much about throwing yourself in there and having the Aphelios in the backline.
Yep. Got an Amumu ult to steal from the Sylas, got Maokai ulti, got Nara ulti once he transforms. Plenty of tools for Beyond Gaming to find fights. Leona obviously as well. Should be a fun one here.
Most certainly, and also just from the stakes point of view, Detonation Focus Me really needing to get a few games in there to get out of the relegation zone. And of course, the same thing can be said from Beyond, who's sitting at 1-1 currently. So opportunities for DFM to get ahead if they're able to win this one.
Yeah, group getting pretty tenuous in general, especially with Fnatic losing to Loud, right? I mean,
oh yeah,
Beyond's win was against Loud on day 1, which now thinking about it, okay, well, even that game was in Loud's hands at some point.
Most certainly, and even for DFM as well, the losses they've had, one was against the best team in the tournament so far, or at least the best team in their group. The other one was against Fnatic. So they've had a rough start as well in terms of what they've had to work with. But now, looking to be a bit aggressive with what they have in the early game. We've seen this before with an Amumu. They'll go around the tri-bus, they'll throw in a blind Q, see if anyone's in there, and then the team members will go in and see if they caught anything. It's like blind fishing.
I can't wait for the next level where you just stack 5 people in the one brush.
And you wait for Amumu to get in there,
yeah.
yes. You should be an analyst.
There you go. That's the next level of level 1s. I've seen a lot of level 1s in my time, let me tell you.
Yeah, I've seen a few, but unfortunately my memory is not always the best in that regard. Now, Yaharong has actually opted in for the first strike since he's playing into the Sylas, so possibilities for you to get a bit more gold in there. Could have gone for Futures Market as well in terms of just finding your items power spike so quickly because you go first strike, but not going to be the case this time around. And otherwise than that, looks pretty standard. Conqueror and Lilia is always what you go for when you're playing it up in that top side, looking for the extended team fights, in and out, prancing around. You know how it goes.
Yep, doesn't need the phase rush. Happy to try and oppress the lane 1v1, so Likai is going to try and keep it under wraps. With the fleet, best of luck though, Evie is quite the menace and always has some fun picks this game, no exception. Yutapon though, back on the old Kai'Sa. See how it does here in the 2v2 early on as the teams face up.
So far, Wako is not really using the Calibrum to get these extra auto attacks in on Yutapon, and that's allowing the DFM bot lane to actually get pushed. So, of course, hitting level 2 before Leona, super happy about it.
A little glacial action there out of Hop, getting in aggressive. Takes a bit too much damage on the other end, but not too perturbed.
Yeah, so you trade HP from the AD carry and exchange for the support instead. Now, Beyond is about to hit level 2 when the 2 melee minions falls down here. You can actually see it's a big battle in between them both. They both want to have it to go for a potential engage immediately. And Jungler, at least from the side of Steel, is pathing down towards that bot side, with Husha pathing up towards that top side instead. Both the solo laners of DFM are quite far forward, so there is a potential for Husha to get in here.
Every now and then, little sneaky Maokai gank here. Yaharong getting hit by the first chain. Good fear. Kicking the other 2 out. Doesn't have to commit the flash, so nice little escape there for Yaharong.
This is going to give the Steel so much intel. He already has the red buff. He has a bot lane who kind of has a little bit of a push. Yaharong is still around the area. You're playing Trungle, the strongest level 3 between isolated junglers. He could look to get cheeky here with some counter jungling. He's not in there. Observers, reveal him.
There he is. Steel shows himself to Husha, gets the ward down, but nothing left to play for.
Well, red buff still active for the side of Husha, so that is gonna be an opportunity for him to get in and clean that up. So nothing stolen away, but Steel had a window, but I think the circumstances around him didn't facilitate it with Minji getting the push, and the same for the bot lane of Beyond.
Kino walking up means he walks away. Steel though at least trying to poke in there and get what info he can. Again, we are starting to see, I think, a bit more adaptation around Maokai. We see more and more Maokai games. He's starting to become a fixture of almost every game. So definitely do want to try and contend when you can, because the tree 1v1 is fine. But early game especially not all that hot. I don't think we've seen top lane Maokai yet, by the way.
We have Wonder.
Perfect!
On day 1.
Bless my pick'ems.
So, yeah,
that was my only investment.
I put Seraphine in. I was like, oh, surely this will be played with a center lane, so that should be 3 in the mid lane, in the AD carry position, and with a center, but so far it's not happened.
There's still hope.
There is still hope. It's a long tournament. We're only just getting started.
Alrighty, Husha now doing a bit of baiting himself. Mostly just for vision, though. Gets the sapling down. That's going to be annoying for Steel. Actually, Husha really getting good info here. Now pops the Scry's Bloom, sees not on the Krugs. He's going to try and steal them, I guess, is the next thing. I guess no.
Just going for the intel instead, but you can still look up towards the top side. Likai very close to hitting that mech, and there he goes.
Heavy, going to be okay. Spots the enemy jungler and says, yep, nothing you're doing here. Whack him.
Give him a little slap with the staff.
Spins around, no damage. Husha is going to help him push out here. And it should be resetting the top wave in short order. So very quiet first 5 minutes here, but... Ooh, I take it all back. Eevee just straight in the face of the enemy team. Oh, the clock barely.
It's happening. Not enough
out.
damage at this point. And yeah, Ebby almost going down to a boulder there. The extra movement speed, of course, gets him away from it. But that could have been very, very deadly with a big wave pushing in. He could have lost a lot of experience there.
One of the things about Maokai that's so great. You just click the button.
There's so many things about Maokai that's so great.
It's true.
Now, on the bot side, Beyond actually looking to get aggressive, but it's a big wave they would have to be fighting in with, so surely they'd lose an extended fight, and they realize that, they back away, but I was actually going to go back to the fact that the game is slow is actually quite good for the side of Beyond, because they are a team where they never really left the biggest mark of the game in their early game. It was usually in the mid game that they get active with their solo laners. And you can see it as well with the fact that Minji is playing the Silas. You want to be there in the skirmishes. You want to be there when you steal away ultimates from level 6 and really leave your mark there. The same for Likai, of course, playing that Nara in the top side. So I think as Beyond, you're quite happy about the way the thing's going so far.
Yeah, Aurelios, Maokai, Silas all happy to scale up and just kind of vibe. Hop finding himself here in the mid lane, but maybe covering a potential counter. There is a lot of people here, actually. Unicorn also chilling in behind, not level 6.
Oh, but you can see it here. I actually think it's a good read because they know that the roam might come through. Spotted on a sweeper right now. Amumu coming around.
Hop just, no fear, goes in, find a bandage shots, beautiful pillar out of steel. Tino the target, level 3, so much CC! Brute force for a first blood, but then it focus me, find her. Husha though is going to turn it back around onto Yaharon because Minji Sas is dishing out the deeps. Still going to go down as well and make it 3! A double kill for the tree!
And there you have it. Good read by DFM initially to set up the play, but even better response coming through from Beyond to pick up the kills here. So great stuff for our representative from PCS.
Nicely done for Beyond Gaming. Yaharon TPing in on the Vex. As we check him on the top side, so far, Evie, even with some decent isolation in the lane, hasn't really been able to squeeze out too much of a lead just yet. We'll have to see how the Lily counter pick kind of plays out as the lane goes on. But let's watch this one again, because like you said, first part looked real nice.
They spot each other in the sweep, but we of course didn't see that. We only have Beyond's point of view going into it, so Harb already had the information. They look for it immediately, and with the Utapon around and Yaharong actually having the level 6 to go for the fight, they look for it immediately. They get baited in by the fact that they get the kill, so you have the reset coming through from the side of Yaharong should you decide to look for it. But the curse of the Sat Mommy being stolen away, and the instant flash coming through from Husha, with, of course, the the flamethrower together with the purple gun allows to just set up the CC afterwards.
Very nicely done. A classic of Silas.
Gravity.
Stealing the Amumu ulti, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Good old gravity gun.
Yeah.
Actually, my first ever Silas game. I walked down the bot lane at level 6, stole the enemy Amumu support's ultimate, and did almost exactly that.
Damn.
In the bottom lane. It was great.
I mean, yeah, Amumu is also one of those champs. I used to coach a team, and one of the things that was meta back then was an Ashe. We played Ashe into Silas once, and never did it again, due to the fact that the AP scalings on the Ashe ultimate, that was not fun to play again. So when Silas was first released, I mean, that was the likes of Alistar. So there's so many things where this champion leaves its mark in terms of not only what you have drafted for yourself, but in terms, of course, what the enemy has drafted too.
All right, well, Husha trying to grow to be the biggest tree this game. 2-0-1, already worth a little bit of extra gold at the start of it, but more importantly than that, strong enough to start this Herald up for Beyond Gaming. It has been the prized objective. People, again, have been delaying Dragons quite a lot. So happy to get this Herald, and very cleanly too. No contest here for Detonation Focus Me. Can't really force anything, so just gonna have to give it away.
Yes, and there's not even any cross map coming through. No Drakes is taking. It's just the same usual farming. Ebby had his lane pushed in, so he's gonna go make a response, push the other one in. And I get always baited when I see the Amumu coming through here. Nope, they are most certainly looking for a fight.
Xenoblade happened. Udapon still firing away, but again, Amumu not all that tanky from the support role, and they just go for it here.
Oh
Level
my
6
God.
on the Aphelios. That's so much damage, but Udapon, he's found a turnaround, and now Minji in trouble as well. Steel and Yaharong teaming up. Ulti already used for Vex, though. Q's gonna miss, and Minji zips on out of there using the Blast Cone.
Yeah, Minji no teleports, so he's not gonna be able to get back to the bot lane or mid lane immediately. He is, however, gonna be able to help his AD carry around, with Steel coming here. Both ultimates getting used.
Trading perhaps there. No flash for Steel. Has to walk back to the safe.
Here comes the tree.
The tree out there. Ulti already used. Very nice setup there. And DeadFM just too far forward. Steel goes down.
You know how it goes. You pick the tree, your game is free. And so far, Husham showing why that is. 2-0. And 2 on the Maokai, of course, now. Picking up his components. Leading forward with the Bambi Cinder. And it's looking good. You get priority now from the bot side. You can set up the Drake afterwards. And of course, you pick up the kills that you need.
Gonna get this crab as well. That dragon that you mentioned likely to follow. Husha just vibing here with the rest of the squad. I mean, Udapon getting a kill is pretty nice down there, but Beyond Gaming definitely winning out in these early exchanges.
Yeah, and let's have a look at how it started again, because it is just getting aggressive while you have the Danish gun available for Wako down here. Red and white, of course. And good predict on the sidestep from Kino, just setting it all up. And no level 6 on the Amumu just yet, so there's no counter response. We talked about how he can be a good disengager. This time around, it's not going to be the case. And we can have the replay.
This looks awfully familiar, though. It's 1 kill already. This time the detonation focus me and Kino absolutely dead. Just walks straight into the turret, gives it away.
It's not the curse of the Sat Mummy, it's the revenge of the Sat Mummy, as Harv immediately strikes back on that bot side.
He
has ventured down in the mid lane.
We'll keep on going here. Actually, the Dragon we did think was going to go to BYG is now detonation focus me with that great bit of counterplay out of Harv, who Hex flashes himself over into the Dragon pit.
Likai does not have the teleport either, so no contest is going to be have here. And with Minji in the mid lane, yeah, he's just going to be forced to clear and race against Yaharon. Great start from DFM. They strike back immediately in a game that was almost running away from them, with Herald as well being in the inventory of Beyond.
Yeah, still hasn't been popped yet. We'll keep an eye there on Husha and where that wants to go, but it was almost 1,000 gold ahead for Beyond Gaming the last time I checked. Now about 500 between the two, so Beyond feeling all right. Again, still have kills in good places between the Maokai and the Silas, but Evie's starting to get a bit more active. Back to the top lane he goes. Hop obviously being 6 makes a huge difference as far as his effectiveness goes as a champion. And definitely making it known there in the bottom side. So we'll call it basically even here with Detonation Focus me getting the first Drake. But to your point, definitely going to be a slower game, even though Beyond might be generally happy with that, as Likai is going to trade an ulti there away from Evie, who's maybe going to prance down the top lane, but decides not to pursue too aggressively.
Yeah, you know, 3/4 of that Rift Herald has dissipated now. You have to make a play soon with that. So far, they're looking in the mid lane. He does have flash. They want to look.
Still ulti Aharon in there, but the Sar's going to follow up. The Everfrost, perfect timing on the finish of the Mythic, and that's going to be a kill for Sars. But Steel, can he make it happen? The tree going to be cut down a little bit by the ulti out of Trundle, but no follow-up kill as the Herald gets dropped mid.
A great response by Minji. He did not connect with the chains, but he did have that ultimate stolen away from the Vex. So Tree heals up with the Sap Magic too. Minji, can you get any plating here? No. All of it goes to Husha, but at least you chip some damage away from the mid lane turret.
Still, the biggest tree is on the table. It's going to be a little tankier than the very large AP tree we saw yesterday, but Husha's dream of growing
face tree by
Yggdrasil is still on the table.
Oh, good one. Top side, pushed in, resets, coming through. Second Rift Herald, 2 minutes. But so far, not much to get in terms of the objectives. It is just going to be, can we look for any invades on any jungle camps if we're really looking for it? So far, it doesn't really look like anyone's going to tempt that fate. And we're still around the normal lane states these 12 minutes into the game.
I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah. I have not paid as much attention as one possibly could to how Lane Lilia currently goes. But I am looking at Evie's items right now, and I'm trying to figure out what the first one's going to be.
I think he's looking for a Frozen Heart initially here, and then you just have that. It's cheap item, you're looking in to get some more ability haste, and that's really what matters. You want to keep the Qs going all the time. We've seen Lilias with either the Leandris in the top side to just keep the damage going over time, but we've also seen it with the Riftmaker to just become an unkillable off-tank.
Makes sense. Definitely has this interesting, like, mage fighter.
Yeah, exactly.
Situation.
It's like a bruiser, but make it mage.
Yeah, and Bambi, as Evie's prancing down here against the Meganar.
But where's Bambi's mom? Out against some of the other animals we had in the esports scene.
Almost a spoiler alert. Don't look it up, kids. Still fighting Likai here in the top side. Who's actually going for the speedy tank item, the old Kimtech situation.
Steal around, no on vision, so if they overforce it, they could get punished here.
Yeah, it's kind of who goes in first. It is hard to kick it off. Curse said, I mean, not unleashed just yet. Maokai ulti, my goodness, man! Infernum looking like the pre-nerf version. Udapon forced to ulti barely away. Flashes as well, but that might not be enough safety because here comes Minji. Not going to complete the wraparound though, decides one's enough.
Yeah, close to get 2 kills there, but the big one was that Harp was not allowed to do, well, a single ability there. He just got CC locked completely by the Leona. Utafon forced to use the cleanse as well, and they just straight up lose out on that fight. You can push in the Rift, or push in the bot lane now, move up towards the Rift Hell that's spawning in 10 seconds, and you'll know that Utafon doesn't have the, well, summoner spells to really have a good fight against all the CC that Beyond has in that composition.
Yeah, Beyond Gaming looking really good here in this game. Again, pretty important win for them to get here, trying to break 500 as far as their opening games have gone 1-1. Bottom lane Tao is going to push that gold lead up to 2,500 and give Waco some extra gold, which always feels nice in the Aphelios. Just a big difference in effectiveness in the early game so far. Steel gonna at least try and get something back with this Rift Herald.
So with the late resets coming through from Beyond, they decided to pick up the bot lane turret and of course get some gold through that. It does allow DFM to set up for the Rift Herald first. You can see Beyond, they're still around the vicinity trying to look for a fight if they can get it, and Rift Herald's not dead yet.
Now it's dead, but can he get out safely? Harp still has ulti, by the way. Didn't use it in the last exchange, as noted. Does have Merc Treads now as well, so might find a few more windows to press the buttons, but Detonation Focus me. Just take the Herald and run away. No need to pick a fight for them.
Yeah, they can push in the mid lane. Drake is up in 20 seconds, so realistically speaking, you want to stay for one more wave before you really move down there. You need someone to respond to the bot wave as well. Steel just came off reset, and the big one that DFM has in their, well, repertoire at the moment is the fact that they can use the Rift Herald to get pressure, while on Beyond they have to use their prowess, well, the gold lead that they currently have to get that pressure.
Both top laners do have teleport, so can have everyone join it down here for the Dragon fight if teams want to contest for it. Does look like they do, but Shrine already picked up the Fahusha, has the speed, has the vision that can't be swept away, and
cross
first onto the Dragon. Long TP.
That is a very long TP. This is going to be the longest play. Likai does read it.
They're done. Dragon over, BBIG, very nicely done.
But I respect it for DFM, because if you have to call away from a play, you have to make a cross map elsewhere. They do it here. Likai, though, good presence of mind. And now,
Harp, though, with the Okie Doke here in mid lane. Kano going to be the target taken out by Udapon. TP coming in for Beyond. Is there a counterplay here? 5v4 will be the team fight, but Waco unleashing already with the chakrams that can't quite find it, and one is going to be enough for Detonation Focus me by the looks of things.
they're not going to be able to get another fight here. They pick up 1 kill. They get back to the lane stage. Top is still pushing in. Bot has waves to collect, and mid lane is under pressure from Beyond. Can they keep this mid lane turret alive?
Herald summon top side, actually. Arong maybe can escort that one in. They'll lose the mid outer as a result. But again, Detonation Focus be doing a decent job trading. They were behind early, a couple thousand gold, just trying to make sure that they can keep the game kind of afloat, and maybe just lean on Udapon, who is the shining light right now on this team. 3-1-2 on the Kai'Sa. We know he can take over on this champion.
Yeah, the problem for him right now is just the fact that team fights are so difficult to navigate, right? You're playing into Leona, you're playing into a Na, you're playing into a Maokai. It's not going to be fun for you. That one cleanse is not going to be enough. And because of that, you're so reliant of having every summoner spell up before you really commit to a big fight, because if you don't, you will just lose your AD carry, and with that, your main source of damage from the backline there.
Looks like it is going to be Rift Maker, as you noted for Evie. Has the little stick in the inventory hanging out.
The Leeching Leer, chilling.
Leeching Leer, it is just chilling.
Yeah, weird how it's just, you know, one item that only builds into another item. You only ever see it once. It's just vibing. Small void stuff.
Imagine if someone like made an error. It's like, this item seems cool, I want these. And I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah,
it doesn't go anywhere.
But sir, it doesn't build into anything else. It doesn't matter. Put it in the game.
Has to commit to Riftmaker. Still there, grabbing the blue buff. Was kind of the only one around to really take it, so not too bad there, as Harp is in enemy territory. Maybe looking for a straggler. Husha is technically a target, but 2 items done. Very tricky to pin down. So tanky at this stage on the Maokai.
Oh, steal.
Ooh,
stealing away the red buff.
Hey, look at that. Hey, boss came out of the way.
And there you have it. That's the heist. The DFM heist coming through. They get the red buff. They're losing quite a bit right now, but let it be known that DFM has secured a red buff.
I mean, only 1,300 gold now. Like, they have definitely cut down the lead that Beyond Gaming were kind of building, and hasn't gotten out of control just yet. Obviously, Beyond will still feel happy, but Detonation Focus me, they're just chilling. Like, they know they have to freeze the game a little bit. look for their opportunities, be pretty careful with the picks they find, because that's kind of a lot of what their comp does right now. Wait for Udapon to maybe scale up and be so much of a problem that even all of this CC can't deal with him.
And it might look like not much is happening, but they're actually just handshaking on the map right now. At least they should be. You can see that on the bot side, DFM is allocating their members. What Beyond could do as well is move their members up towards the top side and get a turret for themselves. But they're kind of just chilling in mid lane. So DFM, they just get a turret for free here. And on the other side of the map, Beyond doesn't really get much. Still clearing waves.
Yeah, definitely a slower game, which we kind of did expect. And you said Beyond wouldn't mind too much. I think that's still the case as Minji.
The double sleep combo.
Pretty powerful, that's true. Silas does get access to the ability to sleep, but will not connect onto Evie, who's just been kind of farming. I'm very curious to see what Lilia does in the later stages of the game. I thought maybe there was some specific lane counter-picking happening where Evie could try and abuse the 1v1, but that hasn't happened. Whether it's supposed to or not, I don't know. But Evie certainly will still be effective. He knows his way around weird bruises.
I don't blame you for that one. But yeah, Evie likes to have his own counter picks ready and just picks in general to try and take charge on. But Lilia is still a champion that functions very well into the mid to late game. Once you really get your force of nature as well, you're just so fast. You run around, you pick up so much healing through all the spell ramp that you have in your kit. So if you don't blow it up immediately and you allow her to just run around with a passive on multiple people, it's super good in terms of setting up the rest of the team. And that's of course still what DFM have. There is a long range engage for them, which is just if you throw out the poppy seed and it hits someone while it's rolling down, that's already your main, that can already be a main engage.
Yeah, off meta, kind of bruisery champion that's a little different, runs around, disruptive team fights, does decent amount of damage. It's not that different to Urgot.
I mean, it is quite. They have multiple legs. They have more than 2 legs.
There we go.
I'll give you that one. That's the similarity I'll give you. Now, another similarity between these two teams is that they most likely want to fight for the Drake that's spawning in 20 seconds. And as of right now, most of that vision actually favors Beyond. You can see it with the blue wards lit across the river and into the enemy jungle. And now DFM trying to come in and see what they can contest. Yaharang on the top side has that teleport. So does Likai if they would choose to contest this objective.
We haven't gotten the S-tier Hextech Rift this time around. Had a lot of those in the first 2 days, but Infernal, pretty good soul, pretty sweet Rift as both teams are scoring up, but no tower here in mid. But Detonation Focus Me means getting into the area is going to be tricky. Evie, though, showing up early, trying to see if he can get the party started.
The tree's fast.
Usha about to gate crash right through the front. There's the lock up there. Evie also rooted into the ulti. Everfrost following up. There's just so much CC. Can barely flash over the wall. And now Harp going back in, but again, already burnt the ulti. Leona getting Udapon, but he cleanses out of there as Hooch on a rampage, getting 1 kill. Udapon, though, making it happen. Took out the enemy AD. Taking over the fight. Detonation Focus Me. They found the angle in the fight, and Evie's still alive. That's going to be an ace at the end of the day. They break open this game.
And Evie just single-handedly bait the entire team, splits them up apart. One member goes over the wall, and immediately Harp sees the mode to engage with the Amumu. They pick the members apart, and Evie, he just prances and dances around that entire team fight. It's beautiful.
Watch it again. They don't need the dragon. They're running the Baron, but again, Evie just looks so dead here.
I hardly even care about what happens on the rest of this team fight. I just want to look at Evie running around the entire time. But I will have to say, once again, Harp getting a good team fight started off from one side of the team where they can pick up 3 members into the CC, allowing Evie to keep 2 members just baited around on the other side. And this is how split they become. You can see Minji not even in a position to deal damage right now. Kino can go in, but no one's around to facilitate it just because that the sleep has already come through from Evie. And he just keeps himself alive for so long. He is so infuriating to play against.
Yeah, you can see bouncing and prancing around, held the ulti there to ensure the team fight wipe. As that's a happy side on the Detonation Focus Me coaching squad. They know exactly what that means for this game. They were losing a few thousand gold. Now they've flipped the script completely back around, up 3,500 with plenty more gold to take, and of course this dragon on the menu as well.
Exactly, and now that Riftmaker also completed, so the amount of spell damage that Evie is going to be able to deal out in these fights, or gain for himself rather, is going to be quite annoying to deal with. Still sitting on a lot of resistance, has 1 Mountain Drake, so amplified resistance on top of that, and now picking up some extra damage with the Infernal on. And the Baron buff still going.
Yeah, Rebel Baron power play should be looking pretty nice here for Detonation Focus Me, plus 1,200 or so right now. We're looking to make that number quite a bit bigger by the end of the duration. I have about 2 minutes left to split push with, which Evie is currently doing in the bottom half of the Rift. Also, the other thing that I realized kind of looking at the comp, because again, I was like, oh, it's a lane counter. Like, It's a weird heavy champion. He's picking it in R. Of course he's doing something. We'll hold that though, because Hop's already in there. Husha's the problem. Now it's Yaharong over the top with the Vex ulti, but they need to find a softer target. Ophelia still alive, lets the ulti go, gets one back. But Candage and Focus Me turn around. A great Nara ulti there out of Likai is going to push Evie in, but again, Bambi is still alive, running around, will not be slain.
He doesn't die.
Just will not die. Spoke too soon, does get shut down by Minji, but Unipon's there to play janitor.
At least it's traded back there, but Evie just keeps the fight going for so long. Utapon picks up a kill, and the siege can continue. HP bars decently low, half for Wako, half for Minji. And they're just going to back off here with 3 members still pushing forward onto the tier 2 turret. How far can they go?
Should be able to get at least this one more, get the gold even further in their favor. Although, it's now 3v3. Kai'Sa not the longest range AD carry in the league, so it's going to be a little tough to crack down this tower, but they have a little under a minute left to try and make it happen, so I think they'll stay, but looks like with a reset from Hop, perhaps Udapon's just going to push in this wave and then leave it be.
But even without the Baron, like, the setup for DFM here is just there. And we'll get into that after we get this little replay through Beyond Gaming. They're still trying to regain control of their own side of the jungle here, but Harp is having none of that, and as soon as he sees Husha, he connects in it. Not the best place to play into a chokehold of teams that can take away, you know, your own ultimates. If you get the Amumu ultimate on Minji, playing into a Mega Gnar. So this could have gone way worse from the side of DFM, but luckily they're still so far ahead. They find good sleeves once again from the side of Evie, and they're able to continue the fight.
Yeah, and again, Evie just, wow, it's taking almost no damage from Aphelios. That first item, Frozen Heart, doing a good amount of work. And this is the part that I realized watching the last fight, is that it's like triple melee into this Lilia. It's so annoying to try and hunt down the person dancing around your front line.
You have to CC, but as soon as the CC no longer is there, she's so fast, and she'll be running away, and she'll be spell vamping up. Now, reason why I wanted to say that I still like the position DFM has in this game is that you almost have a tier 2 tournament that's broken. You have side lanes you're winning on now. Evie is pretty much going to get the first move from bot lane every single time. He can move up towards the top side. They can move up towards the top side themselves, collapsing on a wave that Yaharong is pushing in. Beyond should have nothing on the map to gain for themselves. The only thing they can look for is positions where DFM is overstepping and they can look for a fight. But in terms of clearing jungle camps, in terms of getting vision that's aggressive up towards the neutral objectives, you're not going to get it.
No, this is something Detonator Focus Me have done fairly well, both internationally and at home. Definitely feels like they're finding their stride, controlling the map nicely, and making sure to continue to extend their advantage slow and steadily as Maokai ulti maybe looking for a little bit of counterplay there, maybe just warding off a potential dive, but end of the day, it's 5,000 gold ahead for Detonation Focus Me, careening towards a potential Infernal Soul while still holding pretty much perfect map control.
And you can see it, the game is just slowly but surely falling apart right now from Beyond. They're not too sure how they actually stabilize, because truth be told, they can't when the lane matchup is just individual against each other, 3 versus 3. You see it, Yaharong picking up a turret on the top side. Same for DFM on the mid lane, and now Evie is still in a position where when the resets come through, they can look for the bot side instead. And you just keep up this pressure, keep them occupied, push them as far back as you can, because there's 1 minute, or then you have another Infernal Drake to play for. After that, Baron is available and on the cards too, so DFM, they're just putting themselves in a prime position to take away this game.
Yeah, we'll see how Beyond react to the next fight. You pretty much must fight with his upcoming Infernal Dragon, so Beyond are going to be there in a minute's time as the team that will reset, put their vision down, and then square off. Obviously, not a fight you necessarily want to take because you are at a gold disadvantage, but you are kind of priced in as Beyond Gaming. We'll see if they can find the team fight they haven't quite been able to find yet with this comp.
Yep, desperate times call for desperate measurements, but the question is, how do you find them? Just creating these pocket of visions could be a thing to go. Having sap lanes to play around with, just slowing the correct member, catching them off guard if you can get Utapon despite having cleanse. And the follow-up you have from the rest of the CC, maybe you can get a pick that puts you into a good position for a fight. But as it stands right now, once again, Beyond, you just can't push back, right?
Yeah, big bottom lane as well, is still being pushed out by Evie, so he has all this space opening up for the rest of his team. Actually being shadowed by Utapon right now, which I kind of like. That they should focus me wanting to maybe pick the fight first. Dragon a little bit more secondary, although they still have some time to fall back to it. But all this space you can just see, I mean, basically look at the line of champions and you'll see the Detonation Focus Me have just so much control over this next objective they're lining up, and they start it straight away.
Yeah, the big one as well is that you haven't hit the level 16 power spike just yet from the side of Minji. The same can be said from Yaharong too, but it's just really nice having on the Silas when you're stealing away the likes of an Amumu ultimate to really make the difference. So finding that, potentially also the Void Staff to have that extra damage through some of the resistance could be crucial. For now, That was the best sleeping noise I could make.
I liked it. Also, I like the play from Evie, just like threatening, right? Steals maybe in the area, maybe Evie feels like if Aphelios is isolated, he can at least poke around and harass the enemy AD, but you just got to cleanse for that ulti. That is a cooldown in your favor.
Hey, yeah, most certainly, and you're happy about it, especially when Baron is going to be on the cards now. Still, the amount of vision control that DFM have, despite just having shifted from bot side up towards the top side, is still great, and Minji, ooh. Long road to freedom.
So aggressive. Ooh, Everfrost flashed! Insta-kill there for Utapon, who goes godlike, and Harper, a very cute little outplay onto the enemy Sylas.
Now, Minji does have that teleport, but he's dead for 43 seconds. Counter response comes through.
Did ult, but he is going to live for now, Yaharong.
Oh, yeah.
Taking the Inferno, but Utapon is now legendary! Going off in these fights, and Detonation Focus is starting to really lean into that gold advantage.
Yeah, but now with 2 members dead, this is for sure Baron that's going to be picked up here. Game is officially out of grasp for Beyond here. It would take a massive mistake for DFM if they were going to throw this one away. Japanese representatives fighting back, looking to take charge in the group.
Yeah, a couple stumbles earlier on, but now 2-1. Now looking to make it 3-1. Sorry, 2-2. I cannot read numbers. Don't worry about it.
It's okay.
I got it right the first time, and then we looked, you know, it doesn't matter. Detonation Focus, we looking good.
You know, I'm a dropout. I suck at math. Don't worry about it.
Me also.
Yeah, but I think as well, from DFM, I think that had plagued them sometimes, especially when they have compositions like this that go forward, is that sometimes they would feel too pressured to go forward, and that would leave an opening for the enemy team to get back into the game because they would take a bad fight. But this time around, that hasn't really happened. They have really just been reserved. They've been waiting for the right moment. They've been playing by the book, picking up the objectives that they need, and they've been taking it slow, despite being a bit less exciting watching when it's not going fast. They're doing the correct things because they just have pushing lanes everywhere and they dictate whatever they want.
Yeah, they understand their comp, they understand the map state, and they're doing very nicely with it all. Little under 3 minutes until the Dragon is back. That will be Infernal Soul if Detonation Focus Me can pick it up, but for now it is time to keep on pushing with this second Baron buff. Evie is going to finally finish off the tower he started with a long time ago. Harp is just a frontline menace. He does not care what champions are in front of him. He is going to be threatening the enemy, and we've seen it. Like, Utapon can join from the next game.
Oh, yeah.
With that Kaiser ult.
Almost definitely 2 games away, potentially, if he wants to. And now playing on 2 lanes, Baron buffed up down towards the bottom side. 2 cannons to play for. Going to be difficult to clear these away. Not too long range. Coming through from the side of Beyond. 5 members, actually, from DFM down here. Could potentially have 1 in the mid lane just to create some more pressure. This is easy to deal with. They need to broaden the pressure.
Yeah. Little pillar there again, trying to kick people away. Evie not the easiest target, by the way. Does have tanky items, but actually going to get stunned up and killed. They found the angle, but the counter kill is there. Harp a little low, but he goes into stasis. Still dies, though, to the enemy of Aphelios. Waker maybe on for the Penta. There's the triple, making it look good. Detonation Focus Me may have thrown things away, but Yaharong gets a counter kill. Still the ace is on the table. Yaharong fighting for his life, but will not get out of it. Oh my goodness, got 1 more, but only 1 more. Beyond Gaming find the ace.
But still a massive mistake for DFM to be ace there. As we said it, they could have broadened the pressure. They had the Baron buff. They had so much to play around with. Top lane was pushing in. Mid lane too slow. And it all comes down from just members being caught off guard by some great CC being amplified. Epi steps 2 off. He disrespects the amount of damage that can come through should he be knocked down on the turret. Harp with the follow-up to try and save his top laner, but it's too late. It's just setting the rest of Beyond up for the damage that they need.
Bramble Smash, man. Like, Twisted Advance is pretty good as far as CCs go, but he went, like, almost to the fountain with that smash.
And we said it, for Beyond to come back into this game, DFM needed to make a big mistake. Even then, we said at times they felt pressure to just commit. Going down 5 members in the bot side was definitely not the right play to make there with Baron.
No, and for a game that has been relatively mistake-free, at least major mistake-free from Detonation Focus Me, that is a big loss to take. Lose all of your Baron pressure, lose all your Baron buffs. Now you got to get back out of the map and play for the soul. You're still ahead a significant amount of gold, but this Aphelios, not quite 4 items, but so if left unchecked.
So what do we have to play around with here? We get Utapon with Cleanse and Flash still up and available, ultimate there too. Minji's missing his Flash. The same can be said for Lee Kai. Well, on the other side, Epi still has his available, so there's definitely points of attack to go for here that would make the fight a bit more difficult, but Beyond is in a position where they can actually contest. No inhibitors has fallen, so they're out of the map without being punished.
Yeah, Harp actually getting marked there by Sylas. Was trying to look for a flank, but Minji going to do a good job clearing out a lot of the vision, trying to set up for this next objective. Dragon has now spawned, but Detonation Focus Me currently in mid, trying to get themselves some prio around this next objective. They know this soul is basically game if they get it.
Up on the flank here.
Ooh, Hop still going for it, went all the way around, but again, maybe a little too far, gets his ulti stolen, gets picked off, and now Udipon going in, but is that a little bit too far? Gets into Stone Flushes out of the way, Udipon kills everyone, barely stays alive, but the ulti out of Aphelios is gonna get the kill, and Waco still alive, firing away. The AD carries critically for both sides, still here, but it's a 3v2 now, as Evie just will chase them down forever, and Aphelios will finally be felled at the end of the day. Udipon on a killing spree gets it done, and Detonation Focus Me answer ace for almost ace.
So close, Udipon showing up there in that team fight as well, finally coming through. Epi as well with a massive sleeve, and just sewn in Beyond's AD carry away from any access to the fight. 30 seconds on both members, 10 seconds on Kino, 15 on Husha. Don't know if they can end here, but they'll certainly look for it. Yeah. And they won't.
Fainting away, I thought so too. Can't blame you, but again, falling back to the Dragon. Steel still alive critically at the end of all of that. Husha dead for 3 seconds, so could be out on the map. It's going to be a tight one to get this Dragon, but they've got, I think, enough DPS and of course their jungle to secure this objective.
Yeah, I think you just have to forfeit the Infernal, so right here, if you are Beyond, it feels horrible, but that's the reward to Destination Focus Me after winning that fight in the red side jungle, and this will only make matters worse for Beyond.
Again, Udipon had all the sums up, 11, 2, and 10 on this Kai'Sa full build. GA got popped as well in that fight. Let's see how it went down.
It looks bad initially. It looks like a classic where they overpressure and they lose, because Harp is almost just instantly rooted up and dead. At least he gets forward and gets an ultimate on towards Wacko here to kind of nullify him, have the rest of the members come in. And that really sets up the fight, because that means he's not really peeled as easily as he would have before. Big from Epi as well with the big sleeve there that you saw in the team fight that allows the rest of the members to come through. And Minji doing his best to find the kill on Udipon, but it's just not enough. He's still burning away from the Leandris coming through from Yaharong, and Wacko once again not in a position to really just deal with Udipon on this Kai'Sa.
Yep, only one last bullet needed there. Likai does at least get away, but Evie coming up big in that team fight once more with the Lilia ulti, even with Harp going down in what was basically a 4v5 for Detonation Focus Me, with Harp going down so early. But back around Baron we go. Vision is going to spot them. Beyond Gaming can't really face check, but might not have very many other good options either.
That is unfortunately the case for them right now. And as DFM, you just start this up. You just say, come into us. We're waiting for you with open arms. And I mean, there's not much beyond.
Yeah.
Right? You walk forward, you most likely die. The same problem is that you give them Baron, you most likely lose the game at the same time. And it's all going to come down to one miracle fight. DFM, while it has been a little sloppy, looking to put a finish to this one now.
Yeah, end of the game. Definitely not as clean as Detonation Focus Me would have liked, but all's eld it ends with the enemy Nexus exploding. ZFM, see if, you know what, last time this happened on the bottom side, it went wrong, but they're on the top side now, so surely it's going to be the opposite result.
That was the difference they needed, right. Now, 5 versus 5, they're still not having a push coming through, and I wonder if they learn from their mistakes that maybe push on 2 lanes instead of the 5. Yaharong making his way into the mid lane and keeping that pressure active as well with super minions pushing in from the bot side. I think that's really what they need, but they've decided to slow it down for now.
Yeah, Evie grabs a stopwatch. Pretty good little tool there for what should be the last fight of the game. The Detonation Focus Me need to find. In fact, more resets here. Yaharong going back as well. Gets his final item. So full builds for the carries. Like, not going to get much better here for Detonation Focus Me. You don't need many more advantages.
Even Udipon has that extra QSS, right? So it's like, yeah, am I forced to burn the cleanse? Great. I have another one coming up. So he should really never be touched unless everyone just gets access to the backline, which will be very difficult with the amount of havoc that Ebi has been able to deal on towards them in the front lines.
Udipon trying to sync up waves, it looks like, here with Evie. So they are going to get 2 lanes pushing. Still a minute 30 left on Baron, so plenty of waves to play with.
Slowly but surely. Quiet before the storm. They're just chipping away from the turrets. They have cannon minions coming through. They have the possibility to roam in. They have a bot lane that's shoving in with super minions. Patience is the name of the game here. Make one mistake. That's what Beyond's looking for to capitalize on.
You see Yaharong kind of behind the control wall between the 2 lanes. Can ulti in to a play pretty easily. If Beyond Gaming want to go for something here. And Evie, of course, very fast naturally on the Lilia. The Minji going to be forced to move over for the wave. That's going to move Detonation Focus Me in. No minions, unfortunately, but the wave is coming in, and the super minions are also starting to hit down bots. So definitely a much better split here with this Baron buff.
Yep, it's like they were allowed to learn from their mistakes, and they're not allowed to do the same thing again here, but Still continuing with it. Beyond stepping up, but they're feeling the Infernal Drake damage.
That's a really nice pillar, but then it should focus me. Maybe could have got something there, but decided not to overcommit, which I can commend. Given the situation, we are getting kind of late, and the pressure is mounting. Evie does finally break through mid.
But then inhibitor minions finally coming through there with the supers. That allows Evie to break open the mid, and now he's a pawn in the side of top lane. Surely the next push. Where we see DFM get aggressive, even Utapon now. Still feeling some damage from Wacko.
Yeah, gotta flash the ulti coming from Felio is good, Curse the Sad Mummy though, as the pincer should be complete. Yaharong moves something with the ulti, gets the fear down. Kino's low, but he's not out just yet. They need to get the carries here. Steel low is gonna go down to Husha, and Utapon, maybe a big error, goes in, pops the QSS on a rampage now. He's dead. Kill the Maka, but he does die to Leakai, and Harper's gonna go down as well. They haven't got a Felios. Evie is trying to make it happen. He gets to sleep. Yaro moves in for the double kill. And Detonation focus me a touch messy at times, but a win's a win as they should take it here against Beyond Gaming.
Leakai still alive. HP's down to 50% for both of them, but I'm not sure he can do too much about this. They should just be cleaning house here.
All right, Evie with the Lilia, with the style pick is going to end the game for Detonation focus me. Definitely a little dicey at times, but they win and even up their score. 2-2 now here at Worlds.
DFM, they get it done.
Double thumbs up.
Lilia top, how do you like it?
I like it a lot in the team fight, to tell you that much.
Definitely had a bigger impact there than what we saw from the laning phase, but takeaway probably was that it was clean in the mid game for DFM. The way they approached the entire map with lanes pushing in, getting objectives. Picking up that Baron, that was the tough part. Closing the game, that was the tough part for them.
Here's some Evie chants in the crowd, though. You love to hear it from the locals watching in Mexico City here. A crowd favorite, a international powerhouse. It's a player we love to see so often, and thankfully, due to how good they are domestically, we see them a lot.
Shout out to that one Mexican fan that kept screaming his name on
That
day
was
one.
the best.
I miss you.
Hopefully we'll bring him back for later days. They should focus me again. Longer game than they may have anticipated, definitely tricky towards the end, but those are things you can fix, right? And even in that game, you said it like, oh, look, they did the wrong thing last time in the bottom lane and figured out how to split the map next turn.
Exactly, and now they will never do it again at Worlds. They learned their mistake, and hopefully they can just take that even further into the tournament. Now advancing up to that 2-2, sharing it now with Loud as well, but they did drop a game too, so it's actually getting quite close in the group between a lot of our teams here. And even then beyond, signs of life. I think they had some good team fights at times, and it showed, but as soon as they fell far behind, especially on the objective side as well, giving over so many Drakes, it became very difficult to fight. But even when the game should have been over multiple times, they still held on, and they still found team fights, even in the last team fight taking down Utapon.
Yeah, have a look here at the standings. Every single team has at least one loss. So Group A is getting a little bit spicy, but with that win from Dead FM, we're going to be heading back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Space for your time. Things only get more interesting here in Group A as Dead FM is able to snag the victory in this game over Beyond Gaming. We also got the Evie Lilia in the top, which I love to see. That was called out on day number 1 when it came to the pocket picks that this team has at their disposal. He pulls it out. Now, it wasn't super relevant in the early game. There was something like 11 kills across the map, and both top laners were 0-0-0.
Yeah.
But it did become superbly relevant as the game went on and into the lane.
Yeah, I mean, his team fighting was just superb. Just overall from DFM, like really good team fighting. You could see their composition. So many champions that could just jump in, right? Even bringing out another pocket pick in the mid lane in the Vex. But Evie on the Lilia, just such a standout.
And it was a relatively skirmish-heavy early game, as you just alluded to, and such a huge win for DFM. Like, we just saw those group standings. No one undefeated, but also no one with more than 2 losses. So DFM being able to move to 2-2 is just so important for them heading into the final game of their group stage.
Yeah, I think when it comes to this game as well, it was relatively clean. Like, yes, understanding it was back and forth in terms of kills traded. You know, it wasn't like aces for every fight. There was just kind of the one misplay in the bot lane, a little bit overzealous and trying to end with the Baron. But outside of that, I thought Dead FM did a pretty good job of continuing to push their lead forward.
And once again, a lot of it, you know, Evie with the cool plays, but a lot coming from their bot lane. I feel like Utapon and Harp especially, really great engages coming out, setting up for the Killer Instinct to be able to go in. And again, just like small nods to Beyond Gaming, because Husha especially, I feel like really was a standout for them and was the one who took advantage of the mistake that almost came out from DFM. Well, not almost. The mistake did come out. They did get aced, but luckily didn't mean a game lost for them.
So I know we talk about some pocket picks in like the Lilia, the Vex, but I also want to just call out again, like Amumu, Maokai, those two champions, I feel like game over game are just becoming more and more cemented as common picks, frequent picks in the meta.
Maokai's lost 2 games back-to-back, though.
That is true. That is true. I don't know how much to read into the success of champions, especially in best-of-1 group stages, right? Because a lot of times you'd want to then take that win-loss record and put it next to the teams that were piloting that champion, right? And understanding those matchups. But no, it definitely does call into question how the meta will evolve, you know, over the course of play-ins. But we talk about, you know, Evie rather, on the Lilia, and how, while it took him maybe a few seconds and he was counting every second until he could be joining the fights, we know that every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. And so 0-0-0 was the scoreline until the team fight started, and then he starts to pop off. What a setup for this fight. Elongating the chase, staying alive, and setting it up for the team here to come through and find their first major team fight win.
And it was just huge. Coming out from him again, it's being able to buy this time, allowing for his team to find these engages. The fact that he still survives, finds the CC, is just absolutely huge for DFM.
Oh, tank, CDR, Bruiser, Lilia with Spell Vamp. The dream.
With first item, Frozen Heart, right? Which is just gross.
Gotta survive.
It's just so gross.
Second item, Omnivamp.
Over Leandries.
Yeah.
Instead? Okay, well, there you have it. Now you know how to play Lilia top. This is how the game broke down, actually. So, in fact, a small lead, you know, for Beyond early on. But once control flipped to the other side, there was no relenting.
No, and again, it's kind of sad because Beyond came out with that aggression, a lot of it coming from Husha. I feel like Aphelios, like you see some things he's fine playing into, like Vex, Kai'Sa champions that come into him. But overall, DFM, and you know, even special shout out to Yaharong, because I feel like Vex is a champion who hasn't really fared too well in the meta for so long. She's a champion who really does need to snowball, but even coming out with the highest damage on his team is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and dwarfing that of the Sylas. For me, that's the other thing I noticed on the BYG side, is just that there wasn't really a secondary threat, at least by the damage numbers, behind that Aphelios.
Yeah, it was a big performance. And just one small thing before we kind of get to the rest of the day. The teams that have needed to be clutch have been clutch.
Yeah.
Right? Loud came into the day. They're up against undefeated Fnatic. They take the win. DFM comes into this game with 2 losses. If they go to 3, they probably don't make it through to the knockout stage, which is going to be happening on Monday. They clutch up against Beyond. So next game, with Chiefs being at 0-2, it's time to clutch up.
Are they going to clutch it out?
No, but it's time that they need to try.
Okay, we're going to step away on the other side. It's time for the O Super Team to meet the face of evil in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
I said EG's going to win the group, so I have to stay strong.
I got you, yeah. I got to clutch.
Going back in, but again, already burnt the ulti. Leona getting Utapon, but he cleanses out of there as Husha's on a rampage, getting 1 kill. Utapon, though, making it happen, took out the enemy AD, taking over the fight. Detonation, focus me. They found the angle in the fight, and Evi's still alive. That's going to be an ace at the end of the day. They break open this game. And now Utapon going in, but is that a little bit too far? Gets into the stone, flushed out of the way. Utapon kills everyone, barely stays alive. But Yara moves in for the double kill. And Detonation, focus me, a touch messy at times, but a win's a win as they should take it here against Beyond Gaming.
Today's featured matchup, sponsored by Mercedes-Benz, is a battle of pride. Yes, Evil Geniuses would love to get a more secure position in their group, but they and the rest of NA have the Pentanet miracle from last year's MSI still fresh in their minds.
Hook comes in a vibe, but he only buys a second for himself. Flashes the knockup, flays away, and Kino nearly dies. Jojo's got to get in there, flashes in, takes an ulti, and now he can dive the Enforcer. And look at that, Evil Geniuses.
I think the next matches will be much easier. I haven't versed Chiefs mid laner like at all, so I have no clue. Maybe it can be good.
For the LCO, the Chiefs have been a flagship for years, and for their first Worlds, they come with a lineup stacked with the best talent the LCO has to offer. How did you end up in this spot? Perhaps we'll answer that question at a later date. Hops away, needs to find some teammates. Alidoric with a good double knocker. Maybe they turn it back around. It's Chiefs with a long con. Arthur sets it up for the squad. Now the Org is finally on the world stage after years of falling short, looking to prove that there's more LCO talent ready to take the next step.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022, just in time for our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's Evil Geniuses stepping on a stage against the OS's Chiefs. Refresher on the rosters, in case you forgot who was a part of each of these squads. But let's talk about this EG squad to start, Jat. A tough first day, fell down, rebounded just yesterday with a couple of wins, but those wins themselves they weren't necessarily a walk in the park.
It wasn't that clean. The start was a little dicey. The real quick Chiefs as well. A lot of these players have experience at Worlds before on Legacy in 2020, Tally Tapoon and Raze. We also saw Raze in the LCS, their coach Babwip on TSM Academy. But this is what I wanted to talk about in terms of how far behind EG was in their game against Loud. 1,500 gold down at 15, 3,000 gold at 20, 3,500 at 23 minutes. Those are all the largest for a winning team so far at Worlds 2022. So they had to kind of hit rock bottom. 0-1 against Fnatic, 0-23 minutes against Loud. But now they're sitting at 2-1 and still have a chance to top the group. So really important that they continue to carry that momentum through today.
I think especially just the tenacity they showed, coming off the interview after day one from JoJo as well, where he's like, okay, we know we can do this. We just, review this game, fix some small mistakes. And then coming into this, it felt like, okay, things did get a bit better. Members across the board for EG were stepping up. And then later on in the day is when we saw them really have a decisive victory. So it really seems like that they're a team who have been pulling from experience from each of their games.
Oh, absolutely. And you talk about JoJo specifically, and we saw that featured matchup video to kick things off here. I do love his approach of I know nothing about my opponents, so I assume it will be easy.
I mean, you'd think he did say that when he was 17.
Right.
Yeah.
But now he's got.
I don't know if he's going to.
You're right. Between yesterday and today, he's got that
he might have a
18-year-old wisdom.
Now, from the
he's
time
on the market of love.
That tweet,
he's available on the market of love.
And you know.
Hey, and look at this though. The teammates celebrating.
Happy birthday!
His birthday. Cowrie sporting the party hat. Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see what, or rather how EG will kind of strike out here in this one, because I think as much as they'll be happy to be that 2-1 record that you talk about, Jat, they would like to start showing much cleaner games.
I agree, and I also kind of want to take a moment, since we're already 20-ish games into Worlds, and we had a meta discussion beforehand, like how it's actually been shaking out. So most banned champions, most played in each role.
Let's take a look.
And you can see a lot of bans being thrown towards the bot lane already. Caitlyn, Kalista. Cowrie has played both of them already, so they're prioritizing what many people think is most powerful. And then, like, all these champions are actually champions that EG is very capable of playing, so they'd be pretty standard in there.
I was going to say, the Hecarim is something I would immediately jump to if I'm inspired. Here's some of your most picked.
Yeah, this is just most picked in each role. We talked about how Amumu and Maokai are becoming mainstays. The Aatrox one isn't even close. The next closest top laner is like 3 plays or something.
Wow.
And then MF is actually probably like the third best AD carry, but just gets through the draft phase more.
Because those other two are hitting the ban table so often. And again, I mean, so does anything here jump out for you on the side of Chiefs then? Like, is there a specific pick in the meta that seems to suit them well? Because we talk about a number of those looking good for EG.
So ignoring the most played, something I'd actually like to see Chiefs go to is the Lee Sin for Arthur. Because, again, talking to people from OS, he was the best Lee Sin in the region. You look at his stats throughout his career, it's his most played, something he's very comfortable on. And one thing I'm really afraid of for Chiefs, looking at their previous games, is managing to get through the early game. So if they can get Arthur on something like a Lee Sin, maybe find a bit more action, a bit more pressure, and get their lanes ahead, it's like, okay, well, what do Chiefs look like, going into the mid-game with a gold lead?
Well, I like that call out on Arthur just because of who his opponent is and the importance of Inspired to EG's success. And so giving him kind of ownership over that matchup with a playmaker like Lee Sin might be the recipe, for success to kind of disrupt maybe some of the playmaking and, movement around the map that Inspired generally brings to EG. He gives them their direction a lot of times.
Everyone's taken off the party hat except for the coach.
It's a little hard to wear a party hat and the headset at the same time.
I gotta say,
unless you're gonna wear it more like a unicorn crown, I think that then it's a totally different.
I am kind of disappointed you guys didn't come with anything for JoJo's birthday. I brought the Crocs.
I'm
they
sorry.
might not be able to wear them.
Those
but
Crocs were in my hands earlier.
They were in your
They're
hands.
not going back into my hands.
Hey, he had Croc hands.
I gotta say though, on this desk you are the RNG shill, so I flipped over.
How do they feel? Are they good?
Yeah.
You feel like a better gamer as a result?
I had to walk around a little bit, but
so you're the one who wants to commit to the birthday.
Yeah.
Right? If they beat OS, are you going to do a Croc shoey?
I will. Let's do it. Wait, I mean,
a Red Bull Croc shoey?
Can you do a shoey out of Crocs?
We'll try.
Well, I think what we do is one of us will just pour, and you have to catch it through the hole. It'll just kind of like be a slide.
Since it is your feet, it's the safe. You're the one.
That feels like the safest thing to do. All right, so we got a shoey on the line. Sorry, for who winning? EG winning. Interesting. So it'd be EG beating the OS team, and we do a shoey in honor of their death.
Going 0-3 and probably not making
sure, why not? All right, pace your time, Goldberg. There's something on the line here on the desk. We're out to you for the call.
It's about time somebody put a shoey on the table, Goldberg.
We can't have a Worlds without it. We can't have an Oceanic team without it. I'm feeling your chances, Lyric. I feel you. I feel your Chiefs. While they're sitting at 0-2, I'm just waiting for them to pop off. I really am.
Yeah, definitely. Every team improves pretty rapidly here at Worlds because you play so many games. You have such a short time to adapt. In fact, we're already so quick that we're into the draft. Let's talk about that instead. Draven Swain banned away. Draven, a pretty good one there, especially not to raise. Also good in the meta in general. The tree is banned alongside Silas.
I was talking to some of the others about the matchup as well, because I was actually trying to sell Chiefs in terms of how they look. Obviously, they look very good. Only dropped one game out of their entire season coming into this Worlds. I think that if you get Tally back on comfort like the Galio instead, it's hard to mess it up. Especially because quite often Jojo will not really look for control mages. He'll look for something with agency.
Yep.
Like the Silas, like the Akali. Having the Galio into that, well, that's already nice. But you also get the comfort of playing on towards Arthur. And we want to see something where Arthur can take charge, where he can challenge Inspired, because that's a jungle matchup that is very pivotal. The tree has been banned. Maokai, of course, on the not going to be available, so don't have to deal with him at least.
A different tank jungler, it looks like here. Sejuani for Inspired, could also be for Impact. Actually,
As I said that, wow. I just said, Jojo, not really looking for these control mages, but I think you understand what Tally is looking for as well. I think you know that if you go into the control mage matchup, you're going to be happy. It does leave open the fact that you can pick Seraphine into the Asir. We've seen Tally do that before as well. Handshaking the control mage matchup would be very interesting, though, and a lot of pressure would be put on Tally.
Zir pretty good. Jojo also, of the control mages, one of the ones he has a bit more experience on, but Victor going to be there for Tally. So matching the matchup, which we'll see how that works out. Aatrox also notably banned by EG, despite having first pick, so just wanting to keep it out of the game completely.
So normally laning phase matchup feels good for Victor. You just shove out the Asir, you can go for first strike as well and get the first move on it. It's later into the game where Asir starts leaving his impact. And now we talked about Arthur, something where he could drive the game. He's now picked Lee Sin. I'm not sure if it's the same kind of driver I was looking for, but it most certainly allowed playmaking potential to arrive.
Yeah, certainly as far as, again, we heard just from the desk. Good homework there, lads. His most played champion, one of his best champions, certainly in his region. He is the best Lee Sin. So definitely defaulting a bit to comfort here, it feels like the Chiefs. especially for Arthur, who has been the standout player so far and was kind of expected to be the star as far as domestic performance went. But that does give Inspired Hecarim, as Jojo teases us once again.
Yeah, and I feel like you just grab the MF as well if you want to. Put that on top. Nautilus, Leona, and Mumu all up and available, so no matter what, you will get an engage options should some of them be banned away. And it just pairs well into what you have. I mean, in terms of getting an AD carry right now, that Misfortune would really be nice.
Interesting.
This is interesting. Very, very interesting in terms of the priority that they want to show for themselves, because this allows them to go for an AD carry of their choice, ban 2 away that you don't want to deal with on the side of Chiefs. Because you're not really going to look to first pick a support or counter a support right now. There's still loads of tools available in terms of disengage like the Braum, counter engage like the Mumu Nautilus. I think you could go for an AD carry and just get what you want, but they're actually just going to say, you know what, we value Nautilus this much against the Leona, so we will grab it now.
Yeah, matching picks, basically not wanting to lose any potential options and mismatches in phase 2. So now we're going to have same lanes targeted here.
On, being banned away for Impact. So just a lot of the team fighting tool. Once again, Sejuani still available for either side, should that be one they're looking for. If a Camille ban comes through now, then Chiefs are definitely looking for Sejuani on for themselves, and then that's something that EG might have to be worried about. But no, it is going to be that Misfortune that we talked about.
Good ban there. Been very popular AD, as we just saw. Also been pretty effective in most of the games. Good in lane, great in team fights, good ulti, etc., etc. Gwen, the other ban, taking carries away from Topoon. I imagine Impact will line up a second ban here as well. And obviously, we'll have to likely blind his matchup, given that there's already a mid laner, so I assume Chiefs are saving counterpick.
Yeah, so AD carry is just probably what's going to come through over from the side of Raze. Kaiser is going to be banned away. Aphelios, Tristana, 2 still very strong AD carries up and available from the side of Chiefs should they look for it. Raze has been playing quite a bit of Aphelios in the past. If that is the one that they're going to be looking for, they're still talking, and yep, there it is, locked in by Raze.
Yep, also kind of the best AD left right now, so might as well take it. Caitlyn notably is actually still in the draft.
I have a fun fact for you. Despite Caitlyn having an 87 or 81% presence in terms of the draft, she has 0% win rate. She's been led through 2 times. Carry lost the first one, Upset lost the second one earlier today.
Oh, that's true. I remember that. I remember that game. We were there.
We were there.
And maybe following suit here, EG actually going to go ahead and take Ezreal here for Cowrie.
So that usually speaks to the fact that you want to play up towards the top side instead. It allows you to move around the map. Getting Impact on the Gangplank makes a lot of sense. He's one of the few top laners that's actually still been able to make it work, despite the changes coming into the Gangplank. And now, Topoon, with the counter matchup, needs to make the most of it in this case. Unironically, the Vladimir matchup is actually really good into Gangplank.
Yep.
You barely ever get hit by the barrels. Your range, which means that GP can't have the same harass against you that he usually has against melee minions. Not minions, melee champions. And the other thing is that you match the scaling aspect that GP provides as well, so super nice to have.
Yeah, this is a pretty classic counter, actually. Definitely not like the kind of counter pick where you're looking to dumpster Gangplank 1v1. In fact, dumpstering Gangplank's like pretty difficult. One of the reasons he's so good as the top laner.
And it's going to be curious because now you have a really good mixture of damage, at least from where Arthur wants to gank. If he comes up to get early ganks on this GP, if he's been bursted down a little bit by the Vladimir, well then having magic resist and armor, you're not going to get both in runes. So Impact is going to have to take a little toll. Still playmaking potential, the fact that Vulcan gets a lot of space to move around with. I don't think that Corey's going to be under any threat of a dive unless Arthur is going to be there to 3v1 him essentially. So it's going to be curious to see how they allocate their resources on the map.
Yeah, also like pretty similar looking comps. Like matched, at least in phase 2, matched bands, right? Like each band a champion from each role.
Yeah.
Also match picks in the first phase. I feel like assembled like pretty similar looking comps here. Obviously plenty of comfort. Champions that these teams are happy piloting and know pretty well. So I guess we'll just look at execution as always.
I mean, the 2 different ones for me is definitely the jungle position and then the AD carry position. Jungle position because Hecarim is way more reliable than at least currently in the meta. And AD carry position because Ezreal does not come through with the same amount of damage that Aphelios does currently. Having these extended team fights doesn't benefit you the same way. Of course, you're still going to be good at it. We've already seen depth with what the champion can do if he's piloted correctly. But in terms of consistent damage in a team fight, usually if it just breaks out, Aphelios prefers to kiting back and engage.
Yep. It's always funny. It doesn't take much for AD carries to go back to Ezreal. One little buff, and he's back.
He is just one of the more well-rounded AD carries in terms of like, not so much the kiting you would get from like Jinx or Vayne or the likes of that, but more so the fact that You got mobility in terms of keeping yourself safe with your arcane shift. You got long range poke. You got the possibility to play an attack speed build. You can play lethality. You can even play him AP, and it allows your support to play the map. So yeah, super well-rounded in terms of what it brings. And curious to see how Vulcan is going to use this time that he'll be getting away from the lane.
All right, well, having a look, one of the only real differences, again, I said these comps seem kind of similar. You highlighted some of the differences there. The other one is actually Topoon's Summoner spell, Ghost Ignite for the Vlad here. So looking to apply quite a bit more pressure, especially if Arthur comes to visit, which I have to imagine, especially with Arthur starting on this side of the map, the Impact is going to be an early target for the Chiefs jungler.
Well, Tally just got hit, so first strike won't have value in this instance, and Jojo actually getting the push in first. So feels good for Jojo here. Tally once again, eyes on him. It is Jojo's territory here. It is his mid lane, and you are just visiting for now, but of course an opportunity to take it over. We all know about colonizing, of course.
Surely you wouldn't beat the enemy mid laner on his birthday.
That is very true. That is true, but sometimes you have to.
Yep, sometimes you gotta do it to him. There's a little hook there from Aladoric, but just some trading back there. Vulcan not too miffed about the situation. Very curious again how top lane's playing out, especially in the early levels. Vladimir typically needs levels to get things going. Once you have max rank transfusion, things look better. Vulcan continuing to eat hooks, but looks like they're racing to level 2, and they're gonna win the race here. Ooh, Vulcan in there, forcing a flash.
Oh, Kari.
Hello.
Still level 2, looking for it.
That is supremely aggressive. Love to see it there.
And it's just a good window, right? Most champions are like, oh, most Astrals feels like, I can't Arcane Shift Force, I'll get caught. He knows they're still level 1, so he has a window to look for it. It's a great start from the EG substitute coming through there.
Eldoric also likely had hook still on cooldown after Vulcan got hooked earlier, so nice little level 2 play. He's going to force Raze back early, so we'll be off to a small lead, but nothing massive there early on for EG. But still, might as well take what you can get. Love the aggressive look there.
Yeah, look at the sustain now on the top side, because Impact, he's running low on mana. He's being shoved in with a large wave coming towards him, and Jungler is actually in the same position. Currently, Inspired is clearing up his Grump and is not really looking to shadow him as of right now. You can see he's going back down to the walls. So Arthur may have a window where he can try and look, but once again, sustain of the Hecarim is not to be messed around with, at least.
Yeah. Doesn't hit the Q. Now he's going to be on a ward. Impact knows that this was a possibility. So Arthur going to be spotted, but Inspired already charging down. Now level 4, happy to fight, but Arthur just ward hops away to safety. Tally, though, oh my goodness, getting bullied by this Azir.
Most certainly. Usually, once again, Azir kind of gets to push in this lane, but since Jojo got the soldiers over the wall when they were walking to lane, he took charge in terms of the HP, and that just allowed him to go for more aggressive trades. And Inspired chasing down Arthur earlier, did use that Ghost, but forced him away and is now in a position where he can start counter jungling a little bit, making his way towards level 6 that much faster, and also delaying Arthur's level 6 spike.
I think you also mentioned this, but we did see Vulcan on our screens very briefly. Bad recoil spot for Inspired, going to be okay though. That's the other thing Ezreal does, right? Very self-reliant as an AD carry, so you can leave him weak side and have Vulcan roam exceptionally early to help cover Inspired's counter jungle attempt.
Now, Aladoric, his turn to be out and about. The walkabout on the map here, going for some roam timings, but Jojo not using the E in lane, still keeping it just as a safety net, and because of that, there's not really much Aladoric can look for.
Yeah, it's got a crab trade as well. Arthur gets the bottom one, Inspired got the top one, is ahead still on XP, and slightly in farm as well. But it looks like things will cool down just a little bit there. Tally, despite getting harassed, is keeping the CS even, which is nice to see. Definitely, like many people early in the tournament, had a rough time against Humanoid.
Yeah, I mean, who can blame him? But either way, it's really one of these games where we're waiting for the level 6 to come through, especially from Arthur as well, to have that playmaking potential on the Lee Sin. And the same can be said, of course, for the Hecarim with Inspired. You can see how the lane kind of goes here. Once again, GP can't really have that same mark in the lane where he's usually a bully and taking charge of the wave and pushing you back, because he's playing against the range. Not only that, he's playing against a champion that sustains majority of it off again. So it's just horrible lane to play in. And even level 6, there is kill pressure for Topoon if you're not careful.
Yeah, especially with the Ignite. About 2 waves ahead right now, so Topoon looking good with his counter pick here against the Impact GP, a classic of his champion repertoire. Inspired poking around here. No level 6 though, and is spotted on the speed train, which we did know about. So just threatening, I think making sure the wave gets in safely more than anything else. And now going to go back to jungling and get that level 6 as fast as he can. Massively ahead of Arthur as far as farm goes, and should be 6 quite a bit faster.
Yeah, and in terms of just looking forward into the game, they're not. In terms of looking forward into the game, getting that first rotation for the Rift Tower is going to be really interesting, because on one hand, you have a bot lane from EG that can just send Vulcan up there. But on the other one, you have Chiefs, who has Tapoon that most of the time gets the push onto Vladimir and has also just hit the level 6. So there's definitely two factors to play for, and one keeping you back on both sides.
Yeah, Impact is trying to chill. Already used that TP early to go ahead and grab the Sheen. Again, Tapoon doesn't have TP, so we'll have to kind of stay and apply pressure, but a manaless health regenerating champion is pretty good at sticking in lanes for absurd long amounts of time. Good ward kill there, but no brush success there for the potential play out of the EG bottom lane as Jojo continues to bully Tally here.
Yep, not the most fun lane that Tally is under currently here, but Jojo, he keeps at it. Inspired, back in the position we've seen him in before, just counter jungling away, getting all the small raptors.
No ignite for, sorry, no smite, no ignite either, but no smite for Arthur. Means he was never going to get that. Also level 6 for Inspired, has a look mid, Tally out of mana. Forced to use the ulti to try and clear the wave again. Now it feels like you come back, maybe get the flash. Tally's definitely someone you can look to maybe dive here if Jojo sets it up again.
Oh yeah, and now with the blue buff not being taken as well from the side of Arthur, with the level advantage that Inspired has, with mid lane being pushed in by Jojo and bot lane as well from EG having the first move, you could try and get aggressive, but for now, they're just utilizing it on the River Scuttle.
Very relaxed early game here for EG. I think they know that, like, just don't want to do anything dumb.
Yeah. Well, you would tell me about it. Like, you're the expert on this matter. Well, aggressive.
Sure, do silly things. Vulcan also perhaps a bit silly in tower range there, forced to flash away, but Kaori getting aggressive as well. Arthur in the mix, nice and quickly. Gonna force Kaori's flash all the same. Aldoric gonna dodge it.
Oh, and that's a very close affair in between both teams. Some of the spells burn a lot from the EG bot lane. No flash, no heal, and no flash from Vulcan either, while Ray still continues to have his. Could be good in a potential rotation if you wanted to force a fight now up on that top side. So definitely would like to see Aldoric make his move up there to the Rift Hell now that it's spawning in less than 10 seconds.
Raze gets to stay. If he couldn't wait around long enough, wanted to push the wave in and get back. So gonna be even at the end of the day. Raze should be able to get most of those minions and even the CS and take his shop. Once again, Jojo getting aggressive onto Tally. Not sure how much first strike has happened.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking, I really wonder if he's actually gained any gold by the first strike just yet, because the way that Jojo has been playing that lane, he's really just been starving him out.
Top side again. Impact actually back down. Tapoon has been manicuring the waves nicely and continuing to apply pressure. That's so many comets. There's Vulcan and Aldoric both hovering around the mid lane, kind of reading the same play. Also Rift Herald's up, so people want to be in the area. Kaori already rotating in, so is Raze, so it could be a 5v5 here.
And remember these summoner spells, Vulcan doesn't have to flash, Kaori doesn't have no one flash either. Impact
Ready
looking
to
for
go.
flank.
Jojo moving on in. Tapoon the target there. Inspired with a big ulti. Tapoon going to be forced away, but Tally straight in front of everyone else. And who but Jojo to get first blood?
Yep, they just come in with a Pinsum. You knew it there. Inspired also finding the flank on them afterwards with the Hecarim ultimate. And despite the move being first from Chief, they don't really find a target to compile the damage on. They don't really use the advantage that they currently have. And EG, they just punish the lack of hesitation.
All right, well, once again, at the end of the day, first blood, nice, bit of extra gold. Jojo dodging that hook very deftly, but it's Inspired to watch there. He's going to go ahead and pick up that Rift out, although Arthur is revisiting as the Vulcan is camping this top side, maybe thinking that someone's going to poke around. Arthur is in the area, looking to take the Krogs. Could be a dive here, maybe a quick pop of the Herald as well, but looks like EG are going to take the Herald and back away.
I think we can all agree that you're not diving in Vladimir with the pool available to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, good.
Okay. Yeah.
We're both on the same wavelength. Yeah, okay. I was up for the argument, so it's like, well, you just wait it out. Well, I guess that's true. But having a look at the replay again, you can see it there. Impact spotted on Vision, finds a great barrel. Jojo comes around, all of a sudden, lots of chaos, creative, and just the rest of Chiefs, they're just split apart. Great pickup on towards Tally, no flash any longer, and just goes down.
What an angle there from Inspired. I was like,
yeah.
How did he get over there? Isn't a flash? It's like, ulted over.
How'd you do that? Now Tally getting ulted backwards.
Jojo saved the ulti from earlier, and Inspired's here again, and Tally once again under duress. Kill goes to Jojo. Happy birthday, buddy. There's two.
Easy as. Two over to Jojo. Mid lane pushed in. Tally goes down once again. And slowly but surely, EG are just accumulating leads for themselves. Riftel still in that position, goes aggressive.
Gets the cleanse and the flash. Vulcan are going to get out of there because the Nautilus ulti's coming on through. Gravity gun is there as well. Vulcan though standing. Kaori goes forward past the enemy support, trying to deal damage to Raze. Once again, long-range gun is there, but no activate, I believe, for the root. As Inspired's here, trying to bait them in. Now has to get in there because Arthur would have gone in otherwise.
Well, doesn't really see the need to go in there, Arthur, and I respect it as well. You are just getting cancelled by the Hecarimbi into the ultimate, and you die. Now Tally.
Ooh, gets out of the gravity field just barely. Jojo giving a thumbs up. Starting to feel himself here in this lane. He is so far ahead in CS, by the way.
Oh yeah, I think when he's going back here, he's going to be picking himself up some nice items. Now, while Jojo is going back, Chiefs at least are getting some objectives on the map, picking up the first Drake, but Inspired is around to stop this.
Jojo's here as well, TP backing with a Ludens, but it's a temporary 3v2 if they want to go for it here. Inspired just looking for the steal, it looks like here. Gonna go in.
He gets it.
Are you kidding me? There's the ulti as well. Surely they can follow up here. Aladoric in trouble. It is Inspired low, will go down as Kaori gets the kill onto Aladoric. So money back to Tally, but Jojo's in there with his best buddy Vulcan. No kill this time though. Tally gets away. Arthur also trying to thread the needle. Finds the kill onto Jojo. Here's Topoon. Big flank angle there. Jojo gets away. It's Vulcan. It's maybe going to have to sacrifice himself, but it's a step too far for the boys on EG as Reyes grabs one onto Jojo.
They traded 1-for-1. Vulcan actually gets a kill on Arthur in the back line. But of course, getting that shot down over on Vladimir, that's going to be great for him. But at the same time, they're losing so many resources by going for this play. This is what happens when you take the Ghost over the teleport, for example. So despite Topoon having had a great laning phase so far, he's actually behind in gold and probably also experienced now to Impact.
It's the GP classic. You just never leave your lane. Ulti when your friends are in trouble, and keep smacking down the tower plates as Vlad has to leave or watch this one again. Inspired. How on earth could you steal this?
I think it's just going to be a Q and an auto attack together with the smite. For Arthur, you only really have to execute when your Sonic Wave is up. And I wonder, well, the Sonic Wave is there. No, he just times it better than Arthur does, and he gets it, ultimates in afterwards. And then that is just a great fight for EG. You could say they may be overcommitting a little bit. Heal comes through from Kaori a little too late as well, also on Tally. But either way, you take it.
Very hyphy from Jojo, but not something we're not accustomed to, as Aladoric gets himself swept in after finding the hook. He's a little low on health. Trapped behind the wall, but he walks past it. Still too late. Inspired picks one up.
And that's a great disengage from Jojo. They're performing not only just on the champions with agency, but now also with the control mages here on the Asir. Inspired, well, we so often see him in the enemy jungle, and there's not much they can do to stop him. There is so many camps up for him to take. Rift Herald also available. Pressure points coming through from EG and Chiefs. How do you respond?
Yeah, Rift Herald just popped. Blue buff's going to go ahead and get stolen as well as Inspired continues to get further and further ahead. Arthur trying to run interference on the Herald. Should be able to do it. Yep, I get smacked and no plates given over. A nice little win there for Chiefs. I imagine the Rift Herald was running low as far as time is concerned, but still up 3,000 gold for EG.
Inspired still looking for Arthur. I'm surprised they're the same level with the amount of camps that's been taken away from Arthur, but then again, there's a whole red side for Inspired to pick up afterwards as well. Tower in the top side with no Herald invested has also become too, well, very critical HP up there.
That's true. Impact has been farming away on the enemy tower. Not going to leave. Has the TP unleashed as well. Doesn't have it up by the looks of things. Yeah. Just used it. Has his Reaver done. But he's going to stick around as long as he can. It feels like Topoon's advantage is somewhat dissolved here in the top side. Impact's pressure is just mounting.
And I think for EG as well with this game, while it's looking pretty good for them so far, and there's obviously still chances for Chiefs to get back into it, if EG were to take this game and tie with Fnatic, they still have a chance to be first in this group with just skipping out on playing the knockouts and going straight up to the main stage. Winning these games are actually so crucial for EG, so despite it looking good right now, it needs to continue to look good.
Yeah, absolutely. And EG also a team, we heard it, from Jojo, from Inspired. Obviously opening day, not so hot. So wanting to continue to learn, adapt, and scale as the tournament goes on.
But they VOD with you. Kings of VOD with you right here.
Hey, look. Not everyone looks at their games. Definitely these players do. All the pro players do, I imagine.
Yeah.
Me, not so much.
That is very fair. Also, now, cross maps are coming through. Blue buff's getting taken away. They want to get something back, but they're not getting it for free.
No, Inspired gets it instead. Vulcan stunned the blue buff, but I think he falls to flash as well. Maybe Aladoric lost it, perhaps not, but still EG trying to defend. Chiefs popping in, at least trying to get something going, but not overcommitting on the attempt there again. Behind, but not so far behind that they can't find a way back into this game.
Now they're looking around Jojo here. He doesn't really have too much warding on the left side, and there you see it, get stopped.
Really trying to pick on the birthday boy, but it might work out this time around. Damage is there. Ray's going to pick one up, and Aladoric is going to be traded away as Inspire continues to rack up kills. Has the Triforce done? Vulcan into stasis, but Ray's still pretty threatening. Arthur finds the Q. Tapoon there with the ulti. Going to try and make it happen. Impact really getting in there.
The Airy!
Big barrel, but Tapoon picked it up with the Airy at the end of the day. And Chiefs get away with 2.
That is one angry little Airy there. That was so fast as well. That's an execute if I've ever seen one. My word. So, kills are going over in the favor of Chiefs. They're picking up Jojo, who's just too far forward in lane. And despite trying to go away with the banana drift, he's not really able to it without getting stopped by Aladoric.
And Noodle is pretty good at locking people down, yeah. You said it. Jojo's like, hello, I'm here in the middle of mid lane. Like, you can't be there. This is why.
He's got the members backing him up, though, right? They're ready to try and be there. Arthur's actually the one who stops the dash. Aladoric with the ultimate, and then just finding it to set up his team. Will still go down for 1, but in the grand picture here, 2 kills going over to Chief. That's definitely something you're happy about when you've been struggling to lead your mark on the early game.
Will Larry, oh, Human Plague still ticking away. Boink. All right.
Well, Drake's been taken by Chiefs. Fight breaks out.
Certainly does. Inspired right in there. Pretty strong right now, Aladoric. No hope of getting out of this one, but can everyone else get away safely? Tally is here to reinforce, but Jojo trying to make the big play. A great flash out of Raze, but the setup's still there. There's nothing you can do. EG are gonna look to ace the Chiefs. It's only Tapoon left alive in top lane.
Oh, and it's a slaughter 17 minutes into the game. They're already knocking at the base. You can see the only mid lane turret standing is the inhibitor, and they pick up the kills in the team fight. Chiefs, they get the Mountain Drake. They get 1 objective for themselves, but they pay a hell of a lot for it.
Yeah, 4 towers to 0. Rift Turret, I believe, was picked up as well. Indeed, summoned in mid, as you can see. And Vulcan's just getting in there.
Yeah, he definitely is. But the problem is that the Chiefs members are not really in a position to start off a team fight. Tapoon, as you said, still on the top side. Went for the Ghost and Ignite. Down on the bot side, Tally is on the Victor. Just not able to be in a position to fight at any point in time. And when he finally joins the team, well, he's only joining them to die with them. So at least the captain goes down with his ship.
But yeah, Jojo and Inspired, more than enough damage, more than enough range to re-engage on that fight. A clean 4-piece there for EG. Inspired's feeling pretty good with the Trinity Force and 4 kills. And his team is very far ahead. 6,000 gold up right now as Aladoric once again. Just kind of happens on support sometimes when you're on the losing side. You just get donated to the enemy team over and over.
Oh, they found a pet. They're just keeping him. Oh, never mind. Slaughtered in the jungle.
Inspired continuing to rack up that gold. I think Vulcan definitely thought about taking that kill, but probably
I would have done it.
I mean, yeah, me too. But that's why
they even pushed it out of Kaori's ultimate.
Ooh,
yeah, they really tried to deny him a lot there. Not Jojo rather. Inspired in the end getting it. Now mid lane being pushed in by Set Jojo. Down at the bot side, Impact pushing in a wave. They're playing on 2. Vulcan on the flank position, forcing Tapoon away for the turret potentially.
Yeah, I don't think you can really defend this as Chiefs. I think they'll give it up and agree. Ray's too busy dealing with the pressure in mid, so another tower goes down. Inspired is just in there. The damage on Aladoric again. You are not tanky, my friend.
Ooh, True Shot Barrage does not connect to its target. That's so true this time around. Jojo finding Tally. We've seen this one before. Let's see how it goes this time.
Just bullying him. Jojo. 1v1 in Tally. Tally looking all right, but in the end, it is going to be Jojo getting that kill. Just barely, though.
Oh, the burn. The minions. Oh, there we go. The 1-for-1 up in the top side. Tally not gonna go down 4 times without a fight.
Message sent and received by Jojo, who will definitely do it again. Vulcan, nice little catch, but who's caught here? Kick back as Kaori's in there. Nautilus ulti though is gonna make it a bit problematic as Impact roaming in. Aladoric again, just gonna melt. Raze goes down to the GPTP and well worth it for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, and that's the story so far of the game. Chiefs, they get something, but EJ, they just get so much more. And now 3 members pushing in the mid lane turret. 20 minutes will be on the clock soon, so taking the inhibitor would still give you pressure in terms of picking up a Baron, but for now, they're going to deny them the extra gold and the experience you get by the supers.
11,000 gold ahead as we watch this 1v1 again. Jojo just feeling himself today.
Oh, he is, but still Tally pretty much connecting with all the abilities that he has. Not a single laser was missed, and then the Chaos Storm with the Leandri's Burn and the minions is enough to at least finish the job. So good on Tally for trading it back. Problem is, doesn't amount to much.
Vulcan invading. Again, taking the aggressive angle, but EG definitely feeling confident here, taking maybe some risky plays, but still working out nonetheless, even with Vulcan going down here.
Just having a bit of fun here. And you can see Impact comes around with it. Double kill, picked up. He's even got a nice little vacation skin on there as well. Just chilling. Well, he's actually not out traveling. Well, they're in Mexico. That's outside of America.
That is true. All accurate geographical facts here from GB. Prowler's call done for Impact as well.
I'm just like taking a chill, you know, there's a Drake coming up, less than 1 minute. No need to overforce it now, no need to throw it away. You have such a big gold lead. You don't have to just throw yourself at them, but Impact might find Raze.
But they will.
Yep, probably.
If Impact is doing this,
yes,
they're feeling it.
Okay.
Impact is like the chill.
So if he's aggressive, then you know that this team is looking for something. Now, he's also gone for the Prowler's build, so if he gets in melee range of Raze, he'll just straight on Prowlers on towards him. So it's a good flash by Raze. He would have get hunted down for sure. Now, mid lane priority is gain. That's going to give you access to the rest of the map in terms of the enemy jungle. You can move up towards the top side, move down towards the bot side as Drake is spawning in less than 10 seconds. But EG, they have their sights on the top side.
Inspired is the same level as the solo laners. And Arthur is level 10.
Yeah.
Just wanting to put that out there.
I think that's the reason why a lot of people don't really like the Lee Sin matchup into the Hecarim, but, you know, who knows?
Malodoric forced to flash away. Vulcan been pretty accurate so far on his Leona. But, you know, worked it here before, got the inhib tower in mid, gonna take the one in bot, maybe get the inhib for funsies at the end of it all. Are gonna break one here. Impact continuing to fight. Takun doing a decent amount of damage over the wall, but there's more where that came from on the EG side as Impact rejoins and Inspired's continuing to be an absolute menace.
First inhibitor goes down, second one is next. Are they just gonna try and end the game here 22 minutes into the game? Surely not.
Kaori may be in trouble. He goes in instead. Now Arthur looking for the kick, finds it on the Kaori, but he gets out of there with the flash. Arthur still fighting out. The ulti not too bad out of the Vladimir, but Tally taking too much damage and the wallet dip is too great for Chiefs, even with Arthur's decent kick there.
Yep. Threw everything at them, but lots of abilities didn't actually connect there. Jojo's ultimate wasn't really in a position to pick up a kill, and I actually think it's quite a miracle that no one from Chiefs went down in that instant. They tried to look for the fight, they have to at some point, but they're just so far behind. It's so difficult fighting it.
Yep, there is an Infernal Dragon up and available, also worth a bit of extra money as well. Glowing yellow there, as you can see on your minimap. Inspired's in the area.
If they pick him up on the Drake, could be good.
Well,
TP's in.
They're going for it again. I know that they are going to play nice and aggressive, not wanting to give anything away. I did check, by the way, what the fastest game for Worlds this year was. Unfortunately, we have just passed it. There have been some absolute bangers. In fact, it was still Loud versus TFM.
Oh, yeah.
It was that game. So we're not there yet. EG can't break any sort of speed records for this World, but still feeling very comfy here in this game.
They can break slow records if they want to. You can keep this game very slow from now on and make that a record.
Imagine that. You're like, God. I know we're like 12-ish K ahead.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they can't see the numbers.
Yeah. We still have a scaling aspect. I mean, so do they, but
what if?
Flip it.
What if we tried to break the record for longest game? I don't think that's going to happen. I think EG wants to celebrate JoJo's birthday as early as possible. They're going to try and get this one done and dusted swiftly.
I mean, one person at least to feel bad for is Lyric. He's going to be doing a shoey in a Crocs with Red Bull in a bit. I'm not sure how he's going to manage that. That's going to be Red Bull all over his face, but we're getting there.
I think with enough ingenuity and duct tape, you can figure it out. You might have to, like, do some croc engineering.
Oh, yeah. That I mean, just, what is that? Thrift my, what's the word? There's like thrift my ride or something like that. It's just like, do it with my Crocs instead. Pimp my ride, pimp my Crocs.
Pimp my Crocs has been called. Well, even without his signature footwear, it seems like JoJo's just fine here in this game. Inspired diving in once again. Oh my goodness! They are just melting as JoJo zips back in. Inspired and Kaori gonna pick on Topun. And I think this might be the ace that ends the game. They only needed one. EG gonna pick up their third win here at Worlds.
And with that, they keep their hopes and dreams alive for the first seed. It is out of their hands. Fnatic would have to drop a game tomorrow and EG would have to win it. Either way, the chance is there from EG, and you know, they're gonna have to wait a while if they want to pet their KDA here. We're still talking 8 seconds on the Nautilus. All right, guys, go on.
Nope, the minions are going to deny it. No extra KDA, no more kills for the birthday boy. Done and dusted in this game. EG with a very clean-looking win.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, no longer NA's 17-year-old hope, now NA's 18-year-old hope. And there's a cake prepared for him, of course there is.
Incredible!
That is amazing. If you can't bring food to the studio, find other measurements. And Jojo walking around with his cake, potentially want to share it with the fans. Birthday hats are back on as well.
I will say, he did replace his signature Crocs with some pretty cool looking sneakers by the looks of things. But as someone that's seen him around the studio a lot, it does look a bit off.
Yeah, well, if your mid laner is always going to be wearing around in Crocs and seeing him in sneakers is unusual to you, then you know that he's got a very solid style of fashion.
Yeah, definitely powerful branding as he matures into the 18-year-old that he now is. Happy birthday, Jojo, once again, and congrats to EG for yet another win. And really have just sped up, honestly. Games have gotten better. Games have gotten better day on, game after game. First off, the Fnatic looked rough. Oh yeah, how well Fnatic were playing. You know, EG had a lead for like a couple minutes.
But that's the thing. You have to lose your games to get the most out of your VOD review. The more mistakes you make, the more you have to VOD and fix. So for EG, this is just like, this is a field day for them. They love this.
Which explains the loud game. And also why this game looks so good.
Exactly.
I think you're onto something.
I definitely think so too. If only Chiefs, well, they still have a chance to at least make their appearance a little more valuable as well. There's still more games to go, but they're struggling, and it's a rough one, but I think they had moments where they showed off, even Tally getting a, well, it was a solo kill, it was a 1-for-1, but it was there, but definitely EG showing up and showing why they're still considering as good as they are as a major region.
Yeah, definitely a game where obviously the Chiefs would like, a little bit of revenge. Raze has played in NA, Tally's been there too, I believe as well in Academy, maybe a long time ago, if my brain isn't escaping me, but unfortunately for them, not their day. EG looking cleaner and cleaner as the tournament goes on, and Jojo obviously celebrating with EG picking up a win. I believe a certain member of the State Farm Analyst Desk, Goldberg. Oh, is this a shoey?
Go for it, Lyric.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. Lyrics all prepped and ready to go, but we are going to make you wait till the end of the segment for the payoff. But a Croc shoey will be done as promised. I know, I love it, and that's part of it. I want you in this outfit for as long as possible. So I'm going to keep this segment going if I can. A pretty dominant showing out of EG there, and exactly what we were asking for in the face of what they've shown us up to this point in the tournament so far, Jat. Ramping up day over day, starting to solidify themselves in the image that I think most people had of them as a favorite in this group.
Yeah, and one thing I liked about this draft is first picking Azir. I think if they can get Jojo in a control mage versus control mage matchup against Tally, that it's going to be a good time. And then they also get Hecarim, which was, we saw earlier, was one of the most banned champions so far at Worlds. And I liked that Inspired did Trinity Force on it as well. I think that's much stronger than the Divine Sunderer. But this game wasn't that close.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of it coming from the early game where Jojo was winning mid lane incredibly hard, and it just allowed for Inspired to be in Arthur's face the whole game, taking his camps, which is kind of unfortunate because Arthur finally was able to
got the lead.
He got the lead. He was finally able to get something that can have some aggression. But what we saw come out from mid jungle just didn't allow him to do anything.
Yeah, and again, just coming back to Jojo as it seems we always do with Evil Geniuses. Now across their 3 wins, right? Sylas, Akali, and Azir. I like that they continue to expand the pool of wins, that he's on. Because he is going to, I think, need to be the catalyst if they do, for most of their wins moving into a knockout stage and groups of the main stage. He's going to have a deep enough pool where they always have an option for him to go to.
Yeah, I agree. Just overall, EG able to bring out numerous different looks. Coming from someone who, LPL 7 days a week, can't really follow NA too much. You always hear about Jojo being this huge playmaker on those assassins and bruisers. Getting to see the Azir is nice. Even moving over to Kaori and him bringing out the Ezreal, where typically it has been more about those aggressive bot lane style champions. So EG overall, if they can keep showing multiple looks and then win dominantly, feeling very confident for them going forward.
Yeah, Impact reminding us that he can play GP as well. It's always a good little refresher on that one. Hey, this champion exists.
I don't know if people need refreshers, especially Chiefs.
It's pickable. But yeah, a total team effort in this one, and ultimately player of the game. While the damage output was primarily coming from JoJo in the mid lane, it will go to the Inspired on that Hecarim for our 1+ OP player of the game.
Yeah, had a backbreaking smite steal on that Hex Deck Drake early on. And then also just, I feel like when Inspired gets ahead, he enjoys emote spamming and like the stop taunt more than any other player I've ever seen. I feel like every single game he's gonna delay someone's death timer to maybe try and get in their head or assert dominance. But he was the MVP of North America. Hasn't looked as MVP in playoffs and so far at Worlds, but I think this was a little bit of him getting back in form.
Yeah, and I feel like as well, right? I remember day one, one of the things we talked about was when we compared his stats to Razork's and being like, hey, Razork's a little bit better, more aggressive in the early game. But I think games like this show a lot more of what Inspired's about. It's not always just about constantly finding kills, being in the enemy jungle, taking away camps, getting the smite steals on dragons. He's someone who's able to do it all.
Yeah, Hecarim's. I don't know how much. I'm wondering when this champion goes from slides through time to time to permaban. It feels, at least I don't know about your guys' perception right now, to me kind of feels like the most dominant champion.
It's getting there.
Right?
For sure. Callista.
In terms of the non-permabans, I guess. It's just because it slips through more than Callista.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's
but
the
I feel
thing.
like even things like Maokai, I kind of question, right? Because it didn't let through. It was undefeated until, again, kind of having back-to-back losses.
A few losses today.
A few picks I think we're still keeping our eyes on, and especially once we go into best of fives, and then especially groups of how these champions pan out.
Yeah, definitely. Well, in just a moment, Lyric's gonna pay off his Shui for us. But before we get to that, we're joining Laura and the birthday boy for the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview with birthday boy Jojo Pune. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
18 is special. What can we wish you for this one? No int in solo queue, good results at Worlds. Okay, what do you want to achieve?
I mean, today was my birthday, so obviously I wanted to win if I lost.
Yeah.
Obviously that would suck, especially never mind. But if I just lost today, that would suck. So, I mean, yeah. And besides that, I just want to do well at Worlds. That would be a good birthday present too, so. Yeah.
Yeah, any special celebrations tonight? I know you have to play a game tomorrow, but come on, 18 is... 18.
Yeah, I mean, I have a game. I don't even know what time the game is, so I don't know what time I have to wake up.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'll probably do something, but I won't stay up too late.
All right.
We'll see.
What did you think about the whole hats and celebrations that you guys did on stage? Was it planned for a long time?
I mean, I told my manager an hour before the match. I don't know what he was doing because we should have done something. So I just told him find party hats in the mall or something since it's huge. So we just got them last second and then
Nailed it. And you even had hats matching the outfits that you have. I think he did a decent job. Let's focus on the game though, because that's why also I brought you here. With Fnatic losing earlier today, it means that you're tied for first for now. Would you say that EG is the best team in the group?
I mean, honestly, I don't know. Every team has good games and they have bad games too. I don't even know what's going on, to be honest. Fnatic, they looked good, and then I'm not sure what happened today. So I don't even know how good they are right now. I don't know what's happening, and I don't even know exactly how good we are right now too. So we'll just have to see. Honestly, I can't really predict anything.
I saw the memes. I think you posted when you played Loud, being okay, we're Germany now, losing against Brazil. How happy were you when Fnatic lost earlier today?
I mean, I love Brazil, of course, but even more when they won, of course. So it felt good. I had a feeling they would win too because they're playing pretty well early games. So yeah.
All right, give me some deets about the next game. Detonation Focus Me, they won earlier. How good of a team are they? And Stomp, close game. Expectations for this one?
I mean, I thought they'd be doing better this tournament. Honestly, I think their mid laner is pretty good. Their ADC is pretty good. Their jungler is pretty good. I mean, they have pretty good players.
Okay.
I thought so, but they didn't look too good this tournament. So I'm not sure. I think we'll definitely beat them, but we still have to, not lose focus and still act like reversing, like Fnatic or another team. I don't know.
All right, keep the head straight. Jojo, congrats. Happy birthday once again. And we'll see each other for another interview later. See ya.
Welcome back. Jojo's here with us. A Crocs enjoyer himself.
Yeah.
We have a Crocs enjoyer here.
Yeah.
Lyric, who owes us a Red Bull Crocs shoey.
I want to explain really quickly why we're doing this.
Please go for it, yeah.
So apparently yesterday, there was a delay on stage because JoJo was wearing Crocs, and I checked the rules, and it says you need to wear closed-toed shoes.
Right.
So someone decided to enforce that, and I don't know completely why. So this would be a closed-toe shoe. It's better for a shoey because you could put liquid in it, it would hold the liquid, and then you could do the shoey.
Right.
We're going to see how it works with the crock.
It's going to present some problems here, but we're going to go for it, all right? Like, we like to test limits here on the broadcast.
You know what? Happy birthday, JoJo.
Yeah.
Mom, if you're watching, I'm sorry.
There you go.
Yeah.
Got a sugar-free Red Bull is the choice here.
Oh, Jesus. We're going to take this off.
So, Lyric, you're going to try and do this 100% yourself, too. No.
Yeah, and look at this. There are numerous holes.
So
which,
the strategy...
we're going to try and do this. It will get everywhere. And,
yeah, utilize the open toe.
You know what?
Yeah, it's about targeting the right toe hole.
Yeah.
We're just going to send it.
I'd send it. Here you go. Here's your Red Bull. JoJo and I will watch.
You know,
turn sideways. Remember, turn sideways so that we have a better.
You're a commentator. I feel like you should be providing some commentary over.
Oh yeah, so you can take the mic away. We don't need to listen to him drink.
I want to hear his. Well, you already spilled.
It's already spilling.
Yeah, we're sending it. That's a bad start.
Go.
Oh, it's all coming through. Wow. It's not spilling at all. It's incredible.
Wait, actually,
you gotta check the whole thing.
Oh no, his pants are getting destroyed.
More.
Keep going. Here we go. Let's go. Chewy.
Yes. That was really well done.
God, how'd it go?
That was so hard. But now we have to do analysis and breakdowns.
No. Now we're going to a break. We're going to give you some time to clean up while we head to a break. And as we head to a break, make sure you check out Isurus's pick Inquebrantable by JXP as the song that represents their playstyle on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. We'll be back in just a bit. Well done, man. Well done.
Hello， 大家好，我是2级的少男 Breeze。 这是我第一次进世界赛，就感觉很新奇，很有新鲜感，也很有趣，然后也要让保持自己的状态，就是想好好表现。我的个人目标的话，就是我和我的队友都发挥的让自己不留遗憾吧，然后我们联动能更好，就是这样的话，就是成绩肯定是能更进一步是最好的，就向着最高的地方出发吧。就很谢谢一直以来支持我们的粉丝们吧，然后也希望我们在世界赛上保持好状态，就是给他们看到很好的竞技状态，然后也给他们展现出很精彩的比赛吧。
Welcome back to Worlds 2022. It's so great to get to know RNG's Breathe a little better in that episode of 1+. Welcome to the Rift. RNG up on stage against Aetherus Gaming in our next one. The stakes for this, as we've crossed the halfway point of the third day of play, elimination match for a team like Aetherus Gaming. Things are starting to really ramp up here.
Yeah, unable to pick up the win. RNG also not exactly your general play-in opponent. It's going to be really tough for them to take down RNG.
Yeah, those. Speaking of RNG, right, while they are still very much a favorite, particularly here in the play-in stage, it was a rough start. But we are going to hand things over to our resident LPL expert here in Lyric to break down for us why RNG is such an awesome team in this edition of State Farm Neighborhood Tactics.
Yeah, and coming off the shoey, we didn't want to pick the most analytical, thing to break down, but still, the thing we want to show is RNG going back to comfort, what they did in LPL, what they did at MSI, to be able to punish some mistakes coming out from Mad Lions. You can see here already, right? Xiaohu on the Galio, we have Ming on Engage as well. No more Enchanters, LPL, we hate them. And then, of course, Scala on something he loves, the Aphelios. We're just going to jump right into it, right? Because in this first clip, Mad Lions actually doing a pretty good job. They had just picked up Rift Herald. You can see they have set up in bot, already have this wave pushing in. So they feel pretty good about going for this play in mid lane with the numbers advantage. But one thing RNG have always done is they don't really mind contesting you even if they are a man down, if they feel like they have the tools available. They have a ton of CC and Burst with Galio, Graves, and Leona. And we're gonna see here, right? Mad Lions, standard, going for the push, have Herald 4 members already on the board. And it's gonna be right here where a bit of a mistake comes out from Mad Lions. You can see they get Herald down, they're already starting to back off, but actually it's Niski who wants to stay, tries to get the combo down, seismic shove, not able to land because you're against the Graves, can just dash out from it and get through, and it leaves Niski open to getting completely bursted out by the members of RNG. And now, sadly for Mad Lions, since the other members started to path down, they're not really in a position to where they can really hit anyone of note, right? Ming here to soak up all the damage. Trunda ultimate actually came out onto Xiaohu, which Unforgiven can't get any damage onto, and it just leaves RNG in a position where they can very easily take this fight. And again, just them punishing a mistake from Mad Lions, but this is one of the things that RNG have done so well throughout the years, knowing when they can be decisive and take these windows. Second clip, I think, is a lot more RNG. They're actually in a pretty nice advantage at this point in the game. We can see they actually have some pretty good vision set up already on the map. They just spotted Unforgiven. They have control wards trying to stop Mad Lions from being able to where they are on the map. And it's going to be this setup where, for Mad Lions, right, they're trying to force their way in to take this fight. Theoretically, want to start off with the front to back because they have 3 bruisers, a couple of tanks on the board, and try and get Niski and Unforgiven in a place to deal damage. But them doing that leaves them in a position where Xiaohu finds this beautiful flank. And I just want to pause it here because look at how much work he's already gotten done. We can see, like, Sum's already blown on this. He's half HP. Unforgiven, not in a place to deal damage. Kaiser actually forced to flash to stop and keep Xiaohu here from being able to get anything done. And it actually leaves Breathe and other RNG members in perfect scenarios. Like, think about it. You're Jax. You just want these endless 1v1s. So keep your eyes on Breathe because he's just going to keep going for this, running down the members of Mad Lions. And Chronicler put it great, right? It was a 1v1 into a 1v1 into a 1v1 that just put RNG in this position to really just explode the game.
Gotta love those. Gotta love those. And it's a terrifying RNG that is warmed up now in the tournament when it's a do-or-die matchup for Aetherus Gaming. It's all kinds of pressure. We'll find out if they can live up to it as we head out to Quick Shot and Mark Z to get us into game.
Thank you so much, Dash. Welcome back to the Shoutcaster desk. We are in draft already for RNG taking on Istris Gaming. My name is Quickshot and I'm joined by the lovely Mark Zimmerman. It is such a pleasure to get to cast.
It's an honor. It's my first time with Quickshot. You've been here forever, it feels like. Old man of Europe.
Be gentle with me, Mark. I am an old man.
I mean, I am fake young. I'm 31. I don't know what you are, but let's ignore it. Let's get into the game, man.
You should indeed. What do you think of the bans so far? Aatrox open. Does Breed want to run there? Does he want to run the blind pick Jax? That's something he's fantastic at.
I mean, I think the Renekton given away, or banned away, excuse me, is a bit of a telegraph that he does want to play a more aggressive match from the top side. Does not want to be playing that Aatrox Renekton side of it. And so probably giving the Aatrox over them, wanting to play Fiora himself. We always talk about the LPL tops and their Fioras. Hopefully you get to see one.
Well, we'll see what happens in just a few moments. First pick was the Graves, followed up by the Misfortune and Blind Lilia now. We saw Lilia top lane earlier. It was okay. It did its job, I guess.
How dare you? I love the top Lilia tank with the not going for Leandries, instead going for the Riftmaker. That was a cool drain tank identity. Didn't end up, like you said, I thought it looked good. This will probably be jungle. I doubt you're just blinding it.
That was my guess too.
Not that strong. Aatrox taken in. I was speculating that they were leaving the Aatrox available after the Graves takeaway and Renekton ban to play the other thing, but this is also one of the counter picks that was banned away for ADD.
I mean, the Aatrox pick is just so prolific this tournament. Breed has only got 3 games played on it this summer. This year, in fact, only one of those was a victory. But I guess, I mean, are you not just kind of assuming that Lilia was obviously going to be picked integrates? What do you make of that matchup? Because we haven't seen that yet this tournament.
I mean, the Graves has been incredible for me, watching it when it's played well. There's plenty of times where it does get off the ground, but when you're able to get the clear down, you're able to get very far ahead of the pace of the game. Lilia is a champion I really enjoy playing. I love anything that can do that kind of drain-taking identity. I think the clear for the Lilia, it's not going to be able to punish Graves or anything like that. Can make some ganks happen, but we'll have to see.
Wait, is that locked in?
That's locked.
That's locked? Are we actually seeing ADD Teemo top? Mark.
We must be.
That is a thing. That is happening.
Is this a pocket pick of his that I am unaware of? I'm scrambling.
I heard he was in Champions Queue. While you look that up, ladies and gentlemen and everybody else, jump on social media, get every single person you know, and let them know that Teemo Top is locked in at the world's play-in stage. Is this the dark tech to shut down the highest pick ban champion at Worlds this year?
Okay, so a couple things about Teemo. First up, never been played by ADD, has been played at Worlds, if I'm not mistaken. Did TSM not play way back in like a 2014, 2013 year? I believe they played a Teemo game, so I don't think this is the first Teemo ever at Worlds. The other reason to get your friends to watch this game is a lot of people hate Teemo. And given the matchup of the LPL playing against Isurus, you have to imagine this Teemo is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Oh,
so you might see a lot of Teemo deaths as well for all the Teemo haters out there.
Unless this Teemo is so next level counter and he gets the mushrooms down and there's map hack wards to never get ganked. I'm believing in the Teemo. I'm believing in what could be the biggest upset on the planet, Teemo taking down RNG.
I mean, this is the stuff of legends.
Yes,
if
it is.
Isurus are able to pull this one off with Teemo. Rest of the bans that came through, 2 supports, getting rid of some of the matchups or for Kai'Sa that you might want to pair up with. I expected Nautilus to be taken. Yeah, there it is, because obviously Kai'Sa loves playing with Nautilus. The fact that you banned out Alistar and Leona and left up Nautilus means that that's going to be an obvious takeaway for the side of Jelly there. Going to pair that up with the Misfortune down bot lane. Still a very strong pushing lane. And the buy coming in.
Oh, not just locked in. Okay, swapped through the last second. I know that Chronicle on the analyst desk was actually a defender of the Vi, a fan of the Vi. I didn't love it on day one.
Yeah.
We ran that against DRX. I think the comp on day one didn't necessarily all add up. And now with the set locked in, presume that's going to be down in the bottom lane? Or where do you reckon that's going?
I mean, you could see some crazy flexes. You could always put Aatrox mid, depending on what you see, but most likely set support for Ming.
Yeah.
And then they need some magic damage pretty badly here. I mean, you can always do some AP Kai'Sa builds if you really wanted to, but most likely mid lane coming in.
I took a quick look there. Ming has played support set 4 times this year. Only won 1 game on that particular champion. And Syndra has now been secured. Also, only 1 game played by Xiaohu. So a number of the champions here locked in for RNG. are in the lower end of their most played for the season. I cannot wait to see what this last pick is going to be here for Istris. And then I get to ask a question that so rarely happens in my professional career.
Uh-oh.
How did Istris want to win with Teemo top? That's the question I can't wait to hear Mark answer.
Well, they also just took Sion, so I'm pretty sure that's not Teemo top.
Oh, wait.
We'll have to see if it's Teemo mid.
Sion mid?
Sion mid? Nautilus mid?
Okay, let me...
Lilia mid?
Let's take a look here.
I'm going to stop guessing until they actually do it.
Saya mid lane has 0 Sion mid lane games. Last couple of seconds. The only reason I feel like that Teemo's going top is I know it was Champions Q, I know it was run into Aatrox, and I feel like 80% certain it was ADD himself that actually did that.
Well, and into Syndra, that sounds like poop.
That is awful.
Don't do that.
Awful. Okay, so there are compositions. We will be able to break those down. And Mark, you're going to have to tell me.
I'll have plenty of time to talk about it.
You do indeed. I'm getting an update.
You're getting an update?
I got to just note from Production Q. Yesterday, in Champs Q, ADD played it and he won the game into Aatrox. I think on stage for Worlds is a slightly different beast. Very quickly before we get in, we ran out of time beforehand. Why is this horrible thing on my desk?
Jojo Pune's birthday. Jojo the Bald Eagle, also turning a bit older today, was constructed at my home on Tuesday. Now he's a year older, and Dash was right. The unicorn is the only way to wear the party hat. I think it was Dash who said that.
Happy birthday, Jojo, and the only way to wear the party hat, Dash, I guess, for that advice. We'll put the bird down for now. CG winning their game, and the fact that we saw Fnatic losing their game, we could be set up for a tiebreaker game tomorrow, pending the rest of the results. But now we're going to do is bring our attention back to Summoner's Rift, back to RNG taking on Istris Gaming. Sion in the mid lane, Teemo in the top lane.
Oh boy. All right, let's talk about it. So range into Aatrox is one of the common things that you see people go for. That's why you do things like Kennen and whatnot. Teemo will have the range advantage, but a lot of the time your auto attacks are going to be in range of Q1, so there will be a large focus on ADD to avoid being hit by that ability. Most likely going to be Emax, seems to be, looking at Master's data on it, the preferred build that they go for that consistent damage, weaving in autos, kind of kiting out that Aatrox.
Well, listen, you just talked about how Teemo's so good into those melee matchups. I do want to reference one other melee matchup, Nasus. Make sure to grab your exclusive Very Nasus Much Wow emote from Prime Gaming by connecting a League of Legends account with your Prime account. And you can see all the details on your screen. I don't think I had that segue quite as good as Freak did yesterday, but I will work on it, team. I will get back to it.
People do often play Teemo into Nasus. You get to blind him when he tries to get his Q stacks up. A similar thing here for also Aatrox passive when he tries to get the steal on you, the extra healing from when that comes up. You can blind him when he's trying to auto you during that time period.
You truly made that bad link I did much better by
marginally better
this game. Oh man. Okay, so we saw ADD already. He was stealthed up in lane, trying to do the same thing again. Breathe is just waiting before the minions die. And I imagine the observers will be watching this matchup a lot, and I imagine Breathe is gonna hate his life for the opening few levels.
I assume it'll be somewhat difficult. I mean, if you do land the Q-tippers, you're not feeling too bad. As you see, indeed, E taking level 1, getting chased down here.
Yep, there we go. It's going to land on that Darkened Blade, continues to chase, gets another proc, and ADD getting dunked on for now. Still doesn't have access to that blinding dart. I'm trying to get that poison tick start. I cannot believe we're actually casting a tick. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Istris is 0-2 in the group stage. You need to get enough wins to be in contest for those top 4 spots.
Well, and, I mean, even though RNG is 1-1 right now, they were expected to basically be the big favorites for this group. They're a very tough team, and people talk about when you're playing against teams that you are expected to lose to, throwing something that they haven't seen at them. So obviously, the Sion mid, which we haven't even touched on very much, being another big component of that. They want to get on top of this Teemo early, though.
ADD's going to get jumped on. Mark, you called it in draft. You predicted it. The most hated champion is now locked inside the smoke screen. It's chunked down and taken down. The hamster is obliterated as the observers zoom in.
Everyone's eating good tonight. Teemo fans get to see him played at Worlds. Teemo haters get to see him clapped up, probably. It is a champion that you can obviously get on top of. The only defensive thing he has pre-level 6 before he gets those mushrooms is the move quick on W. And, you know, that's not that great of an escape when Graves is already showing up behind you.
Not at all. And down in the bottom lane, being on set's going to be able to pull Jelly forward, get a burst of damage onto Gavoto as this gigantic minion wave is shoved all the way under tower. That's going to unlock already an early roam, and Wei continues to apply pressure. I mean, going to dash over with that quick draw. Gets a lot of damage down. The minions are currently blocking. He's run out of ammo. Xiaohu will force the flash, and here comes Grell. Not going to be able to do anything with that boulder toss, and Xiaohu and Wei, they'll get themselves another summer spell. 2 successful ganks already at 3.5 minutes, Mark. This is already looking problematic, shall we say.
Yeah, I like what Wei's done so far. He kind of left his entire bot side of the camps up so that he could go ahead and just impact these side lanes early on. Soul lanes early on. Getting up there, killing Teemo, now getting mid lane, some sums down as well. Flash out on the Sion. You're concerned, of course, about Sion just doing these kinds of like AFK pushes and then roams around the map. There's nothing to me that screams like this is a Sion angle. I don't know what makes a Sion mid angle. I'm not Doinby, to be honest. But apparently he saw something here.
Well, we'll find out whether or not Saya can make anything work. Jelly's going to use that dredge line to run to safety once again. There's a 12 CS advantage in the bottom lane for Gala and Ming already. Every time the camera comes down, they are pushing Isris's duo backwards. ADD, every time we look at him, he is being poked down a fort, at least by Breeze. So they're dead even on CS. And Saya's flashless in that middle lane, so if Wei decides to show back up, it is a scary prospect. Admittedly, Sion gets a little bit more difficult and challenging to kill. There's a lot of burst on Graves and Syndra, but I don't think they're going to have enough just yet. And here comes Wei again, Mark.
Yep, no wards out in the bot lane. Easy angle here.
He's going to force the flash, dredge line to the wall. He's going to land the smoke screen, looking for the end of the line. We'll be able to bounce it off the wall and drop Jelly to 200. Now here comes Grau. That's the flash forward, but that will concede the kill. Jelly's already down and Wei escapes with his life. Flash quick draw to safety. The two-man pullback for RNG, and Grau goes to hell as Gala sends him packing on the Kai'Sa. Gavato escapes with his life.
Wei is all over the map. 3 lanes visited already in the first 5 minutes of the game. 3 kills as well. He only gets assists. He's being a team player, setting them up for the people in the lanes. You don't always see it out of Graves.
No, you really don't. Let me see how much burst damage those Graves can have. I mean, Isris just needed time to scale. They needed to get their Teemo and their Sion stacks up.
Not even true. Do you outscale Kai'Sa? I don't think you do.
No. I'm just trying to think of some ways to buy time, but ultimately Wei is just dominating the game.
Yeah, it was a nice flash reaction by Gavoto getting out of there, making sure it wasn't stunned up by Ming, but this re-engage with Jelly at basically no HP means that you know you're dying when you go in there. You're just hoping to set up Wei. Wei does still have his flash to get away from Jarell, trying to land that 3-man Q combination, just doesn't quite have enough damage. Then Ming's E has come back up. It's a very long cooldown, but given that that was what started this entire sequence, it does come up in time for them to find the second kill.
I mean, so nicely done here. Plus 2,500 gold already. Yeah, Umbral Chains pulls ADD backwards. Bree's not going to want to fight into that mini wave. Pick up the cannon creep. He's still in the advantage. World Ender down. Gonna land. Look for the docking blade. Doesn't land it though.
All right, got boost of swiftness because, like we were saying, the Q minigame is kind of what Teemo lives or does. That's so funny.
You can't see me.
You can't see me if you can't see me. Excellent play there by the Teemo, standing still, pressing S on the keyboard. Absolutely giant brains.
I will tell you though, if a showstopper comes down, collateral damage, even though you're invisible, the skill shot still hits.
Well, Syndra also is actually very annoying because your E just kind of blasts through and it's like, all right, there you are, I found you. So a lot of damage that can still kind of come out without being targeted.
Ming is chasing. Ming is chasing. We're gonna land the face breaker, the haymaker, and all of the knuckle down damage, and Gavoto's gone. Jelly's popped as well. That's a double for the support set. And this is looking rough, and it's extra rough when you remember that Isris are sitting in Mexico City as well. They ran the Teemo, and they are being
but how crazy did the fans go in Champ Select? They this comp power spikes in Champ Select. It's all downhill once you actually load onto the Rift, but like, goddamn, in the first couple minutes when you're swapping the champs around, people are losing their minds and you're dominating your opponent.
Actually, until level 2, ADD I think was winning that lane as well. You know,
arguably, Breathe was getting the trades.
Damn it, Mark, let me have my fun.
I mean, this is just too easy. The wave is frozen. Obviously, the Lily not in there to try and help protect them as this wave's coming in. It's just a revisit by Wei. Nice setup there by Ming as well. Double kill now. So difficult for Isris to play out from here. I wasn't exactly sure what the comp was going for because it's not like Teemo's this insane, like, snowball topside with a... Oh, he's gonna die again.
Yeah, he managed to flash to safety. I think the chain flash actually got him out of range of the Q, if I read that correctly. Oh, man. I wonder who was playing the Aatrox in Champions Q. I don't know if we can get that info. Maybe production can look it up for us.
Yeah, was it on the level of Breathe?
That was where I was wondering.
No offense to people I don't know who I want to shade here.
You are digging this hole yourself, bro.
I was gonna throw Lorlo's name out there just as a joke, but like I don't want to actually really like Lorlo.
So you just threw it out.
I'm just
anyway.
saying, Breathe. You know, is a very, very good Aatrox player.
I tell you what, though, Breathe has had a great players tournament so far, Mark, and right now he's doing the same thing. I mean, look at the CS numbers here. Up in the bottom lane, up in the top lane, it's 4,000 gold at 8 minutes. On average, RNG are pulling 500 gold ahead per minute over Isurus.
Yes, they are doing incredible this game, and as much as we're memeing kind of what's happening on the Rift, the importance of this game, I feel like, should not be understated, because RNG is sitting at 1 win right now in the group, potentially 2 here. They are in 4th place, actually, in the group, just based off the current standing. If they win this game, they'll be slightly ahead of Saigon, who's at 2-2, but then you also have Mad at 3-1 and DRX at 3-0, and you were coming in expected to dominate this group. Everyone's like, MSI champions, LPL so stacked, they have 6 teams who can win Worlds. Uh-oh.
ADD is being supported here. Growl manages to help pick up the kill, and listen to the crowd going mad. I do like the direction you're going, though, because RNG will be playing Saigon Buffalo tomorrow. You still anticipate they should be able to manage the aggression the Buffaloes throw down. But more importantly for me, DRX Mad. I want to live in the Hopium world. If Mad take down DRX, we could have a 3-way tie at the top of the table. That means tiebreaker games, baby. And you know Europe loves their ties.
Everyone loves their tiebreakers. It'll be crazy, too, because that also means that, you know, if that doesn't happen, maybe RNG is playing in the 3rd, 4th match, and then whoever's sitting in Group A on the 2nd seed has to deal with RNG coming at them. So a lot of people watching this game with, you know, trying to see what RNG is showing here. The first kill on the Breathe, though. Teemo's, you know, on the board, getting going.
I mean, Grell, he got the assist. Grell kills secure, or secured the kill is the way I should have said that. But this is an uphill battle. I'm going to do something that's super not fair here. But Mark, when you're down 3,000 gold for 10 minutes and a dragon,
yes.
How should Isurus play this in theory to try and claw the game back?
Well, I'm very experienced playing from this position, but I don't know how to win from it. I find myself down quite a bit in a lot of games. I think, like, realistically, if this is somehow going to... Oh, hold on.
Yeah, you just... This needs to stop happening. This needs to stop happening. Showstopper comes out. Gala's still got the killer instinct available to him. Repositions. Hasn't yet found the final shot, but the ball time goes down. Gala summon a heal. Keeps him alive before Wei secures the kill. Gala gets another back. 1-for-1 in the bottom lane, but that is Saya who gets stunned up from Scatter the Weak, and now Jelly's in the fray. Definitely got too much jelly for this setup and backing out.
Okay, 1-for-1. That's not too bad for Isurus. The fact that they were able to get that kill did go onto the Lilia as well for Grell, but unfortunately they're all so low on the tail end of that they're going to lose at least 4 turret plates down here, probably the entire turret, given that there's nothing else that RNG needs to respond to on the map. They can stay down here and actually finish this turret off. And now we see up in the top side, no flash to the Teemo.
Oh, 0-2-1. Breathe gets another solo kill. The idea or the concept that I was pitching in draft that Teemo was the counter that worked in Champions Q, not working out today on the big stage.
No, not working out. I think, like, when you're asking how can they win, you talk about stop the bleeding in the bot lane, maybe keep making plays happen in the top side. You start getting that kind of landmine-filled top side of the map where you just have all these mushrooms down and Teemo can push. But realistically now, you're so far behind the Aatrox, who is probably getting pretty close to Eclipse money with that kill and the turret plates that he's getting now.
I mean, at the end of the day, Grell, can you handle this? Saya, can you handle this? Gavoto, can you handle this? Because ADD is being bullied, and I don't know if they're ready for this. ADD, once again, going to have some support from Grell. 2-1. He's got the mask completed, and Breathe. Flash available, no world ender. He's going to take the Q. There is a lot of support coming. The entirety of Royal never give up. Grell's already used an ultimate. Put Breathe to sleep. Blooming Blows come out, and ADD will find the reply kill. Ming is now keeping Saya and Jelly busy as Grell gets taken out in the top lane. It ends up being a 1-for-2 in favor of RNG.
RNG are able to collapse. Breathe does a good job kiting that one out. Almost killed them by himself. Was getting a lot of damage done there, but now with the collapse coming in, also top turret plate's going to start going down. Gold lead going from bad to worse.
I think this is going to be on track for the largest gold lead at 15 minutes. I will take note of it and double check that with the stats team, but it is running away. Multiple plates, the tower down bottom, 6 kills to Dragon. I mean, Infernal's up in 2 minutes as well. It has been a masterclass in how to kill your opponents. just using literally the comp that RNG put together.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of been dominating them in most of the lanes. Mid lane's probably been the least interactive one, but that is kind of how a lot of Scions go. You just kind of EQ the wave, the other person goes, darn it, all right. But Xiaohu has gone and been on the map. He was actually in that bot lane play first. It was Seiya ulting down there. Xiaohu has always been such an incredible team player roaming around the map. And even in a matchup where the other guy should have that advantage, Xiaohu is still making the plays happen.
And you know, because of all of the excitement from draft and some of the surprises, we haven't even spent like 5 minutes celebrating Gala and Kai'Sa. You know, that's the signature champ. I mean, there'll be some people on social media being like, come on, we're 13 minutes in, you haven't said it?
Yeah, sorry, I was talking about Teemo.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Yeah, my bad. But yeah, Gala on one of his signature champions is why also one of the reasons that people were so excited about RNG this Worlds was it felt like the meta was potentially shifting towards Ming and Gala's favor. Ming as well, for me, has always been much more of the engaged support. His Nautilus is absolutely disgusting. And when you had this kind of Enchanter heavy meta, it did not feel like what Ming's strengths are, which is, for me, engaging and making plays around the map.
I've got some meaningful stats for you in just a moment. Seiya's going to get jumped. A lot of bursts from these two champions, but it will take a lot to burn through this Scion. And he's made his way up as well. There's a couple of pings, a lot of vision from RNG. But very briefly, Gala's played Kai'Sa 5 times this year. All 5 of them are victories, undefeated. In terms of his total professional games, 80 completed, and he's leaning on that right now to find the kill with the help of Ming. Just to put some numbers in, I mentioned this day before yesterday when I was casting, but most played 80 professional games, 65% win rate on Kai'Sa for Gala. His next most played is Aphelios at 56. You know what, champions are pretty dominant in the meta so far in play-ins. Both of those looking pretty good.
Yeah, looking pretty good for RNG. Not looking so good for the Teemo.
No.
The roaming Teemo, not necessarily what you are known for.
Who would have guessed?
The flanking Teemo coming in with the blind. Uh-oh.
Oh, my words. No, that's a lot of damage. Jelly's taken down. Bullet time once again. Thwarted by the heal, and I love the thumbs up.
Did pad the DPM numbers, though, so on the post-game breakdown graphic will look a little bit better. You're playing for that kind of right now, maybe.
I used to play a lot of Battlefield 2 many years ago, and that tracked everything from like steps in-game to heals, revives, things like that. And I exclusively played the medic class because I could pad all my stats, and I just got all the points. So it was like
you get more XP grinding as well. Yeah.
Look, total gold. That tells you something. Grell with the 2 kills, the only member competing to RNG, and then every other member of RNG. But look, when you got, what, 8,000 gold at 15 minutes, it's significant.
Yeah, I wonder if we did one of those side boops that come out from the left side that show the gold. I want to see if RNG is richer than literally every member of Istrus. I can check myself, but I just want to see how it looks.
Yeah, it's gonna look as the Aussie casters would say, disgusting.
I know it looks funny, so hopefully we I don't know if production was ready for me to hot potato them and suggest
normally young Padawan use the talkback, so you can prep them. It looks smooth.
No, this is like collaborative. Now Twitch chat gets to listen. I'm sure.
Production team scrambling. Where's the button? Where's the button?
Yeah, so the reason I brought it up is because the only person who is not an Istrus who is above someone in RNG is actually Grell being above Ming. But other than that, it's only a couple hundred away too. So if RNG win one more fight, they might have the 5 richest members on their team.
Also, take that for a second. This is Jungler, 116 CS behind the 403, or just ahead of 403 support set. Another tower, and Rift Herald gets charged down onto the middle. It's swapped and nearly approaching 10k.
Yeah, this is getting very difficult to see how Istrus has any way back in the game. RNG, I assume that they're just going to try and slam this game. They do have another game later today, so I think that they will probably want to get out of this one as fast as they can, start getting ready for that second game.
The Wildcats will probably not be considering
You don't think they've exposed? Sometimes
no, I don't think so.
Here's the thing, Trevor.
Okay.
Sometimes the team that finds the blueprint doesn't actually win the game. They didn't have the skill to necessarily execute it or something. They had a bad coin flip level 1, you know. But you showed the weaknesses in RNG of the Aatrox Teemo matchup. So now Wildcats just need to take it.
I would look into my crystal ball, and I would say the team most likely to try Teemo top into Aatrox, out of all teams competing at Worlds, I believe would be G2 Esports with Broken Blade playing. I think they would be the ones I would make on my 50-50 prediction. As now Seiya's being chunked out and run down once again by the Grave Syndra combo. Forces the flash, follow-up flash from way 1,500. ADD's blown up, solo killed once again. Stats team, can we track how many solo kills Aatrox has onto Teemo? The unstoppable charge comes out from the mid lane. They say are running away in the bottom lane, and this is just chaos.
Game is
We've descended into chaos. That's
the
what we've
funniest
descended.
thing is watching Wei and Xiaohu. Hold on, I don't even have time to talk.
No, you do not. Killer instinct used and Gavoto taken down. 13 kills, 18 minutes, over 10,000 gold to lead. I will confirm that at 7.5k, lead of 50 minutes, this was the largest gold lead. I believe that's either way, this game has the largest gold lead of 50 minutes.
Okay, so there's not enough cameras to catch all the action. We need like one of those reaction Andy cam things, you know, where there's like 6 people deep reacting to each other. We need around that many cameras to capture all the action, because actually Jelly roamed topside and got the shutdown onto Breathe after the solo kill happened. In the bot lane, what was funny was the fact that Xiaohu and Wei both jumped in front of Seiya to stop him from ulting back to his base. So that Seiya's like, screw it, and he ults back towards RNG's side of the map to actually not die and get a recall off. It actually worked, hilariously enough, burning the flashes of the 2 opponents, going up in that summoner trade. And then mid lane, yeah, we saw that one on camera.
Completely trading sides of the map as RNGs take everything. I will say though, this is a tough game for Istris. It's a tough position to be in. Like, they were such heavy underdogs. You take a swing with a Teemo, it doesn't work. But do spare a thought, not only for the players on stage that are 0-2 in play-ins, they're in front of the Mexico City crowd. They are playing DRX in game 8 of the day as well. Like, if there were ever the toughest day of play-ins, there's an argument to be made that Istris is having it right now. So once again, RNG are just stepping away from. I mean, Baron is only spawning in 20 seconds. It cannot be taken yet.
No, I mean, when you make that point about toughest day for play-ins ever, I don't even think it's really arguable.
Yeah.
The LPL and LCK having a 4th seed.
Yeah.
And then to also have it be RNG, who just won MSI, and even DRX, while they were struggling domestically a little bit, people were debating should it have been sandbox or not when it happened. At the end of the day, they look much better right now. Deft is playing incredible. The Pioshek Juhan situation, while they're still seeming to sort it out, both junglers look pretty good. They're undefeated. So I think this is a situation where, yeah, anyone who ended up in Group B, you're like, what the hell? In any other year, maybe we could have done something, but this is a tough draw.
It is so difficult. Istris, now they continue to just, I mean, look at the minimap. Great vision toggle there by the observers. As RNG are now going to start grouping up. I wonder if they are just going to try and make a move for Baron. They have so much damage across this entire composition. Even if Istris step forward, 10,000 gold lead now. So he's going to dash away the use of that end of the line. Okay, Dragon Spawning. So this is the 3rd at 20. I don't think we're on par to break the fastest win at Worlds, despite seeing the largest gold lead. Unless this is a clean ace and RNG fancy stepping forward, scatter the weak, collateral damage. Grell's running for his life, burns to death. The bullet time will take out at least Xiaohu, and Gala will reposition with the ultimate. He's got himself one, looking for another. Gavoto is firing auto and double ups after one another, but they're simply too little, too late, and they are too far behind.
Istris do get 2 back though, getting the kill onto Xiaohu and Ming. With that, though, it looks like RNG feel confident enough to still charge towards this Baron, leaving that 3rd dragon up. They have plenty of damage. Graves, very strong. Kaisa as well, 2 items, as well as just being one of the best champions in the game at dealing with the Baron buff, the damage from her passive Plasma, destroying max health. And there you see, it's gone.
Oh my word, 21.5 minutes. Baron here is secured. Mark, yeah, I get now. I put myself in the shoes of the fans watching in the venue, and it is fun watching how good RNG is, but it must be really heartbreaking to see these small moments. Like, even in a 10k deficit, the damage that does come out from Grell and Gavoto respectively, at least they get some kills, but it's like so non-impactful.
Even the Xiaohu damage, I think that was just a QE, that half health shooting Grell there. Gavoto did have some good ultimates this game. He's been able to find some clamps in some situations where RNG just thinks that they can face plant into you, and he is able to help get 2 of those kills, but does get dropped as well. It is, I would say, hopeless.
Yeah.
But, you know, Istris coming to contest their dragon. If they can stall this one out, maybe start stacking them themselves. Somehow they end up with 4 dragons. RNG somehow die fountain. You know, like there's comeback.
There's the words you're saying make sense.
I'm trying to say them with as much like chest as I can. Like, I really believe them. Like, this
I'm feeling it. My word, even Sion is getting chunked out. Did you see the scat of the week on the Dark Sphere? Sion's already done 80%. That's the tankiest member of Istris Gaming. Teleport's going to be channeled here and completed. This is for Dragon number 3. 20 minutes. Bullet time's up. Gavoto's 2 levels down. Breathe is looking for the flank. ADD gets the blind. The poison dart knocked up by the Darkin Blade and will be pulled backwards by the Infernal Chains. He is once again solo killed by Breeze Aatrox. Ming continues to hammer away on Isurus. 1, 2, 3 members dead. The pony will get popped. Just like that, and the ace secured for RNG.
Wei grabbing a triple kill on the tail end of that fight. That probably is the game with the Baron buff coming up, or still on them 20 seconds before anyone resurrects. Wei was the one who turned this game on its head immediately, ganked all 3 lanes in the first 5 minutes of the game, and now getting the rewards at the end.
I mean, Wei is just playing way away from the rest of the team. The only member to not concede a death. He was everywhere at all times, 15 kills. RNG are going to play this one a little bit respectfully. There were only 20-odd second death timers, so they decided to just get the inhibitor and step out. We're approaching 18,000 gold lead. Might be able to break 20k as far as this advantage goes. And for RNG, what that will mean is they'll be looking at 2-1 as when they close this out. They play the Wildcats a little bit later. So another expected to be one-sided game. But I think more importantly, the ramifications for the group looking tomorrow, the 6 games planned, any potential tiebreakers will happen at the end of the day, and the analyst desk will keep you up to date as Breathe is now stepping forward. I'm going to check how many solo kills he's picked up throughout the course of this one.
It's been a couple. Not a solo kill there, though. Xiaohu and Ming ruining that one.
I tell you something, the production team and the stats team are on point today. Breathe has 3 solo kills this game. It's the most for any player at the tournament thus far. Gala will be stepping forward. Wei will get himself the 5th kill of the game. 5-0-11. Gala picks up another. And Red Bull Baron power play has timed out, but they are not going to need it. Quick draw over the wall. Auto after auto. Gala's going to be able to land the W, continue chasing, and say see ya. Isurus are going down.
Really concerning for Breathe, not having high kill participation in the 28 kill game, having the solo kills. Really clearly not on the same page with his team.
You know what? I think if he was more committed to the team play instead of going for those solo kills, those solo bolos, the outplays, he might be more of a boss for his team.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see such a greedy player, such a selfish player going for the solo kills.
I wish you could have seen how deadly serious both Mark and my faces were. We talked at one another during that last little sequence. RNG have crested 20,000 gold in the lead. The 3rd inhibitor will fall in just a moment. Bullet time is interrupted. And that's Syndra. And once again, the Dark Blade continues to chase. The inhibitor does stay standing, pulled backwards. Another ace. The base is going to be a complete tatters. 32 kills, 61,000 gold, 25-minute win, and it has been all RNG all day.
And Ming popping off 7 kills and 17 assists on the set. The support getting the 2nd most kills in the entire game. Absolutely smurfing this one.
39 kills. That might also be the largest kills or the most kills secured in a single game. On day 1, 34 kills combined was the record. I believe yesterday 37 kills combined. Today, RNG got 33 kills alone against Isurus. They secured 6 for themselves. So obviously for RNG, it's an anticipated win. For Isurus, a heartbreaking one. They took a swing, it didn't land.
Yeah, and you can see their faces. Obviously, knew that they were up against a behemoth of an opponent, but I still think they would have liked to have shown what they were looking for with this comp. The fact that it so quickly went off the rails is probably what feels worse than just the loss.
The thing is as well, regardless of what that top lane pick was, that Graves that was locked in, first pick here for RNG, an argument could be made it would have done exactly the same things. Had that wave stayed in a similar position. Wei took over the game regardless of the champions. Coming back from that deficit just becomes significantly harder than because of the champions.
Yeah, I think, in their minds, they're like, all right, well, the Lilia, and we'll try and play safe till 6. Then maybe all the mushrooms can come down. That'll buy space for this pick of the Teemo to go topside. Maybe we have the Scion ulting around the map, the Lilia able to land these kinds of long-range sleeps and whatnot, but not able to do it. And there's that graphic that we were talking about, why this win was so important for RNG, clawing closer to the number 1 and number 2 positions and able to tie Saigon in wins.
Okay, so Saigon Buffalo tomorrow will be playing RNG. That'll be the last game of the group for them. Then later today, Istanbul Wildcats will be up. So that battle for 1st, 2nd, 3rd in terms of order qualification and then the playoff seeding will be very, very intriguing. The expectation is that DRX are going 5-0, I think. I think that's it. Okay, MSI champs, RNG make quick work of Isres. While both teams are ready up for their next games, we're back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, gents. RNG continue to ramp up through the tournament. An incredibly dominant win here over Isres Gaming. And that's kind of where I want to start. The casters were having a conversation about what a day Isres Gaming has in front of them.
So they have RNG, then they have to play DRX. By the way, if they don't beat DRX, they're eliminated from Worlds. So this is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a fine day.
It's rough, right? They started off with like Mad and Saigon Buffalo on their schedule. Those are like the teams you need to beat. And now having to go through RNG and DRX in the same days.
Yeah, we already talked about how difficult this group is, right, for anybody to get placed into. And then, yes, for both of those teams to be on your second day when the stakes continue to rise, that's really, I think, what it is for Isres and what they're fighting against. When it comes to Champion Select, I mean, let's be honest. We talk all the time about when you're the team that is expected to lose, it is typically about finding something different and unique. They reached for the Teemo. Okay, it wasn't it, but also not entirely unexpected, Jat, according to you.
I think this was a good draft considering the circumstances. I know that sounds ridiculous when they died like 32 times, but they practiced Zillion Top, ADD did, then they played it on stage, didn't quite work. But
in Champions
it worked
Queue.
a little bit early in Champions Queue. And last night I saw ADD playing Teemo Top, and in the back of my head I'm like, I mean, they got these teams tomorrow, they're definitely desperate.
Yeah.
And they tried it.
It was a good call, right? And kind of moving over to the side of RNG real quick, I just want to say again, I am so happy RNG are picking champions that we've seen them play throughout their careers. Main going back to the set, Gala finally picking up Kaisa, and then Xiao, who, like, Sinja right now, I feel like everyone thinks this champion is really incredibly weak, but it's the champion when he started his career in the LPL that he was known for. So, you know, Isres going towards creativity and RNG going towards comfort.
Yeah, I mean, this does feel like the perfect meta for Gala. Back on the Kaisa, of course. You heard a quick shot with the stats, though, as well. Career-wise, second most played champion is the Aphelios. And while we continue to see Kallistas typically on the ban table and Aphelios being a secondary champion to jump to, like, this RNG squad, as they're finding form, is just, my confidence is only growing around them.
Even Tristana, like when I think of Gala, I think of Kaisa, Tristana, and Aphelios. And it's like, okay, all three champions are in meta, all three champions are playable. That's why that day one draft was so weird. So RNG now, after having some time to acclimate, some time on stage, finally figuring it out.
And Ming's looking good next to him. I mean, like, the support set look was phenomenal as well. We saw the second most kills in the game going to the support. That's got to feel good. And so, again, when the meta seems to suit Gala, but also seems to suit his support, bot lane is not somewhere you want to go against RNG.
Yeah, I'd say they're now warmed up.
Officially?
Yeah, they're officially
Are your crystal balls ready to go now?
It's better, actually.
What temperature would you say they're at?
Are we Fahrenheit?
Or Celsius? Or Kelvin?
Yeah, I'm gonna go Fahrenheit.
Okay.
They are at like 130 degrees. So
130.
it's not gonna burn your tongue.
No.
It's gonna be a nice, warm liquid.
All right.
That might be too hot. I
think
don't
that's
actually know how warm.
That's probably a good
like
initial coffee temp, you know? And then you gotta let it cool down a little bit.
There was that McDonald's lawsuit. I think that was 190. Yeah, that's too hot. So
you don't want to get that hot, RNG.
No,
Just stick it at 130 Fahrenheit. Mark that you're at. Quick math, Celsius.
Yeah, of what?
Of that, 130 down to Celsius.
Oh my God.
Good luck. While he figures that out, we're
64.
stepping away as we go. Check out the next installment of One Plus Cam as we get a behind-the-scenes look at our pros in the heart of beautiful Mexico City.
RNG. Fancy stepping forward, scatter the weak, collateral damage. Grell's running for his life, burns to death. The bullet time will take out at least Xiao Hu, and Gala will reposition with the ultimate. He's got himself one, looking for another. Gaboto is firing auto and double ups after one another, but there's simply too little, too late, and they are too far behind. By the infernal chains, he is once again solo killed by Breeze Aatrox. Min continues to hammer away on Isserus. 1, 2, 3 members dead. The pony will get popped just like that, and the ace secured for RNG.
that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Worlds 2022, where both Chiefs Esports clubs and Beyond Gaming are hunting for their first wins of the day. An important note right off the top for Beyond Gaming: Lakai is out, Liang is in. So we've got a bit of a roster shuffle as the pressure mounts for each of these squads, looking to put wins in those win columns, keep themselves competitive for the top 4 and a shot out of the group.
And an incredibly important game for Chiefs. They are winless so far through 3 games, but actually, if they won their next 2, they would be through. If they lose this one, they're out.
Wow.
So this is absolutely do or die for Chiefs.
And I feel like when we look at Chiefs, I mean, even just looking at the game that we just saw not too long ago, right? We set up earlier, it's about Arthur being able to find that impact in the early game. I mean, fair play to EG, they found the way to shut him down, right? A lot of mid-prio coming out and then just constantly invading him in his own jungle. But I still feel like that's the same recipe for success going up against Beyond.
Yeah, so if we liked this look for Chiefs, what was it that EG either did to stop them, that Chiefs can protect against this time, or what can Chiefs just do that much better this time to make sure it's successful?
Yeah, my opinion for Chiefs, especially when they go to the international stage, because they were so dominant domestically, like 40-2, they can kind of play whatever they wanted. I really need to see Tally on something that can move towards other lanes.
Okay.
So you can't necessarily blind pick Galio. If they could find a Galio angle, that would be amazing. Maybe just go for Talia straight off the bat.
Yeah.
Something that can roam to other lanes to make plays. I think he's a very good team player, but not an incredibly strong laner.
I mean, even thinking about the champions we've seen him on so far, right? Swain, Seraphine, Victor, nothing, like Jeff's saying, right? Nothing that can find that impact on their side. To where for Beyond, even despite the fact that they're also coming off a loss today, I actually feel like they had that really good fight up against DFM. Husha was another player who we were saying, hey, he was able to find that impact. He had a great early game. And then when DFM started to overstep, he found some really good ultimates to be able to punish. So I definitely feel like Beyond are the ones coming in more comfortable into this matchup. They have found stuck with a style that's worked. I feel like in their laning phases as well, they are just that tiny bit better. So it's going to be about if Chiefs can shut that down.
Now, it does feel like then for both sides, and as is pretty standard for this tournament so far, that the spotlight will be on both the junglers and the mid laners. How can they accelerate those mid laners, get them to those side lanes, and actually get some work done? Now, while this is such an important matchup for both teams, and very specifically the Chiefs, we wanted to do a little exercise. So I'm going to hop on over to the telestrator here. Because we're narrowing in towards the end of play-ins, right? And so we've got to figure out what our bracket is going to look like. So this is a good opportunity for us to kind of break down again how it all actually works and hypothesize who we think is going to take up each slot. So a quick reminder that the #1 seed from each group auto-qualifies into the group stage of the main event for Worlds. That's why you don't see a #1 anywhere here on this bracket. Instead, it will be the second-seeded team from each group that gets slotted into the qualification round. And then the 3 and 4 seed of each group will have to play each other for the opportunity to play the opposite group 2 seeds. So we've kind of laid this out here. We've got a few games to go today, 8 games to go tomorrow to determine who will fill these slots. So initial thoughts, Chad.
Let's try and work backwards.
Okay.
Let's do the easy one.
DRX is first, and if they beat Mad, which would make things crazy, they would be first seed, which then I think makes RNG second seed.
Exactly.
So let's put RNG in B2.
In B2. Okay, so I'm also going to I'm just going to put DRX here as the auto qualifier.
Yeah.
And then you're saying RNG is going to
that would be the B2 slot.
Snag
Most
the B2
likely.
slot. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like kind of staying on that same pathway of just going with what looks easiest to slot in. I would actually say ignoring the A slot for a second would be B3 and 4. Like, it looks like it's going to be Mad versus Saigon Buffaloes going in.
For B3 and 4.
Exactly. Neither Izurus or Istanbul Wildcats have picked up a win.
Mad. Okay, Mad and Saigon. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
Now, do you think it is Mad as the 3 and Saigon as the 4?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that'd be fair.
That's pretty likely. Mad's currently 3-1, Saigon
Okay.
2-2.
I will put the 4 seed in blue. Okay.
I'm glad we switched to you being the writer.
What Saigon's tri code is it?
SGB.
Is SGB? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
You could just draw a buffalo as well if you like. I'd like to see your artistic.
I'll leave that to Emily. When Emily's on the broadcast, you can ask her to draw the animals.
So here's the trick. The winner of that game, of the Mad Saigon Buffalo, will play number 2 from Group A.
Correct.
But the biggest debate for us is who is going to be number 2 from Group A, because that's the most up
Slash who will be number 1, right? Yeah, exactly. Because it got interesting. Before today, everyone would have said, yeah, Fnatic is actually just going to run the table, and now it's a lot more questionable. So let's work through that, because what do we think it's going to be? Right now, there is a tie between EG and Fnatic, but that becomes a 3-way tie. It gets even more crazy.
Right. I think the most likely is a 2-way tie between EG and Fnatic, and then the winner of that tiebreaker game, with Fnatic having side select, would go in.
So you keep it with Fnatic?
If it was like a couple hours later, I'd say EG's first.
I'm leaning Fnatic.
Fnatic should be first.
Fnatic.
Based on them playing before,
I
and
agree.
we'll put
I
EG
agree.
in this slot.
So Fnatic will get that first seed here, which means that EG will be awaiting the winner of Mad versus Saigon Buffalo here.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we need to figure out this matchup and then declare the winners of those matchups to see where we're going.
We're actually solving play-in right now.
Yeah, we're doing it all right now.
I feel like it should be Loud and DFM that goes through, sadly for Beyond, because Beyond still has to play Fnatic left.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not buying in on the Chiefs miracle.
So Loud gets the 3 seed?
Yeah, well,
let's do it.
Let's say yeah.
Okay.
Lock it in.
Loud DFM.
Loud, and then boom. DFM. We can come back and decide who wins those later, because I hear they're heading into champion select, and so we're not gonna waste no time. Get ourselves back in the game. Quick shot, Mark Z, take it away.
Woohoo! Picks and bands, welcome back to
We're here.
Darkness, coming
We're doing it.
in hot and heavy. Once again, as a quick reminder, in case you missed Dash, right at the top of the section, if Chiefs lose this game, they are eliminated from playoffs contention. Chiefs would need to win today and take down Loud tomorrow. If they do that, they advance.
Yes, and that's why it is still a bit of a run that Beyond need to make, and they have made the change from Lee Kai to Liang to come in, which is a bit of a surprise for me to see that happen.
Why is it a surprise? What do we know about Liang? I mean, I remember playing in spring, but that's it.
Yeah, so he played in spring. He did play a lot of carries in that split. Like, for example, Trinamir, when that was kind of meta, that was the most played he had. Also played a lot of Jace, and Graves were his 3 most played. So you would expect there's some champ pool thing that they think they see for him to come in, because Lee Kai took the spot from him in summer. They still swapped a little bit, but Lee Kai also picked up most improved player for the PCS in summer. And so that felt pretty good for them to then also make that kind of playoff run that they had. And so going back to Liang here is a bit of a surprise, but I assume maybe they just think the Aatrox blind for him is better, though I'm not quite sure.
Well, I'm taking a look at the moment at Liang's all-time record. On Aatrox, he's played 11 games, only won 27% of them. And when I'm taking a look at, his games from spring, 0 Aatrox games under his belt. So maybe it's a practice thing. Maybe, as you mentioned, when I look at the entire pool, there are more carries in Liang's pool than Lee Kai's, at least, professionally speaking. Maybe it is an experience thing. I'm not sure. It's not going to run into the Kennen and the Leona.
There you go. So some counter picks coming in for the Chiefs. We've seen the Kennen into Aatrox a few times now. Be able to win lane early on if you want to get really scrappy, and the Aatrox is down to fight you can potentially find some solo kills. But then you also transition into a mid to late game AoE team fighter.
Something I want to talk about in game is how good Maokai's ultimate is at throwing off or thwarting the level of engage, like a Leona, like a Kennen. Obviously, you can't interrupt that caster jumping onto the back line, but I see a lot of discussions on Reddit around how powerful it can be later stages of the tournament. The third pick here from Beyond is going to be Silas. So again, a lot of brawl-heavy champions already on the Rift.
Yeah, Silas having 2 great ultimates to steal right away. Yes. So while he does not know the matchup he's playing into, Minji can feel confident grabbing a Leona or Kennen ultimate will feel fantastic. Grabbing that one up. And then like you're saying about the Maokai, just the changes that came through, it was a lot of tweaks to his kit. Even though it's functionally played quite a bit, they took like the AP ratio, the health % damage from his E and kind of stuck it on his Q at a reduced amount, but that means that you kind of get to spam it a little bit more. He started doing bonus damage to monsters to make him much stronger in the jungle. His healing from his passive got tweaked a little bit, as well as what counts as lowering the cooldown on it, which again made him a little bit better of a jungler. And so now you can get this insane amount of lockdown CC like you're talking about with that ultimate, the W, the Q, all this stuff. the vision control from E is just too valuable to pass up.
I mean, Goldberg completely sold me on the tree the first couple of games. We're seeing it now rising in priority. Day 1, not so much. Day 2 and 3, starting to pick up. Do you have a lane that you prefer, or a role you prefer to see it in? I think matchup dependent, I guess, right?
Matchups will matter, of course, but I think the thing that's nice about it in the jungle is that it brings so much stability. It's this backbone for your team. We're like, great, now we have engage, now we have peel, now we have a little bit of magic damage, we have all these things, vision control that it can do, and that's what makes it such a strong pro play pick. As well as when you get higher and higher in skill, when you disjoint the W, you can use that to drop turret shots, you can go under the Azir wall that we saw, you can actually see a lot of animations and tap your W and get out from them.
I mean, if you love everything that Mark just said, go back and watch Pioshik's opening game. He basically used the sapling, and I think as Zale said it best, as a map hack.
Yes.
I think that honestly was just such a great description, because the entire game, our observers were following Pioshik's movement around, and he was just littering the ward with those little saplings. Will we see Husher playing it or Kino? We'll find out in a moment. Ezreal's now been locked into the Kai'Sa Leona. One would assume that's going to be a jungle. Shinzao the Hecarim and the Trundle the last ban. So Arthur's going to look a little deeper down his champion pool. This is the player that I was talking a lot about on day 1. Player that led the charge for Chiefs down in the LCO. And he's going to have to try to find someone to disrupt BYG to keep Chiefs hopes alive.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Arthur can put the team on his back. Right now, Chiefs not only looking for the first win in this tournament, but also this year for Oceania, with Order in MSI going 0-8. They have not found a win at international competition yet this year. A lot of people were very excited about Chiefs for how much they dominated in summer, split their own region, put some expectations on them that they should be able to make a little bit of noise in the group stage, and not finding a win yet. Definitely feeling tough for them. They pivot off the Ahri. I thought they might go for this very scrappy comp where you have this Xin Zhao running between top and mid, trying to make fights happen. Still a similar idea, but a little bit more controlled than what Jet, I think it was, who on the desk was looking for from Tally, having a roaming mid laner.
I mean, the thing that I also really like about that Weaver's Wall can be hugely influential in kind of a similar way to what the Nature's Cross can do in terms of disrupting a fight, stopping engages, like really slowing things down. So it can be used to great effect in any of those objectives. And with the Alistar now locked in, we've got the 2 team compositions secured. How do the respective teams want to win their games?
I think for the side of Chiefs, it's about getting mid-jungle 2v2 prio and then roaming into side lanes where you're probably making dives happen with that Leona or with the Ken, and both of them have incredible CC in your side lanes to make things go. For Beyond, they have very good scaling. We've seen Ezreal starting to get played a little bit now. Obviously becomes disgusting over time, especially if you can land your Qs for Wako. And then the Sylas scales well. Maokai scales extremely well. The Aatrox has become pretty threatening as he gets more and more items. He gets these insane resetting team fights, and even just on one item with clips now, it's just a strong champion all game long. That's kind of why his highest presence in the tournament.
Very, very powerful. Mark, can I play a little quick stat game with you?
You can try.
How many games has Tally played professionally? Give me a round up to the nearest 10.
Give me a 30-second.
No, I said guess. You can't check.
I can't check?
Guess.
370.
That's actually not bad. 300 professional games rounded up. Do you want to know how many of those games are Talia? I'll tell you. 2. And he won both of them. They were from this
100% win rate, baby.
That's what I wanted to hear. Now, to be fair, a lot of the Chiefs' win rates are at 100% from this summer because they did only drop that single game.
And I will say, to defend him a little bit, his Swain has been getting banned first side now. On no matter what they're doing, enemies will ban that out. And I know he didn't dominate with that champion specifically, but it was his most played in summer, and did play it a couple times on the world stage. And people saw enough good from it that they said they wanted to take it away from him. And unfortunately for Chiefs, there's sometimes this critical mass that you can hit in draft where there's just too many pocket picks. They have to start leaving something through. It doesn't feel like that's the case for Chiefs right now, so they can keep removing Tally's best champion and one of the best champions for Chiefs as a whole, and there's nothing that they were able to find that punishes that kind of high prioritization where most people just let Swain go through.
I mean, I think that Swain as well is definitely another one of those sort of sleeper picks that we're seeing pop up a little bit more. I think Mad Lions used it for a win earlier today. It was banned out by the Evil Geniuses when they targeted Chiefs, as you mentioned already. That sort of favored pick. But right now on the Talia, we'll be facing down against the Sylas. I mean, he's going to be looking to push in as you would anticipate until that threat volley can work. And right now, we're already seeing just defensive start from BYG.
Yep, I think Beyond's going to play this one pretty safe for the entire game. We've seen a couple times now where teams feel like that they have the advantage. There's a lot to play for. They start going for safer, sturdier picks. I do want to comment on the Aatrox comment because I was trolling Reddit last night and I saw some people wondering about why you do it. One reason is the comet itself. Obviously, if you're just going to be into range matchups, you can land your Q1 tipper. That knockup will guarantee that the comet lands and allows you to get some decent trades throughout what is usually a pretty tough lane phase. The other thing is in the first tree, getting the nullifying orb. Knowing that you might get dove, you might see ganks come your way, being able to negate some of that burst that the Kennon's able to throw down, stuff like that. Nimbus Cloak with your ultimate as well. People often go, you go flying in there, stuff like that.
I mean, when you combine that also with the damage that's going to come out from that 3-talent strike, audacious charge from Arthur on that Xin Zhao, I mean, it definitely makes sense. Right now, Wacko and Kino, they're going to be a little bit later to lane. They did stick around and help Hush out just for a brief moment at Kai'Sa and Leona. Gonna try to bully as much as they can. That's where Kino decides to move around the map. As Tafoon already starting to chuck down those autos. He's got himself that Q already leveled up, and Young taking a lot of damage. Zenith Blade tagged out. This is level 1 fight. Aladaric is losing this trade quite dramatically. However, trading a little bit of HP on Wacko.
Yeah, getting some trades, knowing that they're going to hit the level 2 power spike first. Sometimes you can, find that angle where you get in, get that right as you kind of fly in there, but just trading out evenly, getting some pressure in the bot lane. We also have the fact that Arthur started top 2 bots clear, means that you want to get Cryo down there. Maybe they can set up an early roam out of Tally or something.
All right, now, Hush is going to start on that red buff. I'm keeping a close eye on the positioning from Arthur. I'm sure if you have watched the Chiefs games already, you know that he was by far and away the best jungler from the LCO. And as far as Chiefs were concerned, the team, the super team, they only dropped that single game all summer long. All year, because of just the 2. Instead, Arthur's now already on that screen. Decided to peel backwards. All 3 lanes are pushing into Beyond, so there's not a huge amount of options for Arthur laning-wise, hence the reason he's going blue buff.
And that's kind of what we're talking about with Beyond playing this more defensive style in this game, knowing that they're not going to be able to win early on. Does give Chiefs the opportunity to call their own plays. Wow. Like we said, Tally on the early move.
Marcus is exactly what you wanted to see. They fancy the doves, not enough minions. Not going to risk that one yet. Also, exhaust and cleanse, respectively, for Kino and Wacko. So I like the sort of idea here from Chiefs. At least they are showing that they've got control of this early phase.
And, I mean, it's tough against an Alistar to make that level 2 dive happen.
Exactly.
That's also, I think, why you saw Alador going in aggressively. Make the lane states volatile, put people at low HP. Makes ganks easier. People are already starting the gank at half health. Easier to finish off.
Means you step forward with that one. Flash is still available to him. Sapling toss could be helpful. Aladaric is looking to sidestep. Flash up. It's going to be forcing away Minji, and that's not going to be successful. However, pressure again, movement around the map. Every single member of Chiefs contributing.
Yeah, really nice start for Chiefs. The fact that Alador kind of got broken out of the lane phase as well with the early pressure from Arthur and Tally. He kind of repays that favor. Flashing for Flash in the mid lane means that there's potential now for Tally if he can land a flick, or Arthur just wants to flash on top of him. Minji will be exposed in the mid lane, and for Leona, having Hex Flash, probably the best one to give it up. I thought for a second Arthur was going to go Flash W. When becomes Lightning, pretty telegraphed, so with this one, having that flash still on Arthur, whereas Aladoric in lane phase can still set up ganks with Hex Flash.
Yeah, I really prefer that on the Leona as well. We know that Aladoric, I mean, that level 1 engage is already signaling. The thing I always try to interpret how the teams play, how emboldened they are to make those decisions, because it gives you a tiny bit of insight into sort of their mindset or their mentality to a degree, right? Now, this is a team that has also dominated significantly through the LCO by doing exactly that sort of thing. And Kino, gonna try jump onto Taboon. Still got Flash, still got that Ian. Will not get caught out just yet, so easy escape.
Yeah, that ward spotting him just in time, right before it timed out. Kino gave a bit of an advance warning for Taboon to know to start running away right when Liang went for that first Q1, so gets out of there safe. But I liked your point about the mindset, because when you are a team that wins so much and then you go to international stage and you start taking losses, not just on stage presumably, but having tougher scrim sets and things like that, it can be hard sometimes to preserve your identity. You are used to smurfing on people. You're used to being able to play aggressive. And the fact that Chiefs in this all-important game are still playing aggro.
Well, there's the engagement, becomes Lightning. Zenith Blade, double Bramble smash! The headbutt backwards! Arthur does get taken down. First blood secured by Minji, and Kino's the next target. Aladari can't stick to him. Tally has got no rocks to throw. Only the single threaded volley. Seismic shove comes backwards, but can Tally the King be slayed by Minji? Throws out the minefield and they escape. 2-0 to Beyond in a 1,300 gold lead.
Beyond just sniff out that play in the mid lane. There is a ward you can see kind of on the ramp into blue buff that in the river can spot the move by Alidoric that allows Beyond Gaming to kind of camp, knowing that that pressure is going to be coming from Minji's flash. Everyone knows that's the mini objective for this game right now, is the fact that, all right, Minji doesn't have flash, Chiefs are going to want to go mid. Good vision by Kino, good roams, knowing where he needs to be to turn that 3v3 in their favor.
That means that Chiefs, in a do-or-die game, lose this, you're eliminated from playoffs, cannot advance. The LCO will then go to 0-13, 0-12 on the year. And this is how it started. I mean, Chiefs of the Rome, they were hunting Minji.
Yeah, they saw Alidoric moving up the river, so they know that they want to target Minji. It's about being here at the right time. Nice flick by Tally to set this up, but the CC that comes in from Alistar and Maokai's gross, plus the Maokai Q knocked them behind them, which gave the free headbutt for Kino to put them under turret. Might have been scrappy if not for that. If it's just a straight 3v3, I think Chiefs have better damage for fighting, but because they were able to land just better CC combos, they won that one so decisively.
I'm pretty confident the moment that Audacious Charge landed, there was one small forward step from Husha, and he got that Bramble Smash. I mean, it's just so nicely done. And it allows the fact that Minji Silas gets 2 kills secured already. You've talked about the ultimates that he can steal. There are a number, like literally other than Weaver's Wall, every single one of his ultimates is going to have gigantic impact in team fights, and he's already the member that's being fed.
We've seen a lot of Silas this tournament. Some people going so far as to first pick it no matter what's up. It's a champion that when they get going, it's pretty tough to stop a Silas. He scales so well. The AP ratios on his kit are actually disgusting.
I think Hijacked Solar Flare is, in my opinion, the most OP of all the ults that he can see. Yes, the Slicing Maelstrom's great, but that is conditional on him either landing the chains or, you know, them being on top of him. But every time I see a Hijacked Solar Flare just being fired to, like, literally Death Star laser beam someone to death, it brings me just sadness.
I mean, so the alt ratio conversion thing is what a lot of people often talk about, but his W has a 90% AP ratio on the damage. There's also the healing portion as well that you can get into. 100% AP ratio on the second part of his E, and his Q has a 40 and a 90 on the 2 different portions.
Those numbers are huge. The Zenith Blade connects before the Arcane Shift, and Wacko is smackoed. Will be burning down, and it's not yet. He's not dead just yet. Arthur will be able to secure this one as Raze flashes forward, followed up by Alidoric, and it's Arthur that gets the kill first of the game for Chiefs.
All right, Chiefs not out of it quite yet. Alidoric getting on top of Wacko, finding that kill. Nicely done there. Getting it onto Arthur as well. Feels not bad, having a little bit more agency in the game to actually take potentially 2v2s around mid and top.
I mean, the gold is still, like, bang on even. The CS advantage for Tapoon in the top lane is a large part of that reason. The kill secure in the bottom lane will also unlock the first dragon. So 9 minutes in, just after that, this Mountain Drake will take a fair amount of time here for Arthur to solo it down. It is at the concession, or it is conceding the Rift Herald. And now we get to see Tower Dive mechanics. Come on, Tower Dive mechanics. Let's see, pick up the aggro, drop it with that Twisted Advance.
All right, ult available for Tapoon. No flash, though. And we see Alidoric in range to try and back this one up.
There's a Hex Flash forward. Slicing Maelstrom does little to nothing. Zenith Blade will at least stun up Husha, and the aggro will not be reset. I wasn't quite sure if you picked that up, but how did it? Yeah.
Might have been just
Sapling, maybe?
W damage as well, potentially, if you pick it up. If no one else grabs the turret aggro while you're in that invulnerability phase, you will pick it up right away. So I believe that's what happened there for Husha. Unlucky, but they do get the 1-for-1. Alidoric not going to be denied just because that first roam in the mid lane went bad. Still going all over the map.
The one thing I will say, which I'm really happy about between these two respective teams, they are anticipating one of those moves. So that mid lane dive onto Minji, beyond read it like a book, were able to respond. The dive up top onto Tapoon, Alidoric was already there. They at least get an even trade out of it. So there's a level of understanding here and a quality in strength. But look at that mini-map. Alidoric just making it to range.
Yeah, I really like it. The fact that they just got the kill on the bot side means that they don't need to help protect the dragon take by Arthur. So it goes up top side, lands a nice double ultimate there. Does end up being the 2-for-1, and there, I guess, just still grab the turret. Okay.
Wasn't able to get any autos down from the rest of the team, and that will mean 2 kills to 3, but the dragon secured is going to be advantageous, and I think crucial as well. It's a huge amount. Front line, and all of a sudden Tapoon is once again under third. His flash is just a couple seconds away. That's the flash Twisted Advance, and the flash from Tapoon is just a moment too late. No Summoner Spell available to him. A Darkened Blade from Liang sends Tapoon packing, and of course that's a substitute player. Keep in mind, Liang coming in 1-0-1. A little bit bullied, but doing just fine.
yeah, so far, did go down in CS with all the attention. The other parts of the lane did give some extended laning to the Kennen, which is, like we said, something that is a little bit annoying for Aatrox if you're not being able to land a ton of sweet spots. But finally, Busha getting up there. They flash W from Maokai. Pretty unfair to have to deal with such a powerful gank.
I mean, it's just 2 screens away effectively, right, when you combine those 2 abilities. But it will once again put Beyond in the advantage. They were able to pick up the first couple of kills, get the first gold lead. It was bounced back from Chiefs, and now once again arrested. Minji's flash will be blown to get away from the Zenith Blade. Solar Flare doesn't connect onto anyone. The Crescent Guard has been hijacked and used. Minji saves his jungler's life, and the teleport comes out here from Liang. He had just recalled, I believe, and that will mean that no further action comes from it. But again, that's that indicator here from Chiefs. They want to force the fight. They're playing on the front foot. They're trying to use this composition that has a lot of go forward buttons to try to get and shut down Beyond.
Unfortunately, it was a 5-man commit, though, that Beyond were able to stuff out. Wako was able to stay down on the bot side by himself, get a bunch of turret plates, also allowing this Rift Herald to come through for first turret of the game going in Beyond's favor, absorbing that 5-man pressure. Like you said, Minji having a great usage of the Xin Zhao ultimate.
I mean, that's the risk, right? The double-edged sword. Throwing everything in the kitchen sink at your enemy team. If that lands, great, you knock them out, you pick up an advantage. But you're already in a deficit. You at least have a dragon, so that's one step towards a win condition. When you don't get the kills, you concede the ultimates, you lose that bottom tower, and all of a sudden, this Ezreal that is, quietly scaling up. Minji's already 3-0, got a 300 gold bounty. The CS deficit that Liang was in is not only negated, he's got a kill and an assist to his name. So it's all starting to go Beyond's way. If you were to look at your crystal ball a little bit further into the game, Mark, do you prefer one composition sort of scaling? Let's say either just raw power or maybe ease of execution?
I would say a little bit both to Beyond Gaming. Power, obviously, I think Silas is gross, as I've made known. I think Aatrox scales well. I think that the Maokai does as well. But the other thing is it's very easy.
Find out. Flash away. Slicing Maelstrom. Solar Flare. SS suck. That engage did not work as Liang literally just dashes and flashes to safety.
Yeah, the E lands, but during that time that you're going out there, you can still get some abilities out. And so Aladoric had already kind of seemed like buffered his ultimate to go where the E landed, not where the flash ended up taking him. So unluckily not able to chain CC him. That means Kennen ult's not able to get on top of him exactly either.
If I were in game with Chiefs and you see these very small differences, because the almost exact same thing happened mid lane. Aladoric trying to jump in, didn't get the abilities down. It almost feels like there's too much aggression. There's too, take a breath, slow it down. Really make sure you layer your CC correctly, because there's so many tools here from Chiefs, but they're just firing haphazardly from the waist and not finding their target.
I think they're hungry to make a play happen, and you're up there, you have the resources committed. You saw again, during that time, Wako was just sitting mid, hitting them. You also had Minji down the bot lane during that time, and so not only are you eager to make a play just for your own mental state, but also the pace of the game. These other people have not committed to defending completely, and so Beyond able to get out of there by himself means that now he can, walk back up to this turret, keep defending it, and the rest of Beyond just keeps farming away.
Absolutely love that graphic just popped up. The turret plate secured. Beyond about plus 800 gold just from turret plates. That means their gold lead is just over 2,500 in the lead. Dragon secured here by Beyond. That is the Infernal. So now we're going to be playing on a Cloud Rift. 3 members of Chiefs. Make that 4 members of Chiefs are now continuing to pressure. Teleport is available for Minji. He's in the bottom lane. Zenith Blade won't find its target, nor will that Prey Seeker. And all of a sudden, Raze will just pop Kino, get the teleport as well. And all of a sudden, Wacker's now looking for Arthur. Nature's Grasp thrown down, they engage, flash over the wall. Pusher's now coming from behind. Minji has stolen that Solar Flare, does so much damage. Minji's on a rampage, got himself the 4th. Arthur and Tally running for their lives. Tapoon may be too late to the fray, won't even fire that slicing Maelstrom. And Liang is looking to end LCO's world, picking up another 7 kills to 3,000 gold up.
Beyond Gaming answer that play out. Yes, Chiefs were able to find the initial kill under the turret onto Kino, but already they were moving up to the top side, no way out. Arthur tried to fight his way out by hopping on top of Wako, not able to quite do it though. A bunch more kills going in their favor. No major objectives really beyond this second Rift Herald that has just spawned, so gonna grab this one away for Beyond. We'll see where they want to use it. Probably gonna try and break mid lane turret.
This is where you start to get scared, though, Mark. 203 Aatrox, 401 Silas. I mean, look at the minimap just before I hand over. That split push pressure from Minji, he tried to come in, it didn't work out.
Yeah, you can see the teleport coming underneath the turret. He could have even gone for a nastier flank going onto the pink wards in River instead, but wanted to make sure that the dive did not continue onto Liang. Wako moving up to the river. That's where you saw Arthur make the decision to hop on top of him, but already Hush is behind. There's just not a clear angle for them to take at all to try and survive this on the side of the Chiefs. Very difficult, and you see the power of that Maokai so sticky once he's in the chase down sequence.
I've got this feeling in my stomach that, like, beyond gaming's advantages, most of them have come from punishing the overreaches from Chiefs. Do you think that's fair to say, or is it a bit of a stretch?
No, I think it's fair to say. I mean, there haven't been like too many of their own dives. There's one on the top side, but at the same time, that was kind of what we were saying strategically made the most sense for the comp to do. Yeah, if you can get good vision out, see where the enemy's going to be going, and either choose to get up there and counter it or move away from it and just keep farming plates and things like that. I think Beyond Gaming's done a very good job of seeing all the plays coming and never being surprised, really. Always knowing what their decision was going to get them, whether that be farm, turret plates, or kills.
Man, 4,000 gold up already. 2.5 minutes until the next dragon spawns. And let's not disregard the fact that there is a lot of team fighting tools here from Chiefs, but that window or the difficulty with which you want to make that work into an Alistair, into the Maokai, into the Aatrox is going to be more difficult.
And this is one of the things that I was going to touch on when you were asking about, you know, comp favorites. I really like when it's... Oh, hold on. Every time I try and talk about it, someone's going to die.
It's not the case, though. Let's find out. Liang will get caught by a solar flare. So Zenith Blade correction. Nicely done. This time round, Liang does get absolutely focused. Every single crowd control ability lands. Minion wave has been cleared out here by Raze, and Tally and Arthur may want to engage. The seismic shove was timed perfectly from Tally. So Liang, the only concession, but another cross map. Ninja and Beyond, they have an answer to the proactive plays of Chiefs.
Yeah, Chiefs still working their way back in the game. Getting the flash out of the Maokai out is pretty big. We'll see if that matters at all in a minute and a half when the Dragon comes up. He also committed his ultimate to zoning Raze away from the turret. It's very powerful and very nice to do that, but when the enemy teams collapse and kill you, now you don't have that to peel for yourself to get out of there. That's one of the reasons he lost his flash.
So, Mark, I think we will have a little bit of time here. Composition, Chiefs, what did you like about it?
Sturdiness.
Sturdiness.
How hard it is to actually insta-gib someone in terms of Maokai being very tanky, in terms of stopwatches and Zonias, and however Silas wants to build. He has a lot of build paths he can go to make sure that he is itemizing against the biggest threats. Double AP Soul Lane, Banshees make sense. So for Chiefs, the way that normally get back in the game is we're going to find someone and blow them up with a Leona and a Kennen, and you're going to insta-give someone. But so many members on the side of Beyond are just hard to do that to. Even Ezreal is notoriously slippery. You have an ultimate that drops 50% damage reduction. Liang is the squishiest, easiest to do it to. That's why they're targeting him.
The observers have made it very, 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 very clear what was coming. If you're looking at that screen, we got a long-range zoom out. Liang stepped all the way forward. His flash was forced, but at what cost? What's happening? I mean, Herald's dropped mid, bottom's being shoved in. Chiefs can do one step, but not much more. So
I'm sure Beyond and Chiefs have both identified what I'm talking about, where it's like the easiest person to really make plays on is that Aatrox. Yeah, he has the Eclipse that makes him scary in drain tank situations, but 100 to 0 is very easy to take care of right now. And so Chiefs are trying to pick on the only real exposed member that they can kind of make these plays work onto.
I mean, when you think about it, right? Kennen, Xin Zhao, Kai'Sa, there is a lot of pretty high burst damage if they layer it together. Fortunately for them, Liang was too slippery that time around. Not in a position to contest, still behind. We're 20 minutes on the clock in just a moment. And the second dragon here will be secured. And for Beyond, now that they've got, 37k under their belt, 2 dragons under their belt, nearly 2 items across the board, it's just Minji there at the Everfrost and the Banshee's Veil completed. Now we'll wait for Liang and Waka to pick up. They've got through the most difficult parts of the game for their composition, and they have the tools to both control, to engage, to disengage if they wanted to. And now when you see them start to play a little bit more on the front from practice, right now they're just punishing Chiefs with great cross-map plays.
Yeah, right now they're going to try and defend this turret. Still an overloaded side of the map for the Chiefs as, again, Liang, Wako is kind of leaving. Whoever's the side that gets overloaded by the Chiefs is kind of on their own island to fend for themselves. To your point, though, whenever they decide to start grouping up, they'll start being very annoying to deal with, walking into Mystic shots, walking into those saplings. We'll have to see how they want to deal with that.
Now the thing is, if Beyond commit to like a 1-3-1, if they do have Aatrox and Sylas on the side lanes and you leave that mid lane to a little bit of like Sapling Toss and Mystic Shot clear, there is a lot of engaged tools that Chiefs are willing to throw. So Beyond cannot be caught off guard or by surprise. If they do go for that option, which I think you can see pretty frequently for the last few minutes, Chiefs are going to try to find a way into the game. And I've got this little comment I want to ask about. We'll see whether or not this engage plays out here. Arthur and Tally starting to back out. That's the engage from Hasha. Throws down that Chem tank. Not going to be able to find it just yet. But I haven't been able to get this comment out of my head. I saw on Reddit last night saying that the way that weaker teams can beat Asian teams is the way that we're seeing these emerging regions beating the likes of NA and EU respectively. Maokai. His ultimate is the single most powerful tool. Now, I'm embellishing the comment a little bit, but the point that I'm trying to make was that Nature's Grasp ultimate is so influential at, you know, stopping flanks, stopping engages, kind of the zone control it gives you can be the difference maker. And I haven't had a chance to talk about it, so I'm just throwing it at you right now, live on air. What do you make of that concept, philosophically?
I think it's a very strong ability. Is it enough to suddenly
close the gap?
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite that potent. It is situationally strong. I guess normally we say situationally strong, you talk about it only being good in one situation. Yeah. I'm saying it's generally good.
Multiple, yeah.
You can use it for zoning off a turret like we saw. We can use it for disengage. You can use it for engage.
Like secondary engage more than primary, right?
Yeah, well, often what you do, I forget which Maokai I was watching, do it, but you, oh, hold on here, Kino.
All right, he's gonna jump on. Takes a little bit of damage there from Arthur and Raze. Weaver's Wall comes in, insta-stun, goes golden. Tally might just get whacked in the river as Wacko's now continue to chase him down. Minji going low, 304 HP left. Aladark stays alive. 2 more members. 3 are falling, and Beyond Gaming are looking for the ace. Raze is firing as he runs for the hills. It's 3 members killed by Beyond.
Beyond Gaming react once again to the Chiefs' aggression, trying to jump on top of Kino, but like I was saying, for support, he's a notoriously tanky champion on the Alistar. Gave them time to react and collapse on top of them. The Baron situation still a little dicey, but with this teleport coming back in, should stop Tapoon and Raze from being able to do anything.
Minji picked up that Hourglass as well, and as it stands, that might just be the final nail in the coffin for Chiefs for the LCO. They lose this, they are eliminated from playoffs. It is a significant deficit to be in, and compositionally, there are a lot of reasons to favor what you're seeing from Beyond.
Yeah, absolutely the case, especially with that Baron buff on now. They've been 1-3-1 this entire time. Here it is, Kino stepping forward. They're trying to blow him up to half his health after committing a fair amount of resources already. Gives time for all these plays to come in. It was a little dicey. Minji coming in from the flank, a little bit ahead of the rest of the teleports, kind of giving himself up as a target to almost die, but the fact that he stole the ultimate from the Xin Zhao, able to stay alive a little bit longer once he got that off, and give the angle for the rest of his team to find that chase down.
When you see the HP bars, Mark, they're so, like, it feels like it's so close. It feels like that Slicing Maelstrom combination plus the Raze as well as Tally damage did a lot. But they're behind in gold, they're on the retreat as well, and unfortunately their initiation attempts, time after time, did not garner them the opportunities they wanted, and maybe the opportunities they needed. So now they find themselves in this gigantic deficit, 40 seconds as well, until the Cloud Drake is up, and that'll put Beyond onto Soul Point. It's just starting to look like the Chiefs' run at Worlds will be eliminated from playoffs now. They still have 1 more game to play tomorrow, and looking to play Heartbreak will be all that's left for them.
I mean, you can always play Upset.
Oh, yes.
We'll see if they can do it. It was against North America MSI 2021, where Pentanet boomed C9 out of the MSI knockout stage.
And there's that incredibly versatile ultimate once again from Hutch. And Nature's Grasp throwing down. Tower is secured. Beyond have had all the answers all game long. They've managed to counter-punch every single one, and with Baron empowered minions in this bottom lane, they're now looking for their second inhibitor tower. Chiefs, they don't have the go button yet. Caught out! The hijacked solar flare blinds the Aussies and sends them to the fountain. 2 members left, Tally and Raze, keeping them busy. as the minions are now being ushered through the middle lane as well. Sidestep from Wraith, 5 versus 2 against Baron empowered minions. Beyond Gaming looking to eliminate the LCO, looking to pick up their second win of the play-in stage. And now finally picking up that second Nexus turret. It has been a fairly one-sided affair. Beyond eliminate Chiefs from knockouts.
They eliminate the Chiefs and Beyond get one step closer to securing themselves that playoff spot to try and make the group stage, getting up to 2 wins. Joining, I believe it's Loud at 2 wins right now. Detonation Focus Me also at 2 wins. 3 teams sitting in that position. Only 2 of them will get to advance. So Beyond Gaming taking a pretty necessary step continuing on.
Congratulations to them. Chiefs will have one more game tomorrow against Loud, one of the teams you just mentioned in that 2-2 bracket. On the other hand, Beyond will be staring down Fnatic to open the day tomorrow. And seeing Fnatic losing earlier today to Loud will give Beyond Gaming some hope. This version of Beyond was clean. They had an answer to every single question Chiefs threw at them.
Yeah, Beyond looked like they're getting much better throughout this tournament. Obviously, the matchup against Fnatic is very dangerous.
Yes.
The other thing that you can do is suddenly become the Chiefs' biggest fan, because if they're able to beat Loud, that'd be 2 teams at 2 and 3. I believe then a tiebreaker is played for that potential 4th spot. We'll have to see how messy it can get.
Yeah.
But I don't think next game for Beyond is beat Fnatic or you're out. There are some other situations that, of course, we'll be updating as we go throughout. Tomorrow, especially, maybe we'll make a foldy sheet. I heard someone was trying to pressure someone to do
what
it.
If I absolutely want to follow? I asked Freak if he could give me just a fake one until our League Ops team can give us. But if Detonation Focus Me pick up a win against Evil Geniuses, they'll be at 3 and 2. If Fnatic lose to Beyond, they'll all be 3 and 2. There is a possibility for there to be many, many games tomorrow to figure out who beats who in the standings.
You know what? We had one 10-hour broadcast day in day 1. I thought that was a lot of fun. We should do it again tomorrow.
It was training. It was training for tomorrow. We're going to head back over to the State Farm analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you so much. A quick shot. While it is all smiles over there in the BYG camp for putting another win in the win column, unfortunately, this does spell the end for Chiefs. While they have another game to play, mathematically eliminated from group stage contention.
Yeah, definitely a very, very disappointing end of the year for Chiefs. I know for the LCO in general, Order made the upset run to qualify for MSI. They had like a really bad draw in the play-in stage there, weren't able to pick up a win. They had this draw, which is a little bit easier, but still 2 major regions
on the
their
tougher
group.
side of it, yeah.
And they've lost the 2 games versus the other like non-major regions. So even though they are eliminated, I think it would be really, really nice if they could pick up that win. Like getting that one international win for the year would be great, because they have actually had such a good year in isolation in the LCO, going 40 wins and 2 losses in the regular season, being a game away from a perfect split 2. Like, they accomplished so much, and like literally the odds are more stacked against this region than any other region in the world. So I don't need to get into all that now, but I believe it to be true. So tough draw for them, and I hope they can pick up that win.
Yeah, same. And again, it's one of those things where it does kind of feel bad that your defining moment has to be here at Worlds, because I feel like the Chiefs players can still look back on this year and be like, hey, this was a success. Obviously, things changing with the meta as well. They came in, we talked about some of their reads. Like, could have been different scenario had Chiefs come in, you know, again, a little bit differently prepared.
Reliving this game as it broke down, or hopefully in just a moment.
Yeah, that was it.
Or not. That was it. That was the whole game.
It's too ugly to watch.
Hope you guys caught that. It was pretty quick. Silas started roaming, and that's how you know it's a disaster. No. Well, actually, Silas did pop off in this game. Let's be real. So actually, maybe that was the perfect image for it all, as we're back into the highlights for the game. I mean, BYG, I hope this is a confidence builder. As much as we talk about, how it was a tough loss for Chiefs, I think very specifically, Minji in the mid lane put up a huge performance. And on a pick like Silas, when we consider a number of the other mid laners in this play-in stage lyric, and considering then how much, or how the quality of mid laners at the top end of the table who will be playing in those best of fives or securing the first seed out, you're going to need Minji to be able to put up stuff like this to compete.
And we've seen in their wins, Minji has been proactive. He has been one of the big playmakers for the roster that has led them forward. Even moving to their roster change coming to this game, right? Liang is someone who has played on the international stage before, has played with these players as compared to Likai, who coming in, right, first international tournament. So I like that BYG came in with a comfortable look, and we got to see their playmakers pop off.
What do you make of that roster swap, Jat? Like, do we think that this is something that is going to be necessary for BYG's success? It's a second team now to kind of show us that they're willing to go two different ways when it's not a necessity or a requirement.
I'll think they'll keep this change going into tomorrow. I think actually going into this game, both of these teams were in very desperate situations where they really needed to start picking up victories. So when you're like that, you change something, right? We saw a Teemo being picked by ADD in the previous game. You're kind of trying a little bit of everything. So mixing just up a player, there's not going to be as big of a skill discrepancy between individual and individual as many people think a lot of the time. So a lot of times it's just about getting that fresh start and a new perspective in there.
Definitely, right? And so again, it makes you wonder whether or not each of these teams are going to be continuing to make swaps, whether they are as they work their way through groups, or whether or not they're landing on their final rosters. On the other side of this break, the Wildcats' world's hopes are on the line as they face off against Juggernaut's RNG. But as we ready up for that match, check out Burn It All Down by Paris on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. You can find that song and much more in the League of Legends hub on Spotify, and we'll see you back here in just a few.
Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, burn it all down. My oh my, who winds up bigger this time? And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Playing with fire and we'll burn it all down. This is where the bruises come from. This is when the game gets ugly. These blood, sweat, tears keep running. Licking my plate 'cause I'm so hungry. Keep talking, keep laughing. One day we'll see what happens. Other people on fire, fire. It's about time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all down. My oh my, who winds up bigger this time? And if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Playing with fire and we'll say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We start walking.
And we're back in Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview. Sorry, I'm here with Husha from Beyond Gaming. Thank you so much for joining me. 2-2 right now in the playing stage. How do you reflect on the results you had, and what do you think are the positives from the games you played?
首先是恭喜你们拿下了这场比赛胜利。然后目前为止的话呢，队内的一个战绩是来到2-2嘛，所以你目前对现在的一个赛果是什么样子看的？然后包括说可能在这些比赛当中学到了什么东西呢？
目前2-2战绩对我们来说其实算是不满意的，因为其实有些场我们应该赢下来的，但是我们自己有一些失误导致被对面抓到机会，所以我觉得很可惜。但是我们刚刚那把就有把我们第一把犯的失误，就是没有再犯失误，所以我们明天会好好加油，不会让各位失望。
So first of all, I would say we're not satisfied with the result. We had 2-2, so definitely we gave us some opportunities in the actual games up against our opponents. We didn't, I would say, a little bit regretful about the results that we had, the performance that we had before. Also, definitely we'll try to get better results and to maintain our form in order to have the upcoming matchups.
I mean, absolutely, and you have some games left to do so. But when we think about Beyond Gaming, you have a lot of responsibility. You're one of the players to watch the most within the team because of the impact you have in the early game. What do you make of the expectations from you, Husha?
因为其实你是在 BYG 里面一个可以说是很多人关注的一个选手嘛，可以说是大家都比较看重的一个选手，因为你在前期的一个影响力是非常大的。所以你是怎么看待目前在队内的一个职责呢，或者一个角色？
我们队内其实我们团战的能力一直都不差，所以我前面只要就注意好对面打的动向，然后不要让我们前期太快崩盘，那我觉得我们之后队蛮好赢的。
So our team is actually good at the early ganks. So as long as I can check out the enemy jungler, like where he is, where he's going, so we can deal with the situations after that.
All right, let's talk a bit more about the jungle as you will be facing off against Fnatic tomorrow in your last game of the day. What do you think of Razork as a jungler, and how do you think you're going to match up against him?
那明天的话，你也会面对到 Fnatic 嘛？那你的对线就是到这个 Fnatic 的打野 Razork。那你觉得 Razork 是怎么样的一个选手，以及说你会有怎么样的一个准备呢
？Razork 选手他打野玩的很有侵略性，就是他有很多那种不按常理出牌的抓人套路，所以我们要多多注意他的动向，然后要做好沟通，就是不要让他找到机会这样。
I think Razork is a very aggressive player. He also he has a very different way of jungling, like different, very creative path of jungling. So we have to pay attention to what he's jungling, where he's pathing in the jungle, and to do the situations or just some solutions against them.
All right, and we will keep an eye out in the jungle. Husha, Shay, for the interview. Iris, thank you so much as always, and back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Welcome back to Worlds 2022. Huge matchup tomorrow, BYG against Fnatic. We await that one. But this as well, right behind us, huge matchup. Most importantly for the Istanbul Wildcats here against RNG, an elimination game for them. So do or die time for this squad against one of the absolute possible toughest opponents that you can go up against.
Yeah, we mentioned before, elimination game for them, needing to pick up their first win. They lose this one, they drop to 0-4. So very important that they can pick it up so they can make it into that bracket we were talking about earlier.
Exactly, and Lyric, it's important. It's not only important, but we talked about how it's tough, and it's tough because of the version of RNG who has shown up in the last couple of days. While stumbling on day one, they've come back with a fire.
Again, they went back to their team room they watched the LPL, they watched them and they're like, hey, these are the champions that worked. Getting Xiaohu on something that can have some influence. We see Ming on Engage. We've always said they actually came out with like funny team comms back in the day that they are the mom and dad of the squad. They keep everything running. And then you kind of just want to put people like Breathe, Wei, and Gala, you know, on DPS champions, on champions that can get the job done, as those two are the ones setting everything up. So glad that RNG finally discovered it. And you could see, it doesn't really matter about the perceived quality of the opponent. I feel like they are taking these games very seriously, trying to, you know, hopefully get that first seed. DRX still haven't dropped anything, but at least making yourself to that second place.
Yeah, I mean, those highlights we watched from earlier today, it just shows comfort. It just shows comfort and how dominant they are when they find their way to comfort.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a misconception sometimes that RNG is just going to automatically win against Istanbul Wildcats.
Yeah. I mean, or win all the games, right? He came in saying they're going to be undefeated in group stage, and he was instantly proved wrong.
Which is not true, because they lost to DRX. So I've created, need to find the right camera, my keys to the game for RNG. It is very important Gala wakes up. I think he has this. It's.
Have we had a camera on him yet today?
Well,
he did play a game earlier today.
It's 8:45.
Did he go back to bed, though?
He needs to wear shoes, no Crocs. JoJo made that mistake, was able to recover, and he needs to play a ranged champion as a AD carry.
Really?
I think.
Well, you're putting him in. I feel like you're putting him in a bucket there. That's eliminating a substantial number of champions within the game.
Yasuo?
I think he does these three things. They'll take the W.
And he gets the win. Any response there, Lyric, to Jat's keys to the game?
You know, I think even if he does wear Crocs, I'm still favoring RNG.
So you're saying it's really only necessary. It's a 2 out of 3, and he's gonna successfully violate the rules.
Violate the protocol.
Wow, while still getting.
He's the MSI champion. He does as he pleases.
Jokes aside, though, Istanbul Wildcats need to show some desperation in this game and go all out in the early game.
I think, like we've talked about a number of other teams who have already faced that kind of moment of desperation. Today, we expect them to pull out all of the stops, right? And that has the potential to also go horribly wrong, right? And so for me, I expect the game to actually kind of be dominant one way or the other. Obviously, heavy favorites towards RNG. We're right back out there to the arena. We got Quick Shot and Mark Z standing by.
That was spectacular, chat. Very nicely done. I will say, as a quick reminder to everybody watching, for the Istanbul Wildcats, they lose this game, they are eliminated from playoff contention. In the next game, Isurus Gaming are taking on DRX. If Isurus lose, they're eliminated from playoff contention, and that means only 4 teams in Group B are competing for those seeding spots. We'll break down the ramifications a little bit later, but this is as uphill a battle as it's going to be, Mark.
Yes. Thank you for doing the dirty work.
Yeah,
doing the actual table setting. I'm going to respond to Jat. I feel like the melee part can probably be left off there.
Oh, interesting.
So the thing I don't want to see is mages, actually. There's some melee champs. Like every AD carry in the world, or at least a lot of them, have a pocket Lee Sin. Every single one, when they off-roll, play Lee Sin. He's one of the most fun champs in the game. You know, like, I'm sure Gala can play Lee Sin. What he can't play probably is Vladimir. Back when they made 80 carries play mages in the bot lane, that was the most disgusting stuff I had seen. And it was way more problematic than them playing Lee or Yasuo or things like that.
As a European enjoyer, they had both Fnatic and G2 that had really fun duos in the bottom, experimenting with mages and assassins. And
you guys put Whippo down there to do it.
I enjoyed that time frame. I will tell you just very quickly, one of the melee ADCs, I use this term loosely, okay? Samira, right? She got a sword. 2 games played in all of Gala's professional career. So I don't even know if he can play melees. I'm just exploring the thought here.
I guarantee you in solo queue, he's played enough. They offer.
Those don't count.
Everyone off-rolls jungle, plays Lee Sin.
I'll have one last comment on this. Gala does have 1 professional game on Tom Kent, which is a win. You can play melees.
See, melee's easier to play. You play Senna TK. You know, you want Ming to have a nice day, you give him the Senna part of it.
Let's bring our attention back to this one. Anticipating that Kai'Sa being banned away, earlier Graves was the first pick for RNG, and it obliterated Isurus. That Teemo top was not the answer, never got a chance to do anything. And Graves is banned this time around. I should look before talking. And now we're waiting to see what this last ban will be.
Well, so that's the nice thing, too. We talked about blueprints sometimes showing the weakness that other people can then use and exploit to actually find the win. Sometimes there's the opposite as well, where, you know, they've scratched an option off the list. I think the Teemo option has been effectively scratched off the list for most people. Maybe Starscreen feels confident about it. I also actually would not mind seeing it in a more even game state
Hand versus
matchup.
hand.
Yeah, there's a chance maybe, maybe we'll end up seeing it. They did ban out the Fiora, which does get rid of one of Breeze's probably most expected counter picks, and that's why he's hovering the Aatrox here.
Yeah, and of course that Aatrox will be locked in. The Kai'Sa was the final ban. That is not a surprise to anybody. Carl, I think, was almost able to pick up a pentakill in that previous game earlier today. And what is the answer from the Wildcats? It is the biggest of uphills once again.
That previous poison champion didn't work in Teemo.
new
You gotta try a
poison.
different poison. Oh, never mind.
There is something beautiful about the fact Samira gets locked in after my little joke, but
I
it
was
is
about to say,
Holy Phoenix. It is Holy
Wrong
Phoenix.
side. Still, Holy Phoenix is a player who can absolutely pop off. I'm very happy to see him trying to, like you said, create a volatile game state. They're finding their way to do it. The question I was going to ask was between the junglers, which one did they go for? Maokai or Hecarim? Coming into the tournament, I think everyone had a higher prio on Hecarim, but it feels like people are switching to Maokai. In your previous game, you were talking about how maybe on the Reddit analysts are correct that this is how you beat the Eastern teams is the Maokai ultimate. We'll find out.
Reddit, are you ready? Keep an eye on where the Ferret of Farfetch are going to be running this one. I just want to bring attention very briefly to that Samira. 6 games played, 5 of them wins for Holy Phoenix during the course of this year. And that will now be stepping toe-to-toe with Gala's Tristana, and Xiao, who will once again get his hands on the Silas. So starting to see, again, team compositions that want to get in your face, that want to fight. Now Tristana is going to be really needing and wanting to draw a bead, use that passive, you put some distance between you, but this is another champ that just wants to go forward. What did Dash say? It's going to be very one-sided, one way or the other. And with Samira, Maokai, Akali, that is how Wildcats are hoping for it to be them.
We'll have to see. You can also see a world where it's just a bloodbath through the first 15 minutes of the game, 20 minutes of the game, and then the superior mid to late game macro and team fighting gets RNG ahead. I do like Gala getting the holding the L against Deft, who had an incredible Tristana performance, and he's like, you know what, that champ is pretty good. I'm going to take this one right here. Does have some safety against the Samira. Able to hop away. Also, if the wind wall portion of her kit is down, you can kind of yeet her out of fights when she wants to go devil trigger mode, whatever.
Yep.
Devil may cry mode on you.
Inferno trigger. I prefer devil trigger though. It's a little bit more exciting. What I will say is, what do you want to see it paired with support-wise? Because, I really like the fact that Maokai can be flexed. And when I do look at Farfetch, he doesn't have any games played under his belt as of yet, but it is possible. I don't know if you want to run into Tristana though.
Tristana is... We'll have to see what they want to do. I was going to say for the support question, it is about having not just setup, because you want someone who can go in with the Samira, lock people down, hold them in place for her to kind of go crazy on, but oftentimes you want some level of damage as well. Start getting them low, because Samira is cleanup in a lot of ways. You do want other threats on your team, which is why I do like it being paired with a Kali, for example. Less about laning phase, but also more in the mid to late game. That Samira is not like, oh, I just jumped in and insta-killed everyone. You need people to start getting low, and then you get to find those crazy resets that come with their kit.
That's the other thing as well, is you need a little bit of setup time on a Garen. That's locked in.
Yeah, I thought that was a hover, so I just kept talking over it.
Okay, so the last Q champ that was trying to champion Q win against Aatrox was a blinding dart Teemo. Now you're gonna Q champ with Garen, silence, and try spin to win. I'm assuming that's top. But that is actually locked in. Garen is locked in. I'm gonna ask production stats if they have any champs Q info on this, or if anyone backstage does. Mark, good luck.
While you look up that, I am going to LoL Analytics to find out the information. 52% win rate, Masters Plus. Guaranteed W here. Not too much of a surprise. That is a winning matchup in theory in solo queue. We'll see how that works. Last time a matchup in theory won against Breed. It did not go so well. RNG, though, rounds the rest of their comp out with some more dive and CC tools to go with their melee scrappy solo laners, Amumu and Sejuani. 2 very strong picks that got through the draft because there were a lot of specific target bans thrown RNG's way.
Mark, if I can just commend the phenomenal job that you have done in the 3 games of picks and bans. This is the first time we've ever cast together. And we have had...
We're getting the troll game.
We have had some interesting decisions here throughout the course of this. But Garen top is where we're expecting it's going to be set. This is just go, go, go all day.
It does match what I was saying, though, about your
Yes.
support not only wanting to engage, but also wanting
Damage.
some damage to back it up a little bit as well. And so Seth can go in there, hit a bunch of people, pull them together, get a big haymaker, get them around half HP so that when Holy Phoenix goes in from hitting from the backline to actually diving in, people are ideally a little bit low.
And let me just see if I can explain this composition.
Yeah, no, actually, why don't you do that? I'll play by play. This one, we'll do a little switcheroony on them.
I actually don't know what job will be harder. In terms of the Wildcats, I really just cannot wait to see what Starscream's going to do with this Garen in the top lane. But the composition is extremely easy to understand. Go forward. The only thing is, absolutely every single one of their initiation tools is readable, predictable, and just straightforward. Garen runs at you, Akali jumps at you, Seth throws his body and an enemy at you. That's potentially the most effective way to start a fight. A showstopper followed up by Nature's Grasp. But that Seth will get shredded by RNG's damage dealers. So, I mean, for Wildcats, hey, throw everything in the kitchen sink. Let's see whether or not this team composition will pay off.
I mean, this is going to be a banger game no matter what, because both teams have that kind of meatball slam into each other component to them. Don't forget, the side for RNG is also 4 melees and a Tristana, a resetting team fight champion who doesn't mind jumping on top of people, getting all over the place. So you have 4 versus 4 melees with just the 80 carries who are kind of reset-oriented champions. Means this is going to be a crazy game.
Team fights are going to be fun on this one. We're about to jump onto Summoner's Rift, and for one more time, if you want some cool stuff, link your League Gaming account with leave your link account with Prime Gaming to receive some of those free digital goods. Oh yeah, we're the 1st of October, aren't we?
Yeah, yes. Spooky season started.
How do we write the date in America? Is it 1/10?
I don't even know, to be honest.
Because in Europe it would be 10/1. And that would be your rating. 10/1. Do 10 times better than average.
I already watched Hocus Pocus 2 to get in season. Watched Casper already. I'm slamming through my October playlist. I apologize for not knowing the American way of doing things, even though we did a podcast with Goldberg on day 1 about all the differences with Celsius and Fahrenheit and whatnot.
Will you give me permission to tell a very personal story about Hocus Pocus?
Oh, absolutely.
It gave me nightmares, and it was the scariest movie I saw when I was 12 years old.
12?
My friend, yes, I'm much older.
Well, no, I also mean you were getting scared of Hocus Pocus at 12? I thought you were going to say like 4.
Did not like horror movies, didn't enjoy it, took a long time to learn. My friend hid in the cupboard after we got home from watching the film, jumped out and scared me so much I ran into the door head first and then fell on my ass. So I hate that film, and I will never appreciate it, as Shah, who doesn't appreciate Saren stepping into his face.
Yeah, some trades early on for Saren.
Segways winning.
Yeah, nailed that one. We've seen the Sylas Akali matchup a couple of times now. Sylas has come out ahead, despite often the Akali being picked into it. But I also will say that it does feel like sometimes it's the skill.
Mark.
What?
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but this is crucial. You and I owe the viewers an apology, because I know social media and Reddit analysts will know this. Farfetch is forced to flash for his life. Do you want to know the last time Garen was played as Saren is being jumped on and almost solo killed?
This is absolutely Fnatic. Garen Yuumi or
no,
something,
no,
right?
no, just stop. Seriously, bail out. Let me deliver this.
Okay.
The last time Garen was played, Starscream played it at MSI, was that 2021? 2022? 2022, so it's less than 6 months ago. Do you want to know who it was against?
RNG.
Yes, it was.
Oh my God,
yes,
how did we not remember this?
It has been a trying couple of days, so to all Reddit and Twitter analysts who have undoubtedly called us out, I do formally apologize. And Farfetch will be jumped on, rocket jump forward by Gala. Bandage toss connects onto Holy Phoenix's Samira. He's stunned up, but there's not enough damage to follow. The auto attacks were staying behind in lane. And do you want to know how that game went? I don't think you need to guess that one right now.
RNG lost?
Down
That's why they're doing it again.
That's it.
It's the only reason I can think of.
Down 1,000
You know what is
goals.
fair, though? That was Bin. And so Breathe does not have the experience.
Okay, so he hasn't faced it before.
Yes.
One would hope Ben would have left him notes, written it down, given the retrospective of how the game played out. So I think Breathe may have the info from Ben.
Maybe. I will say, nice gank again by Wei. Every time we have these kinds of troll games, Wei instantly does something to kind of throw the game state in the favor of RNG there. Topside clear heading into the river from the Raptor ramp. And so even though Wildcats did put out an early ward, it was in the tri-brush. And so he was able to circumvent that ward, find that gank.
No cleanse, no flash for Holy Phoenix. Farfetch used the Ignite, got the Hex flash. Now, to be fair, Scholar is also flashless, but he does have a rocket jump which can buffer himself away to safety. While that's going on, small advantage in the top lane for now. Breathe is already bullied Starscream all the way forward, backed away, or rather he pushed the wave is a better way of saying. He's pushed the wave. Starscream's farming under tower. I think the Skull Crab was dead, just picked up as well by Breathe. So double scuttles, first blood secured, pushing that wave forward. And I just keep my eyes on Wei because everywhere he goes, people die.
Yeah, Wei is always the one throwing the game in the air, trying to make it go in his team's favor. Already some CS leads starting to develop for both the RNG solo laners as well. Off to a pretty nice start for him.
Do you hold your breath every time the observers linger in a lane like this? Because we've been watching mid for a little while, anticipating some sort of engage. As Starscream is trying his best to use that judgment.
Honestly, once we start lingering in a lane too long, I just start watching the cannons for -1 spams XDD.
Can you call it out and see it?
I think there was one right there.
Was there right there?
I think Saren missed the... I wasn't watching close enough because I was listening, but yeah, often that's what I'll start doing.
I was looking up the spell names again for Garen because I couldn't quite remember his Q. Decisive Strike, and Wei will get taken out. Nicely done here by Ferret, but the counter teleport from Xiaohu. Instant reply onto Farfetch. Now, I will say that is a pretty surprising result already as Starscream gets pulled backwards by those Infernal Chains. It's still 1,000 gold lead, but kill secured by Ferret on that Maokai. And Xiaohu did use the TP, but he got the reply himself.
Yeah, that was able to get the TP out. That means Saren does have his own to use. I do like that play by the Wildcats. The fact that Ferret was going down to that wave as it was pushing in. You saw Wei camping in the brush as this big wave was coming in, looking for an opportunity to jump on top of them. Ferret, I think he might have not been seen on the Scuttle Crab coming down into that area, and so when Wei commits, he's already in the position to flash W on top of him. Reddit analyst proved correct, able to have that guaranteed lockdown CC, gets that kill. Xiaohu with the teleport does find the kill. Oh boy!
Oh my word! World Ender plus the last Q, not going to be able to pick up the kill. Starscream flashed for safety. That ultimate is on cooldown as well. Demacian Justice wasn't able to secure it, so trading back and forth. Still down 20 CS, and Wei is now looking for the engage. Both junglers around, Ferret and the Saplings will be able to push them out. Wildcats already toying a little bit with Breathe and Wei, a big minion wave they don't want to fight into.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that Ferret didn't go for a W there, try and lock them down. Starscream's passive is healing up just by being in the wave.
Oh, 200 hit points. Here comes Ming. Flash bandage toss available to him. And credit yet to Saren moving as well. Okay, so Wildcats, they are fairly heavily behind this early on, but they are trying to set plays up and not over-chasing when the opportunity goes
And I want to give some fairness to this game. We were kind of comparing it to the first one that RNG played.
That's what I was expecting.
It was, and we were calling that game a troll game. It was, honestly, with the Teemo and the Sion mid, it was kind of next level. This one is just one little weird pick. The Samira is not a joke, obviously. We've seen Garen force Starscream as well. Set is not a joke. Like, this is a legitimate strategy that they're throwing, and they are doing so much better this time around, already kind of answering some of the plays that RNG is looking for. Yes, they are still behind, almost 2,000 gold. A lot of that just comes off laning prowess, but they're looking for their opportunities here.
I completely appreciate the tonal shift because I absolutely took us down a different route when we started.
I mean, I was there with you at first.
Listen, I'm trying to throw myself under the bus. Yeah, kudos to Wildcats. I do like that gank attempt up top. I do want to respect the damage that Starscream put down with that Demacian Justice, but let's again just not forget the fact that it's a kill and assist to Gala's Tristana. It's plus 20 CS already in the top lane. It's nearly 2,000 gold. Dragon number 1 is falling at 7.5 minutes. I still believe that the earliest dragon that's fallen is around 6 minutes as well. So again, very early start. RNG won their game earlier today in 25 minutes. Once they got that little bit of a gold lead, it ran away. So for the Wildcats to keep me on the edge of my seat and holding my breath, they need to make sure they don't concede any more kills and ideally look to try and make some proactive plays.
I think, especially now that Holy Phoenix is 6 already, we'll see if they want to start contesting these neutral objectives. I do feel like that's one of the big things their comp wants to do is, one, just be very proactive on the map, get up there, find these odd timing windows to make ganks happen with Ferret, but also get scrappy early. Flip the game at the earliest possible opportunity that you can see a good angle to do it. And if Holy Phoenix gets one of these insane Samira highlight plays where you're grabbing a pentakill or just cleaning up a triple kill in a neutral objective fight, that can be what you need to get enough ahead of the game that the kind of problem that they're having in lane phase is negated by getting a gold influx through kills.
The question is, will they have that opportunity? Can they capitalize on it? We saw a little earlier today, attempt after attempt after attempt being made by the Chiefs, and they didn't land their skill shots. I am concerned for the Wildcats in terms of finding those initiations, because again, like, Akali either wants to flank or she has to jump at you. Maokai, like, literally has to flash W, really, to get involved. Garen just waddles in your general direction. The point I'm getting a long-winded way of getting to is that it is easy to anticipate. Shahu walking away for now, goes forward, gets chased out by Ferret, and Shahu will use a perfect execution that was hijacked to escape with his life. Beautiful escape, but again, I want to give credit to Wildcats on the attempts.
Yeah, very close attempt. Farfetch not able to get the pullback, trying to combo with Maokai's chain CC, but Xiaohu played that too cleanly, gets out of there, does lose his flash fort though, so summoner advantage in their pocket. During that time, Wei was hovering around topside, considering a gank, actually just grabs the Rift Herald instead, so that first major objective fight that we're looking for, not coming through, but they were going for that gank window that I was talking about, as Ming clears the wave with his ult. You know what?
Sending a message.
Like, that is the greediest support play you can make in a competitive game, where you're like, I'm an Amumu. I am my team's, like, one of my monstrous teamfight ultimates, and I'm using it for the wave because I want it.
And also, the thing is, when you look at the rest of this team and the CC and the damage that literally every other one of them have in their kit, it's not as needed as you might expect.
And to be fair, the Dragon was taken by RNG as well, so there is no timing window where he must have it for a fight that's about to happen. You can use it in that way. It was just funny.
As the analyst of this game, Mark,
my bad.
It was about sending a message, right? That's where
the mental damage
the
inflicted.
mental damage. You're gonna have to play-by-play one of these fights. I'll look for your hand signal to see where you.
No, you gotta give me you gotta throw me in, because I will never volunteer myself.
Okay, later in the game then. Later in the game,
Yeah,
because we can anticipate that the Wildcats will, look for another opportunity. They're behind in bottom, behind middle, behind top now. Not significantly in middle or bottom, 10 CS for both respective lanes. For this Garen though, I will ask you to put your thinking cap on. Unless Farfetch and Holy Phoenix get jumped on. It's a very good ward spotting out Ming.
Ooh,
the
Ming's in trouble.
Vision control's very good here from our observers highlighting it. Showstopper comes down. That brings Ming backwards. He has no Curse of the Sad Mummy. That is fantastic. And then you highlight it. Now, admittedly, I don't know if it would have saved his life in that
Flash
moment.
might get you out there, though.
There we go. Good point. Flash was available, and Seren fancies himself a shot here. Wildcards get their second kill. The only concern I have for them, they're 2,000 gold down.
Yeah, and this is why I want to see them go for things, because I think it will be death by paper cuts through landing advantages from RNG if you don't find ways to make stuff like this happen.
Scholar, not going to be able to buffer it. He does indeed flawlessly, actually. I was misreading that one. Nicely done on the rocket jump. Definitely not caught by surprise. No ulti available for Seren. He's not going to get caught by the Glacial Prison, and Wei will not dash forward. So again, swing and a miss here from the middle lane. Seren escapes with his life, still 0-0-0. But falling further and further behind on CS. World Ender comes out, start screen spinning. Judgment Flash is available to him. Flashes away on that third Q.
Unlucky for Starscreen there. Chose the mathematically longest angle to take with the speed up that he had. Runs to the far corner of the Aatrox pullback, does end up going and loses his flash for that one. I feel always bad for people when I see them do that. I'm like, there's a trig problem you could solve real quick if you just wanted to take a second and realize that you can take a different path there.
And it might be fair to say trigonometry may not have been many League of Legends viewers and players' strong suit. Those who are good at trig, congratulations. I'm proud of you. I sucked at trigonometry. Unfortunately for the Wildcats, that does mean Starscreen again gets pushed out of lane. He's now 40 CS behind. Has no teleport to his name either. Keep that in mind. That was something that I haven't yet highlighted. Seren, the only member of the Wildcats that has a teleport. So again, Xiaohu and Breathe, who are able to move around the map. RNG already in position to contest or fight for this Drake. And Starscreen is making his way down. Demacia wants to get involved in the fight. No flash available to him. Curse of the Sad Mummy comes down, and that is already a kill onto Farfetch. Seren gets chunked out, blown up as Gala Rocket jumps forward. That's a flash away from Seren. Easy kill set up there. That Maokai ultimate, I think, was stolen and turned around onto the Wildcat.
Yeah, really nicely done there by RNG, finding Farfetch and blowing him up. Never even got a chance to suplex anyone. Got a nice haymaker off, but the rest of Wildcats was far too split up to actually find an angle to take that fight. And this is kind of what's talking about the death by paper cuts. This is now 3 neutral objectives gone, heading into minute 15 almost, or 13 minutes in the game right now, but you want to start contesting one of these here, but RNG are just in such a better position, grouped up as 5 already, as Saren tries to find an angle, Garen's trying to get the wave going for Starscreen, and they just jump on the 3-man during this timing window.
Double Nature's Grasp. Everybody.
That's a lot of cats, too. It does the same skin cast, I realized.
I just saw the same thing myself. Oh, nyan, 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 nyan.
You're banned from doing songs on broadcast, I swear.
I mean, look, they were letting out the cats inside of them. Istanbul Wildcats are shattering how it feels to be a lone Garen and not believed. Starscreen has clawed back that gigantic CS difference in the top lane. Unfortunately, as a team, they have not. 7 turrets to 1. They are still very far behind. I will also say, in comparison to the last RNG game we cast, there's a bit more hesitation, maybe respect being given here by RNG.
Absolutely.
From the early game, because they really ran away against Isurus. But here, a little bit more tempered, a little bit more controlled. They are still taking every advantage they can, but they're not forcing it.
Yeah, and like, for example, Breathe has not found a ton of solo kills, but he's into Ignite Garen instead of the Teemo.
Yes.
And so, you know, while he has done a very good job controlling the lane, surviving it, forcing out flashes, ooh, Holy Phoenix just blew up Wei's ultimate with the nicely timed. I would still call it win wall, but...
Yeah, I mean, Blade Whirl, that works too. Now we'll find out. Reddit analysts, are you correct? No, because Aatrox sends his regards. Long-range bandage toss! Curse of the Sad Mummy! The showstopper was hijacked and stolen. So far, a 1 for 2. The Starscreen gets on the board. It's not done yet. Xiaohu manages to find Farfetch, and he's now running away for his life. Or is he? Turns the damage back around onto Saren. 2 for 1, 3 for 1 now as the tower is the next focus.
Excellent counter engage by Ming there, finding the 3-man lockup, and critically onto Holy Phoenix as well. If there's one, oh
my word, bang, bang, bang. The boom will secure it. It's actually Xiaohu that gets the final hit. Now Saren trying to step outside of that Twilight Shroud. Dashes forward and gets shot in the face before he can. Just about ace for RNG.
Mid-air kill for Gala there to make sure he did not die. Probably had enough health to live anyways, but making sure it was not close. And like I was saying, most important thing, they killed Holy Phoenix at the start of that fight. RNG have so much control on the tail end of it. They grab the mid lane turret, they redive, get a couple more kills. Breathe leaked down, went to the top side. He's gonna get the 3rd turret of the game now. All outers down for RNG, looking really good.
And I think that previous fight is kind of the point I've been saying like many times this game. Wildcats, when they are initiating, it is fairly easy to read, and once that Nature's Grasp was unable to secure a kill or an advantage, the re-engage tools, you know, from either the Aatrox or the Amumu are just game-changing. I think there was an Aatrox Q that slowed down as well, any sort of initiation, and then Ming's re-engage was flawless. It gives RNG a 6k gold lead. Starscreen will be the next target. 1-on-1, gets jumped on. Demacian Justice has been hijacked. Let's secure the kill. Demacian Justice from Xiaohu. Wildcats will now try to re-engage. They find themselves one onto Xiaohu and the shutdown. Secured by the little ferret himself, and the Nyan Nyan Nyans will be able to catch yet another onto Breathe. This should be a kill, or will it? Holy Phoenix, his Inferno trigger will secure the damage as Ferret gets the kill.
Yeah, a little scary there.
Yeah.
Holy Phoenix did have to lose his flash for that play. The rest of RNG are getting things done in the mid lane for, but still, Wildcats finding a shutdown for RNG, being a little greedy there. Fighting that in the top lane to kill Starscreen, sure, that's fine. If you had vision in topside to know, but you could see right before Xiaohu was dropped, he started channeling recall. So he had no idea that this collapse was coming, or he maybe did. He's like, oh, either I recall or I die from this position. As you can see here, they are finishing off the Rift Herald while they take this 2v1. They get that kill. Xiaohu's like, great, I used his ultimate against him. I'm cool. Gonna recall now. Dead.
Yeah, instantly. Take a look at the vision. There's actually no vision as far as I can tell.
No, they
definitely surprised.
I think they knew that they were getting the Rift Herald uncontested, so that makes them think, okay, they're probably on the bot side of the map or resetting or something, not that they're right behind the Rift Herald pit jumping on us. And so, do give a couple kills over, but definitely not the end of the world. Still 7,000-ish gold up.
I mean, it's gigantic, and I think a lot of credit here to Wildcats making this composition look a little bit more threatening than maybe I was anticipating from the draft. RNG, they close this one out and will eliminate the Wildcats from playoff contention as well, put themselves up to 3-1 in the standings. And tomorrow, RNG will be playing Saigon Buffalo. What'll be very interesting to see is how DRX Mad Lions play out, because on the assumption that DRX beat Isurus in the next game, in that thought,
Ooh, Wei.
Maybe some tiebreaker games based on that DRX Mad game. Wei will get Showstop backwards, but there's no further follow-up, no Nature's Grasp, no Demacian Justice, and it's Farfetch that gets taken down. Here comes Breathe, hold your breath, Wildcats! Farfetch has got himself at least one kill. Ferret is so incredibly low. He'll root down and hold down Glade. Gala will get the kill, reset, rocket jump forward. Starscreen and Seren running for their lives. And Xiao, who continues to chase. Does he fancy the tower dive? Not right now.
No E available for Xiaohu to keep that chase going, but RNG.
Oh, Chilling Smite continue to chase. Dash forward, chains. Slap him with the chains. Will not find the target. Wei continues to hunt. Throws out the frozen flail. Dashes away to safety and stays alive for now. Seren completes the teleport, and it's in fact Starstream that gets the kill with the help of the turret. It's getting a little bit more
Gala's
fun
hunting
here for RNG. Shot through the shields, and Gala gets the kill. Doesn't fancy the chase further. 14-7, 20 minutes in, and now we have descended into some level of chaos.
Yeah, we're definitely in the chaos zone here. Going underneath an inhibitor turret with an inner still up is a pretty good indicator you've crossed into this realm. There is a Hextech Dragon up and the objective bounties available for the Wildcats, so might be able to make something happen here. Though Breathe is on the flank.
I mean, 8,000 gold down. RNG are going to be able to literally just stare the Wildcats away. Too risky to look for that one. Gala, by the way, 504, 700 gold bounty right now.
Yeah, he's a pretty threatening Tristana. RNG, I like the way they played that fight. Very heads-up stuff, both Wei flashing down so that the ultimate from Farfetch put him far away from the rest of his team, and then Ming's bandage toss and flash ult into stopwatch when they were trying to re-engage onto him. Just doing all the little things right in the fight, making sure that they are setting themselves up to wipe the Wildcats.
Mark, can I ask you to tell me, legitimately not trolling, what do you make of this Garen pick thus far? I think it has done more damage than I was expecting. It hasn't necessarily been game-changing, right? But I definitely thought it was going to be a whole lot worse.
I mean, it's not like 1v9 losing the game, which sounds like what your expectation was. I think when you go Ignite...
That is a fair assumption.
When you go Ignite, Garen counterpick into Aatrox, I don't want you to be losing your flash defensively. I would hopefully find one solo kill. That, to me, would be a nice success. Have control in the lane phase. You know, maybe you lose some of the earlier levels or whatever, but at 6, when you have that Ignite to try and find those kills, actually doing that. He has picked up some in these team fights, which is nice, but still down a lot of farm and was down a lot of pressure in the early laning phase.
Now, I mean, Wildcats are going to continue to look for these initiations. I think if they are going to make it work, they either need to catch RNG by surprise, look for some sort of flank where Saren and Starscream can blow somebody up early, or alternatively, the Showstopper, Nature's Grasp combination needs to find a target and instantly blow someone up. But there's a Warmogs, Sunfire, Hourglass. It gets very difficult.
It's very difficult. We were talking about sturdiness before. It definitely applies to RNG's comp a little bit here. Starscreen is close to finishing his Mortal Reminder, going for the kind of most normal build, I'd say, for especially solo queue. Stridebreaker into Mortal Reminder to become pretty threatening. Not going full tank or something, which is something that you often see when you move builds from solo queue to pro play, especially like Hecarim, for example. Recently, there's a sudden indexing into the tank stats, which sometimes loses what makes the champion a pick at like why you're taking it in the first place. So happy to see Starscreen finish off that Mortal Reminder here in a second in base. There it is on his 2-item power spike now.
The Garen 2-item power spike. I mean, to be fair, there's only a cloth armor extra for Breathe at the moment. I mean, itemization-wise.
True.
We'll find out whether or not the Garen champion skill set is going to be enough, because Istanbul Wildcats are still 3 dragons down, 4 towers down, 7 kills down, 9,000 gold down. It's a difficult position to be in. Starscreen, the last time he played Garen against RNG, he went 3-6-2. Currently 3-3-1. I wonder if he'll replicate that scoreline. We'll find out as RNG continue to siege this one up. Baron is up. Farfetch will be forced to flash over the wall. That's one of the tools that they need for some form of initiation. Not available to them.
Yeah, very painful to lose that on set. Normally, you obviously want to have some E pullback. Sometimes you flash behind them and then get your suplex into the middle of your team. That play not available. Still has Hex Flash though, so it can maybe surprise someone.
Yeah, I'm just having a little bit of a little bit of fun looking at the scoreboard from the last time RNG and Wildcats played was at MSI, and Gala went 7-0-6. He's currently 5-0-4. Wei went 9-1-6. He's currently 3-2-7. The game played in a fairly similar way. It was also 25-26 minute win, but I do think this time around, the Wildcats are at least fending off a little bit more. I think RNG paying them a little bit more respect and awareness. I imagine the post-game interviews are definitely going to cover Starscream's Garen, but I do think, Mark, we're looking down the barrel here of Wildcats being eliminated.
Yeah, Wildcats will have to find some sort of insane play to win this game and stay alive at the group stage here. I gotta say, looking really good for RNG. Yeah. The fact that you have so many threats that are doing so well. While Breathe has not found a ton of kills, he has been an absolute monster this game, super far ahead in terms of farm. Obviously, Gala insanely farmed, 5-0-4. Even if, you know, RNG have this kind of flubbed engage where you're able to kill Xiaohu, for example, right out the gate, there's so many other threats that they need to find.
Vision toggle here is pretty good. So we're looking at RNG's vision if you look at the minimap. A lot of deep vision, definitely on the northern quadrant. And that little Hex gate, that will spot at least Farfetch out. Dodos can't fly, so as he takes the taxi across with that leak in hand, the information is given away.
I just love the question mark thing instantly from RNG. It was making me laugh as soon as Xiaohu was like, what is he doing? Man. It was funny too, because I was about to say that RNG is playing respectfully. Xiaohu's not going aggressive there because they had people in the bot side of the map. So where Istanbul Wildcats was clearly not in their bot jungle, Xiaohu knows, okay, I gotta play safe. And then just for the confirmation, you get this set
This is a pretty like harsh sentence to say, but for the Wildcats, there is a modicum of respect being shown by RNG. Frankly, that's kind of the only thing that you're really taking away from this, because it has been very RNG favored. I don't think the Wildcats composition has had the opportunities that they would have liked to create for themselves. And the game is now slowed down. It's about playing for the soul. It is spawning, and I think it looks like Wei's inside the pit, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, they're taking it right now.
So add that to Aatrox's autos, Silas's autos, Tristana's autos, and the Hextech Dragon, which you can argue is one of, if not the strongest dragon in the game, going to absolutely, you know, boost all of RNG's power.
Someone get in Trevor's ear about the dragon counts so far for Worlds. Someone can update him, because I know that's something that people have been talking quite a bit.
I'm actually going to be hosting one of the knockout days, and I have a special segment planned for how many dragons have been killed, what is the most favorite, what rifts we've had. I think doing it on day 3 of groups is not as impactful, but I guarantee you, your heart's in the right place. I love dragons.
A lot of people also said Hextech for most taken. That's mostly what I'm curious about is how many have it. Yeah. I've personally cast like 6 Hextech rifts. Here we go.
I don't know how many I've cast. This way, we'll find the connection onto Ferret. The curse of the sad mummy will go down. Showstopper follows up, but the entire team is not there.
Ooh,
the Wildcats double kill for Saren. Connects with another. That's a triple already. Starscreen has joined the fight. Xiaohu and Breathe versus Starscreen and Saren, but Saren's so incredibly low. Runs for his life. Saren, that was beautiful. The Infernal Chains pull Starscreen backwards. Judgment has been thrown to Master Injustice. Hon cooldown available for him. Here comes Saren once again. It's Starscreen that gets a kill, but Xiaohu is not done yet. Saren forced to finish. Xiaohu's burning. Saren gets 4. Starscreen gets 2. What a fight!
Saren absolutely popping off, wipes RNG on the top side of the map. Starscream was late. I was about to say, where were you, my man? But he shows up when they need it. The Ignite helping get the last tick down, and Saren lived with like 20% or 20 HP.
We need a slow-mo on that Akali triple. Saren just destroys RNG.
Saren pops off, but I have to give a big head tap to Farfetch. He had a monstrous combination, I'm pretty sure, on this set here. Ferret, we'll see again. Reddit analyst coming in big with the ultimate that's going to come through, I think, in a second here. Farfetch lands this big suplex into the middle of the team, gets, I think, a haymaker onto 3 or 4, gets everyone really low there, and that's what allows Saren to pop off and find these kills. But still, Saren had to do a lot of work. He landed so many of these E's, was able to snipe out multiple people. Holy Phoenix trying his best to kite out. Nice sidestep there, but just stat checked by Breathe at this point in the game. And here I'm like, oh, Starscreen's finally here. It looks funny, but Saren has the TP. He's going to come right back on top of that pink ward that he was recalling on top of. Starscreen with the execute was absolutely huge, as you see here. Getting low, has the Ignite, stops some of the healing that they are able to have. That's also one of the advantages of the Mortal Reminder. Flashes back in for that kill. Never mind, we're on Baron, it's gone.
Yeah, so crucial. Saren landed everything he needed to pick up those kills. And that was actually 3-2, not 4-1 in terms of kills secure. That Ignite from Starscreen picking one more up. Baron goes down. Saren and the Wildcats are going to be very happy with that one fight. And this is where, you know, you sit back, hindsight is 2020. If they weren't 10K down, if a few of those other engages, if they could have done something a little different to prevent Wei getting ahead, how different could the game have played out? But all kudos to the Wildcats for that team fight, which was effectively a 4 versus 5 because Starscream was so late to the party.
Yep.
They managed to pick up, you know, the ace.
Yeah, it was a very nice showing for Wildcats to have one time where their team comp was able to work here, seeding up their entire top lane to just funnel some more gold onto Holy Phoenix. It looks like trying to get the objective bounty down the bot lane. RNG might end the game before he's able to do that. He's kind of channeling his recall here, not sure if he needs to go back or not. He desperately wants his Infinity Edge. Looks like he doesn't need to recall. Still going to complete it, though.
Yeah, there's going to be second inhibitor falling here, and I have to... That last fight, it leaves me with such a sour taste in my mouth. What could have been the Wildcats picking the same top laner into the same team 6 months after the last international face-off. It was so well executed, but losing the 2 inhibitors, the positioning, I mean, it was always going to be so unlikely. The Wildcats will be eliminated from playoffs as soon as this Nexus falls, and it feels like a matter of time with the way the Rift is set up.
Yeah, definitely too far for Wildcats to come back with after a single fight. Maybe if enough people live, maybe if Holy Phoenix kited it out, you can grab the Baron.
But you need to have them multiple times,
yeah.
Like 2, 3 of those fights.
And to your point about what could have been, it had to be in that first 15 minutes where they had a couple of these neutral objectives, a couple fights, something that would have disrupted the lane states, but they never quite found it the first time that they're able to get that big team fight. You're already so far behind.
Now for RNG, as they're pushing into this one, we'll be looking down one last game against Saigon Buffalo tomorrow. Istanbul Wildcats will be facing off against Isurus tomorrow in game number 4. And then DRX Mad, the other 2 teams. So they'll cover the 6 in the group to find out which 4 will be advancing, what the seeding will be. Xianghu has hijacked away that Nature's Grasp. But look at the damage it's already done. Curse of the Sad Mummy, 1, 2, 3, 4. He's about to fall. Saren gets popped from long range ignite. The ace in front of the Nexus, and RNG eliminate Wildcats.
RNG, make them pay for getting that ace against them a couple minutes ago. Ace them in front of the Nexus, move up to 3-1, still making that desperate bid to try and get higher in this group stage. We have Mad Lions versus DRX coming in tomorrow. DRX also playing next game as well.
Yes, I think the point I was building up to just before that is, if one presumes DRX win this next game, if you presume RNG beats Saigon, what that means is Mad Lions versus DRX will decide whether we have 0 tiebreakers in this group, because it'll be 5-0, 4-0, 3-2, etc. And if Mad Lions beats DRX, we have, I think it's a 3-way bracket, because it'll mean that 3 teams will be tied at 4-1.
Yes.
And I believe they'll then all face one another.
And it's one of those brackets where I believe it's game time deciding one matchup while someone is waiting kind of in the wings to be kind of like an upper bracket pre-seed. 0
tiebreakers to 3 tiebreakers on the assumption DRX win next, the Saigon Buffalo go down to RNG. And I do think Saigon Buffalo is one of those wildcard teams that one of the teams where you have to treat, there is a wildcard, a percentage chance they can cause that surprise. Here's the standings we're looking at right now.
Yeah, there you see what we're talking about, the potential for either a 4-way or 3-way 4-1 tie, or to have a 5-0, 4-1, 3-2 if Mad Lions drop to DRX and DRX wins this next game as well. I, as someone not working the broadcast tomorrow, hope for the chaos scenario. Let's have 10 tiebreakers. I don't care.
So then I think in the other group, there's a potential for 4 or 5 teams at 3 or 2, right? So like we could just have super tons of fun. So broadcast obviously showing you the standings updates. I'm hoping that the Safe Farm analysis can actually give you a slightly more, slightly easier way to understand version of those tiebreakers.
Nah, we're killing it, man.
Today or later.
You and me.
But yeah, Garen, Timo, let's have another fun one top. We'll head back over to the Safe Farm analyst desk.
Nope, quick shot. We fully intend to leave you in the dark when it comes to tiebreakers and the possibilities that remain here.
Find out.
Yeah, exactly. There's no reason for you to tune in if we tell you exactly how it can play out. But RNG getting it done here. Unfortunately for the Wildcats, that does mean the end of contention for that knockout stage, as we took a look at the bracket just a moment ago. But RNG continued to impress. Again, aside from a couple hero plays from the side of Wildcats, this felt pretty breezy for him.
Yeah, I mean, especially looking at the early laning phase, we saw Breathe and Xiao start to get like huge leads in lane. We saw Ming early on use his ultimate in mid just to clear the wave, like showing how far ahead and the confidence that they had. And then just, they never really went too over-aggressive, right? This was definitely a more tempered game than we saw from RNG earlier in the day, but they still knew how to keep pushing their momentum forward.
Yeah, it was one of the biggest early game gold leads we had. You heard Trevor calling that out on the cast itself. While it wouldn't necessarily amount to our fastest game of the group stage, it does just kind of illustrate that total control that they had.
Exactly. It looked like the champions of MSI were in play-in.
It kind of did. It kind of looked like that. Exactly. Exactly.
That's what I think you would expect.
And playing champions, they're good at. Yeah. I will point out, all three pieces of Jat's keys to victory, they all came into play, actually. And to be honest, that's probably, I mean, we should have just put the check mark next to each of those on a big graphic and said, there's your post game. Would have been a lot easier. Gala did wake up. Yeah. He did show up to the game, and he did play.
We don't know if he was or was not wearing Crocs, though.
You're right. You're right. Actually, good point. Did anyone get a look at his feet? I really don't know. Yeah. Either way, RNG continue to impress here, but we got one more game to go here today. On the other side of this break, we got the LLA reps, Isurus Gaming, facing a must-win match to stay alive at Worlds. We'll see you back here in just a few.
Hold your breath, Wildcats! Farfetch has got himself at least one kill. Ferret is so incredibly low. He'll root down and hold down play onto Ferret. The curse, he said, Mummy will go down. Showstopper follows up, but the entire team is not there.
Ooh,
the Wildcats
Saren.
Double kill for Saren. Connects with another. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's about to fall. Saren gets pumped from long-range ignite. The ace in front of the Nexus, and RNG eliminate Wildcats.
See it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking. Don't ever see it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, what? Run me my money. Run me my money. Run me my money. Yeah, yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spin the stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Yeah, look, they don't want no smoke, cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than a taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, busting out the bag. I'm the girl you never had, never will and never have. All these suckers know I'm bad, know I'm lit. Make these haters wanna quit. I don't want no things you got, not even a little bit. Face pretty, game tight, make you get some act right. Play me once I catch a flight, money Himalaya height. Got no time to be polite, get these broke men out my sight. If you got the cash, baby, we can leave tonight, alright? Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Run me my money.
And welcome back to BSI for an interview presented to you by Verizon. I'm here with the coach Song from DRX. 안녕하세요. Thank you so much for joining me. I want to talk about the jungle because you brought 2 players here at Worlds 2022. What is the process between deciding which jungle is going to play?
네, 우선 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이번 월즈에는 정글러 2분을 데리고 왔는데 출전을 결정하는 그런 과정에 대해서 좀 설명해 주실 수 있을까요?
그날의 뱀픽 구도랑 그 연습 과정에서의 그런 컨디션이나 준비 과정이 많이 포함되어 있고요. 두 선수 다 되게 잘하는 선수고 뭐 자세한 그런 뭐 차이점이나 그런 거를 말씀드리긴 어렵지만 이제 서로 경쟁하면서 서로 준비 과정에서 잘하는 그런 모습에 따라서 언제든지 기용될 수 있는 선수라고 생각합니다. 네.
So it will come down to the draft we prepared and also their kind of form and performance in scrims. And also I believe those 2 players are just so talented and they can, whenever they are ready and good enough, you know, they are ready to just play on stage. So I think this kind of competition also kind of helped them also perform better. So I think it just depends on how they performed in scrims and also what kind of draft you want to take.
I see some nice synergy between all the players here at DRX. And I also want to talk about the mid lane. He's one of the rising stars in the LCK, I believe. How do you think he's been doing so far? And what can we expect from him facing the other mid laners at Worlds?
그럼 이번 미드라이너에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 제카 선수는 사실 이미 LCK에서부터 많은 관심을 받고 거의 라이징 스타로 자리 잡은 그런 선수였는데요. 지금 월즈 와서 활약하고 있는 그런 모습을 볼 때 앞으로도 다른 미드라이너들과 상대했을 때 어떤 모습이 좀 기대가 되나요?
너무나 할 말이 많죠. 되게 잠재력도 너무 많고 무엇보다도 자신감이나 약간 담력이 되게 강한 선수여서 어떤 선수든 강한 선수를 만날수록 더 잘해질 여지가 많고 좀 아쉬운 점은 아칼리가 당연히 밴드일 줄 알았는데 아칼리가 밴드에서 다른 좋은 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있는 챔피언을 보여줄 기회가 왔으면 좋겠습니다. 네.
So I mean, he has great potential. You know, he's also always so brave and so bold. He never gets scared. So I'm really excited to see what he can do against like greater players. And also, I'm kind of bummed that people didn't actually ban his Akali because we really wanted to show what he can do on other picks too.
All eyes on Zeka here at Worlds 2022, but also all eyes on DRX here at in the playing stage, because you guys are 3-0 right now. Does this match the expectations you had here coming in at Worlds, and how do you think the team performed so far?
네, 지금 정말 초유의 관심이 지금 DRX에 있습니다. 왜냐하면 지금 3전 전승을 달성했고 경기력이 매우 좋은데 지금 개인적으로는 DRX 팀의 경기력 어떻게 보고 계신가요?
현재까지 순조롭게 잘 되고 있다고 생각하고 플레인도 강한 상대들도 많이 있지만 그래도 저희가 그룹 스테이지에서 더 잘할 수 있을 만한 그런 기초를 다지는 데 주력하고 있고 그런 프로세스가 잘 되고 있어서 매우 기쁩니다. 네.
So yeah, it's been pretty smooth, and I hope this whole process of playing in the play-ins is like a stepping stone for us to perform well in the group stage. So I think it's going pretty well. So I'm really happy.
No doubt, it's just a warm-up for DRX. 감사합니다 for the interview. Jason, thank you so much also for the translation. And Dash, back to you.
I'm terrified if it's only been warm-ups up to this point for DRX. Welcome back to Worlds 2022. We got Easterners Gaming facing an elimination game here in our final game of the day. They've got quite the opponent to answer to in DRX. Great to get a word from Coach Song about the team, their synergy, and a couple of the players specifically talking about what determines how they decide between the two junglers, of course, and then a highlight on their star mid laner and what he's been able to show us so far here in the group stage of play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think he's also right. They've looked good. It's been a warm-up, but the fact that they can use like Pioshik or Juhan has been insane. But these stats are actually even more insane. Coming in, I mean, even people from the LCK weren't super hyped for DRX. Like, they're in play-ins, they were always gonna make it out, but the fact that they have been this dominant and having played teams like RNG is mind-blowing.
Yeah, got to make sure they take care of business in this one because the big matchup, I think, in their minds will be against Mad tomorrow. But the player that was asked about at the end of that interview, Zeka, he has been actually completely unreal. We have some of his stats here.
The team stats are good. These stats are almost better.
40 KDA. So, I mean, you die again, that goes in half.
True.
Currently, that's really damn high. I'm curious how high he can get it if he continues to be this dominant.
Yeah, we've had a few players globally in seasons past, you know, move towards those triple digits or even have triple digits for a game or two at a time. But wow, look at this.
Second highest DPM.
And it's crazy because, right, he actually started his career over in the LPL, so we got to cast him for 2 years, and he was a player that you always knew was going to be exciting. He's actually always had the Akali. He's always had the LeBlanc. Started his career under Coma, which, you know, is a pretty nice way to start out back on Vici. And it's so nice to see he's kept up form on DRX and is still able to be this huge playmaker. But I feel like he's another player who, at Worlds so far, has just completely smashed expectations.
Well, and in talking about that warm-up for DRX, I think this is the kind of player, when you hear from Coach Song, who can really actually benefit from a warm-up on the international stage, saying that, you know, he loves how bold and brave that this kid can play. But I think sometimes if you were to immediately insert yourself into the group stage or the main stage, go up against maybe even tougher competition, if you get smacked down early, you might begin to immediately walk back some of that confidence. So in a way, like, JoJo's another example of a player that I actually like having that time to marinate on the international stage and actually build up that confidence.
Yeah, and I think he was joking about the Akali thing, but also, like, not joking.
But not joking.
Not joking.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like that's also a champion that when they do go up against more elite mid laners, it won't get a lane advantage, and the other lanes are going to have to play the early game without pressure, which can be really bad. But against these teams, it just looks awesome all
Right, so
the
he's
time.
like, so just ban against us.
Well, kind of. He's going to be like, but coach, guys, I got 25 Soul Stealer stacks.
Guys, he spends all year playing against Chovy and Faker. He spent 2 years playing against Scout Knight. So this is a guy who...
It's been forged in the fires.
Exactly, right? So coming into the national first time, great for him to start in play-ins and get the warm-up, but yeah, he's definitely seen battle before.
Yeah, and while we've talked a little bit about the stakes for ISG, it is just an elimination match in terms of, you know, being in, or rather staying in contention for the knockout stages. For DRX, stakes are still high because they want to keep that separation. Again, you want that 1 seed over RNG, so you just want to keep putting up clean, easy wins. Don't give anyone that opportunity for some kind of funky tiebreak scenario, some 3-way tiebreak scenario going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and also the fans trying to give as much support as possible for Isurus, knowing that if they lose this game, even though they will be able to play a game tomorrow, it won't matter in terms of the standings. Top 4 are what get to continue playing on into Monday and Tuesday once we hit that knockout
3 of the
stage.
5 players on that roster come from Mexico City, playing in Mexico City. This is it. You've got to take that energy that the crowd is throwing your direction. You got to internalize it, metabolize it, and use it for your own good.
And I feel like one thing we know to expect from them right away with that energy is the shenanigans, right? We had the Zillion.
So Teemo,
we had the Teemo.
somewhere.
Exactly. So, I mean, we'll see if DRX are ready for whatever kind of curveball Isurus is going to throw at them.
Okay, if there's a curveball, I'm not asking you to tell me what exactly the curveball itself is, but maybe...
Jab might know.
Jab might know, to be honest. He had the keys to victory earlier. Did we make a similar graphic for ISG here? No, like, what lane would you want to see the curveball in? I'll just ask it in that way as opposed to, like, I want to see a Teemo pick specifically. Is there a player you feel like needs to do it or a lane that you feel like needs to be, you know, kind of thrown at DRX?
I actually ban the Akali. Would be one.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. And then if there's some way you can attack Deft a lot early because he's just been so incredibly solid, if you can actually get a lead on him, that's your best chance. But I mean, like, that's kind of just like saying make all of your 3-pointers.
Oh, yeah.
It's advice that can't be followed.
I mean, it's valid advice nonetheless, I guess, if you do. No, but I mean, that's why I said, again, like, we're we're not trying to, or move us away from what is probably a 90-10 at best, opportunity here for Esports Gaming. But again, for them, they've been charged with their coaches, their coaching staff has been charged with building that game plan backstage. From last night to today, they've got to have something.
The 10s are possible as well, right? I mean, we see upsets in like regular seasons of regional leagues all the time. So looking towards that bot lane to keep Def down.
Looking to make it happen, looking to do it in front of the hometown crowd, looking to keep their knockout stage hopes alive. We're back over to Quickshot and Mark Z one more time to close out the day.
Thank you very much, guys. I liked Jat's advice about, just really bad advice in the overly genericized sense where he's like, yeah, just make all your three-pointers.
I was trying to ask, what does that mean? I don't know what basketball is. I'm South African. Cricket and rugby are my sports. You don't know what those are.
Just always hit the ball is basically what he's saying. Just don't miss.
Just always hit the ball. Okay, actually, as both cricket and rugby, that is very appropriate.
I don't exactly know any of the rules. Those are the weird sports to me, as an American.
To you, excuse me?
As an American, those are the weird things. I just love that kind of advice. Like, if you want to be a millionaire, just make $1 million.
Esports Gaming, as an Argentinian esports organization, is a rugby country, and they are one of the world's best countries at rugby. They would know what I'm talking about. They right now have to believe in that. We're going to focus on our sport, and the Akali is banned. That is another thing that I believe the analyst desk was saying they wanted as well.
Yeah, there it is, gone off the table. Getting rid of the Graves. The Ornn, surprisingly, against ADD, they did play that a fair amount. It's most played this year by a mile.
Significant, more than double. 14 games of Ornn, 7 games of Gnar.
Yeah, so understandable that they want to get that one off the table. The Maokai priority continues to rise. Aatrox's priority has risen to ban status, at least in this game.
You know what I love? Do you know what I love? In the previous game, the Maokai was not the difference maker for Wildcats against RNG. Reddit armchair analyst in shambles. We get to see it again this time around.
Hey, it ain't so, Quickshot.
Against DRX.
The Garen hover by Kingpin right after the previous Garen game. Last second swap to Sejuani, giving a shout out there to the boys. Not gonna go for it though.
A lot of respect.
Cowards.
I do want to mention just again that Esports Gaming, the way in which they lost their Teemo game earlier to RNG is heartbreaking. This is the second game of the day for them, and it's against DRX. You could not have had a more difficult day for any team in play-ins than what Esports is having right now. And yes, they do have a hometown crowd in front of them, but one could argue that adds even more pressure to have those players in their home city.
Yeah, they were showing family before. Seya's family, for example, was on broadcast yesterday a little bit. The team will cover themselves from Grail. DRX obviously taking the game very seriously still. They want to find these wins. We were talking a lot about Group B stakes, all the situations that can break out, so they are sticking with tried and true right now. MF, one of the strongest. 80 carries, Sejuani as well. Aphelios coming in. Love to see it.
What do you think about it into the MF thus far? And say if he locks in the Sazia, I mean, this is now fairly clear in my eyes. Don't lose early, which means you cannot concede the early deaths you did against RNG. And there is a lot of scaling on this side already.
Yeah, they're kind of flipping the script completely. Last time they tried a bunch of cheesy solo lane picks and trying to flip the game early. Did not work out in their favor. Here they're going the other way, taking some of the most stable, strongest scaling matchups that they can. No surprise to see. Oh, actually, that is a surprise. It's a Yone coming in.
Okay, so Yone secured here. I'm taking a quick look through history. As far as I can see on Zeka, no games played this year. Taking a look at the top lane as well. Yeah, I actually can't see Yone for anyone at DRX this year.
No, but I assume it's a Zeka champion just because a lot of people talk about how strong he is on melee champions. We saw his Akali absolutely disgusting. I presume he has a Yasuo, has a Yone, has all these things that he can play if needed.
How many professional games does Zeka have on Yone?
On Yone? 1.
Do you think he won it?
No.
My word, what an analyst, Mark.
I like how you're shaking your head and holding fingers up.
Don't spoil the magic.
That's what I do. If I was a magician, I'd be the guy revealing all the tricks on YouTube.
The Penn and Teller.
Selfishly.
Penn and Teller's bullshit. Here we go. Presented by Mark Zimmerman, breaking it down. Look, the only reason I love to look historically, not only is there no games played this year, the only games Zeka played, he did lose. This is not the expectation of, like, I'm not trying to be facetious in terms of this. It's just a fun fact to look back at. What I am nervous about is Yone is one of those champions that is an accelerator. MF is very, very good in the early stages of the game as well. So for a team like Esports that needs time, that wants to not get bullied, beaten up, and like chased, the composition DRX will bring together can get in their face.
It absolutely can, especially combined with the Sejuani. Assuming that they find another, they will probably save counter pick for top lane, but I presume it's probably going to be a melee matchup given that you already have Sejuani. And so you're going to have these double melee solo lanes for them to use, stack up those Sejuani stacks, get a lot of chain ganks and skirmishes around the top side. And Yone himself, a strong matchup into the Azir. Once you get a couple levels, you can just kind of pop your W, dash at him, trade the autos, pop back, and usually come out ahead.
And again, the two bans here in phase 2 with Amumu and TK, two of the sort of primary, sort of arguably best supports with Aphelios, two champions that will buy you time, will give you the ability to disengage and back away.
Reposition you if
Box,
needed.
flay, exactly. All of the tools that Issus would have needed to get to that 2-3 item mark. They will be locking in this Viego, so expecting Viego jungle. Do you go Maokai support? Am I reading this wrong? What do you think?
I assume that means the Maokai is support. Could still be top lane as well. Maokai, Viego in lane, probably not the case, but it could be. We have seen Maokai top once this tournament, I believe, so far already. I think we saw one support, one whole bunch of jungles. But, you know, I think that this is a little surprising to see the Viego in this situation just because I feel like Viego is at his best in kind of messy game states where you're trying to come flying in. There's a lot of kills, a lot of souls to steal, and that is not really in line with the Isurus draft so far. And that was kind of actually my biggest complaint previously about their other draft. While it was very crazy with the Sion mid and stuff, it just felt like there was not something for the Sion mid to explicitly do because Teemo often wants to be isolated in the lane, building this kind of minefield around him. Sometimes the Isurus drafts leave me wondering exactly what angle they're trying to take.
Now, talk about the DRX draft. They've rounded it out with that Silas to finish the composition. A lot of fantastic ultimates to steal for Kingen up in that top lane. But again, it's champions that go forward, the champions that can absolutely take over before Azir and Aphelios will get a chance.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing about Silas too is he's, like we said, kind of a scaling champion, and his biggest weakness and the reason that oftentimes people wait to kind of pick it, not all the case as its priority has risen in this tournament, but historically you would often wait to see what you're playing into because his lane phase can be a little weak. You can get bullied a little bit. Maokai, probably not the strongest lane phase still, even with the changes that came in, and so I think this is a matchup where Kingen's very happy to take the Silas up there, scale, go even, and then you have a ton of amazing ultimates to take. Silas top, haven't seen it yet this tournament. He's potentially going to be one of the champions for the most flexed. Right now, I think it's Maokai with 3.
We'll have to find out. I've actually just asked about the Maokai positions and their win-loss. I'll give you an update on that as soon as I get it. Top jungle support, we know that. 80% win rate across all of them. I'll clarify the exact numbers in just a little bit, just for my own gratification. But I do want to check in now. Do you prefer one of the particular drafts to the other? I do feel like Isurus's comp can do well, but I'm anxious about whether or not they'll have the control to fend off Silas, Yone, Sedge, and Amumu, you know, jumping in their faces.
It's very difficult. They do have some peel options. We talked about the counter engage available from the Maokai. We have the shuffle for Azir. You can try and push all this melee dive off you, but they will have to weather the storm early on. The mid lane matchup, the Sejuani, even top, probably going to be able to scrap quite well against the Maokai. It'll be a tough order for Isurus to pick up their wins. I believe the scores are backwards in the scoreboard right now.
I am extremely confident that is the case.
I've been following this tournament a little bit, Trevor.
I have too. I was following MSI too, but I forgot the red carrot top there.
That's true.
This one, however,
can't guarantee my mind, even if I have to work in the event.
I am confident in. I love the way, by the way, the Beryl is just waiting in the river. Also, I'll just have one very brief aside. It's not on tone, so do forgive me. But every time I hear Beryl, I just think of an old British grandmother drinking tea. The name, the word, it just makes me think of
I think of Genshin Impact.
Okay, I don't know that game, so we'll have to slide on because Beryl, Pioshik, and Deft are stepping forward. Won't be able to find any of the CC. Then we'll find on the second bandage toss, but this is enough to push Grell away from red buff. Jelly comes forward. It is still secured by Pioshik, and he gets the flash from Grell. Grell is now caught in place. A third bandage toss is thrown. 150, 10 first blood to Grandma Beryl, and DRX walk away.
Beryl is bloodthirsty in the jungle. He missed his first bandage toss. I see what Grell, wanting to go back in, try and get that smite, but committing his flash fort into Sejuani. And Amumu is a death sentence. And as soon as he does not get the level 2 from it, his bot lane was collapsing, but was still not close enough to really do anything about it. Just gets chased down, dies, loses red buff, doesn't have any experience yet completed. Going up to the top side to start his clear. This is not the start his team needed.
If there is one thing I will take away from it, during the draft, if I recall correctly, Mark, you said, Viego, you kind of like Viego and games are going to be a bit scrappier, a bit more chaotic. We started off exactly that way. Can Grell turn it around? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I don't think dying
that
level
was not
1
the intention.
is...
That was not
yeah.
the intention.
Yeah, here I was a little surprised to see Beryl just throw that banish shot out immediately. I thought he was going to maybe take a second to line it up as we see some skirmishing on the picture-in-picture. Here, he lands the second one just to be like, look, yeah. I can land this.
And the next one as well, I believe.
Yeah, this flash forward, though, is just such a strange commitment to me because even if you get that, you're still 2v1 here, stacking them up. There's that third bandage toss coming through, like you said. Grell just, I don't know, having a tough go of things today.
Definitely not going to heaven at the start of this game. Pyosik has got that flash available to him. Gavotto and Jelly going to step out. They're not in lane either. I will give you those Maokai numbers just because I want to, but of the 10 games that we've seen him, 1-0 in the top lane, 1-0 in support, 6-2 when it comes to jungle. So an undefeated Maokai top record. Sayo will get a good amount of damage. Zeka in that mid lane, Jelly hanging about in the bottom. The crowd is electric. They are very, very excitable. Obviously, for the hometown players, Grell will find the route, the engage, headbutt, pulverize, down to 150. Zeka's burning, but I don't think he'll die. Grell takes a couple turret shots, so swing and a miss from Isserus.
Yeah, I like the idea there, getting the stun on him, but I think Grell needs to commit a little bit more damage. Otherwise, it was just a low-level Azir poking away. Obviously, Alistar's not bringing quite enough damage, and so Zeka's able to get out of there just fine. Staying around now, actually, to catch this big wave that's coming into him.
Yeah, right now, DRX 500 up, Barrel's roaming as well. Deft has just finished the recall, and Jelly will just go for that headbutt to get Beryl away. Turn our attention to the top lane. Chains land onto ADD. Currently down 6 CS, got a significant minion wave in front of him. So one can assume that Kingen has been playing the trade game or trying to bully. He'll try to catch up those numbers just a little bit. Did the cannon go down? I didn't quite see if he picked it up.
I wasn't watching.
Yeah, I think that might have been a -1. I think Chat will know for sure.
Chat is always on top of him. I've never not seen Chat say it.
yeah.
Even when you get it sometimes, Chat's a little over-eager.
Yeah, 1 or 2 people will type it, and then you know, as Chat likes to do.
So where I was going to go with that was I was rewatching the bot side situation because Def got zoned away from the wave for a little bit, as well as Beryl getting that kill meant he was slow to get back there, and they were down levels, and that's why they had gotten shoved in on a little bit. They tried to find that angle to get some first blood. You can see Gavotto, level 4, trying to pressure. I appreciate the Isserus Gaming's bot lane trying to salvage all these situations, playing aggressively after the invade went bad.
Oh, that's
this
a
might be too aggressive.
Piosik's right here, Piosik's right here. Bandage Toss will find the target. Defensive flash away from Gavotto. Cleanse is available to him and just used. Here comes Grell. A 2-man knocker from the Pulverize will not be enough to save Gavotto's life. And Jelly down to 200, 100. Below that, and Deft secures the kill. Another 2 for DRX. The timing on that Hex Flash could not have been more unlucky.
Yeah, just no vision to know that Pyosik was coming into the river right then. They find that kill. Obviously, Def popping off now, 1-0-1. Beryl, 2-0-1, getting all those kills on the Amumu in this game. Very quickly going south for Isserus yet again.
This is where I do get frustrated a touch. With the champions that Isserus have put together, with that small advantage they had over Def momentarily, did they need to go for that Hex Flash engage on the bottom? Could they have pushed that way forward? You know, you have a composition that wants time and items and levels. You're also behind in kills. They will be able to secure a dragon. This is good. This is cheeky. But the point I want to get at is, I understand you are playing for your tournament life. I understand you want to win it, earn it on your merits. But patience is a skill that could have been rewarded in that bottom play.
It's definitely a situation where Isserus' mentality of aggression not necessarily matching their draft, as we see a nice poke back there, but Zeka getting the reset, going all the way back. It just feels like they want to play this really aggressive, fast-paced game, but have drafted a fair amount of scaling and stability for more of a front-to-back team fight setting, and that is being betrayed a little bit by how they're choosing to approach this game.
And I mean, this is one of those moments again where there's a phrase that I think I'm using this right, but like chasing the loss, right? Where you are chasing, you're trying to set something up, you're trying to put yourself in a position to either claw back the deficit, but ultimately it puts you further behind, you know, because of that mentality and that mindset. The double down, I like that. What I will acknowledge though is that Isris, despite being down 1,500, there have been quite a few moments, glimpses here that have looked respectable to good, right? Like the bottom lane advantage that was secured, the engages onto Zeka. There's a minor CS lead in that top lane. It is still a gargantuan, monumental task to climb up, but considering where Isris were at 8 minutes against RNG, this is looking better.
It's not quite as bad. 2,000 gold down, but your solo lanes both, like you said, farming well, not actually behind the pace of the game. I think Wasea was just up there with the second most currently in the game. So doing okay, but the problem is this spillover that's going to happen. Obviously, Zeka can get first move quite often, hover down this bot side. Gavoto and Jelly needing to stay safe under their turret. The turret plays have not really started coming in yet for the side of DRX, but you have to imagine they'll start grabbing those soon. Especially if they target this Rift Herald, they should easily be able to control that one.
I mean, a reminder what the analyst desk was saying for Isris. If they lose this game, they're eliminated from playoffs. They will be playing the Wildcats tomorrow for their 5th and final game. Also, from the perspective of DRX, secured first tower in every single one of the games they played. Either they are second or first in almost every statistical category when it comes to goal difference, experience, first towers. I think they get first dragons in second, 80-odd% of the games. And the engage will come in. That's a kill onto Grell. Jelly gets caught up by the bandage toss. Beryl lined up the first, he lined up the second. No access to that sad mummy, and those chakrams are flying slowly back to Gavoto, but DRX, they get their kill, they extend that gold lead a little further. I think it's the control that they are exerting is great, but kudos again to Seiya. Popped off, he got that Akali. Correction. Yeah, I've got the wrong player in my head in a moment. Seiya, this time around, has been able to have a couple of good kills here onto Zeka, or good plays onto Zeka, but it hasn't netted an advantage.
Yeah, getting the flash out of Zeka feels pretty good, not needing to commit his own, especially on the tail end of Grell dropping again. There does not look like a very fair combination.
Beryl this time around, bandage tosses forward, uses that stopwatch, buys some time, forced to flash for his life, didn't have the damage onto Gavoto, who instantly cleansed and walked away. We are descending, Mark, into a little bit of chaotic, skirmish-heavy game, and Grell hasn't yet been able to show his impact.
No, not quite yet. Has shown up for a couple lanes, trying to make things happen, hasn't gotten it done quite yet. DRX looking very good, 4 kills. Yosik coming back in. I'm very curious exactly the decision-making process right now between him and Juhan. Kyosik in the playoff run was struggling. They made the swap to Juhan. That's what they used for the entirety of the Live Sandbox series that they won. He looked substantially better. No shade, just that Kyosik was struggling. And then they started using him in the first game. Kyosik wins against RNG. Everyone's like, whoa, he's back. Yeah. Then it was just Juhan again. Now it's back to Kyosik. I wonder if they're just trying to keep both in form based off of how they're playing on the day in a best of 5. If they want to make that swap, you do want to make them feel comfortable playing on the world stage already. I can see that mentality of we're both going to give relatively equal amount of play through the play-ins and group stage, assuming that they move on. So that way, in knockout, they're both ready to go.
And theoretically, like arguably as well, some small advantages to hiding how an individual player plays an individual champion to some degree, as well as allowing that jungler to pay attention, watch closely some of their opponents. Not 100% certain whether DRX are going to win this group, but you anticipate it to be the case. That is going to be the kill secured on behalf of ADD, taking down Beryl, now at the cost of Grell's life. Jelly's going to be the target for Zeka, secures the kill. 2 members of Viserys are down. Piotric's trying to prevent the blast going, but he can't do it just yet. 100 HP as ADD's forced to flash for his life. Now Gavoto's the next target. Flash available to him. He gets underneath his inner turret. Won't be able to find enough damage for the kill. Here comes Zeka. Soul Unbound will not be able to get the damage back underneath the tower. Not going to be able to find the root, and Zeka gets out. DRX push in deep. They've maintained that 3,000 gold lead and 6 kills to 1.
6 kills to 1. Isserus did pick up their first one onto Beryl there, but not the critical target for them to lock down. I think they want to insta-give him before he get his ultimate off here. So you see Jelly going to channel this Hex Flash, get right on top of him. I believe it is going to get a knock-up. And then they try to get Seiya's ultimate on top as well. This like 100-0 combo, but Beryl critically is able to get his ult off there. I believe that's his ult that he got. Maybe not actually, not the case. I think I got trolled by Sejuani ultimate looking similar to me. But the fact that you're killing Feral is not the critical target necessarily, so you have Deft free hitting from the entire time on the backside. You don't really even have King in there. You have, of course, Zeka popping off damage as well, so cute idea, did not end up working out.
I'm gonna have this moment where I'm actually now pissed off at Isris Gaming for putting Seiya on Sion earlier in the day. His Azir has looked significantly better than the impact he had on Sion. And when I look at all of the champions that Seiya has played this year, Azir is his most, Orianna, LeBlanc, Sylas, Lissandra, all the champions with agency in play. You're seeing him at least set things up and play well. Ultimately, it's not netting Isris the advantages they want. I think every time we look at that minimap, DRX are pushing into the jungle of Isris, they're pushing deep wards, there's a lot of roaming. This has been a very mobile game so far.
So the funny thing is, when I was watching Seiya's play and following some of the community conversation in LATAM about him a little bit, is that I saw shades of that kind of what I call Bjergsen syndrome, where you're oftentimes the best player on your team. You pick these kinds of scaling things that are going to be very powerful, but that don't necessarily have a ton of agency. And then you see he's gonna live here again.
Does for now. Grell steps forward. Zeka's low.
Yeah, nothing gonna come out in the tail end of this play. So Seiya's in the situation where he plays very well, doesn't make a ton of mistakes, but also not the most risky player. And so sometimes people feel he has low game impact despite being oftentimes the best player on some of his teams. And then when you put him on situations like a Sion to try and have really big impact, that doesn't speak to a lot of his strengths.
Yeah, unfortunately, and this time round, they're margining behind CS plus 20 in favor of Zeka. The kill secured onto Gabotov. It's just trying to turn this one around. Emperor's Divide is on cooldown. The re-engage from Zeka finds it. Jelly's got no unbreakable will available to him, so he drops to 3 members secured. Zeka's gonna step backwards. That Fate unsealed on cooldown as well. The tower's being focused, the plates are being focused, and in what is 3-4 minutes, it's gone from 2,000 gold to nearly 6,000. Actually, just over 6,000.
Turret plates just dropped it right before they got that charge off. Unlucky for DRX there, but still another skirmish going heavily in their favor. The fact that they got Seiya's ultimate out in the mid lane prior on that dive where he had to save himself with it meant that when he went flying in to cover that play, he did not have it available. Feral also had a nicely timed ult right as Seiya started shuffling in to find that kill. Here, ADD getting a little aggressive. He's actually going to win this.
Get it! The healing from Silas put him right back in. Zeka's chasing, hunting, kill the bird, and he does for the solo in this middle lane.
Off the reset, Zeka TP's back in, finds the solo kill with the extra influx of gold up to 5-0-1 now. This is why people are praising his melee champions. He can absolutely take over the game. Took a little bit to get rolling on the Azir matchup, but now that he's ahead, he's cracked his mid lane turret. He's up 30 CS. He is dominating.
And such a great play. Mark, I'm going to ask you an easy, quick stat question, because you know I love them. How many Elder Dragons have been killed at play-in so far?
0.
Good job, boss. How many Cloud Dragons have been killed at Worlds so far?
Gaboto apparently got solo killed?
Yes, he did. There we go. Double up. Dunk, dunk. Get dunked. That was happening while we were watching this fight down the middle. Yeah.
Very scrappy game. There's that ultimate by Beryl I was talking about right as Seiya came flying in, locked him up so he couldn't get any auto attacks in with the soldiers that he was following. Allowed Zeka to get in there and start finding those kills as well.
I'm not leaning you away from my quick stats quiz. How many
look, there's another solo kill. We gotta talk about this one. Hey, now look, Zeka's gonna die for that too.
He will die indeed,
We need to talk about this. We need to talk about this.
6,500 gold up. They were able to secure themselves one of those Cloud Drakes, which is what I've been trying to get you to predict it. DRX going to look for another tower. They've got 3. 2 in the middle lane, 1 in the bottom lane, looking to take another. This will be the 4th secured. And I'll tell you what, I'll ask one quick set question, and then I'm going to let it go and move on. Which dragon is the most killed at Worlds?
It's got to be Hextech.
You are correct.
Okay.
Do you want to hazard a guess how many?
There's probably a way I could sit here and think about how many spawn a game, how many Hextech rips I've seen.
Just throw a number at me.
25.
Man, 22. That's actually a really good guess. So 22, it is the most killed dragon. Anyone that's watching my quick stat seconds knows I love dragon stats. Completely irrelevant, not very useful, but hey, it is a lot of fun. Astrus Gaming are not having any fun right now.
They killed Zeka. That might have been a little bit of fun.
To 2. And as it stands, look at that gold graph. ADD, the only member doing well, 130 CS. He's got 2 of the kills secured. Part of the reason why. But DRX now, they've just put their foot in the gas, and now they are looking, securing more and more kills.
Yeah, there was nice trades in lane. It looked like as well for the Maokai into the Sylas. We did talk about how the fact that Sylas is not really a counter pick that you lock into slam lane. You pick it into lanes that you can survive and then utilize the insane ratios that he has, like we talked about, the hijacking of ultimates. Not too much of a surprise to see Kingen getting through that lane phase without dying. Actually up CS, he's actually been very good, had some pressure as well on the top side. But been pretty isolated from an 11-kill game, no kill participation. Another one of these greedy top laners.
Yeah, I mean, just sitting there. Or lazy, maybe, you know? Lazy's a better one. Just sticking
what?
there, not getting involved.
It's like,
you know?
if I think my team's going to win anyways,
yes,
I'm just going to chill up here.
That's it. You see what I mean? I think it's pure laziness. That's how I would interpret it. Please don't clip that. As DRX now continue just to extend
LEC
this
caster
lead.
calls top lane of DRX lazy.
As it stands, Isurus now in a very, very difficult situation. They do have scaling. They do have some team fight on the cards, but it is going to be such a difficult task to bring this back, and they have to do this and keep the hopes alive, because if they lose this game, they're eliminated. They have one last chance to pick up a win in front of the home crowd for at least some of those Mexican players.
Will be very difficult, like this 3 out of 5 from Mexico City, but I like to play this game with like magic number of like what in my head is what this comp can acceptably be behind in order to still be in a decent spot. You know, when they have those bots showing win probabilities.
How long until the window is closed on coming back in some way?
Yeah,
right?
just like when do you drop below, you know, like a 50% win probability based off how the game is going and that kind of thing. And for me, it would have been like maybe 2.5K, around 15 for this comp, the fact that you're down.
So we are more than 300% above that estimated number at this time at 7.5.
And I would say that they are probably at about 10%. That is supposed to be skill agnostic as well. When you're just talking strictly comps, champions in the game.
Champion, if executed to, you know, the way their intention. Zeka does get jumped on right now, stays alive, soul unbound, gets him to safety inside the pit. The shield has popped up, and ADD joins the fray. The Nature's Grass is thrown down. Kingen re-engages, finds the chains, the lockdown, the hold. Curse of the Sad Mummy still available. Curse of the Sad Bullet Time still available. Waiting for it to be fired out. Nobody's died just yet. Vioshik's the next target. 1 for 1. Kavota flashes in for that, but it's a double for Deft. Can he dunk anymore? 2 more secured for DRX, and Gavoto's running for his life.
Isurus Gaming try to contest the second Rift Herald. They actually have a decent start to that fight, kiting out the ultimate from Kingen when he was Alistar'd up, waited for that to time out, then tried to find that re-engage. But like we said, so much gold behind. If you could get that fight at the goal differences we were just talking about, yes, you can maybe win that fight.
You are in my head, Mark, because I go back to that Hex Flash engage from earlier, that little bit of impatience that puts them a little further behind. Now, not the only reason, but again, here's that great fight once more.
Yeah, the fact that they go in, they have Zeka low early on the fight, so he can't quite dominate the way he wants to. Kingen goes in there, he's like, I got my Alistar ult, I can buy space for this. You know, Isurus reset the fight, they kite it out, ADD providing frontline to make sure that Seiya is safe, and now, obviously, DRX wants to finish off the Rift Herald, but that keeps him around, so you get this flash re-engage here. And you might have been able to win this fight if you just had more items completed, that you were a little closer in goal, but Beryl stalls this fight out nicely with the flash re-engage. Gavoto gets that 1 kill here. I think there's miscommunication between him and Seiya. Seiya wants to go flash, engage Deft, and push him towards Gavoto for Gavoto to kill, but he had already backed out.
Yeah, Gavoto 1, 4, and 2. He's just been jumped on so often in this game. 10,000 gold difference. And I want to make it very clear so I don't get misinterpreted here, is that I think Isurus were always such heavy underdogs. DRX really could have played the game in many different ways. You almost always see them coming out on top. Because I think Grell actually got that blue buff, by the way. But the point I want to get to is that team fight was a glimpse of excellence, a glimpse of what they could do. Unfortunately, they were down nearly 8,000 gold. And with Gavoto being down, DRX are just looking to secure this Baron. I mean, Nature's Grasp was thrown for the lols, doesn't get followed up. There's no AD carry. They really want the damage for Aphelios. And with that Baron buff now, DRX can continue to play. They can even look to play the side lanes. And there is going to be a setup. The bullet time is firing over Seiya. Forced to flash to safety. Stays alive thanks to the heal for now. And actually escapes. But for how long? The double up! Deft manages to make it work. The hijacked Nature's Grasp does more than what ADD could do in the pit. And DRX are looking to shut the coffin on ISG's Worlds.
DRX respond to the play in the mid lane from Isurus. Beryl again with the quick ultimate, locking up Seiya for the bullet time. And from there was an easy chase down, finding all those kills, dropping Shelly in the mid lane with Baron. Trevor, I'm smelling a dancing Herald.
No ways, no ways, no ways. Will the Rift Herald dance? Charge is coming in, 3,000. Jelly and Gavoto stepping forward. Shelly
Protect
is
Shelly!
running low, 1,000, 700.
Don't do it, Grell!
400.
Don't
Shelly
Oh!
dies! Shelly dies! So do the playoff hopes for Isurus. DRX are hunting, picking up sharks where they can. Kingen is trying to keep Deft up as well, stepping for the Nexus, is being focused by Beryl. The sad mummy head-butting away, as all of a sudden, that's a Deft going golden thanks to the Hourglass. Baron Empowered minions doing work, another for Kingen. At this point, it's bullying. They're dead already, as Isurus Gaming are eliminated from playoffs. DRX pick up the win.
DRX speed run that final game of the day here. 22.5 minutes, just about 22:41. That might be the new fastest game of World so far. I believe Loud held the previous record.
I'm going to go on record. I believe that is the fastest game of World's play-ins. Great catch, Mark.
There we go. DRX move up to 4-0, looking absolutely dominant here. Setting up a very highly anticipated matchup against Mad Lions tomorrow.
And of course, for Isurus Gaming, one last matchup against the Wildcats. The only two teams sitting at 0-4. One of them will pick up that win. That team fight at Baron, a glimpse of how the comp could have played out. And for DRX, as soon as they smelt blood in the water, they went for it.
Blood. The
You
shark.
get it?
Hey, there was blood in the water, level
Such
1,
a
man.
smart guy.
Yeah,
Such a
at that
smart.
red buff, Grell getting angry. It felt
Flashing
like
for that.
over getting invaded.
Flashing for that red as well.
Yeah.
Sending a message.
Unfortunately, DRX were able to punish that. Never really not controlling the game. There were a couple opportunities for Isurus, but not able to put one together.
One would
Complete
assume DRX, the favorites to pick up that win against Mad Lions tomorrow. That will put them at 5-0. And then assuming Saigon lose to RNG, with 5-0, 4-1, 3-2, 2-3, the 1 through 4 will be clearly locked. Only tiebreakers on the side. Now, can Mad Lions do it? It's possible. It's unlikely, but it is possible. That would give us tiebreakers.
Why don't you believe in Mad Lions?
I think it's possible.
What are the reasons Mad Lions will not beat?
DRX? I don't have time to list them. What I will
I'm
say,
trying to get you to flame your own region.
Just quickly before, no, I have a lot of lists, but we have a
Okay.
show to do. That was some of the hardest games that we've had to cast, and as an analyst, some of those picks were tough. Great job, dude.
Hey, you too, man. Thanks for carrying me.
Thank you very much. No, it's the other way around. Despite how fired up you've been about Dragons, Mark, it's time to hand over the State Farm Analyst Desk for cooldown. Thank you. I didn't know I was getting written a joke. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much, Quick Shot. I don't know about you, gents, though. I kind of want to hear the list. Should we send it back and get the whole list?
Why not? I want the list.
You know what? No, just kidding. Welcome back here to close out the day. Back with Jat and Lyric off of an incredibly dominant victory there for DRX. The fastest of the tournament so far. Exactly what we asked to see, exactly what we wanted to see for the team that has impressed and is the only remaining undefeated team here in play-ins.
Yeah, and I feel like we expected it even before going into draft, and we have Isurus coming in, going scaling. You look, DRX a bunch of flavor with the Yone.
That Yone pick, man, I love it.
They made it work. They just smashed through starting from the early game. And then, I mean, heck, I don't even need to say the smash through. You just said it was the fastest game of Worlds.
Yeah, it was a smash from start to finish, but that's exactly what we expected to see, one way or the other, right? It was about Isurus pulling out all the stops, throwing something at DRX. They decided to index into hang on, really, is kind of what that strategy screams to me, is like, hang on, and let's look to outplay them in the late game and team fight, but DRX wasn't going to let them get there.
Yeah, and I don't want to double back on my own advice.
Okay.
Because I've said, like, oh, yeah, you have to try, like, early game crazy stuff to take a team down, but, like, within reason. Not flashing into two people in hopes of getting the smite steal. Maybe he escapes if he's level 2, but it is a Sejamumu, and you know he has Bandage Toss, so there's going to be chains CC, and you're going to make sure you're flashless. Based on how close it was, maybe he gets away, but like that, to me, already kind of doomed the game, and therefore knocks them out. Not that they had a huge window to win either way, but I don't think that's the force. That's not the bet you want to make when you're trying to all in.
I also think it just shows, right, like, they're coming into this. They know they're in a desperate position, like, nerves are there. There's so many things going through their minds, rightfully so, especially we've kind of hammered it home about them being the hometown heroes. So I think understandable for a lot of these mistakes to show through from Isurus, and kind of unfortunate that your deciding game is up against a team that has looked by far the best in play-ins.
Yeah, it's a tough straw to draw here as the last game of the day. Still one more to play for Isurus tomorrow, where they can hopefully pick up a win on home soil, but unfortunately eliminated from contention for the knockout portion of this play-in stage. In fact, to a degree, our groups are moving towards a decision. We're going to talk about it in just a moment. I'm getting a sneak peek of it here out of the corner of my eye. Group B looking a little bit more decided than Group A, again, in part because this DRX squad looks so good and has yet to drop a game. Yeah. It has helped solidify at least the top 4, apart from the top 6.
Only undefeated team left in play-in is DRX.
And going back to day one of like Mighty or 90-50-10s of...
Yeah, you said undefeated RNG.
Yeah.
And I said DRX doesn't make it to the group stage of Worlds, and both of those are going to be absolutely incorrect. We have who is this?
He's returning as Jojo Pune.
Oh, he's returning, okay.
To his rightful place on top of the pitch.
With a new birthday hat, though. I appreciate it. I like how day to day he's getting a new hat. It was the 01 NA versus EU hat. Now it's a happy birthday hat for Jojo.
Mark just carrying Jojo around the studio.
You know. Have a nice night, Mark. Get some rest. We'll catch you later. All right. Thanks, buddy. Let's take a look at those updated standings that I told you were coming just around the corner. You'll also get a quick preview of tomorrow's schedule. Only 6 regularly scheduled matchups for tomorrow, but it's these 2 groups that are doing battle for the final 4 slots out of each of them. As you can see on the left-hand side, the Chiefs already eliminated from contention, but the other 5 still remain. For the side of Group B, we know what our top 4 is in terms of the 4 teams that will be there: DRX, Mad Lions, Royal Never Give Up, and Saigon Buffalo. But the seeding can still very much be determined with a couple of results tomorrow. And so let's first remember how we got to this position with our games from today. I think this was an interesting day itself because, again, when we looked at it schedule-wise and talked about things going to chalk, we definitely did not end up in the same situation as what was hypothesized.
Well, we definitely started with the bang with Loud beating Fnatic. This is from the Saigon versus Mad game, which was Elyoya really running through a lot of this game. They had a nice heal composition with Seraphine, Swain, Hecarim. They've ran Seraphine, Hecarim, Gnar twice now in the 4 games already, so finding a level of comfort with that champion composition. What do we got here?
You gotta tell me, Jay, your eyes are much better than mine.
We got DFM versus
Beyond Games.
This was definitely one of the games that was harder to predict. Definitely could have gone either way, but
I think Beyond.
Oh, this was the Evie Lilia game.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah.
Great early game, but then once we got to the team fights, Evie on the Lilia having the sick outplays. Vex, I mean, the fact that DFM are making that work is crazy to me. And once again, the bot lane having an insane performance, and that really seemed like the thing that's tipped things into their favor.
Chiefs versus EG here. This was one of the 2 Chiefs games that they had to play. Really odds stacked against them in this one, but I think EG just played a very solid game. They had a really high damage team composition, good front line, and Inspired got to show off why he won MVP.
Yeah, we had called out wanting to see Arthur on that Lee Sin, was able to get the pick, but it just seems like EG had too easy a time kind of suffocating out any opportunities for Chiefs in that one. We go from there to RNG.
It's a big set.
Yeah.
Giant set.
I mean, great to see Ming getting to pick up all the kills as well. With LPL, we're always so sad, you know, having to put people like Gala and Shahu. This man never gets the MVPs he deserves. And now, you know, coming in, gets a bunch of the kills. And I mean, this was the most dominant win RNG have had so far.
The classic
7-kill set.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Second most kills in the game for that set. Gala on his classic Kaisa as well. Interesting to me, too, that they show the Syndra, because that's just not a pick that anyone's talking about, and it's, okay, great, we can still play it. Xiaohu literally can play anything.
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually good anymore, but what I do know is if they win Worlds, he can pick it as a skin.
Ooh, that's true. Now he can. He got to get one game on
his
it.
Career on it. It's what he was known for back in the day.
Maybe that's why he did it, in all honesty. Get it out of the way early, and then if they run the table, become the first 4th seed of the LPL to make it all the way to the World Finals and take it, and you can have that skin. From there, we jump ahead.
Beyond Gaming Chiefs, which, again, this is what kept Beyond Gaming's hopes alive in Group A.
Right, very much, still alive.
Wombo combo.
In that regard, sitting at 2-2 now. Another set game here.
Yeah,
Curious to
RNG
see how that
Wildcats.
pick shapes the meta. That's something that's appeared a little bit more recently.
Right? It's one of those things, like we said, as we near closer and closer to groups, then when we get there, could be a lot of things that we haven't seen yet or things that grow in priority that, you know, some of the stronger teams who probably are in their own scrim bubbles have played that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, Maokai definitely getting a lot of looks, but as we also mentioned today, taking its first couple losses. And so again, like, how do people evaluate the picks and the counters that are coming out in response to some of those high priority picks? And so while we kind of reflect on the day, did want to break out a couple of very specific highlights.
Yeah. So I realized they didn't have the Loud Fnatic game in the day recap. But it's because the producer was like, Jat, what was your favorite moment of the day? And I was like, well, it's got to be the Loud Fnatic game when Fnatic lost to Loud.
Right.
So now we're seeing it here.
So boom, here it is.
Happy surprise.
You're welcome.
And we saw, right, Brant, the young 18-year-old, the rookie on Loud, his first split, coming out and honestly just decimating Fnatic in the bot side.
That was actually so unlucky for Fnatic because Razork didn't think he needed to smite for health, also didn't want to smite to give the free Scuttle Crab over. Then the Scuttle Crab disappears before he has a chance to heal.
Yeah, but therefore heads up play on the other side. 2 have smote, 4 health, keep the Maokai alive, extended that fight long enough to make it. And then this right here, highlight of the day for me, absolutely is the personality coming out of Brant.
And it makes sense why he was always in the right place for Misfortune Ultimate because he was just looking so far ahead all day, right? He knew that he was going to be in the right position.
He wrote that with permanent marker on his bicep.
That's a tattoo.
Yeah.
It's never going away.
Again, just the spunk coming out from the Brazilian squads, always coming to Worlds. Feels like they're always some of the most confident players that we get, and I absolutely love it.
They've made things very interesting here in Group A, this Loud squad has, and as you mentioned, they have an army of fans behind them in that region. And so I don't see any signs of them slowing down unless somebody makes them in their group. Somebody is going to have to smack them down to try and make them, second guess or take a pause. Because right now they look like they're on fire, and it looks like they're all very, very, very happy with how they've been performing so far. And so while that was your favorite moment of the day, I wanted to highlight one other tiny mechanic. And this was also pointed out on Twitter, so if you've been paying attention on Twitter all day, you may have seen it. But Tally of the Chiefs in the game against EG had a big brain play. Let's go ahead and roll it. And what you're going to see here is a little bit of a fight. A skirmish breaks out in the top lane. JoJo on one side, Tally on the other. Tally will actually go down first. But as Leandris is ticking, and while he's dead, check his inventory. Right there, he just turned his components into the Hextech alternator. It procs immediately upon purchase because the Leandris is ticking, does the extra amount of damage to kill JoJo. He gets the return kill in the 1v1 as a result of some quick thinking.
They might not have got the win, but just that in itself is a huge W in my mind for Tally and Chiefs.
That is a super slick play. You love to see it. Those kinds of things, while it wasn't the difference maker in that game specifically, we have seen international games turn on a dime. Things like a mid lane team fight that turns a 10K gold lead around, an Ash arrow from bot lane to an inhib, right? Like, there are little minor things that can really make the difference, and that's what we like to see here on the world stage. But with 1 day left of groups here in play-ins, Jat, the focus becomes about what will our bracket look like for each of these groups as they make their way towards the main stage. So we're sending Jat back over to the telestrator one more time to kind of break down a couple different scenarios of what could take place tomorrow in both of our groups with the scheduled games.
Yeah, so preview to tomorrow, we'll have Group A playing their 3 games and then Group B playing their 3 games. First off, we'll figure out, like, okay, who can finish first? Well, if EG and Fnatic both win, right, then they would both be 4-1, and they actually will play a tiebreaker against each other. Fnatic would have side selection because they won the head-to-head, but that's not the crazy situation. The crazy situation here is actually if Beyond beats Fnatic, if Loud beats Chiefs, and if DFM beats EG. Because, follow along for me here, we would have a 5-way tie.
That's a lot of 3 and 2s.
We would have a 5-way tie.
Okay, so 5-way tie. How does that work?
I had to look it up. I pulled up the rule set on my phone, and I'm 90% sure that's how it works.
There will be a clarification tweet if Jack gets this wrong.
It says the team with the lowest average win time would be granted the first seed in the bracket. So let's just put them over here. But then the actual slowest
That's a 5 and a 3.
I'm starting this.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
So first, the actual slowest would probably play second, right? They would play.
I would imagine.
And
Yep.
then three would
And
play
then 3 would play 4.
Right? The winners of those games would play, and the winner of that game would then play the team that actually had the fastest victory time. So winning fast has actually been, if this happens, a super, super important thing. And producers are telling me to guess who has the fastest average win time so far.
So
I want
far,
you to guess this as well.
So it's only win time, which is what you have to remember. So I'm feeling like Loud.
I honestly.
Or no, actually, EG's wins.
I kind of want to say
decently
Beyond.
fast.
No, but EG had that.
so
that
Lyric
ball-
says
They had the one they had to come back where they almost lost it to Loud.
Yeah.
You're right. You're
What was
right.
your
You're right.
guess?
I'm going Beyond.
Well, that's why I'm tempted to say Loud.
Okay, Dash is saying Loud.
I'm gonna say Loud.
And I'm guessing as well. I'm gonna guess it's Fnatic.
Okay.
What's the call?
All right. What's the call? It's
Loud.
Loud. Oh wow.
Wins.
Let's go. Now, of course, that has to hold true
They
through
would have
tomorrow.
to win, but they're against Chiefs, the winless team.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's definitely. Oh my goodness.
Of course,
Like that's the fight. It requires the full 5-way.
It's realistic. I think it's a realistic scenario from what we've seen in
It's
Group A.
definitely realistic. Do I think it is the highest
likely?
probability? No, but it's definitely realistic. And it is interesting that in that case, I do think Loud has the best chance of bettering their win time. And so could be automatically the first seed out of Group A as a result. Now we're going to hop on over to Group B, though. As we know, these are the 4 teams that are already into the bracket stage of play-ins. And so it's a little different here, but break it down for us, Jat. What can
Obviously,
happen?
these games don't matter in terms of Group B because they're all Group A games.
Yeah.
This game also doesn't matter because both those teams are already, quote, eliminated from finals.
So they don't change the standings for
I
anyone
mean,
else.
the very simple thing is, like, this game is basically all important. DRX versus Mad. If DRX wins, they're just first, straight up.
If
What
Mad
will get
wins, they
interesting-
earn a tiebreak.
We'll get a little interesting. Let's say DRX wins anyway.
Okay.
But then Saigon wins.
Oh, then you got a 3-way tie.
You'd have 5-0, and then you'd have a 3-way tie at 3-2.
Okay.
Which is the same type of seeding where the team that has won the fastest gets the first seed.
Right.
And then the third and second play, and then winner plays.
Other option is to have a
Yeah.
3-way tie at 4-1, though, right? 'Cause
Correct.
If you have Mad win plus RNG win.
Yeah, if RNG wins, Mad wins, and DRX loses because Mad had won the game.
That would be an
play
interesting
the same
one as
three-way
well.
tiebreaker, which is resolved in 2 games.
Okay, so
that's-
but in that case, who has the highest or the fastest win time?
Yeah.
In that 4-1.
Oh.
Oh, producer didn't look it up.
Was not
didn't have the
thinking
foresight.
that far ahead.
Okay.
I feel like DRX is the safe.
Guessing DRX, and that's probably
The
probably
official
a safe
answer
bet.
from the producer is he's guessing DRX.
Well, especially
So-
because they just had the fastest game of the,
Yeah,
of the
RNG
tournament
had
just
some fast
now.
ones, though.
Yeah,
I'm
you're right.
gonna say not Mad.
Yeah, it would have been. It's probably not Mad. You are correct because they've also had some back and forth games. We'll look it up. We'll relay that information to you as soon as the show starts tomorrow, and we'll walk back through a number of these scenarios. But for now, we're going to shut this studio down after 8 games of play. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you two for joining me all day on the desk. Get some rest today. You're casting tomorrow, right?
Yep.
What about you? You cast tomorrow. You got the day off.
You guys have a good day tomorrow. I'll be watching.
And it is DRX. We've already checked it. So we've got the answer before we go. On behalf of myself, the casters, the entire World's broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more of our World's action. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other. Good night and happy birthday, JoJo.
Happy 18th.
Don't do a shoey out of Crocs.
Good. Damage is there on the Kaiser, but they can't get the kill just yet. Hasbin trying to complete the play. They found Niski in the midst of it all, and Saigon Buffalo found a pick out of nowhere. Unipon, though, making it happen. Took out the enemy AD, taking over the fight. Detonation, focus me. They found the angle in the fight, and Effie's still alive. That's going to be an ace at the end of the day.
The birthday boy gets the most ganks. That's how it works.
True.
From any meeting.
But JoJo trying to make the big play, a great flash out of Raze, but the setup's still there. There's nothing you can do. They only needed one. EG gonna pick up their 3rd win here at Worlds.
Scout of the week, collateral damage. Growl's running for his life, burns to death. He is once again solo killed by Breeze Aatrox. Then continues to hammer away on Isserich. 1, 2, 3 members dead.
Keep going. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Yes. Well done.
Tally might just get whacked in the river. as Wacko's now continue to chase him down. Means he's going low, 3 and 4 HP left. Dark stays alive. 1, 2 more members. 3 are falling. Caught out. The hijack solar flare blinds the Aussies and sends them to the fountain. Hold your breath, Wildcats. Farfetch has got himself at least 1 kill. Ferret is so incredibly low. He'll root down and hold down Glade. But the entire team is not there. For the Wildcats, double kill for Saren. Connects with another. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's about to fall. Saren gets popped from long range ignite. The ace in front of the Nexus, waiting for it to be fired out. Nobody died just yet. Pioshik's the next target. 1 for 1. Kavoto flashes in for that, but it's a double for Deft. Can he dunk anymore? 1, 2 more secured for DRX.
I'm smelling a dancing Herald.
No ways, no ways, no ways. Will the Rift Herald dance? Charge is coming in, 3,000. Shelly and Gavoto stepping forward. Shelly
Protect
is
Shelly.
running low, 1,000, 700.
Don't do it, Grell. Don't
Shelly dies. Shelly dies. So do the playoff hopes for Isurus. DRX are hunting.